Chapter 1, Premonition Nightmares. My name is Narrant, and right now I was sprawled over the desk in the study of Baron Stormwind's castle, already drenched in sweat. His tightly shut eyelids trembled incessantly, and his teeth ground together uncontrollably, producing a chattering sound. This was certainly not a pleasant dream. Ugh! I jerked awake abruptly, sitting bolt upright as my terrified gaze darted around the room. After realizing he was in his study, his tense muscles finally relaxed, though his heart still pounded with lingering fear. Another immersive nightmare. Was there something wrong with how I transmigrated? Transmigrating into this body with a baronet's title should have been a good start. Yet in just a week, I've had 2 terrifyingly vivid nightmares, and that makes me deeply uneasy. This is a fantasy world set in a medieval backdrop, complete with noble knights and ferocious magical beasts. Every week, a miraculous meteor shower appears, bringing both fortune and peril. The fortune lies in the precious treasures that meteorites may contain, while the peril manifests in the occasional arrival of terrifying dark creatures. Dark creatures are evil, bloodthirsty, and immensely powerful. Their appearance invariably spells disaster. My territory is frequently invaded by dark creatures, a terrifying place known as the Land of Misfortune. The original owner of this body, upon learning he was assigned to this Land of Misfortune, became so frightened during the journey that he developed a high fever and died. Bang! 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 My lord! A dull knocking sounded from outside the study. Enter! I commanded. Castle Steward Thomas hurried in, his face beaming with joy as he said, "My lord, wonderful news! Under your excellency's wise deployment, Captain Quick successfully eliminated a skeletal warrior and a skeletal archer. During tonight's meteor shower, the territory suffered no casualties." What? I froze in place, this triumphant report sounding particularly jarring. Could the nightmare actually be real? 7 days ago, I had my first nightmare, where 2 meteors carrying dark creatures fell upon the territory. Because the dream felt unnervingly vivid, I hesitantly dispatched guards. Now it proves true, the nightmare was an omen, destined to manifest in reality upon our lands. Then the second nightmare I just had while slumped over my desk, will that also come true? In this second nightmare, next week's meteor shower would bring more dark creatures, about 30 in number, along with a hellhound and a headless knight. At this thought, I slowly lowered my head to gaze at the parchment on the desk. It recorded the tragic fates of successive Stormwind lords during meteor showers, with past failures vivid before my eyes. I could almost feel the scythe of death resting against my neck. Perhaps I'd become the 5th lord to meet his ruin. What should I do? Should I flee the territory immediately? But what about the people under my rule? If they all die, forget about keeping my title and lands. I'll probably be punished by the Count himself. Half a month ago, the Tulip Count issued a decree summoning the second sons of his vassals, granting them knighthood and fiefs. Those who achieve outstanding results within 3 years will be awarded a permanent hereditary baronetcy, with the chance to marry the Count's sole heir, Lady Stella, the flower of tulips. The original owner of this body was one of those who caught this windfall, but now I'm forced to choose between survival and losing it all. Good heavens, couldn't there be a way to have both? Suddenly, a ding sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest, First Nightmare Premonition. System successfully bound. Weekly lottery feature activated successfully. Mission reward issued, 1 energy point. Ding! Main quest, Second Nightmare Premonition has been issued. Please prepare and complete the task. Host. Second mission reward, 5 energy points. Completion progress, 0/28. I froze. Is this the standard package for transmigrators? Could this second nightmare prediction be the one I just had? I only have 11 formal guards under my command, yet the system wants me to kill 28 dark creatures. For a moment, I didn't know whether to cry bitterly or rejoice. I can only hope the system pulls through this time, otherwise I'm definitely done for. After the system bound itself to me, the system interface appeared on my retina. With a miserable expression, I began scanning through it. The system interface is quite simple, currently only featuring the catalog of lucky maidens and a search function. The catalog of lucky maidens can identify lucky maidens, automatically recording and alerting when encountered. Lucky maidens? There's no such information in the original host's memories. Doesn't this world only have unlucky maidens? I felt somewhat puzzled. As for the search function, it could be activated by spending 1 energy point to search for elemental sprites within the territory. Elemental sprites are precious treasures brought by meteor showers, composed of elements. 4 types are currently known, each capable of making land fertile and increasing yields, enhancing plant quality, concealing mineral deposits, or transforming areas into habitats for creatures. The probability of sprites appearing is extremely low, and they're difficult to locate after landing. If not discovered and bound by a master recognition contract within 24 hours, they will disappear. Tonight is the night of the meteor shower. If I can find even one Sprite, Stormwind territory might have a fighting chance. With a Sprite, I could even afford to hire soldiers. With nervous anticipation, I pressed the search button. Ding! Consuming 1 energy point. Search function activated. Searching now. Please let there be one. It must be there. As the energy points were deducted, the radar-like circular frame appeared on the system panel, and I silently prayed. Ding! Congratulations, host. An elemental sprite has been detected within your territory. Soon, a small red dot lit up on the radar, and I leaped up excitedly from where I stood. My lord! The quiet butler Thomas, who had been patiently waiting, was startled by my sudden outburst. I actually forgot the butler was still here. My apologies, Butler Thomas. Your news is simply too thrilling. I got carried away momentarily. I immediately regained the solemn composure befitting a lord. Thomas, prepare the horses at once. I need to ride out. At once, my honorable lord. Assuming I wished to inspect the battlefield, Thomas hurried to make arrangements. Soon, he led one of the castle's only 3 horses into the courtyard. Chapter 2, The Purple Sprite. The towering castle gate slowly creaked open as I rode out alone, swiftly heading eastward. Traveling alone like this goes against noble etiquette, but my only squad of guards had already been dispatched to May Village. Coincidentally, this time the elemental sprites appeared not far from Wheatleaf Village, so it shouldn't pose much of a safety issue. Following the radar minimap, I arrived near the location marked by the red dot in just over 10 minutes, still about 50 meters away. This system's radar minimap was incredible. The closer I got to the target, the more the map zoomed in, allowing me to pinpoint the ferry's exact position. I tied my horse to a roadside tree, raised a torch with one hand while drawing my sword with the other, and stepped off the dirt path. Chopping through the obstructing thorny bushes, I reached a small clearing. At its center was a half-meter wide pit, still steaming with heat. Found it! I exclaimed with joy, quickening my pace. There, in the small pit, lay a fist-sized meteorite with a faint reddish glow. I gently tapped the meteorite with my longsword. With a few cracking sounds, the outer shell shattered, revealing a tiny creature within, an elemental sprite, the rarest and most magical being in this world. The sprite was bathed in a soft purple radiance, perfectly round with only a pair of tiny eyes and a small mouth visible. A purple sprite. It was still dormant. Sheathing my sword, I carefully picked it up. The little fairy glows, but its body is warm and soft, not hot to the touch. I quickly pulled out a small porcelain bottle from my robe, sprinkled a bit of powdered magical tulip on my finger, and held it near the little creature's mouth. This is one of the elemental fairy's favorite treats. As soon as my finger approached, the little one instinctively opened its tiny mouth and stuck out its tongue for a lick. Truly greedy. It can smell the treat even before fully waking, I thought amusedly. But after smacking its little lips, it suddenly clamped down hard on my finger. Hiss! I sucked in a sharp breath, enduring the pain as I watched it devour the magic powder mixed with my blood. After swallowing the blood, the little creature suddenly emitted intense violet light that rippled outward like waves, then slowly opened its eyes. Me goo! Me goo! It blinked at me with large dewy eyes, while a warm mental wave of tenderness flowed between us. This was the spiritual bond connecting me to my new companion. The little one couldn't speak, but could convey emotions like joy and anger through psychic waves. Really reluctant to sell it. Looking at the sprite that resonated with my soul, I found myself unwilling to trade it for gold coins. But without coins, how could I resolve the crisis coming in a week? Burn her! Burn her! Just as I was struggling with the dilemma, loud shouts came from beyond the woods. What's going on? Why are serfs making noise in the wilderness at this hour? Frowning, I stuffed the purple sprite into my pocket and returned to the dirt road. Back on the dirt road, I saw a group of people carrying torches approaching about 100 meters away. Burn her! It's this cursed woman who brought tonight's dark creatures upon us. If she doesn't die, disaster will soon befall us all. Yes, burn her. Let the Lord burn her. So she's the cursed woman? I understood the situation now. Daughters of misfortune are beings that everyone in this world avoids like the plague, as they bring ominous disasters to those around them. Meteor showers landing on the ground typically manifest in 3 scenarios: ordinary meteorites, those nurturing elemental sprites, or those concealing terrifying dark creatures. And daughters of misfortune act like dark creature summoners. Any meteor falling within 3 miles of them is guaranteed to harbor dark entities, with numbers potentially exploding to threaten entire territories. Thus, this world enforces an ironclad rule: daughters of misfortune must die, sent to the pyre immediately upon discovery. Who's there? The people ahead noticed me, led by my guard captain. It's me! I mounted my horse and responded in a deep voice. Lord, why are you alone in the wilderness so late at night? Guard captain quick gasped and hurried over. I heard 2 dark creatures appeared in Wheatleaf Village, so I came to investigate. What's going on here? My lord, the unlucky girl has appeared in Wheatleaf Village. Perhaps tonight's dark creatures were drawn by her. Quick replied respectfully. Take me to see her. The Lord has arrived. Greetings to our Lord. Greetings to our Lord. Quick carried a torch as he led me toward the crowd. At his announcement, the serfs immediately knelt in deference. Rise, I ordered. My lord, this girl is the so-called unlucky girl discovered in Wheatleaf Village. Her name is Vivian, Quick said, bringing forth a bound girl before my horse. The unfortunate maiden was only 15 or 16, with a frail frame and a gaunt face, dressed in nothing but a patched linen dress without even shoes. Such a girl, in her previous life, would still have been sheltered in a greenhouse with her beautiful years just beginning, yet in this world, she was about to be sent to the stake. Quake, how did you determine she's an unfortunate maiden? I asked after scrutinizing her carefully. Unfortunate maidens usually show obvious physical changes after awakening, but my soul transmigration caused the original host's partial memory loss, so I didn't notice anything unusual at first. My lord, it's her eyes. Quick answered casually, then barked at the daughter of misfortune. Lift your head, let the Lord see your eyes. The daughter of misfortune trembled, slowly raising her head. I saw golden circular patterns surrounding her brown irises. There, this is the undeniable proof of her identity as the daughter of misfortune. My lord, shall we take her back to Wheatleaf Village for disposal now? If we delay too long, she might bring misfortune upon the territory. Quick and the crowd of serfs showed no mercy toward the daughter of misfortune. Their so-called disposal meant burning her at the stake. Ding! A daughter of fortune has been discovered. The system's catalog has automatically recorded one daughter of fortune. Please check the details at your convenience, host. At this moment, the system's prompt echoed in my mind. A daughter of fortune? Puzzled, I immediately opened the system to investigate. The system's catalog had transformed into an ancient, exquisitely crafted tome. The information revealed on its first page left me utterly stunned. To verify the details, I turned to the next page. Daughter of fortune, Vivian, semi-awakened, specialty, archery, unique abilities, precise perception, fatal strike. She is a formidable archer. On the day she grows into a divine marksman, even frostbone dragons will tremble before her. She is also an exceptional general. In her primary awakened state, the archer soldiers she leads can master archery within just 1 week, and the soldiers permanently gain a 10% precision perception talent. Note, in primary awakened state, the maximum number of trainees per session is 10. This limit increases with higher awakening levels. I discovered this daughter of fortune is still in a semi-awakened state. Her talents remain unusable, and her aura can be detected by dark creatures. However, a special potion could complete her primary awakening. The recipe for the primary awakening potion is 1 portion of long yam flower, 1 portion of white bell grass, 2 portions of silver shuttle grass. Chapter 3, The Unlucky Maiden. The unlucky maiden is actually a being with miraculous talents? I widened my eyes in disbelief. This simple shift in identity was enough to overturn the entire continent's understanding. Milord, should we now take this unlucky maiden to Wheatleaf Village for disposal? No. I frowned at the frail girl, pondering for a moment before rejecting Captain Quick's suggestion. Perhaps this very girl was the key to solving the dark creature's invasion that would arrive in 1 week. Quick froze in place, as did the surrounding serfs. Seeing their expressions, I realized the truths about the unlucky maiden were known only to me. They simply couldn't understand. So I changed my approach and said, take her back to the castle first. I'm rather tired today, I'll decide her punishment another day. The truth certainly couldn't be revealed, at least not in front of so many people. Once leaked, the consequences would be unpredictable. Yes, my lord. Though Quirk found it hard to understand, as a subordinate he didn't hesitate and began carrying out the order. Wait, my lord, you can't do this. Just then, a voice of dissent rang out from the back of the crowd. The crowd parted as a middle-aged man in silk formal wear advanced on horseback. The steed beneath him was a genuine warhorse, instantly putting my own dappled mare to shame. Magistrate Anthony, at your service, my lord. Riding that magnificent warhorse and effortlessly upstaging me was none other than Stormshire's magistrate. I writes, as the Lord of Stormshire wielding life and death authority over this territory, no one should dare defy my will. The problem is, I only obtained this title and territory because I participated in the Earl's administrative performance competition. When I arrived at Stormwind territory, apart from the horse I rode, all other belongings and subordinates were allocated by the Count, including the butler and the single squad of guards. The guards and the butler were essentially given to me, and they would follow me for the rest of their lives, so they remained utterly loyal. But this civil officer Anthony was different. He was stationed in Stormwind territory for only 3 years, with the additional task of overseeing territorial development and reporting monthly administrative achievements. So, he was actually still the Earl's man, and he himself held the honorary title of Knight, effectively making him a noble of honor. He wasn't afraid of me at all. Anthony, what's your opinion? My voice immediately turned cold. This Anthony was no good. He was deliberately sent by Viscount Aldine to provoke me. Having only arrived in the territory for 2 days, he had already caused me plenty of trouble. As for Viscount Aldine, he was the Earl's younger brother. The fact that I was assigned to this cursed land was all his doing. He even privately assigned Anthony 5 guards on the pretext that Stormwind territory was too dangerous, which emboldened Anthony to act even more recklessly in front of me. My lord, the unlucky girl brings calamity to the territory. How could you, citing mere exhaustion as an excuse, endanger all the people of Stormwind territory? Don't you know the longer such an ill-fated woman remains among us, the more perilous she becomes? Anthony's words struck home, instantly unsettling the serfs who were already gripped by fear of the dark creatures. While it's generally true that burning the unlucky maiden before the meteor shower could prevent the arrival of dark creatures, there have been instances where the dark creatures still attacked despite her death. Though rare, people took this to heart, believing the quicker the unlucky maiden was killed, the better. He added with sarcasm, moreover, Lord, you've been in the territory for over 2 days now but haven't even inspected it. Pray tell, how could you possibly be exhausted? That's right, the Lord hasn't even surveyed Stormwind territory. How could staying in the castle make him tired? For a moment, even the serfs boldly voiced such doubts. Sir Anthony, the Lord fell into a coma from exhaustion-induced fever during his journey here and only regained some strength by noon today. Know your place. Who exactly is the rightful Lord of Stormwind territory? At this moment, Captain Quirk stepped forward to rebut Anthony. Although Quirk had no choice about being assigned to this land of misfortune, serving as a guard captain under a lord was still an opportunity. He hoped I could rise to prominence, preferably becoming a hereditary noble, thus elevating their own status as well. Quirk, you're just a lowly guard captain without any noble title. If you dare show me disrespect again, I'll file a complaint against you at the Tulip City Noble Council. Anthony, who utterly despised the commoner status Quirk, coldly threatened him. Enough, Anthony, this is my Stormfell territory. Everything here falls under my jurisdiction, you included. My stern shout echoed throughout the venue, and my gaze turned icy as I looked at Anthony. Just then, as if sensing my rage, the tiny purple fairy that had been resting quietly in my arms suddenly stirred. She poked half her head out from my collar, surveying our surroundings with big, dewy eyes full of curiosity. Ah, what's that? It's a fairy, and a purple one at that. A real fairy. This is my first time seeing one. How unbelievably beautiful. The little sprite radiated a soft glow, instantly becoming the center of attention in the dark night as serfs and guards gasped in astonishment. Even children as young as 3 or 4 knew about the existence of elemental sprites, for lords often posted rewards throughout their territories year-round for capturing sprites. Anyone who found one would receive gold coins as compensation. In this world, a single gold coin was equivalent to $10,000 in a previous life, enough for a serf family to live comfortably. Faced with such temptation, how could the serfs not be keenly interested? I almost forgot about the little fellow. This is perfect to shut Anthony up. Seeing everyone's astonished expressions, a brilliant idea flashed through my mind. Anthony, weren't you asking why I was exhausted? This is the reason. I was just chasing down this purple sprite. Besides, do you know what a sprite represents? It symbolizes luck, a sign that the god of glory has blessed me. So I'm not worried about misfortune visiting Stormwind territory. My tone grew aggressive, and Anthony was momentarily speechless. Elemental sprites weren't easy to find. Tracking one down required tremendous effort and energy. Yet, discovering a sprite truly did signify good fortune. Have you nothing to say? Administrator Anthony, I now order you to vanish from my sight immediately. Unless you'd prefer I exercise my rights as lord even if it means facing the Earl's punishment afterward, so be it. Anthony's expression flickered uncertainly. He couldn't comprehend how the Baron's previously timid and cowardly second son had suddenly become so formidable before their departure. Finally, under my sharp gaze, he turned to the 5 guards behind him and commanded, "Let's go." Then, he slunk away from the crowd. Quick, disperse the serfs and bring this girl back to the castle. Only then did my tone soften. Yes, my lord. Quake was overjoyed. On just my 2nd day in the territory, I'd already obtained an elemental sprite, a promising beginning. Soon, under the guards' directions, the serfs who had just witnessed the sprite for the first time returned to Wheatleaf Village contentedly. My lord, you've returned. When I arrived at the castle with Quake and the others, Thomas, having heard the news, was already waiting with a servant holding a copper basin. He stepped forward to take the horse's reins. After I dismounted, he swiftly handed me a damp towel to wipe my face and hands. After enjoying the butler's attentive service, I finally spoke comfortably. Thomas, take that girl to the inner keep, have her freshen up, and then bring her to my bedroom. Yes, my lord. Thomas glanced at Vivian, who had kept her head lowered the entire time, neither noticing her identity as the unlucky maiden nor showing any surprise at my order to bring a freshly clean girl to my chambers. Such things were rather common among nobles. The nightlife of the aristocracy was often this simple and mundane. My lord, I shall take my leave as well to arrange the night watch. Quake watched as Thomas led the unlucky maiden into the inner keep. Though he wanted to advise against it, he ultimately held back, merely giving me a complicated look before departing. On the way, everyone thought my persistent fever was due to shock, but now it's clear that wasn't the case. After all, not many nobles would dare to let the unlucky maiden stay overnight in their bedroom unless they had nerves of steel. Go ahead. Unaware that I'd already been labeled a lustful demon in my subordinates' eyes, I dismissed them with a wave and headed into the inner keep. Chapter 4, Vivian. After entering the inner keep, I went straight to the storeroom on the first floor. The system had already provided the formula for Vivian's initial awakening, and fortunately, the herbs required for it were quite common. The castle had them in stock. If Vivian could truly complete her initial awakening, there might be hope of dealing with the dark creature's invasion a week later. I brought the required medicinal herbs to the empty kitchen and brewed the potion in just a few minutes. After disposing of the herbal residue, I returned to the bedroom. The person hasn't been delivered yet. I might as well take this opportunity to see what the system's lottery function is all about. The search function and the Lucky Girl Index have already shown me the system's incredible capabilities. I couldn't wait to see what the lottery feature had to offer. System: I want to draw a lottery. Lottery system activated. Currently, you have one lottery opportunity. Please initiate the draw by pressing the lottery button. As soon as I finished speaking, a large roulette will immediately appear on my retina, displaying various bizarrely shaped fruits. Enhancement fruit improves physical conditioning when consumed. Agility fruit increases nimbleness when consumed. Intelligence fruit boosts cognitive abilities when consumed. To think such incredible items exist, I couldn't help but widen my eyes. This world possesses battle chi, but unfortunately, the original host was born with a frail physique, a cultivation failure who couldn't even gather a battle chi seed by 16. These fruits before me might finally change that situation. Without hesitation, I clicked the lottery activation button. The prize drawing commenced instantly, and the pointer on the large wheel began spinning rapidly. Ding! Congratulations, host, for drawing an enhancement fruit. It has been stored in the system panel. Please retrieve it at your convenience. Ha, excellent. I was overjoyed. Increasing agility wasn't my priority right now. What I urgently needed was a fruit that could improve my weak physique. Only by cultivating battle aura and becoming strong enough could I survive more safely in this dangerous world. After the prize wheel disappeared, I immediately took out the enhancement fruit. It was a golden fruit about the size of a lychee, and the moment it left the system panel, I caught a whiff of an alluring fragrance. I hope the effects are as good as your appearance. The golden fruit's aroma made my mouth water uncontrollably. Without hesitation, I popped it into my mouth. Oh, this feels amazing? My eyes widened as I swallowed the enhancement fruit. The moment the fruit was bitten into, it instantly transformed into a warm current that slid down into my stomach, then spread throughout my entire body, indescribably comfortable. The warm current's effects lasted for over a minute before fading, and the enhancement fruit left neither peel nor seed behind. Truly delicious and magical, just wonder how effective it'll be. I grew quietly excited and walked to the bedside to draw my longsword. My strength has truly increased, and at least more than doubled, I exclaimed in amazement, gripping the longsword with one hand. This longsword was a typical Western two-handed cruciform sword, weighing approximately 2 kilograms. In the past, when I held it level with one hand, my arm would definitely tremble violently, but now it remained perfectly steady. The sword in my hand felt as light as a wooden practice blade. Then, I thrust straight, slashed horizontally, cut diagonally, continuously swinging the blade in my moderately spacious bedroom until I finally confirmed the strength increase wasn't an illusion. Now my strength is slightly greater than that of an average adult. Thud thud thud. My lord, the female serf you requested has finished washing. Just then, knocking sounds came from outside the bedroom. What did he mean by the female serf I requested? Hearing this knock, 2 black lines appeared on my forehead. This steward really has no tact. This could be misinterpreted as tarnishing my noble image. But since I'm a magnanimous lord, resolving the issue with the unlucky maiden takes priority now. Come in. I calmly sheathed my longsword. The door slowly opened as butler Thomas respectfully escorted the freshly groomed Vivian into the bedroom. My lord, is there anything else I can assist you with? After delivering her, Thomas, fully aware that I had urgent matters to attend to, promptly prepared to take his leave. That will be all, Butler Thomas. You may retire now. At this point, I realized the old butler had completely misinterpreted the situation. Truly, this was a classic case of mud in the pants. If it's not shit, it still looks like shit. Any attempt at explanation would be futile now. Yes, my lord. Wishing you a pleasant evening. Thomas bowed impassively, then carefully closed the bedroom door. The moment the door closed, I caught an odd look in his eyes. He must be thinking, my lord has barely recovered today, and yet immediately, come here. After Thomas left, Vivian, now wearing a maid's uniform, appeared flustered and rooted to the spot. Noticing this, I gently pointed to the couch beside me. Why yes, my lord. Vivian dared not disobey, shrinking forward timidly. But she didn't dare sit on the couch, instead dropping straight to her knees on the floor. I was about to stop her but held back. The strict hierarchical system was deeply ingrained in the hearts of everyone in this world. For a serf, Kneeling in the castle's bedroom was probably the only way she could feel remotely at ease. "Your name is Vivian?" I asked. "Why yes, Lord," Vivian replied in a voice as faint as a mosquito's hum, her head lowered. "Do you have any other family?" I have a younger sister." Vivian wasn't a native of Stormwind territory, she'd been exiled here 2 years ago. The reason was that her sister awakened as the daughter of misfortune and was reported by their father for the bounty, ultimately burned at the stake. Since the trait of the daughter of misfortune can occasionally be hereditary, both she and her younger sister were sent to Stormwind territory. This land of ill fortune would be their final destination. After answering, Vivian suddenly realized something and nervously continued, "My lord, though I am a daughter of misfortune, my sister has nothing to do with it. She definitely won't bring bad luck. Please don't punish her. I'm willing to serve you diligently, and I'd even go to the stake to dispel the curse." I was taken aback. My intention had merely been to ease Vivian's nerves with casual conversation, yet it had the opposite effect. "Why would you think I'd harm your sister?" Vivian trembled slightly before finally raising her head to glance at me. Seeing my face still filled with kindness, she cautiously began, replying to you, my lord, 3 years ago. Vivian explained the reason: due to repeated invasions by dark creatures and the death of the previous lord, the last ruler had issued a brutal order 3 years ago to kill all female relatives of the daughters of misfortune on the territory who were capable of bringing calamity, regardless of whether they had awakened their powers. Because of this order, dozens of girls died in Stormwind territory at that time. Vivian and her sister had been exiled here the following year, which was why they escaped the slaughter. But that terrible event had planted deep fear in the hearts of the girls who came afterward. After hearing this, I frowned. Such cruelty was beyond what I, a transmigrator, could have imagined. However, the lord from 3 years ago should have been Baron Doc, who was already killed by dark creatures, a fitting end for his crimes. "Vivian, look up and meet my eyes." I knew that to win this girl over, I first needed to dispel the fear in her heart. Otherwise, because of Baron Doc's cruel actions, these girls might project his image onto me. After all, in the eyes of serfs, all nobles are the same, and I am nobility too. Hearing my tone that brooked no refusal, Vivian trembled as she slowly raised her head. Now washed clean, with no trace of dirt on her face, the bright candlelight in the bedroom revealed Vivian to be a surprisingly beautiful girl. Her fair complexion was rare among serfs, paired with delicate petite features and large bright eyes. Were it not for her excessively frail frame, she could easily outshine most noble ladies in Tulip City. "Vivian, I won't send you to the stake, nor will I harm your sister." I stared intensely into her eyes as I solemnly pledged. "Not sending me to the stake?" Vivian's eyes were filled with confusion. If a daughter of misfortune wasn't executed, she would bring calamity upon the territory. Noticing her bewilderment, I reached out with both hands, placed them on her shoulders, and gently lifted her to sit on the sofa. "Not only will I not burn you, I intend to appoint you as captain of the guards." My words left Vivian even more stunned. "See, captain of the guards?" Vivian was momentarily speechless. Not only was he not burning her, the daughter of misfortune, but making her captain of the guards? She thought I must either be out of my mind or trying to mock her. "I am Narante." I asked Vivian if she believed what I said. Though inwardly skeptical, she nodded and said she did. Without bothering to verify her sincerity, I picked up the prepared primary awakening potion and brought it to her, instructing her to drink it. After drinking the potion, she soon fell asleep on the sofa. I quietly laid her down, covered her with a blanket, and then returned to my own bed to sleep. Quark's earlier words had unsettled me, and coupled with the days of high fever during the journey, my mind was utterly exhausted. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room as Vivian's eyelashes fluttered, signaling her imminent awakening. She slept soundly, the softness beneath her and the faint fragrance in the room unlike anything she had experienced in her dark, damp shack. Suddenly realizing she was in my bedroom, she hastily sat up and flipped open the blanket to check her clothes. Only after confirming they were intact did she let out a relieved sigh. Yet the next moment, her eyes dimmed again. She believed my words from last night were lies. Her heart ached for her 12-year-old sister, remembering how the girl had foraged for wild herbs and berries with her, never crying from hunger but instead sensibly trying to cheer her up. Silently, she prayed to bear all misfortune herself, if only her sister could live on in peace. "You're awake," I whispered from the doorway. My lord." She hurriedly slipped off the couch and knelt barefoot on the floor. I motioned for her to rise, saying, "Vivian, look who's here." "Sister," came a familiar voice from the entrance, her younger sister Lilia, dressed in a brand new maid's uniform. Vivian was overjoyed. She thought she'd never see her sister again. Lilia explained that I'd arranged for her to work at the castle as a maid, earning 10 copper coins a day. Vivian looked at me in disbelief, and I nodded with a smile, saying, "From now on, you will be my captain of the guard, and your sister will become a maid in the castle. This way, you can serve me with peace of mind. Are you willing?" I am willing. "Thank you, my lord." Her eyes turned slightly red, realizing that my words from last night were genuine. But she then mentioned that she didn't know how to fight wars. Just as I was thinking about it, the system issued a side quest, helped the lucky maiden Vivian understand her abilities. The reward was information about the second little spirit. This was an unexpected delight for me. I had originally planned to let Vivian showcase her abilities anyway. I told her not to worry, saying she'd soon realize her own abilities, and instructed them to go eat. After the meal, I would officially appoint her as captain of the guards. Later, I took them to the first floor and handed them over to Steward Thomas. Sitting at the 6-meter-long dining table enjoying a sumptuous breakfast, I was nearly finished when the footman brought Captain Quick to me. I asked if everything was ready, and Quick replied he'd brought the 10 young serfs I requested, 4 of them former hunters, while the others were the strongest in the territory. I nodded in approval. These 10 youths would form my second guard squad, assembled specifically to counterbalance Anthony's influence. After speaking, I picked up an exquisite mask and left the dining hall. In the castle courtyard, Vivian, having finished her breakfast, was watching Thomas teach Lilia how to be a maid. "My lord," she exclaimed upon seeing me, immediately suppressing her smile and kneeling in salute. I motioned for her to rise and handed her the mask, instructing her to wear it whenever she left the castle grounds. This mask had been found in the castle storeroom, previously used by nobles for masquerade balls. This castle has seen 4 barons come to ruin, leaving behind many objects nobody cared about, which ultimately benefited me. Vivian took it and obediently put it on. I was astonished. The mask was exquisite, with intricate openwork patterns that looked magnificent against her fair skin, blending elegance with wildness in a truly captivating way. Outside the castle, 10 poorly clad youths knelt in greeting, their faces brimming with joy. When I asked if they knew what they were signing up for, they said yes. I formally declared them my subordinates, Narrant Barrack's men, now soldiers of Stormwind territory. They excitedly swore their loyalty, thereby earning their qualification to shed their serf status. I said, "Excellent. Now meet your captain. Vivian, come here." The moment my words fell, an uproar broke out among everyone. The young serfs and even Cork all wore expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. Chapter 6, The Titled Knight. Lord, you're appointing Vivian as the captain of the guards? Isn't that inappropriate? This time, Quick didn't hesitate. What a joke. If the Lord merely wanted to use the Lady of Misfortune to relieve some boredom, that would be one thing, but making her the captain of the guards? That was utterly absurd. For the safety of the territory and their lord, Quick felt it his duty as captain of the guards to voice his concerns. And why exactly is it inappropriate? My lord, Vivian is indeed a daughter of misfortune, and her abilities. Quark responded under pressure. Quark, the day before yesterday I had a dream. In it, the god of glory revealed to me that the daughter of misfortune does not bring calamity, but rather bestows fortune upon me. Narrant had anticipated this moment and prepared his explanation using theology to justify everything, for in this backward world, theological claims could pass as absolute truth. This, Quark and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Perhaps you think a single dream proves nothing, but let me tell you, aside about the daughter of misfortune, the purple sprite I found last night was also a revelation given to me by the glory god in my dream. So, this proves that the glory god has indeed bestowed favor upon me, Nayland Barrack. As a knight of lordship, this is my honor, and I shall uphold the will of the glory god. Now, do you all understand? Understood, my lord. Though still brimming with doubt, since it involved the glory god and was supported by the evidence of the purple sprite, Quake and the others dared not voice their skepticism any longer. In this world, the favor of the god of glory is like the auspicious signs of ancient times in his previous life. You might not believe in such omens, but if you directly told the emperor that they were fake, you'd be absolutely done for. Good. Now that you understand, quickly greet your new captain. Nathaniel nodded with satisfaction. He didn't need Quirk and the others to fully believe him. He merely needed to gently guide them so they wouldn't resist fiercely. After all, in this world where lords held absolute authority, he could always use the lord's might to suppress any objections. Greetings, Captain Vivian. The 10 serf recruits, having no say in the matter to begin with, showed no hesitation upon hearing the command and immediately saluted Vivian. Hello there. Faced with the salute from over a dozen young men, Vivian grew flustered. She hastily returned the gesture before turning to look pleadingly at Narante. You were just questioning why Vivian is qualified to be the guard captain, weren't you? Well, I'll have her prove it to you right now. Nalante stepped forward unhurriedly, taking a longbow from a guard beside Keek and handing it to Vivian. Vivian, fire an arrow for them to see. Aim for that wild fruit on the tree. Narant pointed at a fruit tree not far from the castle. Due to long-term neglect, numerous small trees had grown outside the castle, one of which, standing over 2 meters tall, bore over 10 bright red wild fruits. Yes, my lord, but sir, I don't know how to shoot arrows. Vivian instinctively took the longbow, only to realize she'd never handled one before. Quick and the other guards exchanged peculiar expressions at this scene, bewildered by their lord's uncharacteristically absurd behavior today. No, Vivian, you can shoot arrows. This is a gift bestowed upon you by the god of glory. You're just not familiar with it yet. Now let me teach you how. Nathaniel showed no surprise as he calmly stepped behind Vivian, pressing close against her back and grasping both her hands firmly. First, Grip the longbow tightly with your left hand. Then, knock the arrow and pinch its tail end with your right. Raise your bow toward the target, draw and aim, loose. Thud. Under Nathaniel's hands-on guidance, Vivian finally accomplished her very first shot in life. However, the outcome was far from ideal, somewhat awkward, even. The arrow slowly slipped from the longbow, flying crookedly for just a few meters before dropping to the ground with no force whatsoever. Seeing this, Quake and the others lowered their heads, faces red with suppressed laughter. They were terribly worried they might burst out laughing and earn themselves a whipping from the Lord. How was it? Did you feel anything? What everyone didn't know, however, was that Vivian, who had been completely clueless about archery until now, was undergoing a sudden change. At the moment the arrow was released, an odd sensation welled up within Vivian's heart. She couldn't tell where this feeling came from, but Vivian suddenly felt an inexplicable familiarity with the longbow in her hands. I can feel it, my lord. Vivian inexplicably nodded with great determination. Excellent. Then you'll take it from here. Nayland responded with an encouraging smile. Though it's quite disrespectful to say this about his lordship, if Vivian can actually hit that target, I'll eat my own damn longbow. Captain Quirk silently mused as he gazed at the fruit tree over 50 meters away. Hitting a wild fruit barely the size of a fist at such distance, even he, as captain of the guard, wouldn't dare guarantee such a shot. Inhale, exhale, inhale, hold. Vivian slowly knocked another arrow before raising her longbow to take aim. Even she herself hadn't noticed that her breathing rhythm had subtly synchronized with the longbow's aiming, achieving the optimal breathing pattern that only seasoned archers could master. Now, after holding her breath, the golden patterns in Vivian's eyes suddenly gleamed with a sharp light. In that instant, Vivian clearly perceived the perfect moment to release the arrow. Whoosh! With a piercing whistle, the arrow shot forward at incredible speed. How is this possible? Quick's eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago he'd thought this was all some ridiculous farce. The shrill whistle of the arrow signaled its tremendous launch speed. Don't underestimate this detail, which could only be achieved by a highly skilled archer's technique. Without sufficient mastery, even the slightest tremor of the wrist could weaken the arrow's propulsion force, or completely fail to release it at all. Thunk! Actually hit. What shocked Quirk even more was what came next. Under everyone's gaze, the arrow pierced through a fruit over 50 meters away with lightning speed, then continued its momentum to embed itself in the muddy ground another 4 or 5 meters beyond. Whoosh! At that moment, a second shrill whistle rang across the field. It was Vivian instinctively releasing another arrow. And after the second arrow was loosed, the expressions of everyone present drastically changed. By the gods, this can't be real, because faint red light actually flickered along the shaft of this second arrow. Bang! As the arrow accurately hit the distant fruit, it instantly exploded and turned to dust. Is this battle aura? The daughter of misfortune is actually a titled knight? Quake's voice trembled as he looked at his lord in disbelief. Truly worthy of being called the daughter of fortune, her innate talent is no weaker than battle aura. Amidst the astonished gasps, only Nayland remained calm. Vivian currently had no battle aura, of course. The reason she could inflict such damage was solely due to her extraordinary innate abilities. However, Narrant offered no explanation to quell Quirk and the others' bewilderment, allowing them to mistake Vivian for a title knight instead. In this world, possessing battle aura meant transcending the ordinary. Whether one was a commoner or a serf, acquiring battle aura would guarantee recruitment by nobility, elevating them to a superior status. Thus, those who wielded battle aura were customarily addressed as title knights. Bronze Knight, Silver Knight, and Gold Knight represent the hierarchical divisions of combat strength levels. According to Narrant's calculations, although Vivian hasn't awakened battle energy after her awakening, her combat ability already approaches that of a junior Bronze Knight. Chapter 7. True Submission. My lord, I'm sorry, I reflexively fired the second arrow just now. Vivian had emerged from the mystical sensation, noticing Quirk and the others staring at her with strange expressions, which made her somewhat uncomfortable. After all, just yesterday she had been a helpless peasant girl. Even now, with extraordinary power at her disposal, Vivian still felt somewhat at a loss. You did very well, Vivian. Now you understand why I appointed you as the captain of the guards? Nathaniel spoke softly to encourage her. My lord, I understand. Vivian nodded and replied in a low voice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. Mission reward information. A little fairy will fall during the next meteor shower. At this moment, Narrant heard the system notification in his mind. Another fairy is about to appear. Narrant was overjoyed. After all, in other baronies, seeing 1 or 2 fairies a year was considered lucky. Yet here, fairies were appearing 2 weeks in a row. This was truly a land of fortune. Suppressing his excitement, Narrant finally scanned his surroundings. What about you all? Lord, we've got the message too. Aside from Vivian's impeccable archery skills, her status as a titled knight alone left no room for doubt among the crowd. Even Quake, who had just snapped out of his shock, immediately stepped forward and knelt before Narrant. My lord, Quake acknowledges his mistake. I beg for your punishment, Knight of Title. Although Vivian might appear frail and delicate now, once she masters combat skills, Quick knew that even 5 of him wouldn't be a match for her. Moreover, the fact that the daughter of misfortune had awakened battle aura made Quick instinctively believe his lord's earlier words. Perhaps this truly was a divine revelation from the glorious god. Otherwise, how could such a thing have happened? Quick, I am no foolish lord who would punish you for your loyalty and sense of duty. Rise. Narant nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, me lord. I swear to serve you with my life. At this moment, Quirk was deeply moved, genuinely recognizing this lord of his from the bottom of his heart. In previous days, although he had been loyal, it was more mechanical, like obeying orders out of duty. But now, his lord had not only displayed wisdom and generosity but also gained the favor of the god of glory. As a subordinate, how could he not offer his wholehearted devotion to such a lord? I swear to serve my lord with my life. It wasn't just Quirk, the 10 other guards assigned by the count similarly came to truly recognize their lord, just as Quirk had. Excellent. All of you, rise. From this day forward, as long as you serve with all your heart, you will one day feel honored by this decision. Narante was extremely satisfied. Today, he not only resolved Vivian's matter but also truly won the loyalty of these guards. Yes, my lord. Quick and the others responded with shining eyes, visibly thrilled. As the saying goes, when a man attains enlightenment, even his pets ascend to heaven. If Narante were to one day become a hereditary baron or even a viscount, he would gain the right to confer feudal titles and they would have the chance to earn military merits and become minor noble lords themselves. Good. However, regarding today's events, it must not be known to outsiders for now. All of you must strictly guard your tongues, not a single word is to be leaked. Understood? In the next moment, Narante's expression turned grave. As you command, my lord. Very well, Quick. Now distribute the longbows to these new guards, ordered Nalante. Then he turned to Vivian. Vivian, as their captain, their training is now in your hands. Afraid that Vivian might not know how to instruct them, Naren added, all you need to do is have them practice shooting constantly and make sure no one slacks off. For now, Nalante only needed the 10 serfs from the second squad to learn archery to deal with the dark creature invasion a week from now. As for other tactical skills, they would have to wait until after the crisis was over. By then, Naren still had quite a few training techniques from his past life's military training and online resources in mind. Quake, has the castle's armory been fully inventoried? Riding his horse along the dirt roads of Stormwind territory, Naren turned to Quake and asked, my lord, the inventory is complete. There are 5 functional longswords in the castle and 12 longbows that can be pieced together. As per your orders, 11 of those longbows have already been issued to the 2nd Guard Squad. However, there are only 50-some ready-to-use arrows, and the remaining 200 arrowheads will require intact shafts to be purchased before they can be utilized. Over 100 arrows, that's a bit scarce. Just like those masquerade masks, quite a few weapons remained in the castle, though most were outdated or damaged relics, with barely any still functional. Longswords weren't Lord Renault's immediate concern, what he really lacked were arrows, whether for training or combating the dark creatures. Clearly, 5 arrows per soldier would never suffice for a serious battle. It seems I'll have to go shopping in the neighboring territory. Pour me with my mere 10 gold coins. Who knows how long they'll last? Little one, I hope you can deliver and surprise me. Naren suppressed the bitterness in his heart and focused his attention on the tiny purple sprite in his hand. With Vivian's arrival, Naren decided not to sell the purple sprite after all. After all, such things were priceless treasures, no noble would sell them for money unless absolutely desperate. The purple pixie's function is to enhance the quality of crops on a specific plot of land. If one is fortunate enough to enhance a fruit-bearing plant, it transforms into a magical fruit, capable of boosting the physique of titled knights. Such fruits are highly sought after in the market. Even if the outcome isn't ideal, enhancing a plant that aligns with the pixie's tastes is still highly beneficial. The tulip family, for instance, rose to prominence and earned their earldom by cultivating enchanted tulips with such magical properties. Of course, the exact nature of the enchanted plant one obtains depends entirely on luck. It's ultimately the pixie's choice to make. If luck is extremely poor, it's not impossible to end up with some worthless magical herb plants. Oh, there's a reaction. At that moment, Naren suddenly sensed cheerful psychic waves emanating from the little sprite, a sign the tiny creature had found a planet favored. Go on, little one. Naren immediately tossed the sprite forward. After being thrown, the small creature hovered about 10 centimeters above the ground and began advancing. Everyone, follow me. Nathaniel spurred his flank, urging his horse into a faster gallop. Chapter 8: The Swordwood Forest. This is a swordwood forest, could it be? Halting his horse before a grove outside May Village, Nalen's face brimmed with delight. The swordwood tree has a straight, smooth trunk resembling a bamboo stalk, growing up to 7 or 8 meters tall when mature, with a maximum stem diameter of 7 centimeters. Its drawbacks are its hollow interior and insufficient hardness, which limit its applications. It's primarily used for crafting scabbards, hence the origin of its name swordwood. Nothing is absolute, and swordwood becomes a rare and precious material under one circumstance, when its quality is enhanced by sprites. Once improved by sprites, swordwood becomes exceptionally hard yet flexible, making it difficult to cut through even with iron tools in a single strike. At this stage, swordwood can be directly used as spears or lances without needing processing, and its lightweight nature makes it practically a natural weapon. Even immature swordwood can serve as high-quality arrow shafts, their value rivaling that of magical fruits without any disadvantage. Just as Nalante was rejoicing, the violet glow emanating from the fairy grew increasingly dazzling, then rippled outward in concentric circles like waves. When these undulating violet radiance swept across each swordwood tree, the timber immediately absorbed the purple light, causing the bark's surface to become glossy and sleek. Ah, just as I thought. We're rich. Nalante laughed heartily. And my lord, these are swordwood trees? Kyuk and his men, who had been traveling on foot, only now managed to catch up to the forest edge by running. Seeing an entire grove of swordwood, their eyes widened in astonishment. Congratulations, my lord. The god of glory has truly blessed you. Quake was at a loss for words to express his admiration for the lord's luck. This was simply too fortuitous. Although ironwood trees were widely distributed across the duchy, very few were chosen by purple fairies to become magical herb plants. In the entire earldom, only the earl himself possessed a grove of them. Each magical ironwood tree was worth 1 silver coin. Under normal circumstances, a fairy could affect plants within an acre of land, and within that acre, there were at least 300 to 400 ironwood trees equivalent to 300 to 400 silver coins. As Nalante and Quake were speaking, the purple fairy dimmed its glow and darted into the woods, then selected the thickest and tallest ironwood tree and began to circle it rapidly. Seeing this, Nalante walked up to a swordwood sapling no thicker than his pinky finger and drew the longsword from his waist. Clang! With a metallic clink, the slender wooden sword was severed by Nalante's blade, though his own sharp sword now bore a shallow dent from the impact. To call something this hard and resilient mere wood, this truly is a fantasy world. Nalante marveled to himself. Quirk, from now on assign 2 guards to protect this swordwood grove. We must ensure the safety of the swordwood sprites. After confirming the quality of the swordwood, Narant issued his orders. Generally, beasts and magical creatures wouldn't attack sprites, but Narant still needed to guard against dark creatures and humans themselves, especially with Anthony present in the territory. By the way, didn't you say there were still over 200 arrowheads in the castle? Mobilize the guards these next few nights to craft arrows using these small swordwood trees. Yes, my lord. With the arrowheads and wooden shafts ready, crafting arrows required little skill, something Quirk and his guards were perfectly capable of handling. After giving his instructions and leaving 2 guards behind, Nalante returned directly to the castle. From now on, the fairy would coexist with the swordwood here, and Nalante generally wouldn't take it away again. By staying with its symbiotic plant, the fairy could not only continue enhancing the newly grown swordwood trees, but also had a certain chance of undergoing metamorphosis and evolution. Elemental fairies have 3 evolutionary states: lesser fairy, greater fairy, and angelic fairy. A small sprite typically has a lifespan of 10 years and can affect crops within a 1-acre range. However, if it is fortunate enough to evolve into a greater sprite, its lifespan extends to 100 years, and its range of influence expands to 10 acres. If it further evolves into an angelic sprite, its lifespan can reach 300 to 400 years, with its effective area extending to 100 acres. It can be said that while small sprites are precious, the benefits they bring to a territory are short-term. Great elves and angelic elves are the true foundation of a noble family. Take the swordwood sprite, for example. If it succeeds in its metamorphosis, even just evolving into a great elf, it would be enough to guarantee Nathaniel a steady and inexhaustible stream of income for the next century. Of course, the metamorphosis of fairies depends entirely on luck. 1 in 100 would be an understatement. While feeding fairy dust to them daily might slightly improve the odds, it's still a considerable expense, akin to buying lottery tickets. Returning to the castle, Narant made his way to the rear garden, where he intended to begin cultivating his battle aura. The reason why the original host was long unable to become a titled knight and earned the reputation of a cultivation failure was due to his inherently frail physique. But thanks to the strengthening fruit, his constitution now surpasses that of an average grown man. Blazing aura technique. Nathaniel slowly pulled out a thin manual from his chest. Though this aura technique manual spanned only a few pages, its value amounted to at least 300 gold coins, equivalent to over 3 million in his previous life. It was the well-guarded secret of his barrack family. After reviewing the contents of the Dochi manual, Narant began his meditation practice according to its instructions. The cultivation of Dochi involves 2 essential elements. The first is tempering the body to strengthen its physical condition. The second is meditating to absorb the Do-Chi elements from the world, guiding the Do-Chi into the body and ultimately forming a Do-Chi seed within. Once the Do-Chi seed takes shape, one officially becomes a true title knight. Relaxing his mind and closing his eyes, Nayland quickly entered a peculiar state as he extended his senses. In his perception, the surroundings weren't pitch black but filled with numerous dots of light in varying colors. These were precisely the reason why this fantastical world could harness combat aura. Nayland immediately focused his attention on the red dots of light among all the elements. These red dots of light were fire attribute battle energy, and Nalante needed to guide them into his body, accumulating a sufficient amount to form the seed of battle energy. After he had transmigrated, Nalante had tried countless times over the past few days, but each attempt to draw fire attribute battle energy into his body was extremely difficult. His narrow energy meridians simply could not accommodate enough battle energy, making it impossible to reach the threshold required to form a battle energy seed. Energy meridians are like balloons. When they're too small, even a tiny amount of battle energy can cause blockages. If you forcibly try to cram more in, not only does it become unbearably painful, but there's also the danger of rupturing the meridians and risking your life. But now, Nalante's energy meridians had expanded to twice their original width. Such spacious meridians were more than enough to contain the battle energy required to form a battle energy seed. Everything is ready except the east wind. Narent's face lit up with excitement. All he needed now was to continuously absorb the fire attribute combat aura from the world into his body. Once he accumulated enough to form an aura seed, he could directly become a titled knight. Chapter 9, You mean combat aura? Due to the imminent crisis of the Dark Creatures invasion, Narent spent most of the following days training and preparing inside his castle. As for matters like inspecting the territory and addressing civilian concerns, they would have to wait until after resolving this life or death crisis. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The rectangular castle dining hall, spanning over 80 square meters, felt spacious and serene, its only drawback being the current lack of sufficient decorations. An outdated bronze chandelier dangled from above, hardly showcasing the lord's wealth. At that moment, Baron Nayland sat alone at the long table, dining with knife and fork in hand. My lord, Captain Vivian reports that the small pits you ordered dug are complete, and Captain Quick has successfully invited Lord Anthony. Steward Thomas hurried into the dining hall. Yes, it should be about time, Naylante replied with a nod. Boom, boom, boom. At that very moment, several explosive cracks suddenly echoed across the sky, accompanied by intermittent flashes of light that followed each thunderous roar. It's begun, Nalante murmured, setting down his knife and fork. The greatest crisis Stormwind territory had yet to face was about to descend with tonight's meteor shower. Thomas, remember, no one is to open the castle gates without my orders. Standing up, Narent once again sternly reminded Thomas. Yes, my lord. Having received the response, Narent grasped the long sword at his waist and strode out of the dining hall. Tonight, Narent was fully armed. Not only did he wear the double protection of chainmail and leather armor, but his left wrist and head were also equipped with a small round shield and a helmet. Together with the long sword at his waist, this complete set of combat gear weighed at least 20-some pounds. In the past, wearing this gear would have left Narent feeling strained, but now he moved with steady and effortless strides. Because just last night, Nalante finally gathered enough fire attribute battle energy to condense a seed of it within his body, becoming a powerful title knight. Greetings, my lord. Greetings, my lord. When Narent arrived outside the castle, Quake and Vivian had already been waiting with the guards for quite some time. Everyone was somewhat surprised to see Nayland in full armor. As for Anthony, witnessing Nayland like this stirred even greater unease in his heart. If they weren't still outside the castle, he would have mounted his warhorse and left without hesitation. My lord, may I ask why you've summoned me so late at night? Anthony cautiously inquired. Anthony, tonight is the night of shooting stars. I merely invited you to admire the meteor shower from the castle. Nayland replied with a smile. Hearing this, Anthony's face darkened, thinking Nathaniel was making fun of him. Apologies, my lord, but as the civil administrator, my duties are rather pressing. Since your lordship has no official business with me, I shall take my leave. With that, Anthony prepared to depart. Alas, my lord, a massive meteor shower is heading straight toward us. At this very moment, one of the guards suddenly shouted in alarm. Everyone then turned their horrified gazes skyward. Earlier, though they had seen the meteor shower appear, it was a weekly occurrence. Though nervous, everyone could still maintain their composure. But now it was different. 20 or 30 meteors from the shower were actually streaking toward them. We're doomed! We're doomed! The guards turned pale, their limbs trembling uncontrollably. The only one who remained calm in the field was Narent alone, because he knew exactly how many creatures would invade tonight and that their landing site was less than 200 meters from the castle. Is this the land of misfortune? We've only been here a little over a week, and already we're facing such a massive wave of dark creatures. Anthony trembled as he watched the meteor shower-like descent of the creatures from the sky. He was well aware of how the previous lords had met their ends. My lord, it's dangerous here. Quickly, retreat to the castle. Quick and the others snapped to attention, gathering around to escort Nathaniel back to the castle. No, Quick! The experiences of 4 lords before me have shown us that hiding in this dilapidated castle offers no hope against the dark creatures. So, Nathaniel's gaze swept across each of their faces before he abruptly drew his sword with a metallic ring. So tonight, our only chance is to strike while the dark creatures are still landing, and before they've fully regained their strength, we must kill them all. The dark creatures, upon landing, enter a weakened state lasting about 5 minutes, whether from the impact or other factors remains unclear. During this period, their strength diminishes by more than half, leaving Narent with this single opportunity to eliminate tonight's threat. Boom! 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 As Narent raised his longsword high, the meteor shower finally struck the ground in rapid succession. The deafening roars sent tremors through every heart present. Madness! You're insane, Narent! 10 guards and 10 unarmored serfs, that's your plan? Anthony stared at him as if witnessing utter folly. Antony, I don't care what your purpose is in coming to Stormwind territory, but if you want to survive, I need you to follow my orders. You don't have to join the fight, but I'm temporarily requisitioning your 5 guards. Nathaniel finally revealed the reason he had summoned Antony. Though Antony was a despicable man, his 5 guards were former soldiers from the Count's personal guard, not only well-trained, but fully equipped with weapons and leather armor. Impossible! I won't join this madman's suicidal venture. 20 or 30 dark creatures? Even an actual baron might not withstand that assault, let alone a mere lord like you without combat aura. Nathaniel, your subordinates barely number 20 including serfs. This is sheer madness. With that, Antony prepared to mount his horse. Antony, do you really think you can escape now? Look ahead, the road's already blocked by dark creatures. Nathaniel had anticipated this stubborn resistance, which was precisely why he'd invited Antony to the castle gates in advance. Sure enough, when Anthony looked out toward the castle grounds, the newly fallen meteorite had completely blocked the only exit. Narent's castle wasn't built on flat ground but rather stood atop an isolated hill. The noble who originally constructed this castle had the surrounding earth and rock excavated on all sides, leaving only a gently sloping path about 10 meters wide in front of the castle as the sole access route. Without needing a moat, the sheer 30-meter cliffs surrounding the castle thus rendered it impossible for enemies to attack from multiple directions. Likewise, if Narante and his companions wanted to leave the castle now, they could only descend via this gentle slope about 40 to 50 meters long ahead. The dark creatures had already begun slowly crawling out of the crater. If Anthony were to run over there now, he might very well find himself surrounded by them. Narante assumed that in such a situation, Anthony would finally behave sensibly. However, Narante had underestimated just how terrified of death Anthony was, or perhaps how low Anthony's moral boundaries truly ran. Seeing no hope of escape, Anthony hatched a desperate plan, setting his sights on Narante's squad of guards. Are you people really going to follow this madman Narent to your deaths? Let me tell you, the dark creatures are terrifying beyond measure. Forget about taking the initiative to attack, even defending within the castle. Those never-repaired gates won't hold against their assault. This dilapidated castle has already been breached 4 times. So, if you want to live, now's your only chance. Everyone, flee with me, charge out together. Anthony was trying to rally Narent's guards to escape with him. Only if everyone charged into the dark creatures together could he safely escape on his warhorse. Anthony, you're digging your own grave. Narent was stunned by Anthony's shamelessness. As time slipped away, his impatience became increasingly evident. Could it be anything else? Just think, why would so many dark creatures attack if not because your lord failed to kill the unlucky maiden? Anthony showed no fear of Narent's threat, hiding behind his 5 guards as he continued to stir the crowd with his words. Anthony, I'm asking you one last time, will you follow orders or not? Narante was truly furious. If he let the man continue spouting nonsense any longer, it would ruin his grand plans. Narent, don't even think about it. You 5, protect me. The rest of you, flee with me. If we don't escape now, it'll be too late. Don't throw your lives away for a useless lord like him. If it weren't for the Earl's decree, he'd just be a pitiful second son of a baron, without even the slightest grasp of combat aura. You're asking for death, and I'll gladly oblige. Without further ado, Narent erupted in crimson aura the next instant, charging straight at the 5 guards shielding Anthony. Brant, now wielding battle aura, was no match for the 5 guards. In an instant, they were sent sprawling, and Brant appeared right before Anthony. How could? Thud. Without giving Anthony a chance to react, the longsword plunged straight into his chest under his horrified gaze. Were you asking about the battle aura? My apologies, but I'm already a titled knight. Chapter 10 The Pledge of Allegiance. Silence. As Narent's longsword pierced into Anthony's body, a brief hush fell over the scene. Only the sound of blood continuously gushing from Anthony's mouth remained, his ragged breathing echoing like a broken bellows. Beyond the shock of Narent killing Anthony with his own hands, the crowd was even more astonished to discover he had become a titled knight. Protect the Lord. Moments later, Quick and the others drew their swords and moved beside Narent, while Vivian aimed her longbow at Anthony's 5 guards. Although these 5 guards wouldn't stand a chance against Narent if they fought now, quick swift reaction greatly pleased him. Even Vivian's decisive stance seemed remarkably commendable. Waving his hand to signal Quick and the others to stand down, Naren turned to the 5 guards. Now I'll give you a choice, die, or pledge your loyalty to me from this day forward. This urgent situation left little time to waste, and Naren needed to resolve the matter quickly. My lord, this isn't proper. After all, Anthony is nobility. Keeping survivors would. Quake immediately cautioned upon hearing this. In this world, nobles may kill commoners or serfs, but slaying another noble is absolutely forbidden. For killing a noble without just cause is a grave crime. Even if a noble is guilty, only the noble council holds authority to pass judgment. Now that Nalante has killed Anthony, if the noble council were to learn of it, the lightest punishment would be the stripping of his title, while the most severe would be a life for a life. I know, Quick. Nalante motioned for him to be silent. He was well aware of the consequences of killing nobles, but these were extraordinary times. Keeping these 5 guards alive would significantly increase their chances against the dark creatures tonight. We pledge our loyalty to you, Lord Narante. The 5 guards from Anthony's retinue were now utterly terrified. Faced with Narante's offer, they exchanged glances before kneeling without hesitation. They had merely been assigned by Alding to protect Anthony, to whom they had never sworn personal allegiance. Therefore, his death would not cause them to resent Narante. Moreover, in the current situation, if they dared to say no, they would only end up as corpses. Very well. Each of you stab Anthony once, and I shall accept your loyalty. Moreover, I will find a way to bring your families over from Tulip City. Thank you, my lord. The guards responded as they rose to their feet, turning their gaze toward Anthony, who lay pale and barely breathing on the ground. Nar. Nayland, today you're dead for sure. Even if you don't die, Ording will avenge me. Anthony's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Nayland with venomous hatred. What are you waiting for? Several guards gritted their teeth at the urging and simultaneously thrust their swords toward Anthony. Ugh! Anthony finally exhausted the last of his strength, his body going limp as he collapsed into a pool of blood. Only after Anthony drew his last breath did Nalante finally withdraw his gaze. Originally, Naren had no intention of killing him, as the consequences were unpredictable. But since the man brought this upon himself, he really couldn't be blamed. Squad, await my order. Setting aside his thoughts, Nalante turned his gaze toward the slowly encroaching dark creatures. The night's greatest threat had yet to be confronted. Yes, my lord. Swordsmen forward, archers to the rear advance. At Nalante's command, the guards formed 2 vertical columns and began moving slowly down the gentle slope. The 5 guards who had just sworn allegiance to Nalante also joined the formation, standing beside Quake and the others. Soon, the squad of guards reached the bottom of the slope, just as the dark creatures closed in around them. There should still be time, Nalante calculated silently in his heart. Vivian, archers at will, ready in 10 breaths. Seeing the skeletal soldiers with eerie green soul fires glowing in their eye sockets approaching, Nanault began issuing commands. Second squad, knock arrows and prepare. Upon hearing the order, Vivian immediately relayed it to the guards. 11 longbowmen swiftly drew their bows and took aim, poised for action. Loose. As the first skeletal soldier closed within 30 meters, Nanault gave the command with a sharp shout. Hum. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon the twang of bowstrings, 11 arrows instantly transformed into dark streaks, shooting forth simultaneously. Bang! The first to achieve success was Vivian's arrow. With her lethal strike ability, the skeletal soldier's head exploded into powder the moment her shot connected. Knock, knock, knock. Among the other longbowmen, only one managed to truly kill a skeletal warrior. This wasn't because they failed to hit their targets. In fact, every arrow found its mark on the undead warriors. But these skeletal creatures of darkness cannot be truly destroyed unless their skulls are struck to damage the soulfire within. Missing limbs or torso injuries mean nothing to their relentless existence. Archers, loose at will. Swordsmen, draw your blades. As the longbowmen had already begun their assault, the swordsman guards couldn't remain idle. Narrant immediately issued orders to Quirk and the others. Clang, clang, clang. The guards swiftly unsheathed the long swords at their waists, raising the small round shields on their left wrists defensively as they stood ready to charge at any moment. Follow me into battle, target the skeleton archers first. For glory, kill. For glory, kill. The next moment, a total of 16 swordsmen charged into the horde of skeletons under Narrant's lead. Bang! Crash! Narrant led from the front, rushing straight into the skeleton ranks. Swinging the small round shield in his left hand, he smashed it down hard against a skeletal soldier. The skeleton soldier's head shattered with a crisp sound, and then its entire bony frame collapsed to the ground like a puppet whose strings had been cut, reduced to a pile of broken bones. My lord is mighty. Attack! Seeing Narrant lead the charge and effortlessly dispatch a skeleton soldier, the guards, who had initially harbored some fear, found their morale soaring. With a fierce battle cry, they too clashed with the skeletal foes. Don't think it's easy to smash a skeleton soldier's bones with a shield. Enhanced by the aura of death, their bones are significantly harder than those of ordinary humans. Without sufficient explosive strength, The average person could never accomplish what Naren did in that single strike. And under normal circumstances, it would take 2 well-trained guards to handle just 1 skeleton soldier. This is the power of the extraordinary. If it were in my previous life, I should be able to wear my underwear inside out by now. Narante reveled in the unprecedented strength brought by his battle aura. Roar! Ah, it's a hellhound. Bang! Bang! Just as Naren was marveling at himself, a furious snarl erupted from his left, accompanied by 2 muffled thuds. Hellhound? Naren was startled and glanced in the direction of the voice. The source of that roar was none other than one of the most troublesome dark creatures tonight, the Hellhound. Dark creatures are classified into different tiers. First to third tiers are considered low-level dark creatures, with skeleton soldiers being the lowest first tier, while hellhounds are second tier. That dull thud just now came from 2 guards being sent flying by this hellhound. The round shields in their hands were now shattered to pieces, but fortunately, the protection had allowed both of them to stagger back to their feet. All of you, step back. I'll handle this hellhound, roared Nalante as he swiftly charged toward the beast. The hellhound hadn't fully regained its mobility yet, and Nalante had to finish it off quickly. Once it recovered, it could hold its own against an early-stage bronze knight. Roar! The hellhound, about the size of a calf, was covered in sinister dark red veins, looking utterly grotesque and terrifying. Seeing Nalante charge toward it, the beast immediately bared its razor-sharp fangs and let out a furious snarl. Chapter 11, Fierce Battle with the Headless Knight. Advanced Battle Chi. As he sprinted, Nathaniel roared furiously. The sword in his hand suddenly erupted with a surge of battle chi, cloaking the blade in a faint crimson glow. Swinging his longsword wreathed in radiant battle aura, Nalan charged straight toward the hellhound. The hellhound, undaunted by Nalante's fierce charge, suddenly kicked off with its hind legs and leaped into the air. Its cat-sized body soared as it lunged at Nalante, its maw exhaling a putrid stench of blood and decay. Die! Although it was his first life-or-death battle, the sense of power from his formidable battle aura made him fearless. As the hellhound was about to pounce, he swiftly changed his attack, shifting his longsword from a slash to a direct thrust aimed at the beast in midair. Thud! The next instant, the longsword enveloped in fighting spirit plunged straight into the hellhound's body. Roar! The blade sank deep into the hellhound's flesh, drawing a pained roar. To Naren's surprise, the strike failed to inflict serious damage. Instead, it only enraged the beast further. With a vicious twist, the hellhound slashed its razor-sharp foreclaws at Nalante's face. Such incredible vitality! Nathaniel, caught off guard, had no time to think. He immediately abandoned his longsword and raised the small round shield strapped to his left wrist to block the attack. Boom! With a dull thud, Nathaniel was sent flying several meters by the tremendous impact. When he finally steadied himself and glanced at his left arm, the small round shield that had been securely fastened to his wrist was now completely shattered, its iron plates and wooden splinters scattered across the ground. Roar! The hellhound, still ferocious after its initial strike, let out a savage howl before pouncing towards Nathaniel once more. Narant, who had just stood up, saw it lunging again and focused his attention on the longsword embedded in its neck. In an instant, he made a risky decision. The original owner of this body wasn't truly useless. In fact, he had good learning abilities and comprehension. Thanks to the combat skills he had acquired before, the current Narant was no novice in battle. My lord, careful! Quake and the others caught sight of Narant's situation from the corner of their eyes and cried out in alarm. However, just as they thought their lord was in danger, Narant merely crouched low, narrowly avoiding the hellhound's attack. Then, in the blink of an eye, he grasped the hilt of the sword still lodged in its throat. Schlick! The entire sequence executed flawlessly. As a sound like ripping burlap reverberated across the field, the hellhound's entire underbelly was cleanly sliced open. Boom! When the hellhound landed again, it could no longer stand. Its massive body crashed heavily onto the ground. Magnificent, my lord! The guards who witnessed everything finally reacted, erupting in cheers for their lord's awe-inspiring feat. Focus on the fight. Faced with the bootlicking from his guards, Narante didn't give them a pleasant look. The slightest carelessness at this moment could be deadly. The guards hunched their shoulders slightly at the words, then focused on their own enemies. However, thanks to Vivian's formidable marksmanship and the covering fire from 10 longbowmen, today's battle proved far less perilous than expected. It was even considerably easier than they'd imagined. After reprimanding the group of guards, Narant walked forward with his longsword towards the hellhound that still lay gnashing its teeth and refusing to die on the ground. Thud! The longsword plunged directly into the hellhound's eye socket, finally ending this fearless wicked creature. Phew, no wonder people all fear dark creatures. These things aren't just powerful and utterly fearless, their vitality is downright terrifying too. The hellhound was currently using only a fraction of its strength, and Nalante realized that if it were given just a few more minutes to recover, he would truly stand no chance against it. No wonder the previous Baron's forces had been completely wiped out. Clip-clop, clip-clop. Before Nathaniel could catch his breath, the sound of galloping hooves suddenly reached his ears. Narent's expression changed instantly, turning grave. The most troublesome one has come tonight. The Headless Knight is the strongest among second-tier dark creatures. Clad entirely in iron armor with no head, its greatest weakness, it's practically an indestructible metal can. Soon, the looming figure of the Headless Knight entered Narent's field of vision. Its massive full-body plate armor, mounted atop a deathly aura-wreathed warhorse over 2 meters tall, wielded a heavy double-bladed battle-axe weighing at least several dozen pounds. This formidable appearance would overwhelm not just a novice Bronze Knight, but even experienced intermediate-level Bronze Knights would find it nearly unbearable to face. The guards were initially high-spirited, but upon seeing the Headless Knight appear, they couldn't help but shiver one by one. "Hey, noggin-less bastard, over here." However, since Narent had the nightmare premonition, he had naturally prepared in advance for this toughest boss. The Headless Knight detected Narent's shout and sensed the combat aura emanating from him, charging straight toward him in the next instant. Damn, it's so fast. Despite his mental preparation, the Headless Knight's full-speed charge still startled Narent, who immediately turned and began fleeing for his life. "Don't follow me, keep fighting." As he fled, Narent worried about accidentally harming his subordinates and specifically gave the order. Clip-clop, clip-clop. Then, with the Death Knight in pursuit, Narent sprinted toward the open fields to the side. Naturally, two legs couldn't outrun a warhorse at full gallop. On the open plain, the Headless Knight's speed steadily increased, gradually closing the distance between them. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. The next instant, the Death Knight's massive battle axe was already raised high, its blade gleaming with a cold, eerie shimmer under the moonlight. The lethal flash descended straight toward Narent's skull. Almost there, almost there. Hearing the whistling arc of the axe above him, Narent's heart pounded violently, his skin erupting in goosebumps. Now! At this critical juncture, Narent roared and flung himself to the ground without hesitation. Creak! The Headless Knight's giant axe grazed past Nalan's helmet in that moment, the screech of metal against metal grating against his teeth. Down! Nalan's recklessness wasn't without reason. The moment he hit the ground, the Death Knight's warhorse suddenly faltered, its front hooves seemingly yanked by an unseen force that destroyed its balance. The entire horse toppled over with a crash. "Let's see you act tough now." Nalan sprang up like a carp leaping from water and swiftly closed in on the toppled Headless Knight. It turned out that before nightfall, Narent had Vivin and others dig a large number of horse pits nearby. Although the Headless Knight was a dark creature, it wasn't some kind of ghost, so the horse pits were equally effective against it. Advanced chi slash. Narent swiftly closed the distance to the Headless Knight and immediately swung his sword in a slash. Clang! The Headless Knight's strength was indeed formidable. Despite Narent's speed being fast enough, it still managed to raise its axe and block the attack. However, Narent had anticipated this. After his attack was blocked, he didn't halt his movements but instead powerfully kicked the handle of the Headless Knight's giant axe with all his might. Bang! The Headless Knight was squatting on the ground when a forceful kick from Narent sent it staggering backward. "Now's the time, die." The moment the Death Knight fell onto its back, Narent disregarded all semblance of grace, launching himself atop it with full force, and drove his longsword straight toward the only vulnerable spot on its armorless neck. Then with a sudden downward thrust, thud, the longsword plunged straight down into the chest cavity of the Headless Knight. Roar! Being headless, the knight couldn't utter a sound, but his death steed let out a mournful whinny as necrotic energy began dissipating from its form. Within mere seconds, both the Headless Knight and his warhorse had decomposed to bare bones, leaving not even a trace of flesh behind. Finally finished it. After confirming the Headless Horseman was dead, Narent lay flat on the ground, breathing heavily. Dealing with both the Hellhound and the Headless Horseman tonight had completely drained all his energy. Chapter 12, The Blue Sprite. With the Hellhound and Headless Horseman gone, the threat level of the dark creatures dropped instantly. Nalan lay on the ground momentarily before rejoining the battle. Several minutes later, all the skeletal soldiers had collapsed into scattered white bones littering the ground. Hooray! Victory! We've won! We've defeated the dark creatures. As the last skeletal soldier fell, the guards couldn't contain their cheers any longer. Though guards like Quick had experienced battles before, those were all against fellow humans, fundamentally different from facing these fearless skeletal warriors. People always fear death, and they fear pain too. But dark creatures will fight to the death as long as they can move even at the cost of mutual destruction, they won't hesitate. So when fighting against dark creatures, the guards battle under immense psychological pressure. You all did exceptionally well tonight. Narent couldn't help but feel relieved seeing not a single one of his subordinates severely injured or killed. Lord, you are mighty. Lord, you are mighty. The guards, hearing Narante's praise, immediately changed their chant. If anyone could claim to be the most valiant and dazzling tonight, it was undoubtedly their lord. For a mere novice Bronze Knight to single-handedly slay both a Hellhound and a Headless Knight was an exceptionally rare feat, even across the entire duchy. Most importantly, they had eradicated a massive wave of dark creatures without sacrificing a single life, an unprecedented achievement worthy of boasting about for a lifetime. Excellent! You've all demonstrated your bravery and loyalty to me. As a reward, I'll host a grand victory banquet at the castle later, all the black bread and meat stew you can eat, Narrant announced with a smile to the cheers of his subordinates. Truth be told, after the battle, that adrenaline-fueled, heart-pounding sensation was truly intoxicating. For someone who had been just another ordinary face in the crowd in his previous life, this was an entirely new and thrilling experience. Oh heavens, all the meat stew we can eat. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. We pledge our lives to serve you. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. We pledge our lives to serve you. The guards cheered even louder, for meat was a rare delicacy that even they seldom got to taste. Especially the 10 newly recruited longbowmen as serfs. They hadn't tasted meat for over half a year. Now their lord was promising them all the meat stew they could eat, a reward no less valuable than coins. Alright, hurry up and clean up the battlefield. The sooner it's done, the sooner we can have some meat soup. Narrant waved his hand and commanded the crowd. Soon after, the guards became busy again. My lord, this armor and weapons seem to be inscribed equipment. Before long, Quick rushed over in haste, holding the headless knight's armor with envy in his voice. Inscribed armor. Narrant immediately focused his attention on the armor and indeed found intricate silver inscriptions beneath the grime on its chest. Such good luck? Narante quickly took the armor and instantly realized it was incredibly lightweight, at least 2/3 lighter than iron armor of the same specifications. Of course, the armor's lightness wasn't due to cutting corners. On the contrary, it was far superior to ordinary iron armor. The real reason lay in the several silver inscriptions etched upon it. The origin of the dark creatures remains a mystery to this day. But one thing is certain, that darkness creature before its death undoubtedly hailed from a more splendid civilization, for their craftsmanship in forging weapons and armor far surpassed the miraculous techniques of this continent. Take this inscribed armor before us as an example. Merely by relying on the silver patterns on its surface, it could make the armor lighter, defying all conventional understanding. These inscriptions not only lightened the armor but also rendered weapons sharper and more durable. As for why the inscriptions could produce such effects, humanity still had no answers. Such a suit of armor should be worth at least 10 gold coins if sold? Narrant couldn't help but feel delighted. This was an unexpected bounty. Of course, since the armor fit his build quite well, Narrant wouldn't sell it if he could wear it himself. It seems these dark creatures aren't completely useless, they're practically delivering packages. If a few more of these packages come my way, wouldn't I strike it rich? Narrant mused to himself. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the second main quest, Nightmare Premonition. 28 dark creatures eliminated. Reward of 5 energy points has been issued. Ding! The main quest third Nightmare Premonition has been issued. Please check it at your convenience, host. Reward for the third Nightmare Premonition quest, 10 energy points, quest progress 0/168. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Narante's mind. His body stiffened, and his expression froze. Damn, 168 dark creatures? System, I was just joking earlier. Don't take it seriously, okay? If possible, Nathaniel would rather not have received this delivery. Faced with Nathaniel's pleading, the system paid no heed. Instead, it began playing a projection directly onto his retina. This time, the Nightmare Premonition could be viewed even without being asleep. Suppressing the urge to curse, Nathaniel hastily turned his attention to watching the third Nightmare Premonition. 5 Hellhounds, 10 second-tier Headless Knights, and 1 third-tier Death Knight? The next invasion will be in 3 months. There's still some time to prepare. Otherwise, if they arrive next week, I'm out. Whoever wants to play the game of being some earl's daughter or managing territories can have at it. Moments later, after witnessing the third Nightmare Premonition, Narrant couldn't decide whether to cry or feel relieved. Half an hour later, in the castle's front courtyard, the guards sat around a few large wooden tables in the open air, eagerly eyeing the cauldrons of meat stew being brought out by the servants. The broth wasn't just liquid, beneath it lay heaping chunks of bones and meat, so fragrant the guards kept swallowing their saliva. Alright, my brave warriors of Nalante, eat your fill tonight. However much you can devour will be a testament to your skill. The black bread and meat stew were already served. Seeing the men's eyes nearly falling into the pot, Nalante hesitated no longer. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. The guards cheered and then scrambled to grab the ladles, filling the courtyard with exclamations and curses in no time. Steward Thomas frowned slightly at the savage scene unfolding in the castle, but knowing it was a victory feast, he held his tongue. Seeing the guards begin to feast heartily, Nayland smiled and walked away. But just as he was preparing to ride out alone for another important matter that evening, Vivian suddenly approached him. My lord, are you planning to leave the castle? Vivian, why aren't you eating? If you wait any longer, they'll finish everything. Though Nayland had shown brightest tonight, Vivian's achievements were nothing to scoff at either. She had single-handedly slain 12 skeletal soldiers. If not for her, the guards wouldn't have gotten away with only 6 minor injuries. "My lord, I'm not hungry," Vivian replied softly. After a pause, she mustered her courage and spoke again. "My lord, I'm sorry. I'm the one who brought this misfortune upon you. Perhaps you should." Vivian recalled the dark creature's invasion tonight and remembered Sir Anthony's words, feeling as if everything tonight had been caused by her. Seeing Vivian's expression, Nayland felt a pang of heartache. She had clearly come to defend humanity and had even accomplished great feats tonight, yet at this moment, she was still doubting herself. "Vivian, I told you, I've received divine revelation from the God of glory. You don't bring misfortune, instead, you bring luck. Do you understand?" Vivian hesitated, but under Nayland's deep gaze, she finally nodded. "I believe in you, my lord." "Excellent. So stop overthinking things from now on. Vivian, mount up and accompany me on a trip." With a satisfied nod, Nayland swung onto his horse and extended a hand to Vivian. "Yes, my lord." Vivian didn't hesitate. Her fair hands grasped Nayland's, and with a gentle tug, he seated her securely in front of him. Once settled, Vivian's pale cheeks flushed slightly as she felt the warmth of the lord against her back. "Giddy up." Narrant was unaware of Vivian's reaction. With a gentle tap of his heels against the horse's flank, he rode out in single file through the castle gates. The guards couldn't help but exchange mischievous grins at such a sight. As for the lord's safety, since his lordship had become a titled knight, even 10 of them combined probably couldn't take him down. Narrant took Vivian out of the castle, not for the unspeakable activities the guards were imagining, but to head straight to an open field 2 miles away from the castle. The reward for the side quest informed Nayland that a little ferry would descend upon Stormwind territory tonight. Of course, Nayland wouldn't forget this. He had already expended a bit of energy to locate the landing point of this little sprite. Soon, he and Vivian discovered a small crater in the clearing. "My lord, this is a sprite." Vivian's eyes widened with amazement as she stared at the blue sprite lying in the crater. "Yes, it's a blue sprite." Narrant's astonishment was truly no less than Vivian's. Normally, the small spirits that appear are mostly green ones, yet he had obtained spirits of other colors twice in a row, something that would probably make other lords die of envy. The blue spirit could transform the land into a preferred habitat for certain creatures, meaning its effect was to attract specific animals to settle there. Don't assume this ability was worthless. In this world where resources were scarce, obtaining meat was incredibly difficult, relying mostly on hunting. But with a blue spirit, it was like acquiring a free ranch, one that didn't even require feeding the animals or spending money to buy livestock. As long as they aren't completely wiped out at once, they'll naturally reproduce and continuously provide the territory with a steady supply of meat. Of course, what creatures are attracted depends entirely on luck. It could be birds, it could be horses, anything is possible. "My lord, congratulations on receiving the radiant god's favor." Watching Nayland pick up the still unconscious little spirit from the pit, Vivian offered her sincere congratulations. Obtaining 2 little spirits within just 2 weeks, such a thing truly could only be attributed to the radiant god's favor and no other possibility. Chapter 13, Patrolling the Territory. Early the next morning, in the castle dining hall, Narrant savored a hearty breakfast, white bread with smoked bacon. Though the bacon wasn't particularly tasty without a dedicated cook, and the white bread had a slightly rough texture, there was no denying that being able to eat such food every day counted as this world's greatest fortune. "My lord, the carriage convoy is ready to depart at any moment." As breakfast neared its end, Steward Thomas arrived in the dining hall to report. "Let's set off then. The greatest crisis has been temporarily resolved, and the next step is to figure out how to develop my territory. The first step is to survey the territory and gain an understanding of Stormwind Land. Although Stormwind Land is known as the Land of Misfortune, it is still a genuine barony, equivalent in size to a township from my previous life." "Greetings, my lord." In the front courtyard, Vivian and Quirk had been waiting for quite some time, each accompanied by 5 subordinates. Nodding to the crowd, Nayland swiftly mounted his horse. Today, he wasn't riding the piebald Horse Blossom, but rather a genuine warhorse left behind by Anthony. The warhorse's coat was entirely white, standing at an impressive height of 2 meters. From this day forward, it would become the Lord's exclusive steed. As for Anthony, his body had already been taken away for cremation. The official statement was that he was killed by dark creatures, and in a few days, Nayland would send someone to return his remains to Tulip Fort. The villagers of May Village woke up relatively late today because last night was the night of the meteor shower, and they saw a vast expanse of meteors crashing down onto the territory. So last night, the serfs fled with their families to the distant woods for shelter. To their surprise, the expected dark creatures never appeared. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that the puzzled serfs gradually returned to their homes. After a few bites of rock-hard black bread softened with hot water, bread that could kill a man if thrown at him, the serfs headed out to work in the fields. But just as they stepped outside, they saw a grand procession approaching the village entrance. At the front rode a towering steed, carrying a young man dressed in silk ceremonial robes, followed by a carriage and over a dozen armed guards. The Lord! The serfs immediately ducked back into their houses without a word upon seeing this, while those already on the roadway quickly slipped into alleyways. Are you telling me this is the largest village in my territory? The mounted party was naturally Narant and his guards. Arriving at the entrance of May Village and seeing its dilapidated state, Narant questioned his life choices. Filthy, mud-choked streets reeking of foul odors, ramshackle thatched huts riddled with holes, scenes like these would have been rare even in Africa from his previous life. The only remotely commendable feature was the village's unusually wide main road. But though the street was broad, it was littered with splattered excrement, the stench assaulting the nostrils strong enough to make one's eyes water, truly a smell one had to experience firsthand to believe. Sanitation conditions must be improved. Namlanti couldn't tolerate this world's greatest bad habit and silently noted it in his mind. The procession then continued forward, and Namlanti finally caught sight of the serfs' figures. However, when he saw the serfs scattering wildly like startled groundhogs, he found it rather exasperating. Yet their fear of nobility was entirely normal, as generations of oppression had conditioned them to instinctive dread. Lord Nalan is inspecting his territory. Hurry out and pay your respects. Seeing this situation, Quake finally couldn't contain himself and sharply called out to the serfs. At Quake's shout, the serfs finally emerged timidly from their homes, kneeling on the ground one after another to greet him. We greet Lord Nalan. The serfs were all similarly dressed in tattered linen robes, most barefoot with only a few young and able-bodied ones wearing worn-out straw sandals. Rise. Nathaniel forced a smile, trying to appear approachable. The serfs only straightened up with bowed heads after receiving permission, when Quick pointed at the wagons in procession and spoke again. Do you see the two skeletons on those wagons? Those are the remains of powerful dark creatures that attacked Stormwind last night. A headless horseman and a hellhound. To protect you all, Lord Nathaniel personally slew them with his own hands. Divine grace has descended upon you. Stormwind shall no longer be a cursed land, but under the wise leadership of our great Lord Nathaniel, will become a prosperous and peaceful paradise. Rejoice, people of Stormwind territory. From this day forth, you shall have someone to shelter you. This line was specially crafted by Thomas for Nalan's territory inspection, standard practice for noble lords to showcase their glorious exploits while pacifying and governing their subjects. Upon hearing the proclamation, the serfs couldn't help but raise their heads slightly. Ah, these are truly dark creature bones. No wonder we encountered no dark beings last night. That lord is truly incredible. Didn't Baron Doc get killed by hellhounds back then? Yes, this lord is really amazing. As the remains on the carriage came into view, the serfs finally understood why they'd seen a massive meteor shower last night but no dark creatures had attacked. For a moment, the serfs even forgot their fear and began whispering among themselves. The ones who suffer most during each dark creature invasion aren't actually the lord himself, but rather us common folk of the territory. Stormwind territory once boasted over 10,000 inhabitants, yet after repeated dark creature invasions, barely 1 in 10 remains today. No wonder they're so emotional. As occasional praises about their lord reached his ears, Quark felt thoroughly satisfied and continued speaking. These two skeletons aren't even the whole story. Under our lord's leadership, the guards have also slain 26 skeleton soldiers besides the Death Knight and Hellhound. Their bones are currently piled outside the castle for all to witness. You may go pay your respects whenever you wish. Long live our mighty lord. We thank you, my lord. After hearing these words, the serfs all dropped to their knees in reverence. These standard procedures really work wonders. Watching the serfs' sudden change in attitude, Nathaniel couldn't help but applaud the effectiveness of such conventional methods. All right, my subjects, you are now dismissed. You may return to your fields and work, or head outside the castle to view the skeletal remains of the undead soldiers. With satisfaction, Narant waved his hand, signaling the serfs to disperse. Thank you, Lord. The serfs then scattered like birds and beasts, some returning to their homes, while others headed toward the castle. As the serfs dispersed, Narant and his group continued their journey. Vivian, do you know how many people live in Wheatleaf Village? Development required population as well, an indispensable factor. Although Wheatleaf Village was shabby, what comforted Narante was its considerable size. My apologies, my lord. I'm not certain how many people reside in Wheatleaf Village, but there should be at least 1,000. I've heard that long ago. It was actually classified as a town. Vivian replied respectfully. So it used to be a town? Then summon the village chief of Wheatleaf to me. Narante nodded. Originally, for the lord's first inspection of his territory, all villagers should have gathered in advance to greet and await his arrival, a point Thomas had raised the previous night. However, Nalan rejected this proposal, as such pomp and circumstance wouldn't be of much use. Instead, having the serfs diligently cultivate the land would benefit him the most. Soon, a guard was sent to fetch the village chief, while Nalan made his way to the center of May Village, where there was a spacious square. Seeing this square, Nalan became certain that May Village had indeed once been a town, since wide streets of 5 or 6 meters and a square were standard features of a town. 5 or 6 minutes later, the chief of May Village was brought before him. But the village chief's entrance was even more arrogant than Narant's. He actually made his appearance lying down. Why, your lordship, Pay my respects. What's going on here? Narrant found it strange as he watched the struggling chief of Wheatleaf village trying to rise and offer formal greetings. My lord, this is... Facing Narrant's inquiry, the serfs who had carried the village chief remained kneeling silently on the ground, not daring to utter a word. Even the young guard who had gone to fetch the chief hesitated. My lord, the village chief must be too weak from hunger. It was Vivian who spoke up first. Narrant frowned. How could the village chief, of all people, starve to such a state when even the serfs had survived? My lord, a few days ago, Lord Anthony declared that the lord had ordered grain levies. The chief begged for mercy, asking if taxes could be delayed until next season, since Count's taxes had already been collected the previous season. In the end, Lord Anthony confiscated all of the chief's grain and forbade villagers from lending him any. Vivian couldn't bring herself to finish. This is why the serfs and guards dared not speak, because it was the lord's order to requisition grain that caused all this. If they said anything, it would appear as if they were criticizing their lord. If the lord grew angry, he might very well hang them in the town square. Only Vivian, having interacted with him over the past few days, knew her lord wasn't tyrannical, which was why she cautiously spoke up about it. Chapter 14, Triple the Price. That bastard. I really didn't kill him wrongly. Nathaniel nearly spat blood in fury. He had never given such an order. This grain requisition must have been issued by Anthony behind his back. If Anthony hadn't already been executed, Nalante would have sought him out to kill him all over again just to vent his anger. Vivian, give him some food, not too much. Just enough to fill his stomach for now, Nalante ordered, looking at the barely conscious village chief. Soon after, the guards helped the weakened village chief eat a little food with some water. After resting for a while, color finally began to return to the chief's face. He immediately knelt and kowtowed repeatedly, pleading, "Thank you for your mercy, my lord. I was wrong. I beg you to spare my life, my lord. Get up. What's your name?" Nathaniel waved his hand. My lord, this humble one is called Pete Leatherboot. Ahem. That surname is quite something. Caught off guard, Nathaniel nearly choked. But surnames for serfs in this world were all like this. Elegant surnames exclusively belong to nobles, while serfs or commoners dare not use them. Names like Tulip or Barrack are reserved for nobility, whereas serfs either have none or are stuck with monikers like Stick, Stone, or even Cowdung. Next, Narrant inquired for more details about Antony's grain requisition. He had intended to reclaim the grain, but according to Pete Boots, it had already been transported to the neighboring Baron Quint's territory. The barony of Quint, though the closest noble neighbor to Narante's domain, lay within the territory of the Black Iron Count. It served as the only place where the people of Stormwind territory could purchase daily necessities. Anthony had clearly exchanged the grain for money when transporting it there. Damn it! Roland couldn't help but swear aloud. From Pete, he learned that Anthony's confiscation this time was extremely thorough. The entire Wheatleaf village had roughly over 1,000 people, and the villagers now only had enough grain left to last them for the next month. The problem is that we won't see the next harvest for at least 3 or 4 months. 1,000 people with only enough rations for 1 month. Narrant took a deep breath. This was truly dire news. Ding! System side quest. The serfs of Stormwind territory are your private property. As their lord, you cannot stand idly by while they starve. You must find a way to keep them alive for the next 4 months until the next harvest. Reward, the appearance of the second lucky girl. Just as Nalante was worrying, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ha, a second daughter of fortune? Narante froze for a moment, the appearance of this mission slightly diluting his anger. Nalante had already witnessed Vivian's abilities and was eagerly anticipating the arrival of the second daughter of fortune. Therefore, he was very pleased to see this mission appear. Where is Anthony's residence? Suppressing his thoughts, Narante began to focus on the matter at hand. He hadn't even had time to have someone clean up Anthony's belongings, and now it seemed necessary to search his house thoroughly. Returning to you, my lord, that's the one. Pete Boots pointed at the only 2-story building by the square. Only then did Narrant notice it was the only stone-built house in May Village. Despite being covered in moss, it stood as the sturdiest and most luxurious structure in the village. 200 pounds of coarse wheat flour, 10 pounds of fine wheat flour, 50 pounds of smoked meat, 1 barrel of wheat beer, 2 pounds of magical beast meat, a set of silver cutlery, 5 gold coins, 30 silver coins, and several copper coins. Watching the guards haul out item after item from the stone house, Nalen's face gradually darkened. That bastard Anthony was living more comfortably than he was. That magical beast meat cost 1 gold coin per pound. In the original host's memories, he had only tasted magical beast meat once, specifically purchased by his barren father for his 16th coming-of-age ceremony. Sir, everything from the stone house has been moved except for 1 carriage still in the backyard. Quirk and Vivian reported. Good. Send 5 men to transport these items back to the castle and hand them over to Thomas. Nayland nodded, setting down the silver soup spoon in his hand. He had already confirmed that this set of silverware was genuine, a world apart from the silver-plated imitation in his castle. This silver set alone was worth at least 5 gold coins, and all the items seized from the stonehouse combined were valued at roughly 15 gold coins. The monetary system in this world is based on precious metals, where 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. A single gold coin has the purchasing power equivalent to 10,000 renminbi from his previous life. Truth be told, although Anthony was deceitful and manipulative, the spoils of war ultimately benefited Narent at little cost. Moreover, it triggered a system quest, a blessing in disguise, you might say. After all, with Narent's temperament, he could never bring himself to engage in such predatory taxation and extortion. Soon enough, Quick arranged for 5 guards to transport all the items back to the castle by wagon. Vivian, give Pete a silver coin so he can buy some food first. Narent had gained a general understanding of Wheatleaf Village's situation, but he still needed to continue his inspection tour. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Pete Boots, moved to tears, knelt down again and repeatedly kowtowed. Vivian, do you know how much a pound of wheat costs? As they set off again, Narent began pondering how to complete the mission assigned by the system. To prevent the serfs from starving, Nalante's only option was to purchase food. The provisions in his castle were also scarce. When he arrived, he had only brought a single cartload, barely enough to feed his guards and himself for just over a month. Milord, if we buy it from Baron Quint's territory, it costs 30 copper coins per pound. That expensive? Narent was startled. 30 copper coins equated to $30, and even though he wasn't very familiar with this world's prices, he felt it was outrageously high. Seeing Narent's confusion, Vivian continued, Milord, Baron Quint imposes taxes on all goods bought or sold by the serfs of Stormwind territory. Whether purchasing or selling, there's a triple price difference, otherwise, he forbids us from trading in his territory altogether. If we buy from other territories within the Tulip Earldom, it should cost only 10 copper coins per pound. Chapter 15 The Sea, Treasure? Such a thing exists. Naruto frowned. A threefold price difference was utterly ruthless, especially when even purchases were taxed, something Naruto had never heard of before. If taxes were levied on goods being sold, he could somewhat understand, as it was common practice to protect local industries in every earl's territory. Of course, Naruto vaguely guessed the reason behind Quint's actions. He was certain the villagers had no alternative but to buy from him. Storm's End was located in the southeasternmost part of the Tulip Earldom. To reach other territories on foot would take at least a full day and night, with dense forests and wild beasts lurking along the way, making the journey extremely perilous. On the contrary, reaching the Baron Quint territory only takes half a day, making it the place where serfs can purchase daily necessities. I could send guards to buy grain from other noble territories, but the problem is that other nobles might not be willing to sell such a large quantity. Food for thousands of people over several months would amount to tens of thousands of pounds. Moreover, this would be a huge expense. It would completely drain my startup fund of 10 gold coins. Nayland pondered as he continued forward. After trudging along the wilderness road for over an hour, the group was finally approaching the next village. After rounding a stretch of low woods along the dirt path, the view suddenly opened up before them, revealing an endless expanse of azure coastline. Ha! Is this the sea? My territory actually borders the coast? Breathing in the salty sea breeze, Nayland was dumbfounded, even bringing his horse to a halt. My lord, is something wrong? Seeing Nayland stop his warhorse, Vivian and the others spoke up in confusion. Vivian, does Stormwind territory border the sea? Yes, my lord. Beyond Stormwind territory lies the boundless sea. Vivian nodded in confusion. This was truly unexpected. The ocean, a name synonymous with boundless treasures. Vivian, what's the name of that village ahead? Suppressing his excitement for the moment after receiving confirmation, Nayland turned his gaze toward a cluster of houses near the shore, which should be Stormwind territory's second village. My lord, that village is called Misfortune Village. Why would anyone give it that name? Nathaniel frowned. My lord, the people living in that village were all exiled to Stormwind territory. Since they were family members of Daughters of Misfortune, the villagers of Wheatleaf Village gathered them all there, hence the name Misfortune Village. I had no idea such a thing existed. Nathaniel had thought only outsiders harbored such strong discrimination against the relatives of Daughters of Misfortune. He never expected it within his own domain. By the way, Vivian, how were you allowed to stay in Wheatleaf Village? Nathaniel suddenly recalled that Vivian had originally been found in Wheatleaf Village. My lord, my parents used to be tailors, and I can do simple sewing too, so the villagers of May Village allowed me to live on the outskirts. Vivian answered softly. Sorry, Vivian. Nalante worried he had touched on the girl's sore point. My lord, you don't need to apologize to me. Because of you, both Lilia and I have the lives we have now. Vivian responded with a sweet smile, feeling deeply content with her current situation. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of Misfortune Village. The village was very small, with only a few dozen dilapidated thatched huts scattered about. "Greetings, Lord! Greetings, Lord!" Surprisingly, a group of villagers had already gathered at the entrance of Unlucky Village. Upon seeing Nalante, they knelt in unison to pay their respects. Scanning the crowd, Nalante noticed that most of them were girls, with men making up less than a third of the gathering. This is because when banished, only the female relatives of the unlucky maiden are forcibly sent to Stormwind territory, while male relatives come entirely voluntarily. For example, Vivian's father abandoned her and her sister, refusing to go to Stormwind territory. "All of you, rise." "Thank you, Lord." The serfs cautiously stood up. Once the serfs were settled in, Nalante began inquiring about the village's basic situation. At that moment, the village chief of Misfortune Village happened to be among the crowd. Hearing Narant's call, he cautiously stepped forward toward the horses. "Your humble servant, Kenbi Cowdung, greets the Lord." A fine name." Narant nodded, barely suppressing his laughter before continuing. "Kenbi Cowdung, why have you all gathered here?" "Reporting to the Lord, we were preparing to pick wild fruits in the blazing forest to the west," replied Kenbi Cowdung cautiously. "Gathering wild fruits? The whole village together?" Narante then asked for many more details and finally learned the real reason they had gathered together. It turned out this was also caused by Anthony's grain levy. The situation in Misfortune Village was even worse than in Wheatleaf Village. Their village had very few able-bodied laborers, normally producing little grain, and most of the time they had to gather wild fruits from the flame forest to the west to make ends meet. This time Anthony practically confiscated all their grain supplies, and what's worse, about 2 months ago, magical beasts seemed to appear in the flaming forest to the west. Several serfs had already gone missing while gathering wild fruits. They've been driven to desperation, so the entire village is preparing to go gather wild fruits together for mutual protection. If there truly are magical beasts, going together won't make any difference. Nathaniel frowned and shook his head. Magical beasts, these are creatures no less fearsome than dark beings, perhaps even more terrifying than most dark creatures, because magical beasts not only possess extraordinary strength, but they also have intelligence. Even titled knights must handle them with caution. Living right by the sea, why not fish along the coast? Naylan looked toward the shoreline. Surely, having the villagers fish would be more filling than foraging for wild fruits. The serfs seemed stumped by Naylan's question. Even Vivian gave the Lord a peculiar look. Is there something wrong? Sea fish should be more nutritious, right? Nathaniel was even more puzzled than them. In theory, the oceans in this world were surely still untouched, and could be called a treasure trove of food. My lord, there are sea monsters near the coast. The villagers can't approach the shore to fish unless soldiers are dispatched to drive away or slay the creatures, Vivian whispered in response to Nathaniel. Chapter 16. Do fish like watching dances? Sea monsters? Nathaniel frowned slightly. Since the Barrack family didn't live near the sea, and transportation in this world was extremely inconvenient, his memories of the world's oceans were indeed quite limited. Take me to see it. Soon, under the guidance of Kenbi Nyofen, Narant arrived at the seaside. The coastline of Stormwind territory was breathtakingly beautiful, featuring not only rocky outcrops but also vast stretches of golden sand. Standing atop a seaside reef, Narant gazed at the miles of coastline where gold met azure, his brow furrowing deeply. There truly were sea monsters here. Through the creature's appearance, Narant dredged up long-forgotten knowledge from his original host's memories, lessons once taught at the Noble Academy but since neglected. The fish-like sea monsters stood only about 1.45 meters tall, with entirely blue bodies and slender frames. These aquatic creatures had practically overrun the entire beach, some frolicking in the waves, others scavenging for shellfish and crabs in the sand to sate their hunger, while countless crude huts constructed from driftwood and seashells littered the shoreline. What a nuisance! Now Narant finally understood why his serfs starved despite owning such golden shores. These fish-like sea monsters, though individually weaker than an adult human, would swarm and attack in large numbers if provoked. Creatures weaker than them naturally suffered greatly, but if faced with stronger enemies, these fishmen knew to flee into the sea for safety, utterly shameless rogues without principles. Have you ever tried fishing with rods near these reefs? Retracting his gaze, Narant turned toward the clusters of low-lying reefs along the beach. With his current forces, Nalante stood no chance of driving away these fishmen. Yet fishing didn't necessarily require being on the beach, though it would be more challenging to use a rod. It remained a viable solution for their food shortage. Your lordship, people have tried before, using small worms or black bread as bait, but the bait thrown into the sea was mostly eaten by the fishmen monsters. They love land-based food. The serf's answer dashed Nalante's hopes completely. If even the bait gets devoured by sea monsters, what's the point of fishing? Let's go. Nalante cast one last reluctant glance at the azure sea before turning to summon his men. It seemed the sea would have to wait until his strength was sufficient to exploit it. Yes, my lord. At his words, Quick and the others immediately gathered around Nalante to leave. However, just as Quirk turned around, the hilt of his sword reflected a silver glint onto Narent's face. The light made Narent squint momentarily, causing him to space out briefly before he suddenly stiffened. Wait a minute, you don't necessarily need bait to catch fish. A flash of inspiration struck Narent as he recalled a method from his past life that didn't require food to catch fish. My lord, what's wrong? Vivian almost crashed into the lord's back, narrowly stopping herself before asking with concern. I've thought of a way to fish without using food. Narent didn't hide his excitement. How can you fish without bait? Everyone exchanged puzzled glances. Could fish possibly bite on bare iron hooks? Can be cow dung. Do you villagers have any fishing rods? Narent didn't elaborate further. In his previous life, there had indeed been methods to fish without bait, he just didn't know if it would work in this world. My lord, there are no fishing rods in the village, but they're easy to make. I'll go make one right away. Kenby Cowdung thought his lordship might be talking nonsense, but he didn't dare neglect any of his requests for a moment. Good, go make one. And one more thing, do you have any small iron spoons? If so, bring one too. There happens to be one in my house, my lord. I'll fetch it at once. Kenby Cowdung nodded repeatedly and hurried off toward the village with a few villagers in tow. Before long, Kenby Cowdung came sprinting back, already carrying a newly made fishing rod in his hand. The fishing rod was extremely medieval in design, just a slender tree branch with a coarse brown hemp rope attached, and a rather thick iron hook tied to the rope. This fishing rod, Narent felt a twinge of guilt, but with all the guards and serfs surrounding him, staring expectantly, Narent had no choice but to steel himself and give it a try. Milord, here's a spoon. Kenby Cowdung handed Narent a small iron spoon, polished to a shine. It was clear Kenby treasured it dearly, as most serfs in this world could only afford wooden spoons. All right, I'll have someone bring you the money for the spoon later. Narent took it and, before Kenby Cowdung could react, snapped the little spoon in half. Kenby Cowdung winced at the sight but quickly covered his mouth. Ignoring Kenby Cowdung, Narent unsheathed his sword and poked two small holes near the scooping end of the broken spoon. After making the holes, he tied one to the fishing line and the other to a fishhook, leaving only a centimeter of space between the hook and the spoon. This is the simplest glitter lure. Hope I can still go lure fishing in this otherworldly realm. Lure fishing uses artificial bait to mimic small or injured baitfish, triggering predatory strikes from larger fish. This method catches carnivorous fish without needing live bait, like the bass and groupers from my previous life. In my past life, I once joined friends for a fishing trip and actually caught fish this way. The silver spoon reflects bright light strongly, which attracts fish to attack. Come on, let's head to those rocks over there. With the fishing rod and lures ready, Narante walked straight toward the shore. Yes, my lord. Though everyone exchanged puzzled glances about how their lord intended to fish, they obediently followed along. Narante didn't say much more and walked onto the low reef with only a 1-meter drop to the sea surface. With a swift flick of his wrist, Narante then cast the silver spoon lure and hooked directly 7 or 8 meters out. In his previous life, he'd used spinning reels for lure fishing to achieve longer casts, but of course Narante lacked those tools now. As the silver spoon sank into the water, it immediately began tumbling and flashing silver light, astonishingly attracting dozens of fish to circle around it right away. This actually works. Seeing this scene, a look of joy flashed across Narent's face. Without hesitation, he began gently moving the fishing rod up and down, making the silver spoon lure mimic the feeble struggling of an injured small fish in the water. Watching this spectacle, cold sweat beaded on the foreheads of the guards and serfs. Was their lord performing a dance? Could it be that dancing for the fish would make them bite the iron hook and deliver themselves to his doorstep? Just as everyone was feeling utterly embarrassed, Nayland suddenly exclaimed, "I've got it!" Whoosh! Then, all they heard was a whooshing sound by their ears, the hemp rope on the fishing rod being pulled taut with a sharp whistle. He really got a bite? Everyone stared dumbfounded as the fishing rod bent into the shape of a fully drawn bow. Whoosh! With a flick of his arm, Narent pulled up a sea fish weighing well over half a kilo. Do fish actually enjoy watching dances? The sight of such a large, lively sea fish flopping before them now left the guards and serfs questioning reality, some doubting whether this fish was even edible or if consuming it might affect their intelligence. Chapter 17, The Fairy's Strange Movements. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pick up the fish. Seeing his stunned subordinates, Roland immediately urged them on. Yes, my lord. Vivian, standing closest to Roland, quickly stepped forward and scooped up the fish. My lord is amazing. This single sea fish must be worth at least 30 copper coins. Oh, that expensive? My lord, it's true. That's the price in Baron Quint's territory. I've seen it in the market myself, Vivian affirmed with a nod. Then we might strike it rich. Narent's heart leapt with joy. If sea fish really commanded such high prices, he could not only solve the food shortage but also boost his territory's income in the future. Without wasting another moment, Narent swung his fishing rod and cast the line back into the water. He needed to confirm one thing, that catching this sea fish wasn't just a lucky fluke. Just like before, the silver spoon attracted a school of fish once again after entering the water, and then Nalante began rhythmically swinging his fishing rod as before. It's starting again. The Lord has begun his dance. The crowd's eyes lit up, especially the serfs, who stared unblinkingly at their lord's movements. They too wanted to learn this secret fishing dance so they could secretly come back another day and catch a few fish for themselves. You there, stop looking. A few serfs couldn't resist quietly mimicking Nalante's movements as they watched, drawing sharp rebukes. Their movements were immediately noticed by Quick, who swiftly stepped in front of the serfs and sharply reprimanded them to avert their gazes. In Quick's view, this dance was a money-making skill exclusive to their lord, not something for mere serfs to lay eyes on, at least not without the lord's explicit permission. The serfs shrank back at Quick's furious glare and hastily lowered their heads. Buzz! At this moment, another buzzing sound came from ahead. His lordship had caught another fish. Sure enough, Narante's fishing rod bent into a deep arc once more, dragged relentlessly by the sea fish as it swam away. Damn, this one's huge! Narante exclaimed excitedly, feeling a pull several times stronger than the previous fish. The fish was so large that Narante didn't dare haul it up directly as before. Instead, he let the rod follow the fish's movements, allowing it to tire itself out. Gradually, the sea fish dragged Nalante right to the edge of the beach. Any further, and it would be entering the territory of the fishmen. No way, come up here. Nalante could no longer hold back. He had to take the risk and jerk the rod upward with force. With Nalante's vigorous pull, the sea fish, already exhausted from the struggle, was finally yanked out of the water. Wow, what a huge sea fish! As the fish was hauled out of the sea, everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. This fish weighed a good 7 or 8 gene. Snap! Just as the sea fish was about to be pulled ashore, the fishing rod, made from an ordinary branch, finally gave way under the strain and snapped with a sharp sound. Damn it, get ashore! Acting swiftly, Naren kicked the belly of the sea fish, sending the entire creature flying precariously onto the shore, where Quick lunged forward and caught it firmly in his arms. "Milord is mighty!" The crowd immediately erupted in cheers. It's nothing. Narant also felt a sense of accomplishment. Most importantly, he had confirmed that the lure worked in this world too. Catching that sea fish earlier wasn't just a fluke. He had originally planned to catch a few more to bring back to the castle for a change of menu, but with the fishing rod now broken, he had to call it a day. Kenbi Cowpat, my lord, I'm here. At this moment, Kenbi Cowdon was filled with admiration for his lord. He never expected his lordship could actually catch fish just by dancing. If only I could learn such dance moves too. This was the inner monologue running through Kenbi Cowdon's mind. How many days' worth of food does your village have left? Reporting to my lord, our wheat supplies will only last a little over a week. But if we could gather wild fruits from the blazing forest to the west, perhaps we could make them last indefinitely. Kenbi Cowdung answered cautiously. We can no longer gather wild fruits, Naren thought to himself upon hearing this. Yet dismissing the serf's risky trips to the blazing fire forest for foraging was already settled in his mind. With such an abundance of seafood, even if there were no dangers, he wouldn't waste manpower sending them there. Kenbi and the group of serfs paled at these words, mistakenly believing that Narant was forbidding them from picking wild fruits across the entire territory. In this world, every blade of grass and every tree on the land belonged to the lord. If his lordship decreed a ban on foraging, even plucking a single weed would be considered theft of the lord's property. Of course, under normal circumstances, no lord would ever issue such an order. I'll make some fishing rods in the next couple of days. Your job from now on will be to fish, announced Narant. Fishing? Kenbi Cowdon looked utterly bewildered. What? Aren't you willing? We are. Kenbi Cowdon nodded eagerly like a pecking chick, his face alight with excitement. Nodding, Narant dismissed Kenny Cowdon. Just as he was about to pull something from his pocket, Quick stepped forward cautiously and said, My lord, are you really planning to teach them your dancing fishing technique? Wouldn't that risk leaking such a special skill? Dancing technique? What dancing technique? Narant didn't quite catch on. Seeing his lord's confusion, Quick immediately raised his hands, twisted his waist, and mimicked Narant's earlier fish-teasing gestures with a few exaggerated swings. This technique! Narant's face darkened with embarrassment. Did I really make such a cringeworthy waist-twisting move while fishing just now? Quirk, go tell the serfs immediately, not a single word about the fishing is to leak out. Quirk's words had actually given Narante a wake-up call. This lure fishing was indeed an unprecedented innovation in this world that could generate immense economic benefits. It absolutely couldn't be exposed. Yes, my lord. Quick knew that Narante had made up his mind, so he dared not say anything more. He immediately walked toward the serfs, and soon stern warnings could be heard. After Quirk left, Narant took out a little creature from his pocket, the tiny blue sprite he had obtained the night before. The little thing actually reacted just as Narante approached the beach. This is not good news. Being near the coast, Narant was deeply concerned that the little one might choose a habitat in the sea when the time came. If it weren't for the mermaid sea monsters, Narant wouldn't be overly concerned. But with their presence, even if they attracted precious marine fish to inhabit the area, Narant simply couldn't harvest them. But the little one's choices were all random, yet Nathaniel had no choice but to accept it. Go ahead, little one. With that, Nalante placed the tiny blue sprite on the ground. Mimi, Mimi. The little creature excitedly called out to Nalante before scampering down towards the beach. Chapter 18, Slippery Flying Fish. Votes please. The little sprite was a magical being that neither ordinary creatures nor magical beasts would attack, so Nalante wasn't worried about it facing any danger when it went ashore. Just as expected, when the blue sprite reached the beach, the fish-like sea monsters merely watched it curiously, neither attacking nor chasing after it. The little blue spirit then descended into the seawater with cheerful migu-migu sounds. Soon, the tiny creature finally came to a stop roughly 50 meters from the shore. Thanks to the crystal-clear water, Nalante spotted a stretch of brilliantly colorful coral there. As the blue spirit paused, a blue glow gradually gathered around it. When the radiance grew dazzlingly bright, rings of light began radiating outward in all directions. As the blue light swept through the coral reefs, the underwater scene became even more vibrant and colorful. If I were back in my previous life, this place would probably become the most beautiful tourist destination, right? Narant felt like crying but had no tears left. Splash! Splash! At that moment, the sea's surface suddenly became restless. Schools of fish began swimming from the distant deep sea toward the shallows, leaping joyfully out of the water as they moved. Flying fish? As a titled knight, Narant's vision was sharp enough to recognize that the entire school consisted of the same species. The fish weren't particularly large, about the length of chopsticks, with bodies that shimmered silver all over. The most peculiar feature was their pair of ventral fins, which resembled bird wings, allowing them to skim briefly over the ocean's surface. Do any of you know what kind of fish those are? In his previous life, there had been flying fish, but he wasn't sure if they were the same in this world. My lord, those appear to be slippery flying fish. Canby Cowdung timidly spoke up. Slippery flying fish? Nayland hadn't expected someone to actually recognize them. Milord, the slippery flying fish is a nasty sort utterly inedible. Once, villagers from the coast gathered those winged abominations that washed ashore, and they suffered 3 days of violent flux, nearly starved to death from it. Even seabirds avoid them, terrified of the same fate. Narant mourned for that surf silently, and for his gold coins as well. Clearly, the little blue sprite had vanished without a trace, those diarrhea-inducing fish. Even if he eventually gained the strength to clear the coast of fishmen and sea monsters, these slippery flying fish probably held no commercial value whatsoever. With mixed feelings, Narant didn't linger by the shore any longer. Carrying a heavy heart, he led the guards back the way they'd come. He had originally planned to head west to complete the inspection of the entire Stormwind territory, but since the villagers mentioned magical beasts appearing in that direction, he would have to wait until fully prepared before finishing the tour. He hadn't even worn leather armor when heading out today. If he actually encountered a magical beast, his combat effectiveness would be far inferior to when fully armed. Vivian, does Wheatleaf Village have a blacksmith? The matter of fishing was urgent, and the scarcest resource for it was artificial lure spoons. Upon returning to the castle, Narant immediately began preparations. For the next batch of bait, he naturally couldn't use iron spoons again, especially since he couldn't possibly gather so many of them. Yes, my lord, there's a blacksmith named Ferdy in the village who runs a forge. Ah, excellent news. Overjoyed, Narant immediately instructed Quake, take that spoon and fish hook I brought back to the forge and commission 100 sets. Have them made as quickly as possible, collect whatever payment is needed later from Steward Thomas. Additionally, go to the Swordwood Grove and cut down 30 thumb-thick swordwoods. Deliver them to Misfortune Village to be fashioned into fishing rods. See, fish vary in size, and Narant knew ordinary branches wouldn't hold up for fishing. Yes, my lord. Although he had only inspected a small portion of his territory today, it still took Nayland all morning. After Quick left, Thomas came to report that lunch was ready. After surviving on bread and smoked meat for nearly half a month, I finally get to eat fresh food. Sitting at the long table and sipping the incredibly delicious fish soup, Nayland couldn't help but moan in satisfaction. 2 weeks of nothing but smoked meat and bread had been tough on this authentic foodie from Huagua. Now his taste buds were finally getting the revival they desperately needed. The only imperfection is the lack of a proper chef. In the original owner's memories, even in the not-so-wealthy Baron Andrew's castle, his father's, the abundance of food at least met the bare minimum standards for nobility, with as many as 4 or 5 chefs employed. Of course, the low culinary standards at Narant Castle were due partly to the chefs, but the scarcity of ingredients played an equally significant role. The commoners had no surplus grain to raise livestock, and Narant, having just arrived empty-handed, Didn't even have a single chicken or duck penned up on his lands, getting hold of an egg was out of the question. I've got to work harder to live the carefree, indulgent life of a proper lord soon. Other nobles might take decades or even centuries to gradually improve their lives on their fiefs, but Narent, being a transmigrator, believed he should at least reach other nobles' standards within a year or two. After all, he was a man blessed with a cheat-like advantage. My lord, there are new gold coins in the accounts today. Allow me to report the figures. Thomas spoke cautiously, holding an account book. Regarding such mundane matters as finances, nobles traditionally entrusted them to the castle steward. Whenever there were significant expenditures or income, the steward would report to the noble during mealtimes, thus sparing the noble from expending unnecessary energy on managing such affairs. Let's hear it. My lord, originally the castle held 9 gold coins, 30 silver coins, and 210 copper coins. With the wealth you brought back today added to the treasury, we now possess 13 gold coins, 39 silver coins, and 350 copper coins. As a dignified lord, I currently only possess a mere 130,000 in funds. Nathaniel silently noted to himself. These 100-something thousand are truly insignificant for a lord. They're not even enough to renovate this dilapidated castle. This baronial castle had been breached by dark creatures multiple times. Though the walls and structures remain intact, the furniture and decorations are severely lacking. Everything inside and out requires complete renovation and refurbishment. For instance, the corridors and great hall must be carpeted, or they just be bare stone floors utterly unbefitting a noble residence. And he must display artworks, gold-silver utensils, and elaborate lamps throughout the castle to demonstrate wealth. Otherwise rumors would spread and he'd become laughingstock among the aristocracy. A noble's dignity might not matter to Narent himself, but reputation isn't as simple as if I'm happy with it, that's enough. Like in his previous life. A bad reputation would inevitably affect future trade or other dealings between Stormwind territory and neighboring lands. In this world, a noble's reputation serves as their calling card. If you're known for illustrious deeds or a virtuous name, every territory would hold you in high esteem and treat you as an honored guest. If you have a notorious reputation or are notoriously poor, then forget about making friends. It's already good enough if people don't look down on you. In a few days, when the sea fish are caught, I can sell some for money. Also, after some time has passed, I can chop down some mature swordwood for sale. Narent mused in his heart. Chapter 19, A Giant Sea Monster? Seeking votes, seeking bookmarks. Earning money can't be rushed, it must come naturally. Suddenly, Narent thought of something and asked, Thomas, besides you, does anyone else in the castle know how to read? Although he learned about the population of his territory, Nayland wanted to conduct a detailed census, including information on all the serfs' family backgrounds, such as their age groups and whether they possessed any special skills. This would allow him to manage the affairs of his territory based on the population in the future. My lord, it seems there isn't anyone, Thomas replied cautiously. Though the 3 male servants in the castle also came from Tulip Castle, none of them were literate. As for Thomas himself, it was because he had been trained as an elite servant in the past. There are only about a few dozen such elite male servants in Tulip Castle, all trained in literacy and arithmetic. Normally, they would become assistants to Tulip Castle's stewards, specifically assigned to manage certain manors or other economically beneficial properties. Of course, occasionally they might also be granted by the Earl to his subordinate vassals. Take Narent for example. Thomas came directly to serve under him as an excellent steward, sparing Narent the trouble of training a new one. Nathaniel was troubled. In this world, literacy alone qualified someone as high-tier talent, and such individuals were hard to come by. My lord, my sister can read. At that moment, a timid voice came from the edge of the long table. Oh, Vivian can read? Yes, my lord. My sister attended school for 2 years before. It turned out that Vivian and Lilia had lived in Tulip City before being exiled to Stormwind territory, where their parents ran a tailor shop, giving Vivian the chance to attend school for 2 years. Of course, literacy was of no use in Stormwind before Nalante's arrival, so no one knew that Vivian was literate. Actually, besides Vivian, Lilia was also literate, though she'd learned through her sister's teaching and hadn't mastered a complete education. Excellent. Nalante was overjoyed. Vivian was a real treasure. He then handed a loaf of white bread to Lilia. Lilia, go get your sister for me. Yes, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Lilia's face instantly lit up with joy upon seeing the white bread. She happily took it and quickly dashed out of the dining hall. By the time Vivian arrived at the dining hall, Narent had already entrusted her with the task of conducting a population census. Narent even prepared forms more detailed than household registration books from his past life. These forms required not only recording family members' information but also listing their specialized skills and more. Upon receiving the order, Vivian immediately set to work with her second guard squad to carry out the task. After finishing lunch, Narent went straight to the study. System, I want to draw a lottery. The weekly system lottery had become available again. Having been quite busy last night, Narent only now found some free time to proceed with the draw. As Narent spoke, the lottery will appear on his retina. Affinity fruit? Charm fruit? To Narent's surprise, the prizes featured in this lottery draw had changed. The strength fruit and agility fruit were swapped out for 2 different types. Begin the lottery. Though somewhat disappointed that no strength fruit appeared, Narent knew there would be other opportunities in the future. Ding! Congratulations, host, for winning a charm fruit. Please claim it in the system panel. Though the original owner's body was a bit weak, he was quite handsome. If I consume this charm fruit now, won't I become the most dazzling guy around? Narent chuckled helplessly but still took out the charm fruit and ate it. It remained delicious, melting instantly upon entering his mouth, yet Narent couldn't perceive any effects afterward. Even when he checked his reflection in the bronze mirror, he still looked exactly like his usual self. If it's not visible, then so be it. In this world, strength is what truly matters. Time flew by, and 2 days passed quickly. These days Narent had been relatively idle, spending all his time cultivating battle aura inside the castle. The fishing rod is ready, but the fake bait being crafted by the blacksmith still needs more time. My lord, Chief Kenby Cowdung has arrived outside the castle to report a giant sea monster has appeared by the shore. Just as Narent was cultivating, Quirk hurried in with Thomas, his face full of anxiety. What? A giant sea monster? Nalante exclaimed, shocked. Quick, take me to Kenby Cowdung. Kenby Cowdung was brought into the castle's front hall. My lord, those enormous sea monsters were completely gray, with terrifyingly loud cries, bodies at least this big, and furthermore, they came in a massive swarm. Even the slippery flying fish were fleeing from them. One of the sea monsters had already reached the shore, writhing on the sand. Kenby Cowdung recounted with lingering fear in his eyes, gesturing wildly before Nayland. He even circled the open space to demonstrate just how enormous the creature was. What about the villagers? Were there any casualties? My lord, except for the one on the shore, all other sea monsters remain in the ocean. I've already instructed the villagers to stay away from the coastline, so there have been no casualties. Kenby Cowdung replied. Quick, assemble all guards and prepare to depart. Hearing that the sea monsters hadn't ravaged Misfortune Village yet, Narent finally let out a relieved breath. Nevertheless, as the territorial lord, he needed to investigate such matters personally. Yes, my lord. Soon, Quick gathered all 15 swordsman guards. As for Vivian, since Nayland had sent her to conduct the census, she had already taken the archer squad with her. Though the territory had just over 1,000 people, the workload was still immense for her to handle alone. Mounting his warhorse and having the guards board the carriage, Nayland and his group quickly set off for the coast. Since the guards didn't have to walk this time, after just over half an hour of swift riding, Narante and his party arrived at Misfortune Village. The Lord is here! The Lord is here! When Narante's group reached the village entrance, all the terrified villagers had gathered there. Upon seeing Narante, they erupted in cheers as if beholding their savior. Greetings, Lord! The serfs then knelt down one after another. Rise, stay away from the coastline. Kenby Cowdung, you alone shall accompany us. Yes, me lord. Having given his orders, Nayland dismounted his warhorse and headed toward the shore with his guards. Moving cautiously along the way, Narent and his group reached the coastline after a few minutes. My lord, look, those sea monsters are still in the water. Not daring to approach the shore as boldly as last time, Narent and the others stood atop a cluster of rocks that provided enough elevation to survey the sea. No sooner had they climbed to the higher rocks than Squire Cowdung pointed toward the shallows and exclaimed in alarm. Narante and the others looked in the direction pointed by Kenby. Is this the damned sea monster that made me nervous as hell? Narante rolled his eyes, feeling the urge to strangle Kenby's bullshit. Chapter 20, Slicing Meat. Cursing inwardly, Narante moved closer to the shore. He wanted to take a look at the so-called sea monster on the beach for one final confirmation. Milord, it's dangerous there. Quick and the others were already terrified by the dozens of massive sea monsters in the ocean. Nervous and tense, they hurried forward to dissuade Nathaniel when they saw him walking toward the shoreline. Those aren't sea monsters, they're fish. Nathaniel was at a loss for words. After taking a few steps forward, he got a clear view of the sea monster stranded on the beach. This was no monster, it was clearly a whale. Its gray skin and enormous 17 to 18 meter long body had led the inexperienced serfs to imagine it as a terrifying sea creature. Fish? A fish that big? Quick and the others exchanged bewildered glances. They had never seen such a massive fish before. Its mouth alone looked big enough to swallow a carriage hole. That's called a sperm whale, a super large fish. But they don't eat humans, they only feed on small fish. I see, my lord. You truly are a wise and knowledgeable noble. Seeing Narent speak with such certainty, Quirk and the others finally began to half believe him. After all, they too had seen the sperm whale on the beach. Contrary to the terrifying tentacles and rows of razor-sharp teeth described in knightly tales, besides its colossal size, it truly looked no different from an ordinary fish. My lord, then, can we eat the sperm whale too? Having shaken off his fear, Kenbi Cowdung immediately asked what concerned him most. In the eyes of the serfs, beyond filling their bellies, their only other concern was filling their bellies. So when they saw such a massive fish, he immediately fantasized about living inside a whale's belly. Wouldn't that mean endless fish to gnaw on while lying down? Perfect. Watching the sperm whale chase the slippery flying fish in frenzied circles across the sea, Narante curled his lips into a faint smile. Though he didn't understand why sperm whales had a taste for slippery flying fish, it proved that the blue sprites had already demonstrated their worth. Whale meat might be unpalatable, but it was still meat. A single sperm whale weighed dozens of tons, enough to feed thousands for months. Moreover, the whale oil extracted from sperm whales is excellent material for lamp oil, not only long-lasting but also odorless when burned. Isn't this an unexpected stroke of luck? Though Naren currently lacks the means to send serfs whaling at sea, this single whale has instantly resolved his immediate food crisis, allowing him to swiftly complete the system's side mission. As for the lure fishing plan, it will naturally continue as well. These catches can be exported to other territories as commodities for profit. Kenbi Cowdung, go to the village now and bring all the serfs with baskets and tools to the shore. Yes, my lord. Kenbi Cowdung's face bloomed like a chrysanthemum in laughter. He'd already guessed what the lord was planning. Quirk, my lord, at your service. Bring the guards and follow me. With a wave of his hand, Narant headed towards the beach. Due to the whale's enormous size, not only were the serfs like Kenbi Cowdung terrified of it, but even the fishmen sea monsters had retreated far away. This conveniently allowed Narant and his men to step onto the beach. By the time Narant and his group approached, the sperm whale had already stopped breathing. It had likely been stranded on the beach the night before, and its final struggles had exhausted its last ounce of strength. It's massive. Even the burly quake looked like nothing more than a tiny chick standing before the sperm whale. All guards, hear my command, start cutting the fish meat now, and be quick about it. Yes, my lord. Thus, Narant and his men launched a vigorous campaign to slaughter the fishmen. As the sperm whale was carved open, blood flowed freely across the ground. Yet whether it was Keekin the guards or the newly arrived villagers from Unlucky Village, everyone grinned from ear to ear with unrestrained joy. Looking at the chunks of glistening white whale meat, the group could almost smell the sweet aroma of fish stew. Hurry up, all of you. If those fishmen sea monsters swarm over, there won't be any meat left. Kenbi Cowdung urged the villagers while straining to haul slabs of meat weighing dozens of pounds. Simultaneously, he kept chanting inwardly, "This is glistening white fish meat." And with each repetition, Kenbi Cowdung felt his body flood with renewed strength. And so, the beach's massive whale carcass weighing over 10 tons was nearly completely butchered in just one afternoon. Can't these murlocs hold themselves back any longer? Looking at the murlocs that had cautiously approached within less than 100 meters, Nayland felt it was about time to stop cutting the meat. Although there was still nearly half a whale carcass left uncut, they had already obtained roughly over 10 tons of fish meat. Sheathing his long sword, Nayland went to the beachside to wash off the blood staining his hands. What's this? But just as he was washing his hands, the waves pushed a hard object right to Nalante's feet. This was a white-gray object about the size of 3 clenched fists, somewhat stone-like, yet not stone. This couldn't possibly be ambergris, could it? In the next instant, a bold thought suddenly surfaced in Nayland's mind: sperm whale paired with slippery flying fish. Nalanter had seen pictures of ambergris online before, and more importantly, the sperm whales, the creatures capable of producing this precious substance, were hunting nearby today. Narant didn't mind the filth and immediately picked up the hard object suspected to be ambergris, which weighed considerably less than he'd imagined. Quirk, my lord, what are your orders? Cut open this sperm whale's stomach and see if there's anything inside like this object in my hand. Narant waved the hard lump of suspected ambergris. Yes, my lord. Quick showed no hesitation and immediately led several subordinates to begin cutting open the whale intestines that were originally meant to be discarded. My lord, there really is one, though it's slightly smaller than yours. Moments later, Quick came running back holding a grayish-white piece of ambergris still smeared with whale blood. Wonderful, haha, Narante was overjoyed. Now there was no need for doubt, this was undoubtedly ambergris. Let's go, those fishmen are starting to move closer. Then, at Nalante's command, they abandoned a portion of the whale carcass and began retreating from the beach. Those damn fishmen are utterly despicable. There was still so much whale meat left. As they followed Nalante in retreat, Kembi Nyofin and the others bitterly cursed the fish monsters. Narant, however, didn't feel it was a waste. Yesterday, after the blue sprite made its home in the coral reef, it attracted a creature called the slippery flying fish, which can cause severe diarrhea in humans and other animals. The gathering of these slippery flying fish had, in turn, attracted the whales to congregate there. Naren speculated that it was precisely because of the large foreign object like ambergris in the whales' bodies that they pursued and swallowed slippery flying fish, hoping to expel the ambergris from their systems. If this speculation held true, it meant that sperm whales would continue to appear near Stormwind territory. More importantly, there was a high likelihood of ambergris being endlessly washed ashore by the waves. Chapter 21, Ambergris. This is ambergris. Nayland took a deep breath to calm himself, otherwise he feared he might jump for joy and lose the dignity befitting a lord. If there was anything most precious in this fantastical world, it would undoubtedly be elemental sprites. But if one were to ask what was most coveted among the nobility, perfume would unquestionably top the list. Whether in his past life or this world, nobles harbored an almost obsessive adoration for perfume. Of course, the main reason in the previous life was that Westerners naturally had body odor, so perfume became a necessity to mask it. But in this world, thanks to the presence of battle chi, people don't suffer from this common issue. The real reason they need perfume is for cultivating battle chi. Aside from meditation, cultivating battle chi also requires rigorous physical training to temper the body. Under such intense physical exertion, men might not mind much, but noble ladies and madams cared deeply. After finishing their training and washing up, they would even spray on fragrant perfumes to help them forget their earlier disheveled state. Besides, people in this era weren't particularly hygiene-conscious. Cities were practically overflowing with sewage, and waste was often dumped straight onto the streets. Perfume served the purpose of purifying the air inside homes. Even in Nalante's castle, though it didn't reek of foul odors, servants would lightly spray perfume daily to make the rooms more pleasant and inviting. So, even a dirt-poor lord like Nalante was a user of perfume, let alone those wealthy old nobles with deep pockets. In this technologically backward world, perfumes are extracted from plants and flowers using the most primitive methods. Often, a well-scented perfume signifies the rise of a noble family. In the past, no matter how lucrative the perfume trade was, it had nothing to do with Nalante. But now, things are different. He has obtained ambergris. Ambergris is the true king of fragrances. Whether added to perfumes or used as incense, it is a top-tier treasure. My lord, what is this thing? Quark looked curiously at the damp, oddly scented grayish-white stone in his hand. This is ambergris. Ambergris? Ah, could it be dragon saliva? And, it doesn't smell fragrant at all? Quick widened his eyes. Dragons were legendary creatures, but this thing was clearly extracted from whales. Also, though its name contains the character for fragrance, it actually isn't fragrant at all. Ha ha, Narant offered no explanation. The ambergris was still in a damp state, emitting rather peculiar odors, but once dried, its fragrance would become distinctly noticeable. Quick, take these 2 pieces of ambergris back to the castle immediately. Also, bring the remaining 2 carriages from the castle. Also, go to Wheatleaf Village and bring all the serfs to Misfortune Village. Remember, each of them must bring 2 pounds of wheat. Yes, my lord. Quick memorized all the instructions and hurried back to the castle. Meanwhile, Narant took the remaining subordinates and headed to Misfortune Village. Greetings, lord. Greetings, lord. At this moment, the villagers of Misfortune Village gathered at the village entrance, each wearing beaming smiles. Beside them lay several mounds of whale meat stacked like small hills. Everyone knew the lord had acquired such a hefty portion of whale meat. Given their backbreaking labor, surely they'd at least be rewarded with a hearty feast, a chance to finally experience the luxury of eating meat until they were full. Can be cow dung. My lord, I'm here at your service. Have all the villagers line up now to collect their share of whale meat, 50 pounds per person, said Narant calmly. Ah, 50 caddies? Canby Cowdon was stunned, as were the surrounding serfs. What? Any objections? No objections, no objections. Thank you for your generosity, lord. Thank you for your generosity, lord. Canby, shaking his cowdung head like a rattle, tearfully expressed his gratitude to Narante. The other serfs were no exception, with the frail girls weeping like pear blossoms bathed in rain. This is meat we're talking about, 50 pounds of it. In the past, other lords would scarcely send us food, let alone meat, and whenever someone like Anthony didn't shake us down for exorbitant taxes, we'd thank the heavens for our luck. Yes, but remember, this meat is being loaned to you. You'll need to work for me in the future to repay it. Lord Nayland nodded in satisfaction. However, to prevent the serfs from becoming lazy once they had enough food, he still needed to phrase it differently. Yes, my lord. Since they themselves belonged to the lord, the serfs naturally didn't care whether it was a loan or not. Their daily hard labor had always been just to fill their bellies. As long as they could eat their fill, it made no difference whether they worked the fields or did tasks for the lord. Soon, over 100 villagers of May Village formed a queue, each stepping forward one by one to joyfully carry home their 50 pounds of whale meat. To be fair, though the serfs were frail, they clutched the meat as if holding bundles of banknotes from their past lives, not feeling the weight at all. My lord, the villagers of May Village have arrived. About an hour and a half later, Quig had already returned, trailing behind him a straggling procession of May Village villagers. Still unaware of what was happening, the villagers of May shuffled forward hesitantly, heads bowed low while tightly clutching their 2 pounds of grain. Greetings, Lord. The first to arrive was Pete Boots. After his last audience with the Lord, Pete had concluded the man must be a merciful noble. So when Quake summoned them this time, he made sure every serf brought their grain supplies without delay. Memorize. Thank you, my lord. Pete and the villagers cautiously got to their feet. Ah, is that meat? As they stood up, they caught sight of several towering piles of snow-white whale meat behind Nalante, leaving them utterly dumbstruck. This shock was no less profound than when Kembi Kaudong and others had witnessed the giant sea monster. Listen well, villagers of May Village. The great Lord Narrant has shown his mercy today. You will be allowed to borrow 50 caddies of meat on credit in exchange for 2 caddies of grain. The guards, who had already received Nalante's instructions, began making the announcement to the villagers of May. What? 50 pounds of meat? The villagers of Wheatleaf Village erupted in murmurs. They'd initially thought the Lord was going to confiscate their 2 pounds of wheat, but unexpectedly, he was giving them meat instead, and 50 pounds at that. As for the phrase on credit, they automatically ignored it, just like the villagers of Misfortune Village had. Thank you for your generosity, Lord. The serfs who had just risen from their knees moments earlier promptly knelt down again in unison. Following this, just as before, every inhabitant of Wheatleaf Village received 50 caddies of whale meat. Ding! Side quest completed. Reward: the second daughter of misfortune will soon appear. At that very moment, the system's alert chimed in Nayland's ears. Ha! It's already done just like that? Narrant was stunned. He had originally thought this task would take more time to complete, since generally an adult needed about 1 pound of food per day. Yet Narrant had only distributed 50 pounds of meat per person, far from enough to keep everyone well-fed for 3 or 4 months. But this was just Narrant's habitual way of thinking. How could the serfs of this world possibly match the dietary standards of his previous life? Even on normal days, they consumed only half a pound of food, living in a state of semi-starvation. Although he had only given 50 pounds of food this time, it was meat far more nutritious than their usual hard black bread. The serfs only needed to take the whale meat back to dry into jerky, which according to past consumption rates would be enough to feed them for over 3 months. Chapter 22, Baron Kent. My lord, the remaining whale meat has been packed. The whale stranded on the beach weighed at least over 20 tons, a relatively small sperm whale, and by that afternoon, Narrant and his team had already cut off about 8 or 9 tons of meat. After distributing meat to the serfs, there remained nearly 1,000 pounds of fish and several hundred pounds of whale oil. Alright, let's head back to the castle. With a grand wave of his hand, Narrant led the team back, followed by their 3 fully packed wagons. Once brought back, the whale meat would be dried under Thomas's direction to serve as preserved rations for the soldiers. Although most noble soldiers went without daily meat rations, Nalante understood that without sufficient protein intake, forging an elite force would be impossible. His territory is constantly threatened by invasions from dark creatures, so he must ensure that Quark and the other guards maintain sufficient physical fitness. Next, he will begin subjecting them to high-intensity training using methods from his past life. The sky had darkened completely by the time Nayland and his team arrived at Wheatleaf Village after over an hour of travel. Vivian. As he passed through the Wheatleaf Village square, Nayland saw Vivian emerging from the stone house. My lord, why so late? My lord, I was sorting through the registry and accidentally lost track of time, Vivian replied softly. Nayland nodded. Thanks to his enhanced vision as a titled knight, even in the dim light he could see the unconcealed exhaustion on her face, and his heart ached for her. Though the girl had awakened, her body remained frail due to long-term malnutrition in the past. Come up, I'll take you back. Nathaniel extended his hand toward Vivian. Thank you, my lord. Vivian's fair cheeks flushed slightly pink. After all, they were now under everyone's watchful gaze, unlike last time when everyone had been busy scrambling for meat stew. Moreover, Vivian wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but the Lord seemed especially handsome today. Though he'd always been good-looking, ever since seeing him tonight, her heart kept beating faster without reason. Quick, return to the castle at a steady pace. Once Vivian was securely seated in front of him, Narante issued the command. Then, Narante spurred his horse forward, swiftly setting off with Vivian. As the cool night breeze blew and she felt the presence of her lord behind her, Vivian slowly closed her eyes. If only it could always be like this. A timid thought suddenly arose in Vivian's heart, but she quickly suppressed it. She knew it was impossible, after all, she was just a serf. Vivian, would you like to learn horse riding? Just as Vivian was lost in thought, Roland's voice reached her ears. Ah, is it really possible, my lord? Vivian was taken aback. In this world, horses were precious commodities, practically equivalent to sports cars in her previous life. Even an old workhorse for hauling goods remained utterly unattainable for commoners. In Stormwind territory, apart from Narrant, probably only Thomas and Quick knew how to ride horses. Of course you can, Narrant replied with a laugh. I'll start teaching you after dinner. As a future divine archer, Narrant felt it was necessary to train Vivian in horseback riding. After all, Vivian wasn't skilled in close combat. Learning to ride would give her an extra layer of safety if battles broke out. Thank you, my lord. Vivian's heart brimmed with sweetness. While she harbored no obsession with learning to ride, the lord's kindness filled her with an unprecedented warmth. Upon returning to the castle with Vivian, Thomas was already eagerly awaiting their arrival. Welcome back, honored lord. The moment the warhorse halted, Thomas immediately seized the reins. Thomas, Quake will soon arrive with several carts of fish and meat. Arrange for their proper storage, then have the servants prepare 2 pots of stew so the staff and guards can enjoy a hearty meal. With satisfaction, Nathaniel dismounted and relayed his instructions to Thomas. You are truly a most gracious and generous lord. I'm certain they feel blessed by this. My lord, your bath is ready, and dinner has been prepared. You may dine at your leisure once you've refreshed yourself. After that, Nathaniel enjoyed a refreshing hot bath and finished his dinner, then began teaching Vivian how to ride a horse. The horse assigned to Vivian for her lessons was Narante's own dappled mare, named Patchy. Though it couldn't compare to a true warhorse, this was still a simply trained mount that understood basic human commands. Thus in the castle courtyard, the guards watched with envy as Vivian received personal instruction from their lord. Of course, they also knew such envy was pointless. Leaving aside Vivian being a titled knight, just the fact that she was receiving hands-on guidance while sharing a horse with their lord, such treatment would never be extended to them. At dawn the next day, before first light, the serfs of Stormhaven were already shouldering baskets and heading out. They got up so early not to work, but to prepare for a trip to the neighboring Baron Quinton's territory. Last night, everyone received over 50 pounds of fish meat, ensuring they wouldn't need to worry about starvation for the coming months. However, the thrifty serfs also intended to take this opportunity to sell a small portion of their fish and exchange it for other daily necessities, especially salt, an essential item for preserving the fish. The journey from Storm territory to Baron Quinton's lands wasn't far, requiring only half a day's travel. At noon, the people of Stormwind territory arrived at the salt-producing town of Baron Kent's domain. Inside Baron Kent's castle, Kent was enjoying an extravagant lunch. The generous spread on the large dining table included honey-glazed bread, mushroom stew, freshly grilled fish, a vegetable and fruit platter, and most precious of all, an entire cut of magical beast meat. This single meal was worth more than 1 gold coin. My lord, something unbelievable has occurred in the town. Just as Baron Kent was eating with greasy delight, a servant arrived with a guard to deliver urgent news. What is it? Reluctantly setting down the monster meat and wiping his greasy hands on his clothes, Quint spoke impatiently. Sir, the town is filled with a great deal of fish meat, large chunks of white, glistening fish meat, at least several thousand pounds of it, and all brought by those unlucky folk from Stormhaven. The guard stole a glance at the delicacies on the table, unconsciously swallowing hard before answering. Thousands of pounds of fish meat? How did those unlucky souls from Stormwind territory obtain this? Quint was stunned and couldn't help but glance at the roasted fish on the table. This was a delicacy he could only occasionally enjoy after specially training 2 servants just for fishing. They say it was given by their lord. That accursed land actually got another lord? Come on, let's go see now. Quinton couldn't even finish his meal as he strode out of the dining hall. Chapter 23, New Mission. Quinton rode his warhorse to White Salt Town with his guard contingent. Sure enough, he saw the wretched refugees from Stormhold, dressed in filthy rags and reeking to high heaven, each solemnly holding fish meat for sale. The stormbound villagers selling whale meat also changed their expressions upon seeing his arrival. Though barely past 20, the rotund Baron Quint, whose corpulent frame nearly crushed the warhorse beneath him, was notorious for his vitriolic tongue. Where did you get such fish? Do fish this large even exist in the sea? Quint relished watching the serfs tremble before him as he condescendingly demanded answers. Lord Quint, these were loaned to us by our liege lord. The serfs hastened to reply deferentially, not daring any delay. Then how did your lord acquire so much fish meat? And no idea. The person Baron Quint was questioning happened to be Kenby Cowdung. Despite his fearful expression, Kenby immediately shook his head and lied. Whack! Speak up! How could you not know where all this fish meat came from? Hearing this, a nearby guard immediately cracked his whip in the air as a threat, regardless of whether it was true or not. Lord Quint, I truly don't know. The Lord ordered us to fetch it on credit. The fish meat was already piled by the roadside when we arrived. Kenby Cowdung shrank his neck in fear. The guard was about to swing his whip again when Quint stopped him. Forget it if you don't know. Just sell your goods then. But recently, our white salt production has decreased, so for now we won't be selling any to Stormwind territory, Quint declared with his head held high, speaking nonchalantly. What? No white salt for us? Kenby Cowdung and the other serfs tensed up immediately. Preserving dried fish required white salt. Without salt for curing, the fish wouldn't keep long. Quint paid no attention to the reactions of Kenby Cowdung and the others, continuing, also, wheat and other food supplies are currently scarce. From now on, you'll have to pay double the usual tax when purchasing them. With that, Quint rode his overburdened warhorse back toward the castle. Quint's reasoning was simple. By depriving the serfs of white salt, they would have no choice but to sell all their fish and meat to him, allowing him to exploit the serfs of Stormwind territory through heavy taxation. This way, even if he couldn't immediately uncover the method for obtaining their fish and meat supplies, he could still amass enormous profits. The barony of Quint was the closest territory to Stormwind. If the serfs refused to sell, their meat would simply spoil. This was why Quint acted so boldly. He had nothing to fear. Johnny, pass the word that from now on, you'll purchase all the fish these unlucky folks bring in. I plan to dry their catch and sell it across other territories of the earldom. On their way back to the castle, Quint casually issued the order. Yes, my lord. The guard captain named Johnny cautiously kept pace before hesitantly adding, my lord, shall we send a few men to infiltrate Stormwind territory? He understood such massive quantities of fish meant his lord would inevitably want to uncover their source. After all, Quint's territory also had coastline. This represented potential wealth. Right now, matters within the buffer zone take priority. We must avoid drawing that lord's attention here. We'll investigate the fish source later if the supplies continue. Yes, my lord, the guard responded, then escorted Quint back to the castle. Village chief, what should we do now? After Quint left, several villagers from Misfortune Village gathered around Kemby Cowdung. First, let's sell the fish meat and exchange it for some grain to take back. Kemby Cowdung's face was full of worry, but there was nothing else to be done. They could only trade the fish they'd brought for food now. Although the taxes had doubled again, they'd already brought this fish all the way here. If they returned now, it would be dark, and if left out in the sun all day, the fish would surely spoil. Another day passed in the blink of an eye. In the study of Stormwind Territory's baronial castle, Narrant was reviewing the completed population census that Vivian had painstakingly compiled. This census had been strictly executed according to Narrant's instructions, containing complete demographic records of Stormwind Territory's population. The population of Stormwind Territory totals 1,321 people, all of them serfs without a single commoner. Yet to Narrant's surprise, among these serfs there were actually several skilled craftsmen. Among them were 8 hunters, 5 carpenters, 3 stonemasons, 1 blacksmith, and 1 cook. Having so many skilled individuals emerge from a population of just over 1,000 regardless of their level of expertise was heartening news to Narrant, especially since they even included a cook among their number. It's worth noting that stonemasons and blacksmiths are highly sought-after professions in this world. They would rarely be reduced to serfdom, let alone willingly venture into the land of misfortune. Of course, Nathaniel also knew that without exception, they had all been exiled to Stormwind lands along with their families because a daughter of misfortune had appeared among them. The cook I've been longing for has finally arrived. I just wonder when the second daughter of misfortune will show up. Setting down the registration ledger, Nathaniel couldn't help but recall the reward for completing the side quest. 2 days had already passed, yet there was still no trace of the second daughter of misfortune. Ding! Although you've given the serfs enough food, they face a major challenge in preserving fish without salt. System side quest. Help the serfs solve the salt problem. Quest reward, or a secret technique. Ha! Another quest? Nathaniel was startled by the system's voice in his head. Solve the salt problem? Isn't Stormwind Territory right by the sea? Narrant found it strange. How could there possibly be a salt shortage by the sea? Even if Stormwind Territory lacked it, they could always purchase salt from Baron Quant's domain. With such geographic advantages, salt shouldn't be prohibitively expensive. But the reward for this combat aura technique is simply too generous. I need to complete this mission quickly. After reconsideration, Narrant felt this mission was incredibly worthwhile. The reward was simply too tempting. Combat aura techniques, as the name suggests, are ultimate moves exclusive to titled knights. They enable titled knights to deliver devastating attacks instantly through special meridians-based energy circulation methods. However, although this battle chi secret technique is powerful, obtaining it is extremely difficult, as it serves as the ultimate trump card of every title knight. After all, in the cold weapons era, victory was determined by swords and blades alone, or a single ultimate move could herald the dawn of triumph. The Barrack family possesses no battle chi secret techniques, as they are a nouveau riche nobility, having only held the title of baron for a few decades. At this thought, Narante couldn't sit still any longer and immediately rose to head toward the door. Upon leaving the study and reaching the first-floor hall, Thomas came running into the castle from outside. My lord, Captain Quick reports that several serfs have come to the castle gate seeking an audience with you. Yes, I know. Narante wasn't surprised. This was likely about their request for salt assistance. Greetings, Lord. Arriving at the front courtyard, the guards were instructed to let the serfs in. It was the 2 village chiefs, Kenby Cowdung and Pete Leatherboot. Since there was no civil administrator, Narrant had instructed them to report directly to the castle if anything came up. Rise, what brings you to the castle to see me? Nalante inquired, seated in an armchair brought by a servant. Milord, we beg your forgiveness for disturbing you, but we had no choice but to come to the castle. Kenby Cowdung was the first to speak. Just say it straight. What's the matter? Nathaniel waved his hand, not wanting to beat around the bush with the 2 of them. Yes, my lord. You generously lent each of us 50 pounds of fish, but we don't have enough salt to preserve it, so we're asking for permission to go to Blackrock territory to buy salt. Serfs are the Lord's private property and cannot leave the territory without permission. It's only half a day's journey to Baron Kent's territory, and they used to go there for trade in the past. The people of Kent wouldn't harm them, but if they ventured into unfamiliar lord's territory and were caught by the guards, they'd be in real trouble. They'd either be driven away or captured and hauled back to Stormwind territory. Then their own lord would have to pay a small reward to the helpful noble neighbor. Their fate in such cases was predictable. Chapter 24, Salt Production. Couldn't they get white salt from Baron Quint's territory? Blackrock territory was their second closest neighbor, just a day and night's journey from Stormwind. Unaware of what had transpired in Quint's lands, Nathaniel found it curious that the serfs would bypass a nearer source. Even with triple taxation, pickling fish wouldn't require that much salt. My lord, it can't be bought. Baron Kent. Kenby the Dumb carefully recounted yesterday's events. Refusing to sell white salt to Stormwind territory? Even doubled the trade tax? Hearing this, the previously composed Nayland suddenly flared up in anger. This was outright bullying. That bastard. Sooner or later, I'll make him understand why flowers are so red. Normally, neighboring nobles would establish good relations. After all, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. In case of danger, nobles can form alliances for mutual defense. Now that Stormwind territory has a lord, Ken still tries to take advantage of them, clearly showing no regard for his authority as lord. My lord, please calm yourself. Just then, Thomas approached with a cup of tea brewed from tulip powder. My lord, I once heard the noble lords discussing at the Tulip Castle Ball that Baron Quinton is notoriously stingy and harsh. He's miserly not only toward serfs but equally so toward fellow nobility. Last time, Baron Dellin from Tulip territory went to purchase white salt from him, only to find it mixed with a heap of sand upon bringing it back. As a servant of Tulip Castle, Thomas had heard many amusing tales discussed among the nobility, which he now recounted to Narrant. He's so sarcastic and bitter, yet nobles still go to him to buy white salt? If nobles engaged in fraudulent transactions with him, once word got out, probably no other aristocrat would trade with him anymore. My lord, there's nothing to be done about it. Baron Quint's territory has 3 little sprites that all produce salt mines, so nobles without salt mines in the vicinity have no choice but to buy white salt from him. After all, salt mine sprites are quite rare. My lord, there are rumors that Baron Quint is the illegitimate son of Count Blackiron. Although his granted territory is relatively remote, the 3 salt mine sprites were given to him by Count Blackiron. So in truth, this Baron Quint is wealthier than many ordinary viscounts. The Earl's illegitimate son? Salt mine sprites. Suddenly, it dawned on Narrant, in this world, it seemed there were no naturally formed underground mineral deposits. Whether iron or gold, all were nurtured by little yellow sprites. Then have any of you heard of someone making salt from seawater? Narrant suddenly asked the group. Hearing this, the group exchanged glances. Thomas also paused for a moment before replying, My lord, white salt is also classified as a mineral resource and is transformed by those yellow sprites. Though seawater is salty too, it seems incapable of transforming into salt. Thomas reminded as quietly as possible, careful not to undermine his lord's dignity. This time, it was Nalante's turn to be puzzled. In his past life, the vast majority of salt people consumed was sea salt. Yet this world also has vast, endless oceans, yet people only rely on salt mining spirits to extract well salt for their consumption. Thomas, what's the market price for white salt per pound? Reporting, my lord, white salt is very precious and isn't sold by the pound. It's sold in small packages, each equivalent to 100 grams. Each package costs 10 copper coins. Unless you go directly to a territory like Baron Kunt's domain where salt mines are located, you can't get affordable salt there. It's normally 5 copper coins per package. But that price is only for merchant caravans dispatched by nobles. Commoners can't purchase it at that low price. Thomas immediately replied, 10 coppers for 100 grams? That expensive? Narrant found this unbelievable. The next moment, Narrant slapped the armrest of his chair and sprung to his feet. Thomas, bring a large pot to the carriage, the bigger the better. Also, grab a tablecloth and a few wooden basins. Although the mineral deposits in this world are all transformed by sprites, Narrant believes that since the seawater is salty, it should also contain salt. So, he wants to give it a try. If it's true that salt can be extracted from seawater just like in his previous life, he'll make that king cry and sing songs of defeat. Yes, my lord. Though unsure of what his lord intends to do, Thomas obediently carries out the order. Soon, 2 carriages set off from the Baron's castle toward the village of Misfortune. Can be done. Fetch me some sturdy serfs. At the entrance of Misfortune village, Nayland issued the order to Kenby. Soon, Kenby brought several serfs to the seaside. In ancient times from his previous life, there were 2 methods for making sea salt. The first involved burning seawater with firewood to obtain salt. The second method was evaporating seawater in salt pans under the sun. As for the second method of sun-drying sea salt, Narrant currently had no way to implement it. After all, the beaches were entirely occupied by the fishmen. Therefore, he had no choice but to use firewood for boiling instead. Fortunately, in this world, while resources may be scarce in many aspects, lush green mountains and clear waters are never in short supply. Vast expanses of untouched forests remain uncultivated. Ordering a few serfs to set up a simple furnace, gather firewood, and scoop seawater, Narrant officially began his salt-making venture in this otherworldly realm. "Milord, are you preparing to cook something? Should I fetch some fish from the village?" Kambi Kaudong asked obsequiously, shrinking his neck as he peered into the empty pot containing only seawater. Whack! Quicker immediately flicked Kambi Kaudong on the forehead with his fingers. While their lord was handling important matters, this ambitionless Kaudong only knew how to eat. Though Quicker didn't know what exactly their lord was busy with, he was certain it wasn't just about eating. After receiving the forehead flick, Kambi Kaudong behaved himself, silently watching as the seawater in the large pot boiled away. "Alright, you few, hold this cloth steady. Filter the water from this iron pot and pour it into the wooden basin." Seeing that a quarter of the seawater had already boiled off, Narrant began directing the men. Soon, the group swiftly began filtering the seawater through the tablecloth. The tablecloth, though not silk, was indeed the fine linen reserved for nobility, so its filtering effect was quite satisfactory. Soon, a layer of murky brown sediment was sieved out. "Alright, pour it down and keep burning." The filtered seawater was put back on the stove again, and this time it required a much longer boiling period. When the seawater had boiled down to the consistency of thick porridge, reddish-white crystals began forming around the edges of the iron pot. "Alright, this time, pour all the water out of the pot." What remained was the so-called bittern, which could be used to make tofu, though unfortunately, Narante had no use for it at the moment. After the bittern was poured away, Kenbi Kaupat and the guards stared curiously at the reddish-white crystals adhering to the pot's surface. "My lord, what is this substance? How could perfectly clear seawater produce these things after boiling?" Quake marveled, utterly astonished. "This is salt." Nayland laughed, barely able to contain his grin. No wonder he was so delighted. When crystals began forming at the bottom of the pot, Nayland realized seawater in this world could indeed produce salt. "What? This is salt?" Everyone wore strange expressions. Though the salt they usually ate wasn't the snowflake-like quality nobles enjoyed, at least its color wasn't nearly this outrageous. It was practically red. "Don't believe me? Try it for yourselves." "Ugh, Tui." Quark and Kemp actually reached out to dab a bit of sea salt and put it in their mouths. But the next moment, they immediately began spitting it out. "My lord, it's really salty, but way too bitter." Quark and the others complained with twisted faces. "It's supposed to be bitter, because this is just crude salt that still needs refining," Narante said with a laugh as he looked at the crowd. Chapter 25, The Forbidden Coast. Salt made by boiling seawater cannot be used directly, as it contains many impurities and harmful elements that can cause serious harm to the human body if consumed over time. To turn this sea salt into edible salt, it needed further filtration and dilution. Narant instructed Kenbi and the others to fetch fresh water with the wagon. Once the fresh water was brought back, they were to pour the sea salt into it. When the sea salt is dissolved back into fresh water, filtration can begin. Due to limited materials, Narant had to resort to the most primitive earth method. He drilled several holes at the bottom of one wooden basin, lined it with a tablecloth, covered it with alternating layers of sand and the charcoal left from boiling the salt. This simple setup transformed the basin into a makeshift filter. After these operations, the filtered brine was returned to the iron pot for reboiling. When the water in the pot had completely evaporated, what remained at the bottom was usable sea salt. "Ah, my lord, the salt has turned white." Watching the dramatically transformed sea salt, Kemp, Kaudong and Quick were utterly astonished. The sea salt in the pot now looked no different from what they usually consumed. Though not yet perfectly white, its original reddish hue had completely disappeared. Try tasting it again. This simplest technique for refining crude salt had been taught in middle school chemistry classes in his previous life, yet to Kemp, Kaudong and the others, it seemed more miraculous than divine magic. Upon hearing the order, Quick and the others eagerly gathered around the pot, scooping up some of the white salt and tasting it with their fingers. "Whoa, it's really salt. Exactly the same as what we buy from Baron Quint's territory." Kenbi Kaudong immediately leapt up from the ground. "Whack, keep your voice down. This salt-making technique is my lord's exclusive secret. If anyone overhears, we'll hang you in May Village Square." Though equally amazed, Quick couldn't resist giving Kenbi a sharp knock on the head for his outburst. Taking the knock, Kenbi finally quieted down, shrinking his head between his shoulders. Narant simply smiled without speaking. This was only after one round of refinement. If he wanted to achieve the flawless, snow-white salt of his previous life, all he needed was to repeat the refining process. Of course, he wouldn't reveal this for now. He greatly admired Quark's cautious mindset. After all, salt production was entirely different from catching fish. Even if Luja's method didn't spread, powerful lords could still dispatch troops to drive away the fishmen monsters and then harvest the fish. But when it came to salt production, unless one had a saltor spirit, even a count or a king would have no choice but to purchase it from elsewhere. So, this salt business is truly a profitable venture, even more lucrative than in his previous life, because extracting sea salt from seawater is exclusively unique to Nalan's family. Kenbi Cowpat, my lord, your humble servant is here. Go to the village immediately and gather 20 serfs. They don't need to be strong or skilled at farming, gender doesn't matter either. But there's one requirement. They must have other family members in their household. Yes, my lord. Kempi Cowdung understood what the lord intended to do and immediately ran excitedly toward Misfortune Village. Quick, send someone to Wheatleaf Village now. Find Pete and have him send 40 strong serfs to erect a simple fence around the coastline. From now on, this shore will become forbidden territory for Stormwind territory. As Naland issued one command after another, Stormwind territory finally saw its first major operation. Naland's plan was simple, to designate the coastline as a restricted zone, prohibiting anyone except those he permitted from approaching. This was the only way to ensure the secret of the sea salt wouldn't be leaked. This was precisely why Nalante required those tasked with boiling sea salt to have relatives living nearby. At the very least, having family around made the serfs more manageable. Moreover, the people of Doom Village were mostly exiles with nowhere else to turn, and their reliance on the territory of Storm's End provided another layer of assurance that the secret of sea salt production would be kept. Of course, this was only a temporary measure. If possible, Naren would even consider building a dedicated salt works and stationing troops there to patrol constantly, ensuring the sea salt operation was foolproof. Once the orders were given, the serfs quickly took their positions. Narante personally demonstrated the salt boiling process to them once more before returning to Doom Village. Kenbin Yofun, the coast is your responsibility now. Tell the villagers that from here on, no one is to approach the shore without my permission. Anyone who violates this will swing from the gallows of May Village. Of course, the villagers can also be responsible for oversight. If anyone with ill intentions is caught, I will reward them handsomely. Nalante's face bore an unprecedented air of authority, causing Kenbi Cowdung to tremble in fear. Yes, my lord, Kenbi Cowdung replied cautiously. In fact, even if Nalante hadn't said anything, he was already prepared to defend the coastline with his life, because just moments ago, Narante had appointed him as the salt boiling and fishing team leader. Well, though he'd never heard of such a position before, it was officially ordained by the Lord himself, as solemn as a noble granting a fiefdom. What mattered more was that this role required no labor from him, he simply had to maintain order along the coast, overseeing salt boiling and fishing operations. For this, he earned 10 silver coins a month. That was the same pay as the guards. Anyone who dared ruin this for him might as well be after his life, Kenbi vowed. Good. I'll send someone later to register those serfs' names. From now on, you'll collect and distribute their wages for them. If you want the horse to run, you must feed it grass. Although the serfs had only been given credit for whale meat the day before, 30 copper coins a day in wages was something Roland could afford. This would foster greater cohesion among the serfs. Yes, my lord. After hearing this, Kenbi Cowdung felt the weight on his shoulders grow heavier, but it also meant he was gaining more trust from the Lord. Bad news, my lord. A daughter of misfortune has appeared in the village. Just as Roland finished giving his orders, several villagers rushed out of Wheatleaf Village in terror to deliver the alarming report. A daughter of misfortune? Kenbi Cowdung and the other villagers immediately panicked upon hearing the news. Chapter 26 The Lucky Girl Shirley. The Lucky Girl, Shirley, semi-awakened. Specialty, domestication. Unique talents, heart of communication, power of affinity. She was a beastmaster attuned to nature, and by the time she grew into an exceptional tamer, every magical beast would willingly follow her command. This lucky girl is in a semi-awakened state, unable to use her talents, and can be detected by dark creatures. A potion can be used to help her achieve initial awakening. Basic awakening potion recipe: 1 portion of white jade flower, 1 portion of earth lotus grass, 2 portions of white tulip. So there really is such a gifted lucky woman? Even the formula is different. Looking at the girl escorted by the villagers, Nalant was somewhat surprised. He had initially thought the second daughter of misfortune would also be combat-related, never expecting her to be a beast tamer. However, regarding the girl's profession, Nalant was particularly drawn to one line in the manual's introduction: when she grows into an exceptional beast tamer, any magical creature will willingly obey her alone. Nalant believed this girl named Shirley showed great potential and wouldn't fall short compared to combat professions in the future. My lord, should we prepare the bonfire now? While Narante silently observed Shirley, Kenbi Cowdung spoke up with a complicated expression. As a resident of Misfortune Village, Kenbi Cowdung had witnessed his own relatives being sent to the pyre before. Though he had never believed his daughter was truly forsaken by the gods, the arrival of the dark creatures forced him to accept it. The girl, Shirley, was only 14, but having been marked a daughter of misfortune, they had no choice but to follow tradition and burn her swiftly, sending the cursed misfortune back to hell. No need. Kenbi Bullscat, your most important task now is to keep watch over the coast. As for this girl named Shirley, I'll take her back to the castle for disposal. Nathaniel shook his head. Yes, my lord. Kenby Bullscat breathed a sigh of relief. Shirley's death was unavoidable, but not having to carry it out himself or witness it would make it easier for him to bear. With that, Kenby Bullscat watched as the guards escorted Shirley onto the carriage, which then set off toward the castle. My lord, you've returned. With sufficient manpower now, the security of the castle also needed to be taken seriously. So whenever Nayland went out, he had to leave a squad of guards stationed at the castle. Today, it was Vivian who stayed behind. Seeing Nayland return, she had the castle gates wide open well in advance to welcome the lord back. I'm back. Nayland dismounted his horse in high spirits. At that moment, Vivian glanced at Shelley in the carriage. Though her limbs weren't bound, Vivian could already see the circle of golden runes glowing in Shelley's eyes. Vivian was startled, her heart inexplicably uneasy for the girl. Vivian, take Shirley to the study and wait for me there. Yes, my lord. Vivian didn't know if Shirley would be as fortunate as herself, and with complex emotions, she led Shirley toward the inner castle. After the two women left, Narrant headed for the storeroom. Soon, he found all the potion ingredients needed for Shirley's awakening. To prevent the formula from being leaked, he still planned to handle these matters personally. Greetings, my lord. Greetings, Lord Baron. As Nalante entered the study with a teacup, the previously somber atmosphere in the room was finally broken. Nalante sat right down at the desk and began to scrutinize this fortunate girl, who looked to be only about 14 years old. However, while Nalante was observing Shirley, she was, in fact, secretly sizing him up as well, a behavior rarely seen among serfs. My lord, are you going to burn me at the stake? To Nalante's greater surprise, Shirley spoke up before he even had a chance. My lord, could you please not burn me to death? Or you could hang me instead. Why choose hanging over burning? Narrant was quite curious, never expecting this little girl to be so amusing. Meanwhile, Vivian stood by rather worried, for bargaining with the lord was an overstep of boundaries. Yet she held her tongue, knowing everything depended on her lord's will. Because I'm afraid of pain, my lord. Seeing Narrant showed no signs of anger, Shelley explained the reason, then added after a pause, and after being burned, I'd turn all charred and black. I don't want to become so ugly that even my own mother wouldn't recognize me. Well, afraid of pain and worried about becoming ugly, that's actually a valid reason. Nathaniel couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps due to the awakening of the daughter of fortune, Nathaniel noticed that both Vivian and Sherry possessed unusually fair and smooth skin among the serfs, not to mention their rare delicate beauty and appearance. After all, serfs often struggled to even fill their stomachs and toiled under the sun and rain. Their skin wasn't just dark but typically rough and weathered. So, my lord, does that mean you agree to my request? To execute me by hanging? Seeing Nathaniel chuckle, Sherry assumed he had already consented. Shelley, hanging might not hurt, but your tongue will grow long and stick out of your mouth, and you won't be able to push it back in. Nathaniel teased the little girl with amusement. Eek, really? What should I do then? Shelley immediately covered her mouth in alarm. But I do have a solution. How about I give you poison instead? That way, it won't hurt, and it won't look ugly either. Nathaniel pretended to ponder for a moment before making the suggestion. Drinking poison? Shelley thought it over. She wasn't familiar with this method of death, but since it was the Lord's idea, it must be better than hanging. Delighted, she thanked Nathaniel gratefully. Thank you, Lord Nathaniel. You're such a kind and merciful lord. Seeing Shirley react like this, Narrant didn't know how to express his feelings. No need to thank me. Drink this cup of tea. Then I'll agree to your request. This was death they were talking about, yet this little lowly was overjoyed just because the manner of death had changed. Narrant was extremely curious about how her thought process worked. However, Narrant had only intended to tease the little girl. After his joke, he handed over the potion. To avoid arousing suspicion, Narrant had disguised the brewed potion in a porcelain cup as ordinary tea. Even Vivian hadn't suspected anything when she came in. However, at this moment upon hearing Narrant's words, Vivian's eyes brightened as she immediately recalled the medicinal soup she had drunk in her bedroom that night. All right, my lord. Sherry didn't hesitate either, taking the porcelain cup and sniffing it before gulping it down in one go. Shortly after drinking the potion, Sherry began swaying unsteadily. Vivian, help her to the maid's room to rest, and explain everything to her when she wakes up. Yes, my lord. Vivian couldn't hide her delight, genuinely happy for the adorable and lively girl Shirley. My lord, you truly are a kind and magnanimous ruler. Just as they were stepping out the door, Vivian suddenly turned to address Narrant. Having said that, she happily walked away without waiting for Narrant's response. Narrant chuckled and shook his head. Even if it weren't for these girls' abilities, simply being able to cure them and prevent them from being sent to the stake would be a heartening matter on its own. Chapter 27, Head Chef Rose. Oh, what a coincidence. Shirley's mother is actually a cook. After Vivian helped Shirley away, Nalante opened the population panel. Securing the fortune girl under his wing was something Narante had to ensure, and he planned to follow the usual practice of extending kindness to Shirley's family. What surprised him, however, was that Shirley's mother turned out to be the only cook in Stormwind territory. Knock, knock, knock. My lord, the guards report that there's a female peasant outside the castle, claiming to be Shirley's mother. She's kneeling at the castle gate, begging to see you. Just then, Thomas's voice came from the doorway. Perfect timing. Narante had been about to send someone to Misfortune Village, but she had come on her own. Bring her to the first-floor hall. Ordering Thomas, Narant also stood up and walked out of the study. Serf Rose greets the Lord. Soon, Thomas led a woman in her 30s into the inner keep. Though dressed in an old linen dress, it was neatly starched and clean, something rarely seen among impoverished serfs. Rise, Narant nodded. Thomas, fetch a stool for her to sit. My lord, Rose dares not sit. I've come to beg you to release Shelley. Narant's unexpected kindness caught Rose off guard, but she couldn't bring herself to sit and instead hurriedly stated her purpose. Shirley had been inexplicably running a fever since last night. Since Stormhold territory had neither doctors nor priests, her mother, Rose, had no choice but to risk venturing to the edge of blazing fire forest to gather medicinal herbs. To her shock, when she returned with the herbs, she heard from the villagers that Shirley had been labeled that unlucky maiden and taken by the Lord to his castle. In panic, she rushed straight to the castle and knelt outside the gates, pleading for an audience with the Lord. My lord, I know it's presumptuous to make such a request given Shirley's current status, but, my lord, she's my only daughter, my only reason for living. I'm willing to pay 10 gold coins and swear to take Shirley to the blazing grasslands, never setting foot in the duchy again. I beg only for your mercy and generosity. 10 gold coins? Before Nathaniel could react, he was stunned by Rose's words. 10 gold coins were an astronomical fortune for a serf, and he never expected Rose to possess such wealth. Rose, where were you from before? Though he knew Rose was a cook, even a cook couldn't earn such a fortune. Nathaniel became curious about Rose's past. In answer to your lordship, I used to run a tavern in Tulip City called Rose Tavern. Rose Tavern in Tulip City? Nathaniel's eyes widened, as a relatively vivid memory surfaced from the original owner's mind just then. A few years ago, the original owner of his body was still attending the Noble Academy in Tulip City, where many aristocratic descendants frequented a place called the Rose Tavern for meals and drinks. It was said that the tavern chef was not only stunningly beautiful but also exceptionally skilled at cooking, capable of preparing even magical beast meat. Many minor nobles even extended invitations to the owner of the Rose Tavern, though all were refused. Looking at Rose's appearance now, though she had deliberately downplayed her beauty with plain attire, she didn't quite live up to the legendary tales spread by those noble youths. Still, she was undeniably a striking woman. Of course, back then, as the good-for-nothing second son, Nalante had never set foot in the Rose Tavern, which was why he hadn't recognized Rose earlier. Was it you who owned the Rose Tavern to the east of Tulip City? Nathaniel confirmed again. Yes, my lord. Here are 10 gold coins. Please show mercy and release Sherry. I swear to the gods that I will take Sherry to the Blazing Grasslands and never return to the duchy again. The Blazing Grasslands isn't far from Stormwind territory, separated only by Baron Quint's domain. However, the Blazing Grasslands is no pleasant place. Its dangers rival those of the Blazing Forest. Not only does the grassland harbor all kinds of magical beasts, but it's also home to uncivilized barbarian tribes. There isn't a single human settlement in the Blazing Grasslands. It's practically a forbidden zone for civilization. And the unlucky girl wouldn't even see another soul over there, so naturally, there'd be no chance of her bringing misfortune to those around her. No, Lady Rose. Looking at Rose's earnest expression, Narant shook his head with a smile. Rose's face paled, thinking that Narant had rejected her plea. But just then, Narant spoke again. I won't burn Shelley, nor will I banish you from Stormwind territory. Lady Rose, to others, surely may seem like a harbinger of misfortune, but as a lord blessed by the god of glory, I, Narant, believe she will bring me luck. That's why I intend to keep her within my castle. What? Rose froze in disbelief. She had never heard of an unlucky girl being able to bring good fortune, yet the young lord before her didn't seem to be mocking her. Unable to fully believe it, Rose asked hesitantly, Is that truly the case, my lord? Of course it's true. Come, I'll take you to meet Shirley. Narant rose directly and headed toward the hall with Rose in tow. My lord. Soon, Narant arrived at the maid's chambers with Rose, where Vivian was still keeping watch over Shirley. Seeing Shirley lying fast asleep, Rose confirmed there was nothing unusual about her condition and finally relaxed until her gaze landed on Vivian, freezing her once again in shock. Lady Rose, hello. Vivian greeted her with a gentle smile. Vivian knew she had been recognized, as she wasn't wearing her mask now. Rose had previously sought her out to sew dresses. Why you, hello, Vivian. I never imagined you actually weren't. At this moment, Rose finally believed the Lord's words. Perhaps Shirley really wouldn't need to be sent to the stake after all, since the previous unlucky girl, Vivian, stood right before her eyes wearing a castle maid's uniform. "Thank you, my lord, for sparing Shirley." Without hesitation, Rose knelt on the ground to thank Nalante. "Rise, Lady Rose. This was a revelation from the God of glory, and also my duty as a lord." Narrant nodded with a smile, pausing for a moment before continuing, "Rose, although I will not execute Shirley, she will have to live in the castle from now on. Her true identity must remain hidden from the outside world for a long time to come. My lord, Rose understands. As long as Shirley can live peacefully, I have no other desires. I will bid farewell to Shirley and instruct her to serve you faithfully from now on." Rose naturally grasped Nayland's meaning, just like Vivian. To make everyone believe Shirley had perished, only then would Shirley be truly safe. "No, Rose, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I'm not suggesting Shirley should never see you again. I have a better idea, to appoint you as the castle's head chef. This way, you can see Shirley every day without worrying about her identity being exposed." Nayland said with a smile. "What do you think, Madame Rose? Become the castle's head chef and see Shirley every day?" Rose was overjoyed, her eyes instantly welling up with tears of gratitude. "Bless you, my lord." Rose gladly accepts. Chapter 28, Flourishing Development. The appearance of the second daughter of misfortune, along with gaining a top-tier chef in the process, left Narrant utterly delighted. Furthermore, no one could fathom why little Shirley possessed such carefree nerves at her tender age. After drinking the potion, she slept straight through till dawn the next morning. When Shirley finally awoke, Narrant didn't immediately take her to test her talents or explain her abilities, because Nalante remembered that when Vivian last awoke, the system had issued a mission allowing him to obtain a small sprite. Narante had already gotten a taste of the benefits, so he planned to wait a few more days to see if the system would issue another mission. Of course, Nalante estimated that to trigger a new side mission from the system, he would likely have to complete the previous task of solving the villagers' salt problem first. At noon the next day, Nayland received a report from Quake that the sheet metal lures and fishhooks ordered from the blacksmith had been completed. Thus, seizing the opportunity, Nayland once again set off toward Misfortune Village. Upon arriving at the seaside of Misfortune Village, Nayland instructed Kenby Cowdung to gather 30 villagers once more, specifically requesting female villagers this time. These women, lacking in physical strength, were unable to farm as effectively and could only rely on foraging for wild fruits and vegetables to survive, leading to particularly harsh lives. Fishing, however, does not demand great physical strength, rather, it hinges on patience and skill. It was precisely the kind of work best suited to them. Not only could the manpower of Misfortune Village be fully utilized, but the daily wages from fishing would also provide the girls with income, improving their quality of life. Of course, for their safety, Nalante prepared a hemp rope for each of them. The rope was tied to the end of the fishing rod and also secured to a rock behind them. This way, if a large fish were to bite, the girls wouldn't be dragged into the sea due to their lack of strength, and they wouldn't lose their fishing rods either. Once everything was ready, Nalante personally taught the girls how to fish. They quickly grasped the essence of lure fishing, and since the ocean in this world remained pristine, one fish after another was soon reeled in. Kenby Cowdung watched enviously from the side, itching to master this fishing dance technique himself. "Kenby Dung, how much salt has been extracted from the sea brine so far?" After arranging the fishing matters, Narrant turned his attention to the salt production. "My lord, after continuous brewing yesterday afternoon and this morning, we've produced over 20 pounds. Not bad speed." Producing over 20 pounds of white salt a day with just one large iron pot was already quite efficient. "Kenby, I leave the boiling of sea salt and fishing to you. I'll take the 20 plus caddies of salt already prepared. As for the salt produced afterward, each of you can borrow 4 packs on credit to dry the fish." "Yes, my lord. Thank you for your generosity." Kenby Cowdung immediately expressed his tearful gratitude. After a brief pause, he continued, "But, my lord, the wood we chopped yesterday is almost burned up. Should I gather the other villagers to start cutting more trees?" I did forget about that." "Kenby, don't worry about the lumber, I'll have the wheatleaf villagers handle it." Producing salt by burning would require vast amounts of timber, but fortunately, Stormwind territory had no shortage. In fact, the overabundance of trees occupied too much land. Of course, if large-scale salt production was the goal, solar evaporation of seawater would be the most suitable method. But under the current circumstances, Nayland lacked the means to do so. "I'll have to try that another time." With the affairs of Misfortune Village settled, Narrant returned along the same path carrying over 20 pounds of unrefined sea salt. Upon passing Wheatleaf Village, Narrant instructed the guards to notify Pete, telling the villagers to bring 2 pounds of grain each to purchase salt. To prevent the serfs from developing a habit of receiving without labor, bartering was absolutely necessary. The second credit extension to Misfortune Village had been an act of sheer necessity. The villagers, upon learning that their lord actually had salt to sell at half the price of Count Quint's territory, cheered and flocked to trade with him. 10 copper coins for a pound of wheat could now be exchanged for 4 packets of salt, effectively making each packet cost only 5 copper coins. Leaving the salt tray to the guards, Nayland instructed Pete to select 30 strong villagers who would be dedicated to lumber work from now on. Of course, wages were still provided, 20 copper coins per person per day. Currently, the wages of Stormhaven's citizens are divided into 3 tiers. The upper tier includes castle servants, guards, and Cambi Kaudung, each receiving 10 silver coins per month, equivalent to about $1,000 in the previous life. The next tier consisted of villagers boiling sea salt and chopping wood, earning 6 silver coins a month. Lastly, there were the girls who fished, earning 10 copper coins a day and 3 silver coins a month. Of course, while the wages for castle servants and guards may seem low, their food and lodging are all provided by the castle, so 10 silver coins taken home is pure disposable income. And so, Stormwind Territory, a place people regarded as cursed, worked at full throttle in the following days to spur its development. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. During these 10 days, the harvest along Stormwind's coastline was remarkably fruitful. Naren could harvest up to 300 pounds of sea fish every day, averaging about 10 pounds per girl daily. The yield of sea salt was even more impressive. Originally, a single large iron pot could produce around 20 pounds a day. 5 days later, Naren added another iron pot, increasing production to 40 pounds daily. As a result, the castle now had nearly 2,000 pounds of dried salted fish and 300 pounds of edible salt stored away. Of course, as the saying goes, you win some, you lose some. Naren still had a few worries plaguing him these days, because the system task he had imagined involving Shirley never materialized. Despite having resolved the salt mission 9 agonizing days prior, the system now seemed to have vanished entirely. The result was that Narante failed to obtain a single sprite during the last meteor shower. To make matters worse, he insisted on actively searching for them that night, wasting an energy point for nothing. Without the system's predictive aid, the odds of encountering fairy sprites proved vanishingly small. Nalante's fruitless search cost him another precious energy point, leaving him with just 3. To soothe the sting of this hefty expense, Narat activated the lucky prize wheel for a draw as compensation. Perhaps as compensation, Nalante obtained another enhancement fruit from this lottery draw, further strengthening his body and saving him a significant amount of training time. Other titled knights required strenuous daily physical conditioning to toughen their bodies, but after consuming the enhancement fruit, Narant only needed to meditate and absorb fire attribute battle aura to enhance his strength. With the night of the meteor shower fast approaching, system, you'd better be reliable this time. And what about the promised battle aura secret technique? It's been 9 days with no sign of it. On the open ground outside the castle, Narant grumbled inwardly. Whack! Listen carefully, no moving. Move and you'll taste the whip. The next moment, perhaps to vent his frustration, Narante didn't hesitate to lash out with his whip at one of the guards. Well, of course, the great and merciful Lord wasn't being that harsh intentionally to vent. Narant was actually engaged in something quite serious at the moment, which was training troops. Standing before him were all 27 soldiers of Stormwind Territory, including Vivian and Quick among them. Chapter 29, Training Troops. The soldiers were currently practicing standing at attention, a posture familiar from his past life. Narant's first priority was to introduce the complete set of standing postures, marching steps, left and right turns from his previous life for the guards to learn. Although these drills might seem useless, there's no denying they're the best way to unite morale and demonstrate military discipline. To say nothing else, just compare the awe-inspiring military parades of his homeland in the previous life with the disorganized displays of smaller nations. The difference in individual combat effectiveness and execution becomes immediately obvious without even thinking. Moreover, this distinction becomes even more pronounced in the era of cold weapons. Except for titled knights, individual strength appears insignificant within an army. It's the tight, unbreakable formations that unleash formidable combat power when facing enemies. Although minor skirmishes among lesser nobles often involve barely 100 men, comparable to village brawls, the duchy still launches large-scale wars each autumn after the harvest. During these campaigns, the assembled armies can swell to tens of thousands strong. Of course, aside from these standard training drills, Narant had also devised an exceptionally brutal physical regimen for his guards. The first priority was weighted sprinting. In recent days, instead of sending carriages to Misfortune Village to retrieve the salted fish and salt, Lord Narant had his guards run there and carry the supplies back themselves. Every single day, each person had to carry back at least 30 pounds of salted fish and salt from Unlucky Village. Moreover, they must maintain maximum speed while carrying the load. The first to complete the training will be rewarded with the white bread reserved exclusively for the Lord, while the last place finisher will be penalized with a deduction of their whale meat ration. As the guards sprinted along, Nathaniel would ride beside them on his warhorse Lightning, supervising closely. Any soldier who lagged behind would receive an unhesitating lash from the Lord's whip, demonstrating his stern and exacting demeanor. At first, the soldiers secretly doubted the usefulness of such training. After all, battles against enemies relied on the long swords in their hands. They thought it would be far more productive if the Lord spent that effort teaching them swordsmanship techniques instead. That way, they could dispatch foes more swiftly. However, it was a single statement from Nayland that completely convinced them. Narant's original words were spoken thus: "War is not just about fighting, the greatest part consists of running on the road. If the enemy is too weak, you must dash forth in pursuit. Only catching them can you slay them and claim military merit. And if the enemy proves too strong, then you must flee with all haste. If you outrun them, you may yet live to see another day." To this explanation, the guards were utterly enlightened. Even Quake, the captain of the guards, could not help but nod repeatedly in agreement, exclaiming that the Lord was indeed wise. Though he had never stepped foot on a real battlefield, his grasp of its essence was remarkably profound. On the battlefield, truly fierce combat lasts only minutes, or at most tens of minutes. Isn't the rest of the time just spent in pursuits until one side concedes? Thus, the guards ran with even greater effort. Without Nathaniel needing to crack his whip, they gritted their teeth and sprinted at full speed, even if it meant collapsing from exhaustion. "Alright, time's up," at ease. At Nathaniel's command, the guards finally relaxed. "Now, everyone turn left. Asterisk clap, 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 asterisk. Lucky Mud, Larry Dogleg, Honeystone, is this left? How many times have I told you, the arm with the cloth strip is left, the arm without it is right?" During training, nothing gave Lord Nayland more headaches than the left turn and right turn drills. These serfs had never encountered such concepts before. A simple left turn command could produce 4 different variations, some turning forward, backward, left, or right. At his wit's end, Nayland had to tie cloth strips around their left arms. While this improved the situation somewhat, there were still a few guards who kept making mistakes. "What a bunch of fools. You'll be the death of me, your lord, sooner or later." Lucky Mud and the others took the whip, then timidly turned in the right direction, while Nalante continued cursing with a look of utter exasperation. "Now, everyone, turn left, turn right, about face." Amid the occasional crack of whips outside the castle and Nalante's incessant grumbling, noon arrived before they knew it. "My lord, lunch is ready." Thomas arrived outside the city gates with 2 servants in tow. "Very well, let's eat then." Everyone formed 2 lines. Each squad will go to the riverbank to wash up under their captain's supervision, then return for lunch. "Yes, lord." The guards finally relaxed, following Vivian and Quake toward the nearby stream. In the castle's front courtyard, 3 long tables were already set up, with the guards queuing up to receive their meals from the footmen after washing up. Once everyone had gotten their food, Narant finally seated himself at the table reserved solely for him and announced, "All of you, begin your meal. Long live the Lord." At this command, the guards cheered before digging into their food with hearty enthusiasm. During training, although Nayland was strict, in order to better cultivate the relationship between ruler and subjects, he chose to have his lunch in the front courtyard. Initially, Butler Thomas opposed this decision, as it did not align with the conduct befitting a noble lord. No noble dined properly in the open space of a castle's front courtyard, and aside from the difference in bread, the lunch was merely whale meat soup identical to what the guards ate. In the end, Thomas could do nothing against the lord's insistence, though thankfully, dinner was still held in the inner hall's dining room as usual. The effect of Nayland's gesture, needless to say, moved the guards beyond words. So whenever this generous and benevolent lord cracked the whip on them, the guards felt only shame, not resentment. They believed their own stupidity was to blame for failing to meet their lord's expectations. "My lord, you have been in this territory for over 20 days now. In just 1 more week, it will be the day for the civil administrator to report the territory's status to Tulip Castle," Thomas quietly reminded during the meal. Narant had obtained his fief and title through a competition, and the Earl took this event quite seriously. To ensure the second sons couldn't falsify their achievements, he not only assigned civil administrators but also mandated that each must travel monthly to Tulip City to submit reports. Though this meant considerable round-trip time for the administrators, it was the only way to genuinely guarantee the authenticity of the second son's accomplishments. After all, monthly detailed statistics can clearly show the development status of the territory through growth in various aspects. It also prevents anyone from secretly relying on their family to develop the territory, since it's impossible to go from having just 10 gold coins this month to suddenly boasting 1,000 next month. If a reasonable explanation can't be provided, the Count would immediately detect the fraud and administer punishment. "Alright, prepare the caravan then. The castle has stocked up enough salted fish and salt." Narant also remembered this matter. Moreover, he planned to organize a caravan this time to sell the local specialties he'd acquired along the way. "Yes, my lord," Thomas responded respectfully. "Oh, Thomas, is the ambergris I had you drying on the castle rooftop cured yet?" As the caravan prepared to depart, Narant suddenly remembered his most valuable harvest from the seashore. Chapter 30, Phantom? My lord, I was just about to report. The servants checked this morning and said they detected an exceptionally pleasant fragrance, even richer and more delightful than perfumes. It's emanating from that ambergris you instructed us to dry. Oh, the fragrance has appeared? It seems it's already dried. Nathaniel was overjoyed. Although dried salted fish and salt were profitable, what he truly anticipated was ambergris, for perfumes were the real goldmine. Though Nathaniel hadn't obtained any ambergris in recent days, the whales by the shore remained, still chasing slippery flying fish in chaotic frenzy. Nathaniel knew the sea must still hold plenty of ambergris expelled by these whales, it simply hadn't been washed ashore by the waves yet. And the 2 pieces of ambergris he'd acquired previously were already enough to last him quite some time. Thomas, take those 2 pieces of ambergris to the mill and have them ground immediately. Remember, this substance is extremely valuable, not a single speck must go missing. The ambergris had finished drying just in time for the caravan's departure to Tulip City, and Nalante was determined to test whether it could truly bring him substantial wealth. Yes, my lord. After finishing lunch, Nalante instructed Quick to lead the guards in their drills while he himself summoned Vivian and entered the inner keep. Lord, Sister Vivian. As the 2 stepped inside, the young girl Shirley came running out from the kitchen. My lord, where are you 2 heading? Having interacted with many noble scions at the Rose Tavern in the past, Shirley didn't harbor the bone-deep fear of nobility that other serfs typically possessed, though proper respect was still very much present. I'll need volunteers to test perfumes later, Shirley, you should come along too. Lord Nalante didn't mind Shirley's liveliness, in fact, he found the girl's spirited nature rather refreshing and rare. Yes, my lord. Shirley immediately brightened, taking Vivian's hand as they followed Narrant upstairs. The main structure of the Baron's castle stood 4 stories tall. The first floor houses the dining hall and various large chambers for different purposes. The second floor is reserved for guest accommodations and activity spaces. The third floor comprises Narante's private quarters, his study, bedroom, and other personal areas where only Narante and Thomas have free access to come and go. As for the fourth floor, it contains various storerooms designated as the Lord's treasure vaults, storing precious items such as gold and silver utensils or rare artifacts. Additionally, there's a small treasury specifically for hoarding gold and silver coins. Unfortunately, Narante lacked substantial wealth, leaving the entire 4th floor empty. He therefore instructed Thomas to clear out a well-lit storage room to serve as his future laboratory for creating small inventions. With Vivian and Shirley in tow, they arrived at the laboratory, where only a few empty wooden shelves and one long wooden table remained inside. Milord, there's nothing here. Where's the perfume? Cheryl looked around like an inquisitive child, but failed to spot the perfume she had been expecting. Sherry had seen perfume back in Tulip City and was eagerly anticipating that delightful fragrance. Steward Thomas will bring it soon, Nalante replied with a smile. My lord, there's someone there. Just after Nalante replied, Sherry suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the corner of the room. Someone? Nalante was startled by Sherry's words. The corner had nothing but wooden shelves. My lord, some people over there are saying that you and Sister Vivian are disgusting monsters and want you to leave quickly. Before Nalante could collect his thoughts, Shirley continued speaking firmly, her own eyes now filled with fear. Damn it, is this castle haunted or something? Nalante felt a chill run down his spine. With his vision as a titled knight, he could clearly see that there was only an empty wooden shelf. Clang! The next moment, Nalante instantly drew the long sword at his side and moved toward the corner. Shirley, where are these people you mentioned? Narante knew that Shirley, though lively, wouldn't dare play a prank on him, her lord. My lord, the sound seems to be coming from behind that wooden frame. Shirley focused her senses for a moment before giving a definitive answer. Upon hearing this, Narant gripped his long sword with one hand while carefully moving the wooden frame aside. Squeak, 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 swish. Just as Narant shifted the wooden frame aside, a small black shadow came squealing out from the corner. Narant reacted with lightning speed, his longsword instantly traced a swordflower before him, and with one decisive strike, the small shadow was cleaved in two. Ah, it's actually a mouse. My lord, how can I hear it speaking? Am I a monster? In the next moment, Naylan was slightly reassured, but it was Shirley who turned pale with fright. Since there had been no animals in the castle recently, and Shirley hadn't been outside, she was unaware of her own innate ability. The moment she realized the voice she heard actually came from a mouse, she was utterly terrified. Don't be afraid, Shirley, this is a gift bestowed upon you by the Lord. Vivian, drawing from her own experience, understood exactly what Shirley was going through. As for this gift being bestowed by his lordship, Vivian believed the god of glory only favored nobles, whereas both she and Shirley had gained these miraculous abilities only after drinking the potion given by his lordship, so she preferred to believe this power was indeed granted to them by the Lord. Ah, the gift bestowed upon me by his lordship? Hearing Vivian's words, Shirley gaped in astonishment. Exactly, Shirley. Remember that bowl of soup his lordship made you drink? That very soup gave us our gifts, mine is archery, and yours might just be the ability to talk to small animals," Vivian affirmed with a firm nod. "My lord, is what Sister Vivian said true?" It was only now that she remembered the bowl of tea. This must be why the Lord had given it to her. At the same time, recalling Vivian's archery skills, Shirley was already half convinced. "Yes, it's true, Shirley. Your gift is the ability to communicate with small animals. Tomorrow, I'll take you outside the castle to meet some other little creatures." Naren hadn't expected Vivian to have such a knack for playing along, but he didn't refute it either. If they were happy to believe it, all the better. "Yay! Thank you, my lord. I can actually talk to small animals now." Shirley's shock instantly turned to delight. After all, she had always loved little animals the most. If she could speak to them from now on, she was already fantasizing about strutting down the road, surrounded by her animal friends. "My lord, Shirley pledges to serve you for life." Finally, the little girl knelt before Naren and declared with utmost sincerity. Chapter 31, Perfume. "My lord, here is the powder you requested, and all the perfumes in the castle." Thomas soon delivered fragrant ambergris ground to the fineness of flour, along with 20 bottles of perfume. These perfumes were also part of the supplies provided by the count, as perfume was considered an essential luxury for nobility. Of course, these perfumes weren't the finest quality, just common ones worth about a silver coin per bottle. In Tulip City, even moderately wealthy households could afford them. The bottle is a simple ceramic container, utterly incomparable to those perfumes that cost at least 1 gold coin or even 5 per bottle. The bottles used for those high-end perfumes are practically works of art themselves, crafted from natural crystal and often adorned with gold or silver filigree for decoration. "My lord, what kind of powder is this? It looks a bit like flour, but why does it smell so wonderful?" Naren opened the clay jar containing the ambergris, and instantly, the room filled with an enticing musky fragrance. "Shelley, that's not flour, it's ambergris." "Ambergris? My lord, is this really a dragon's drool? So dragon saliva can turn into such fragrant powder?" Sherry's eyes widened in astonishment, feeling yet another peculiar piece of knowledge had been added to her mental collection. She had no idea that ambergris actually came from the bellies of whales, genuinely believing it was produced by mighty dragons. After all, such an intense fragrance was truly rare in this world. Narante didn't explain further. How could he tell them this was actually a whale that had eaten a squid and couldn't digest its shell, which then got stuck in its stomach, and then, pop! Naren picked up a bottle of perfume and opened it directly. As the cap was removed, the usually intense fragrance didn't waft from the bottle this time, overwhelmed as it was by the scent of ambergris. Naren scraped a small amount of ambergris powder into the bottle with his fingernail, then resealed the perfume bottle and shook it vigorously. Vivian and Shirley watched their lord's actions without another word, knowing he must be creating something remarkable using the dragon's saliva. After shaking the bottle for about a minute, Naren walked straight out of the laboratory. Only in the corridor could he accurately assess the fragrance of the perfume after adding the ambergris. Pop! When the bottle cap was opened again, an intoxicatingly refreshing scent instantly wafted through the air. "Wow, my lord, this perfume smells amazing, even better than dragon saliva." Shirley, standing behind Naren with her keen nose, immediately caught the fragrance emanating from the bottle and gasped with wide, sparkling eyes. Vivian's beautiful eyes sparkled as her delicate nose continuously inhaled the surrounding fragrance. "The effect is unexpectedly wonderful." This was originally just the most ordinary jasmine perfume, whose scent Nathaniel had grown accustomed to, yet the moment he opened the bottle cap, he noticed something different. What used to be a faint jasmine fragrance now not only smelled purer but also blended harmoniously with the musky notes of ambergris, creating an unimaginable alchemy between the two. The current perfume aroma was not only refreshing but also evoked a profound sense of intoxication. Naren could swear that even on the day he was ennobled by the Count at Tulip Castle, he had never smelled such exquisite perfume. It must be noted that many noble ladies and young mistresses from Tulip City had attended the ennoblement ceremony. Unlike Naren, most of them were far from impoverished. These perfumes priced in gold coins were purchased without hesitation by the ladies of Tulip City. "Here, Vivian and Shirley, take these and apply them, then walk around the castle to test them." Just smelling the perfume in the bottle wasn't enough. They needed to try it on their skin to experience the true effect. "Yes, my lord." Shirley was eager to try it and quickly took the perfume bottle handed by Naren. "Sister Vivian, let me apply it for you first." Shirley then skillfully dabbed the perfume behind Vivian's ears. After finishing with Vivian, she couldn't wait to apply some on herself as well. Once everything was done, the two women followed Naren's instructions and headed downstairs. The effect is still fantastic on them. Following behind Vivian and Shirley, Naren finally broke into a delighted smile as he inhaled the lingering fragrance wafting from the two women. This perfume, originally worth just 1 silver coin per bottle, now gave Nalante the confidence to sell it for at least 50. After all, ambergris is practically a cheat when it comes to perfume. In his past life, any fragrance containing it was considered a top-tier luxury item. Of course, with better packaging, pricing it in gold coins wouldn't be impossible, though Nalante currently lacked the capability to produce such packaging. Afterward, instead of following Vivian and Shirley downstairs, Nalante returned to the lab to prepare the remaining 19 bottles of perfume. Meanwhile, Vivian and Shirley began walking around the castle. What is that wonderful fragrance? It somewhat resembles the perfume I just delivered to the Lord, but that perfume wasn't of this quality. Even the finest perfumes in Earl's castle never smelled this exquisite. As butler Thomas passed through the corridor, he suddenly caught a whiff of an intoxicatingly fragrant scent. Having served several years as a footman in Tulip Castle, he immediately recognized that this perfume was extraordinary. His judgment was far more precise and far more discerning than that of the Baron's second son from the countryside, Nayland. Vivian and Shirley traversed the hallway and then exited the castle directly, proceeding toward the front courtyard. As the two approached the base of the city wall, a faint aromatic scent drifted with the breeze. The guarding sentries immediately caught the alluring fragrance. Oh, this scent is absolutely divine. The moment the fragrance appeared, the guards couldn't help but take deep breaths, closing their eyes in intoxicated delight. Finally, the sentries involuntarily turned their gazes toward Shirley and Vivian. Captain Vivian, are you wearing perfume? You smell absolutely enchanting. Could you tell me where you bought it? Once I get my paycheck at the end of the month, I want to get a bottle too. Although the guards were afraid of Nalante, they still dared to question their captain, Vivian, directly. Moreover, the perfume was utterly irresistible. Its fragrance made every inch of one's body feel refreshed, as if every pore had been revitalized. He thought to himself, even if it cost 5 silver coins per bottle, he'd still buy one. With it, he was certain to enjoy blissful nights of deep slumber. After all, perfume isn't exclusively for women in this world. This is the Lord's perfume, very expensive. Shirley hastily answered for Vivian. Such fine perfume, Shirley had never even smelled it on noble airs before. Definitely not something a guard could afford. If it belongs to the Lord, then I truly can't afford it. The guards expressed disappointment. Naturally, anything used by the Lord would be beyond their means. They gazed enviously at Vivian and Shirley. Pretty girls always had advantages over rough men like them. Chapter 32, Secret Battle Aura Technique. Night fell within the dining hall of the Baron's castle. Quick, have the guards prepare. Tomorrow we'll conduct a full patrol of the territories surrounding the blazing fire forest. Yes, my lord. Since the convoy to Tulip City was departing the day after tomorrow and required over a dozen guards for the escort, Nalante intended to complete his unfinished patrol the next day. If we really encounter magical beasts in the blazing fire forest, having more people would certainly increase our chances of success. My lord, the magical beast meat has finished roasting. After quick retreated, Rose gracefully emerged from the kitchen. On the tray in her hands rested a piece of golden brown, glistening roasted magical beast meat, the very same spoils confiscated from Anthony that Nalante had been reluctant to consume until now. As Rose approached slowly, Narante's eyes unconsciously widened. It must be said that Rose Tavern's fame in Tulip City stems not only from its delicious food, but Rose herself is also a major reason. With each step she took, the swaying of her chest made it look as though her maid outfit might burst at any moment. This left Nayland completely unsure whether to focus his gaze on the roasted meat or elsewhere. This monster meat is so round, no weight, so big. Secretly swallowing his saliva, Nayland finally managed to tear his gaze away. After all, even rabbits don't graze near their burrows. Nayland had no intention of becoming one of those dissolute, degenerate nobles. Lord, please enjoy your meal. Rose failed to detect Nalante's strange demeanor. Ever since becoming the castle's head chef, she had rediscovered that same confidence and grace she once possessed when first managing her tavern. Nalante nodded, then turned his gaze toward the magical beast meat. The unique, savory aroma of the beast meat had already filled his nostrils. Combined with its perfectly roasted golden appearance, his taste buds sent urgent signals of craving. Grasping his knife and fork, he sliced off a piece of the roasted meat and eagerly popped it into his mouth. Chew chew. Oh, so this is the taste of magical beast meat? No wonder it costs 1 gold coin per pound. An explosive sensation instantly erupted in his mouth. The smooth yet non-greasy texture, combined with the unique spices blending with the rich meaty aroma, Naren could swear this was the most delicious food he'd ever tasted, second only to enhancement fruits. And as the meat chunks traveled down his throat, the magical energy contained within began nourishing his entire body, creating a comforting warmth that felt like soaking in a hot spring. Rose, this magical beast meat is absolutely delicious. After carefully savoring the flavor, Nalante gave Rose his heartfelt praise. He felt extremely fortunate to have such a skilled cook in his service. After all, while the magical beast meat itself was tasty, Rose's culinary skill played a crucial role in bringing out its best. Only by enjoying such exquisite meals every day could this lord's life feel truly fulfilling. Thank you for your kind words, my lord. It's an honor to receive your praise. Rose bowed respectfully to Nalante. He felt it was his good fortune to taste her cooking, but she felt it was an even greater fortune to have met a lord like him. Then, Narante quickly began to consume the magical beast meat. My lord! Just as Narante finished devouring a pound of roasted magical beast meat, still craving more, Vivian suddenly arrived at the dining hall with Lilia in tow. Vivian, what's wrong? Narante recalled not having summoned Vivian, and seeing Lilia behind her with reddened eyes, he knew something must have happened. My lord, Lilia has made a terrible mistake. While cleaning your study, she accidentally dropped a book into the water basin. It turns out Thomas had just instructed Lilia to clean the study. While dusting the bookshelves with a cloth, she accidentally knocked a book into the basin. This terrified Lilia, for books were extremely valuable treasures in this world. Even the cheapest cost 4 or 5 silver coins. Frightened out of her wits, Lilia immediately confessed what happened to her elder sister. Vivian didn't dare delay and immediately brought Lilia to apologize. Which book? Nathaniel wasn't particularly concerned about the books in the study. As none belonged to him, they were all left behind by other nobles. He occasionally browsed them these days, but most turned out to be either some nobleman's personal memoirs or knightly romances, which didn't suit Nathaniel's taste at all. He'd been hoping to find historical accounts about this world or books on cultural geography, but such volumes proved exceedingly rare. My lord, this is the one. Lilia carefully handed over the book. Narant picked it up and examined the title Baron Doc's biography. Alright, no problem. Lilia, later you'll be responsible for drying the book properly. Make sure the pages don't stick together. Since it was retrieved promptly, the book wasn't severely water damaged, though the edges of both covers had absorbed quite a bit of moisture. As for this Baron Doak, Narante suspected he was one of the former lords of Stormwind territory. Nobles loved to write such biographies to flaunt their achievements, often making multiple copies to gift to other noble acquaintances. To Nalante, the book was dispensable, serving merely as a decoration for the bookshelf. Yes, my lord. Thank you for your mercy, lord, Lilia replied softly, while Vivian's face finally showed signs of relief. With that, Nalante prepared to hand the book to Lilia. But in the next moment, Nathaniel faintly spotted some text beneath the book's cover. How come there's writing inside this cover? Through the dampened cover, Nathaniel saw rows of tiny characters hidden beneath. At first, he thought it might be a trick of the eye, but upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was indeed text. Moreover, he now noticed the cover bore an almost imperceptible slight bulge. Could there be a hidden compartment in here? Nathaniel suddenly remembered the combat technique the system had yet to award him after completing the salt mission. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. The next moment, Nathaniel picked up the small meat-cutting knife and carefully slit open an edge along the cover of the book. Then, a finger reached in and gently pulled, drawing out a piece of parchment roughly the size of a book. Flame triple slash? It really is a Dochi secret technique. Narante's face lit up with joy as he read the words inscribed on the parchment. Not only was it a Dochi secret technique, but it was also a fire attribute, one perfectly suited for his cultivation. Lilia, the book is yours to deal with. Just let it dry. Since it was mealtime, Narante didn't examine it too closely and carefully stored the parchment in his robe before handing the book back to Lilia. Oh, and Vivian, this bottle of perfume is for you and Lilia to share. After handing over the book, Narante gave Vivian the bottle of perfume he had prepared earlier. This was what he had prepared to gift Vivian in the afternoon. Though such a pleasant perfume wasn't something Nathaniel was accustomed to using himself, applying it on Vivian and others would have the same effect. He could still enjoy its fragrance regularly. Moreover, the cost of producing this perfume wasn't high. As long as there was ambergris, it could be made continuously, and Nathaniel was very generous with it. Thank you, my lord. Vivian's eyes shone with boundless gratitude. Not only had their lord not been angry with Lilia, but he'd also given her a precious bottle of perfume. Such a lord was truly one of a kind. Rose, this is for you and Shirley. After Viola left with Lilia, Nalante took out another bottle. Thank you, my lord. Rose had noticed the enchanting fragrance of perfume on Shirley earlier that afternoon. She never imagined the lord would bestow a bottle upon her as well. Rose couldn't contain her excitement. Back when she ran a tavern in Tulip City, she had been a regular patron of the perfumery. Chapter 33, The Blazing Forest. Triple Flame Strike. I understand every word individually, but why does it become so profound when put together? In the rear garden, Narant began cultivating according to the secret technique described on the parchment. Yet after practicing the technique's stances and energy circulation methods for over half an hour, he remained completely perplexed. Battle chi techniques involve employing special methods to make battle chi erupt with tremendous power in a short time, somewhat similar to air compression from his previous life. When air is compressed to a certain degree, its sudden release can generate enormous force. The same principle applies to combat energy, only it involves a more complex compression process within the human body. I'll have to practice the moves first. Only after familiarizing myself with both the energy flow paths and the techniques will I attempt the final step. Otherwise, injuring myself would be worse than gaining nothing. In the end, Nathaniel decided to proceed cautiously. Combat energy techniques were closely guarded secrets of noble families, typically passed down strictly from father to son through generations. Most practitioners received personal guidance from mentors during training. It was exceedingly rare for someone like him to directly practice from parchment instructions alone. Triple blazing slash, first strike. Naren channeled his battle energy, gradually gathering it within his meridians. Then, with a wide swing, he slashed forward with the longsword gripped in his hand. Second slash. Narante's attack didn't end with the first slash, as this combat chi secret technique was a 3-strike combo. With a fierce roar, he instantly spun a full 360 degrees. Using the momentum from the spin, his longsword accelerated even faster, its cold gleam completely enveloping his entire body. Third strike. The longsword swept in a full arc before Nathaniel instantly raised it high overhead, then brought it down in a powerful vertical slash. Bang! With the momentum of 1,000 June, even though Nathaniel hadn't yet mastered the technique of compressing battle aura, the longsword shattered the stone floor into fragments in an instant. Phew! Each strike in this combo grows stronger than the last. If the final blow completes the battle aura compression, even if the enemy blocks it, they'd be lucky to escape death or severe injuries. Nathaniel studied the shattered remains of the hardened stone floor, becoming even more determined to master this battle aura technique. Move out! At dawn the next morning, 20 guards assembled at the Baron's castle and slowly marched out under Nathaniel's command. In addition to the guards, the team also included the little masked girl Shirley, who looked even more playful and adorable with her mask on. My lord, I just heard a bird talking over there. It said, run. This group of big monsters might attack us. Having been cooped up in the castle for so long, Shirley couldn't sit still and had run down from the carriage to walk beside Nayland's horse. From time to time, she would whisper to Nayland about the secret murmurs of some animals. Listening to these animal anecdotes, Nayland found it quite amusing to view humans from their perspective. Thus the team continued moving forward through Wheatleaf Village. Today they didn't stop in the village because the past 2 days had been the start of rice transplanting season, and all the serfs were already working in the fields. After passing through Wheatleaf Village, he came upon vast stretches of cultivated land where serfs bent over in the muddy fields, transplanting rice seedlings. Greetings, my lord. Several serfs nearby spotted Nalante's entourage and quickly ran to the roadside, kneeling in salute. Simply by selling whale meat on credit and salt at a low price, Nalante had already established his reputation as a generous and benevolent lord in the hearts of these serfs. Rise! Narant flashed a warm smile. The serfs of this world were no different from the impoverished commoners of his past life. Their demands were simple. As long as they could fill their bellies, they would be completely obedient. After the serfs stood up, Narant looked at the seedlings in the field and asked in confusion, why are your seedlings planted so far apart? There must be at least a meter gap between them. Lord, wheat seedlings need to be planted with this much space. If not, the wheat will grow hollow, and in a few years, the land won't be able to grow crops anymore. Hollow wheat? Isn't that caused by insufficient nutrients? Besides, this spacing is unreasonably wide. Narant couldn't comprehend, but suddenly, he thought of something and asked further, do you usually fertilize the fields? Fertilize? What's fertilizing? The serfs were stumped by Narant's question, stammering and unsure how to respond. Now Narant was certain this world, with its existence of spirit insects, had created significant differences in people's lives compared to his previous one. The salt incident from a few days ago and the current farming situation were just the same. In his past life, people were accustomed to fertilizing fields, but in this world, due to the presence of little spirits, the idea of fertilization never even crossed their minds. To maintain the soil's fertility, the serfs had no choice but to reduce the number of crops planted in each plot, ensuring the land could remain productive for long-term cultivation. Otherwise, if the fertility of the farmland is depleted all at once, the land would need to lie fallow for at least several years before it could be cultivated again. Vivian, when the inspection is finished, go find Pete and relay my orders. All serfs must plant the fields completely with wheat, leaving no such large empty spaces. Also, have him gather all the stonemasons and carpenters from May Village. I have tasks to assign them. Stormwind Territory's arable land was already scarce, with most of it swallowed by forests. If farming continued this way, the serfs would never have enough to eat. As for fertilizer, the waste casually dumped onto the streets makes for the best manure. Regarding the toilets, Nalante decided not to delay any further. Once this merchant caravan returns, barring any mishaps, it should bring back plenty of gold coins. Yes, my lord. Vivian promptly took out her notebook and recorded Narant's words. This was the benefit of having talented subordinates. Orders could be issued without needing the lord himself to remember every detail. The procession continued forward, bypassing the village of misfortune and heading straight toward the blazing forest to the southwest. The Flaming Forest, as its name suggests, earns its moniker because the majority of its trees bear fiery crimson leaves year-round. From a distance, the forest resembles an undulating sea of flames. My lord, we've reached the edge of the blazing fire forest. Allow us subordinates to take the lead. As they approached the forest's border, Quirk carefully stepped forward to voice his caution. In safe zones, the master would naturally ride at the forefront on his tall steed. But in potentially dangerous areas, having the guards lead the way meant that in an emergency, there would always be someone to take the hit for Nalan. Narante had no objections, better safe than sorry, as he couldn't afford to get himself killed after being a lord for barely a month. Soon, the party began moving along the outskirts of the fiery red blazing fire forest. The path gradually narrowed, flanked by dense woods on both sides. Traveling along such a narrow trail, everyone proceeded with caution, especially the guards, who kept their hands firmly gripped on their sword hilts. My lord, these little bees are so much fun. Unlike those birds, they actually seem willing to listen to my commands. At that moment, only little Shirley, the young girl in the group, was having the time of her life. Already, over a dozen buzzing bees had gathered around her. Sherry, try communicating with them and get them to follow your commands. Maybe you'll end up with a whole hive of bees loyal to you. The bees were the only creatures willing to listen to Sherry because her innate abilities weren't yet strong enough to control larger animals. However, the lucky girl's talents could grow through continuous practice. Once they reached a certain level, she could then use the intermediate awakening potion formula provided by the system to undergo an awakening. Yes, my lord. Sherry's eyes sparkled with excitement. A whole hive of bees meant honey, and in this world, honey was an absolute luxury, exclusively for nobles. Sherry then focused entirely on communicating with the bees as the party ventured deeper into the blazing forest with each passing moment. Stop! After advancing for roughly an hour, Nathaniel suddenly spoke with a furrowed brow. My lord, what are your orders? I feel something watching us from the surroundings. Nathaniel's gaze swept constantly around them. Starting a few minutes ago, relying on his heightened senses as a titled knight, he felt their group was being observed. Could it be a magical beast? Quick exclaimed in alarm, immediately drawing his sword from his waist. Probably not. If magical beasts were hiding in the shadows, even bronze knights would find it hard to detect them. Nathaniel shook his head slightly before turning his gaze to Shirley. Chapter 34, The Guard in the Woods. Meanwhile, in the woods to the left of Nathaniel's group, a figure was hiding behind a large tree, peering at them through the thick undergrowth. Damn it, they've spotted me. I need to hurry back and report. The figure noticed Nathaniel's movements and realized they might have been discovered. He was extremely alert, slowly backing away while trying to make no sound. Just then, a few bees flew over his head, but they didn't catch his attention. Insects and mosquitoes were common in the jungle. By the time the bees' buzzing faded, the man had already retreated over 10 meters. Just as he turned to flee southwest, a sharp whistling sound suddenly reached his ears. Whoosh! Thud! Ah, my leg! With a howl of pain, he immediately collapsed, writhing in agony. An arrow was now embedded in his thigh. Quick! Go grab him for me. Hearing the screams from within the woods, Narant ordered. Soon, Quirk returned with the guards, dragging out the people hidden in the woods. Who are you? And why have you trespassed into Stormwind territory? As the person was brought before him, Nalante's brows furrowed deeply. The man was fully armed, equipped with a long sword and leather armor, items no ordinary civilian or petty thief would possess. This world was extremely impoverished, to the extent that many underlings of lords and knights couldn't even afford leather armor or long swords. It was common to see people heading into battle with hoes and wooden pitchforks. My lord, I'm a guardsman of Baron Quent, and I accidentally got lost and trespassed here. I beg you to let me return. Baron Quent will surely compensate you for this. Due to the pain, sweat had already beaded on his forehead. Hearing this, he immediately pleaded with Naranta. Lost your way? Narant's face remained expressionless as he turned to Quirk and said, Quirk, it's your turn. This kind of lie might fool a 3-year-old, but it couldn't deceive Narant. If they had truly gotten lost, this man would have immediately approached to identify himself upon seeing us. After all, accidentally straying wasn't a serious matter. Yet he had been watching us for several minutes, and when spotted, he tried to flee deeper into the woods. No one would believe he wasn't up to something. Since he refused to tell the truth, Nalante didn't mind using certain measures. Moreover, seeing this guard made Narante suspicious. The recent disappearances of the serfs might not have been caused by magical beasts. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing this, Keek flashed a bloodthirsty grin at the man before dragging him into a nearby grove. Soon after, agonized screams echoed from among the trees. The screams didn't last long before Quick hurried back out. My lord, he's confessed. He is indeed a guard under Baron Kent, but he didn't wander here by accident. He was sent to stand watch because not far ahead in the buffer zone, there's a newly established camp belonging to Baron Kent's territory. After a pause, Quick continued, he also admitted that the missing serfs from some time ago weren't taken by magical beasts, they were abducted by them. As expected. What is that bastard Kent trying to do? Narent's suspicions were confirmed. He hadn't expected Baron Kent to have the audacity to extend his reach into Stormwind territory. This could spark conflicts between Tulip territory and Black Iron Ridge. Moreover, now that Stormwind territory belonged to him, Narent would never tolerate outsiders running amok on his land. Did he say what that camp in the buffer zone was built for? My lord, he only mentioned there's a little yellow sprite inside. He knew nothing else. A yellow sprite? Could that mean mineral deposits? Narent was startled. Yellow sprites were the most precious of all elemental spirits. Even if it led to a salt mine, the profits would be staggering. Ding! Stormwind territory belongs to you. Baron Quint's people operating on your land have already infringed upon your interests. Side quest, locate the campsite. Reward, new plant species. At that moment, a long-absent system notification echoed in Nalante's mind. The system finally woke up. But the reward is just a new plant variety? Narlan didn't think twice. Investigating was absolutely necessary. He turned to Quick and asked, in which direction is that camp located? My lord, it's in the buffer zone about 3 miles straight ahead. Good. We'll set out to investigate immediately. Leave 2 guards to tie him to a tree and keep watch. Narland issued rapid orders. Yes, my lord. Soon, the team set off, and within just over 10 minutes, they had traveled to the boundary 3 miles away. However, at this boundary, Narante saw no campsite, as the roadsides were densely packed with trees. Only a boundary stone weighing several thousand pounds stood ahead, inscribed with the 6 large characters, Tulip Earldom. The campsite must be somewhere in these buffer woods. Narante gazed at the thick forest beyond the boundary stone. Buffer zone, as the name suggests, it was an unmanned boundary area reserved between the territories of different nobles. This evolved as a means to prevent disputes among the nobility. Nominally, the buffer zone does not belong to either side but to the feudal lord they serve. For example, the buffer zone between the Tulip Earldom and the Black Iron Earldom belongs to the kingdom's duke. However, most buffer zones are merely narrow demarcation lines about 3 kilometers wide, and the feudal lords who hold nominal ownership neither truly govern nor develop them. At such times, the vassals would form an unspoken tacit rule, dividing the buffer zone into 2 halves, each developing and utilizing their own portion with the sole condition of not constructing camps or stationing troops. Violating this would mean breaking the unspoken rule. Surely, have your bees scout the forest? The reason they had quickly located Quint's spy earlier was precisely because of Shirley's bees. Nat today discovered Shirley's true utility. Before becoming a powerful beast tamer, she could perfectly serve as an excellent scout. Understood, my lord. Shirley nodded excitedly, then murmured a few words to the bees before they buzzed off into the sky. The buffer zone was entirely covered in dense forest. Searching it by human effort would take considerable time, but for honeybees, soaring just dozens of meters high granted them a sweeping, unobstructed view. Only a few seconds had passed when several bees immediately returned. My lord, the bees have told me there's a camp ahead in the woods. Excellent. Everyone follow. We're going to check it out now. Then, led by Littlebee, Nayland and the others walked into the woods. After just 4 or 5 minutes of moving forward, the view suddenly opened up before them. The originally dense forest within the buffer zone had been completely cleared, replaced by a camp built from wooden stakes. Though called a camp, it could practically be considered a makeshift fortress, with its outer perimeter surrounded by wooden walls made from stakes 5 to 6 meters high. The wooden wall not only allowed people to walk atop it, but also featured a towering archer tower every dozen meters, each manned by an alert longbowman keeping watch. Ding ding dong! As Narent and his party appeared at the edge of the clearing, the sentries on the wall spotted them. Instantly, the urgent sound of an alarm bell rang out from within the camp. Chapter 35, The Threat. As the bells tolled, fully armed guards rushed onto the wooden wall. Roughly estimated that just along the section of wall facing them, there were at least 20 heavily armed soldiers. With such a military presence, there must be at least 40 or 50 guards stationed in this camp alone. Nathaniel's expression turned grave, his curiosity about the camp's contents growing even stronger. Under normal circumstances, a baron could afford to maintain a force of about 70 to 80 soldiers. Wealthier barons might support up to 100 at most. Any more than that would be beyond a baron's means. After all, a barony with a population of just over 10,000 would find it extremely difficult to sustain over 100 guards. Yet Quinton had stationed half his forces at this buffer zone camp, a decision that undoubtedly hinted at something unusual. Who are you people? At that moment, a powerfully built middle-aged man emerged atop the wall. The middle-aged man was clad in a suit of iron armor, carrying an extraordinary presence. Narent carefully observed and discovered that this middle-aged man was not only a titled knight, but his strength even surpassed his own. He was a mid-level bronze knight. I am the newly appointed lord of Stormwind territory. And who might you be? Narent took a step forward and purposefully feigned ignorance as he sternly questioned the middle-aged man atop the wooden wall. So you're the lord of Stormwind. I am Sir Dilly, vassal of Baron Quint. My lord, you have trespassed into Baron Quint's territory. I demand you withdraw immediately. Upon the wooden wall, Sir Dilly plastered on a false smile while speaking with arrogant disdain. Baron Quint's territory? Sir Dilly, if I recall correctly, this is a neutral buffer zone. Since when did it become part of Quint's domain? Nathaniel's expression darkened. The other side was shamelessly twisting facts to suit their narrative. Moreover, not only is this a buffer zone, but the majority of it lies within Stormwind's rightful portion of the neutral territory. It took only 4 or 5 minutes to walk from the border to this point. Narante had been keeping track of the distance, estimating that their group had traveled no more than 400 or 500 meters. By this calculation, not only had Baron Kunt violated the rules by setting up a camp and stationing troops in the buffer zone, but he had also encroached on the buffer zone that rightfully belonged to Narante. Apologies, my lord, but I'm not sure what you're talking about. This area is within the territory of Baron Kunt's domain. Furthermore, Baron Kunt has given strict orders, no one is to approach this camp. I must ask you to leave immediately, or bear the consequences. Sir Dilly's face darkened at Narante's words, his forced smile vanishing entirely. At his words, the guards atop the wooden wall raised their longbows in unison. Clang, clang, clang. Seeing this, Quirk and the others immediately reacted, drawing their swords to shield Narant, while Vivian and the guards swiftly knocked arrows and locked onto the opposing forces on the wall. Lord, I suggest you just enjoy being a lord while you can, before those dark creatures breach your castle. This buffer zone is not yours to claim. Besides, this is the dense blazing forest, where magical beasts roam frequently. If you linger too long, you might meet with unexpected danger. Seeing that Narant's group showed no fear, instead appearing ready to fight, Sir Dilly spoke again with a taunting edge. This exchange had completely torn away any pretense of civility, with Dilly even deliberately activating his battle aura, the radiant glow of a mid-tier bronze knight suffusing his entire body. The square fell utterly silent. The two sides stood in tense confrontation for over 10 seconds, during which Narante's gaze remained unwavering, fixed intently on the arrogant Dilly. You're absolutely right, this place is different from everywhere else. After more than 10 seconds, Narante suddenly laughed, a hearty, genuine laugh. Quirk, Vivian, lower your weapons. We're leaving. With that, Narante turned and led his 18 subordinates back the way they'd come. Watching Narante and his group leave, Diley wore a smug grin. Ha, didn't expect that lord to be nothing but a coward. A few words and he ran off. Saves us the trouble. My lord, do you think there might be consequences for provoking him like that just now? A guard captain at Diley's side cautiously spoke up. What consequences could there possibly be? The Baron has already sent word instructing us, should we encounter their lord, don't worry and just scare him off. Seems like nothing more than some pitiful second son of a baron. Turns out, upon learning that Stormwind territory had a new lord, Quint had sent people to inquire into the situation. After discovering that Narante was just a baron's second son, he relaxed considerably, barely regarding Narante as a threat at all. I see. Sir Dillig was truly impressive just now. The guard captain promptly offered flattery. Ha, he's just some greenhorn kid. Never mind that our camp has 50 guards, I alone could wipe them out. Absolutely, absolutely. Sir Dillig is after all a mid-tier bronze knight. I'll take my leave now. Keep the guards alert in case that Lord of Stormhold tries anything sneaky. Oh, and give that sentry who went on watch 10 lashes when he returns, he must have been sleeping in the woods. With that, Dillig descended the city walls directly. How outrageous, my lord. We should report this to the Count immediately. I'm certain he'll demand an explanation from the Black Iron Count on our behalf. On their way back, Quirk spoke through gritted teeth, his words laced with fury as every guard seethed under Dilly's blatant arrogance. Quirk, think about it, that Dilly remains so brazen even after being caught red-handed. Do you really believe reporting it to the Count would make any difference? Based on the original owner's memories, Narant knew full well such matters usually devolved into endless bureaucratic finger-pointing. After all, the blazing forest lay at the margins of the duchy. Aside from directly affecting Narant, this affair held little consequence for either the Count or the King. Even if the King eventually ordered the Black Iron Count to address the issue, they'd likely stall with excuses. This territory was simply too remote. Unless both counts escalated the conflict to drastic measures, the King would never truly intervene. Moreover, Narant actually had his own personal motives. The camp was built within his buffer zone, meaning that if possible, the benefits there could very well be his. But if the King or the Count were to find out, he would have no choice but to watch helplessly. But, my lord, they are infringing upon our rights in Stormwind territory, Quirk protested indignantly. Ding! The quest to locate the camp has been completed. The reward, new plant species, has been distributed. Ding! Baron Quint is stubbornly trying to encroach on your interests and even uttered threats, harming the dignity of you, the lord. You should deliver a sufficient blow to the enemy. System side quest. destroy the camp within the buffer zone, either by slaughtering the enemies or driving them out of the buffer zone. System reward, a basic combat chi manual and information on 2 little spirits. Hiss, information on 2 little spirits? Right at this moment, a series of system ding-dongs echoed in Narent's mind. Hearing this, he nearly jumped on the spot. These rewards were simply too overpowered. The basic aura technique wasn't really important to Nalante, but the 2 little spirits, they were truly rare treasures for developing his territory. The mission issued by the system perfectly aligned with Narante's own intentions. He still clearly remembered Dilly's threats against him, not to mention the serfs they had abducted. More importantly, even if Quent was willing to sour relations with his neighbor just to seize that land, Narante knew without a second thought that there had to be something valuable there. After all, the land was within his buffer zone, and even if the sprites belonged to Quent, they could not be allowed to stay. Seeing Quirk still fuming with indignation, Narent suppressed his excitement and said, "Quirk, have you forgotten that protecting the territory's rights doesn't necessarily require the Earl's intervention?" "My lord, you mean?" Quirk widened his eyes. "Didn't Sir Dilly say it himself? This place is different from others. This is the Flamecrest Forest, where magical beasts frequently appear. If one day they all perish, it would be perfectly normal." Narent smiled faintly. Chapter 36, New Crops. Quick instantly understood the implication and flashed an excited expression. If the Lord was willing to resort to force, he would naturally charge ahead without hesitation. However, after the initial excitement, Quick considered the practical issue. "But my lord, we're severely outnumbered. That camp is too well fortified, and there must be at least 40 guards stationed on the wooden walls alone." Quick wasn't foolish. He recognized the vast disparity in strength between both sides. With just a few men, they couldn't possibly storm that camp, which was practically a makeshift fortress. "My lord, should I infiltrate the camp at night to pick them off? If I come daily, I could gradually weaken their numbers." Just then, Vivian, who had been quiet all this while, suddenly spoke up. Vivian's anger towards Dilly threatening their lord was no less than Quirk's, but being less articulate, she remained silent. Upon hearing their lord's intention to eradicate that camp, she immediately saw her archery skills as the perfect means to do so. Though the camp had a 50 to 60 meter clearing around it, this posed no difficulty for her marksmanship. "No, Vivian, I want to wipe them out in one stroke, so we can't alert them prematurely." Nathaniel shook his head. "This matter demands careful planning. The convoy must depart tomorrow, lest we miss the Earl's summons. We'll deal with this campground after you return from Tulip territory. This interim period will let us prepare thoroughly. Now, there's one more thing we need to do: scout how many enemies are actually in the camp. Only then can I plan properly after returning." To capture this camp, Nayland knew he needed to thoroughly prepare after going back. The few days of the caravan's journey would give him just enough time. "Yes, my lord." Nayland then ordered Shirley to send the bees flying toward the camp. Several bees quietly scouted every corner of Quint's camp and soon brought back information about the camp's guards. According to Shirley's report, there were 51 individuals dressed in the same attire as Quake and his men, indicating the camp still had 51 fully armed guards, and 30 people like Vivian had no weapons or equipment. These must be the mining serfs in the camp. The fact that there were more guards than miners made Narent increasingly convinced that the camp held something precious. The investigation was complete, and Quirk had already recalled the 2 guards watching the prisoner. The group continued onward along the road ahead. On Nayland's territory, due to the scarcity of serfs, there was only a single road, one that looped around the entire Storm's Fief. They didn't need to double back now, they could simply follow the dirt road straight back to the castle. As for the captured guard, Nayland didn't spare him. Given their hostility with Quint, he couldn't afford to release the soldier. He ordered Quirk to deal with him and bury the body in a pit. Such was the cruelty of this world. "Sir, the bees told me their home is nearby. Could we go take a look?" When they were still about 5 or 6 miles from the castle, Shirley suddenly ran up to Narent's side and made her request in a small voice. Right nearby? Of course we can." A beehive meant honey. If he could bring it back, it would mean an endless supply of honey in the future. "Thank you, my lord." Shirley was overjoyed. She knew the honey would belong to the lord, but what she loved was directing these little creatures to play with her, so she didn't mind at all. The beehive wasn't far from the road, so Narent only brought Vivian and 2 guards as he followed Shelley into the nearby wilderness. "Milord, it's right there." After walking for 7 or 8 minutes, Shelley exclaimed excitedly while pointing at a tall tree. Looking where she pointed, everyone saw the beehive on the massive tree. This was undoubtedly the largest beehive Narent had ever seen, an oval structure measuring at least 1 meter in height with a diameter of 70 to 80 centimeters. The bees near the hive, perhaps sensing their approach, were already buzzing and circling in the air. "My lord, please wait here while I go communicate with the bees first," Shirley immediately said to Narent upon seeing the situation. "Be careful." Narent nodded. Unlike Shirley, they didn't have her special talent. Approaching now would surely leave them stunned like bears. "Got it. Lord. Without hesitation, Shirley slowly moved forward, following a few bees leading the way. "Milord, there's a stone here for you to sit and rest." Shirley went to communicate with the bees, while Vivian had already cleared a large rock for Narent to sit on. Narent didn't hesitate and plopped down onto the rock. He'd been fully armored that day in preparation for magical beasts. Though he wore engraved armor looted from the Headless Horseman, the total weight still amounted to 40 or 50 pounds, and the long bumpy journey had thoroughly exhausted him. This was precisely why ordinary people never wore iron armor, no matter how strong they were. Firstly, the cost was prohibitive, and secondly, they simply couldn't handle the weight. Iron armor remained the exclusive domain of titled knights. "Milord, are you thirsty? Would you like some wild fruits?" No sooner had Narent sat down than Vivian spotted something nearby, her eyes lighting up as she asked with the attentive care of a devoted wife. "What wild fruits? My lord, it's this little tree. Though it may look tough, it's actually delicious, the inside tastes sweet." Seeing Narent's curiosity, Vivian swiftly approached a long, rod-shaped wild fruit. "Ha, isn't this sugar cane?" Narent carefully examined the small tree and let out a surprised exclamation. Though considerably thinner, it was unmistakably the sugar cane he remembered from his past life. "My lord, what is sugar cane? Do you recognize these wild fruits?" Vivian was taken aback, as only the villagers of Misfortune Village knew about these wild fruits. Because girls in Misfortune Village lacked the strength for farming, they had to forage through thickets for anything edible. When starving, they'd even eat tree roots. When she first arrived in Stormwind territory, Vivian's tailoring skills were still unknown. Once, driven by hunger, she dug up tree roots in the wild and stumbled upon this little tree. Though it couldn't truly fill her stomach, its sweet sap replenished her strength remarkably. Nayland could sit still no longer. He strode straight up to the little tree. Identical in appearance, purple bark, segmented like bamboo, with leaves crowning its top. The next moment, Nayland drew his sword and severed the little tree at its roots. He needed to taste it to reach a final conclusion. After all, encountering sugarcane in this other world truly surprised him. Crunch, crunch, so sweet, it really is sugarcane. While not as thick and sturdy as the sugarcane from his previous life, it was surprisingly fragrant and sweet. Nalante was now certain. This was indeed this world's version of sugarcane. "Ha, well done, Vivian." Narent was overjoyed. In his previous life, sugarcane's greatest value wasn't just as a delicious fruit, but more importantly for sugar production. Coincidentally, in this world, sugar remained an undiscovered commodity, with honey being the nobility's sole source of sweetness. Chapter 37, The Merchant Caravan Departs. Don't think this is unimaginable. In the medieval west of previous Earth, the same was true. At that time, they did not have sugar yet and used honey as a substitute. They would even specify in their wills exactly how many barrels of honey they owned to prove their wealth. It wasn't until the Crusades that they first discovered the existence of solid sugar in this world. Originally, sugar was incredibly precious. They even regarded it as medicine, using it to treat coughs, fevers, various ailments of guards, and even during the Black Death, people used granulated sugar as treatment. "You don't need to thank me, my lord." Vivian was flustered by Nayland's excited expression. To her, she had merely discovered some wild fruit that couldn't even fill one's stomach. "My lord, if you need more, there should be quite a few of these little trees. Sugarcane in the surrounding woods," Vivian added. "There are more? Vivian, take me to see them at once." Nayland grew even more exhilarated. Soon, guided by Vivian, Nayland began searching through the nearby grassy patches and indeed found clusters of wild sugarcane growing here and there. Since they grow wild, these sugarcanes are somewhat scattered, but according to Vivian, this isn't all. Many areas across Stormwind territory have sugarcane growing there. Hearing this, Narent smiled and nodded, but did not continue weaving his way through the tall grass. Many of the sugarcane stalks weren't fully ripe yet. They'd need at least another month to mature. But he wasn't in a hurry, as processing all that sugarcane would take some time anyway. When they returned to the spot, the little lowly Shirley had already finished communicating with the bees and came running over with an excited expression. "My lord, look, this is the king of bees." Shirley ran up to Narent, opening her palm to reveal an enormous bee, the queen of this colony. "You've done wonderfully, Shirley." This was double happiness, meaning he wouldn't just have sugar to enjoy, but honey as well. And with such a large bee colony harvested, perhaps it would prove quite useful when dealing with the Quint camp in a few days. Afterwards, Narent had two guards carefully lower the massive beehive under Shirley's guidance. In this world, beekeeping techniques are practically non-existent, and obtaining honey requires foraging in the wild. But now, with Shirley, Nalante could boldly move the entire beehive to the castle without any hesitation. At dawn the next day, 3 carriages loaded with goods stood ready for departure in the castle's front courtyard. This time, Narent would send 12 people to escort the convoy to Tulip City. Apart from Quirk and his elite guard squad, the only other person was the butler, Thomas. With Anthony deceased, Thomas remained the sole literate individual familiar with Tulip Fort. Thomas would now report the territory's development to the Count in Anthony's stead and provide an explanation for his predecessor's death. "My lord, I shall take my leave then. While I'm away for about 10 days, please do take care of your health." As the castle's devoted steward, Thomas was visibly reluctant to depart from his duties. "Rest assured, Steward Thomas, you just need to follow my instructions." Faced with the steward's concern, Narrant felt somewhat awkward. Thomas was no beauty. If a lovely female steward had shown such reluctance, he would have gladly offered a warm embrace. "Yes, my lord." Thomas remained blissfully unaware of being disliked and responded with reluctant compliance. After instructing Thomas, Nalante turned his attention to the fully armed Quirk. "Quirk, the safety of the caravan is in your hands. Also, remember the items I asked you to purchase, especially the leather armor." The leather armor was intended for Vivian's squad. Since this venture was likely to yield substantial profits, he could no longer allow them to charge into battle wearing such shabby gear. "Yes, my lord. Quick will ensure the safety of the convoy and complete the mission you've entrusted to us." "Excellent. Then set off at once. I shall await your return at Storm's End. Loyal unto death for our lord." Quick straightened his posture and struck his chest firmly with a bent left arm, the universal military salute of this world. After completing the salute, Quick turned to the convoy and waved his hand decisively. "All hands, move out." After the convoy departed, Narrant headed straight for the study. "System, I want to draw a prize." Last night was the meteor night, but without the system's warning, Narrant didn't dare use the search function again. After all, under normal circumstances, the probability of meteorites giving birth to elemental spirits was extremely low. For a barony, getting 2 elemental spirits in a year would already be considered lucky. If Narrant continued his attempts to search, there was a 99% chance his energy points would go to waste. However, the little sprite wouldn't appear for now, but the lottery wouldn't stop. Nalante urgently needed to enhance his strength to deal with matters at the buffer zone camp. As soon as the big roulette wheel appeared, Nalante didn't hesitate and pressed the start button. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an intelligence fruit. The lottery quickly produced results, and this time what Nalante obtained was a purple fruit resembling a plum. It's actually an intelligence fruit. At least it's better than that useless charm fruit. Though not entirely satisfied, Nalante had to admit it was an improvement over the charm fruit from last time. As the fruit was taken out, its fresh fragrance filled the air. Without hesitation, Nalante stuffed it into his mouth. Oh, the sensation from the intelligence fruit was entirely different from the enhancement fruit. As the juice slid down his throat, a wave coursed through his body, and his mind instantly became sharper. If his brain had been like a single-core processor before, after consuming the intelligence fruit, it instantly upgraded to a dual-core system. At this moment, his mind not only became sharper, but even his perception of the surroundings grew clearer. Such a potent effect? Initially, Nayland hadn't cared much about the intelligence fruit, believing his mental prowess needed no supplement. But right now, he could only admit, well, this is amazing. Having succumbed to the "this is amazing" principle, Nayland suddenly remembered the barely comprehensible secret technique of the flaming triple slash. So, he took out the parchment. Ha ha, the intelligence fruit truly delivers. Suddenly everything makes sense. Ultimate move, here I come. Subjects Peter and Callie, pay our respects to the Lord. In the castle hall, Vivian led several stonemasons and carpenters inside. Take a look at these plans. Narante wasted no time and directly handed over a blueprint he had drawn the previous night. In this world outside the castle, towns had yet to develop facilities like toilets. The stonemasons and carpenters carefully received the blueprint and began examining it. How about it? Can you build this structure? My lord, according to your blueprint, constructing the building is feasible. However, partitioning it into small compartments and digging drainage channels beneath would likely render it uninhabitable, responded one bold stonemason cautiously. No need for you to worry about such matters. Just ensure quality construction for me. By the way, begin work on this latrine immediately. Consult the guard captain about required materials and manpower. I want 3 such latrines built in May Village, and 1 in Iron Village. Yes, my lord. Subsequently, Narante entrusted the task of building toilets to Vivian for management. At the same time, he also instructed Vivian to proclaim his first decree. Starting tomorrow, serfs are strictly forbidden from indiscriminately disposing of excrement. Violators will receive 10 lashes as punishment, and repeat offenders will be hanged in the square as a public example. Of course, Narant also considered the predicament of the serfs before the toilets were built. He issued instructions as well. The serfs could dig pits to bury and ferment their waste, which would dry out and become usable again after some time. After delegating the tasks, Vivian gathered the craftsmen in the front courtyard to discuss the construction of the toilets, while Narrant retreated to the back garden to continue his martial training. Chapter 38, A Sales Frenzy. 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye since Thomas and his party left the castle. At dawn, they finally arrived at the territory of their first neighboring fief within Tulip Domain, Blackrock Barony. Blackrock was a barony renowned for its plentiful black stone deposits. Though geographically remote, it fared far better than the destitute Storm Domain, for beyond Blackrock lay only noble-held lands continuing northward. As the caravan entered Blackrock town, curious townsfolk gathered to observe the merchant convoy. Merchant caravans usually came from the north or west, but this one arrived from the south, the land of ill omen. Clip-clop, clip-clop. Inside the castle nearby, news of a fully armed group entering the town had reached them. Baron Boris quickly led a squad of 30 guards to investigate. "Who are you?" Baron Boris scrutinized the unfamiliar group before him. "Your Honor, Baron Boris, we are a merchant caravan from Stormwind territory, dispatched by our master, Sir Nayland, to bring local specialties for sale in your domain." As Nayland's steward, Thomas represented his lord's dignity in every external interaction. His tone remained respectful but carried an air of dignified composure. "Stormwind territory?" Boris paused, then suddenly recalled something. "Ah yes, I remember a group passed through some time ago heading to Stormwind. Could your lord be one of those knights recently enfeoffed by the count? But how did he end up being assigned to the ill-fated? I mean, Stormwind territory?" The count's enfeoffment of 8 second sons from vassal families for some sort of competition had become common knowledge. Boris was well aware of it. Had he been older with an eligible son, he too would have coveted such an opportunity for his own house. "Yes, the Honorable Baron Boris, my Lord Narrant is indeed from the Barrick family, the second son of Baron Andrew." The Barrick family? So that's why. Boris had initially been puzzled as to why Nalante had been assigned to the cursed lands, but upon hearing the Barrick family was involved, his confusion was instantly dispelled. The feud between Alding and the Barrick clan was no secret among the vassals. "Let's hear it. What goods have you brought this time?" Boris couldn't help but wonder what local specialties that impoverished place, where serfs considered themselves lucky just to avoid starvation, could possibly produce. Eyeing the 3 fully loaded carts, his mind darkly speculated whether Nayland had stripped his serfs of every last grain of food. Thomas finally smiled upon hearing this, as quite a few townsfolk had already gathered at a distance to watch. This was exactly the effect he had wanted. "Baron Boris, our caravan has brought salt and rare dried sea fish this time." With that, Thomas gave an order, and the guards immediately pulled off the cowhide covers from the wagons. "Wow, so much salt. And dried fish, where did those come from? Aren't there fishmen sea monsters by the coast? It must have taken so many sea fish to make this much dried fish." As the specialty goods on the wagons were revealed, gasps of astonishment broke out. The townsfolk, hiding in the corners, couldn't take their eyes off the 3 wagon loads of goods. Especially dried fish, which can fetch 30 coppers per pound. This is truly aristocratic fare. Boris's pupils constricted at this moment. Both salt and dried fish were local specialties beyond his imagination. He had assumed they were merely wheat extorted from serfs. "Where did you obtain this salt and dried fish?" Boris snapped back to reality and inquired with curiosity. These 2 specialties were things even his Blackrock territory couldn't possess. Salt was easier to explain, likely purchased from nearby Baron Quint's lands and secretly resold at lower prices. As for seafood, only the grand nobles have the means to mass-produce it. To answer Lord Boris, this salt is produced by our own little spirits in Stormwind territory, while the dried fish was caught under the personal leadership of our Lord Narrant, who guided the serfs himself. Narrant had long prepared the explanation in advance. "Salt mine sprites? How incredibly fortunate." As for the salt production, Boris harbored no doubts, though he couldn't help but envy Nayland's sheer luck. As for the dried fish, he didn't ask any more questions. Whatever method was used to catch them, pressing further wouldn't get anyone to reveal their secrets anyway. "How much are you selling this dried fish for per catty? I'm afraid ordinary commoners won't be able to afford it." In reply to Lord Boris, the salt costs 7 copper coins per packet, and the dried fish 10 copper coins per catty. "So cheap? Are you sure you haven't made a mistake?" Though salted dried fish wasn't as delicious as fresh seafood, the added salt during curing meant it typically sold for 30 copper coins. But now not only was the salt cheaper, even the dried fish cost only 1/3 of the usual price. Boris couldn't understand how Narrant planned to run a business this way. Was this charity work? "Your lordship Baron Boris, this is the price set by my lord, and henceforth all sales will be made at this price." "Very well. Since Sir Nalante and I are neighbors, the sale can proceed." With that, the disheartened Baron Boris wasted no further time, promptly departing with his guards and heading straight back to his castle. "My lord, shouldn't we buy some? They're selling it so cheaply. Won't the salt we bought from the Quint territory become unsellable?" Once outside the town, the guard captain at Baron Boris's side cautiously inquired. Their usual practice was to purchase salt from Baron Quint's territory. After procuring the salt, a portion was kept for the castle's own use, while the rest was marked up and sold to their own subjects for 10 copper coins. Buy it? That's a specialty from the land of misfortune, would you dare eat it? Boris retorted. Also, regarding selling salt, that bitter bastard Quentin's bastard son. Honestly, I'd rather not do business with him if there were any other way. Now that Stormhaven has salt to sell to its people, great, I'd rather forego these measly copper coins than let Quentin profit off me. Since they were both vassals under the same earl, Boris couldn't refuse Stormhaven's merchant caravans from trading in his town. Still, the news of Stormhaven producing salt secretly pleased Boris in a roundabout way. In the past, when purchasing salt from Quint, not only did he mix large amounts of sand into the salt, but he also deliberately made his caravan stay an extra few days in White Salt Town just so they'd spend more money there. The noble lord feared catching bad luck, but the common folk couldn't afford such concerns. Salt sold at 7 copper coins a bag was cheap enough to make them forget everything, not to mention the 10 copper dried fish, something the common folk had never tasted before. So, after Boris left, the townsfolk quickly swarmed forward. "My lord, is it true your salt is only 7 copper coins per packet?" asked a tattered-dressed serf timidly. "Yes, salt costs just 7 copper coins per packet." "What about dried fish? Is it really 10 copper coins per pound?" inquired a decently dressed commoner. "Indeed, dried fish at 10 copper coins per pound. Come quick if you want to buy, we're only staying in Blackrock Town until noon before moving on," replied Thomas cheerfully. "Ah, then I'll take 2 packs of salt." "I'll take some too. 3 packs of salt for me." "I'd like 5 packs of salt, a pound of dried fish." The price was finally set, and in an instant, both serfs and commoners surged toward the caravan. Don't push. Line up properly and come one by one. We've brought plenty of salt and dried fish for everyone." Now it was Thomas and his team's turn to get busy, as guards like Quick swiftly began maintaining order. Meanwhile, Thomas stood on the wagon holding a porcelain jar, responsible for collecting money and distributing goods. Amidst all the bustle, noon arrived quickly. "Everyone, it's about time. We need to set off." Although the initial crowd in front of the carriage had thinned, many villagers from nearby settlements were still trickling in towards them. However, Thomas and his team had missions to fulfill and couldn't delay too long here, so they began halting their sales. "My lord, will your merchant caravan come here again in the future?" The townspeople stepped aside upon hearing this, but still voiced their most pressing concern. "No more visits. Our caravan will only travel to and from Tulip City from now on, with no stops at Blackrock Town," Thomas announced loudly from atop the carriage. Chapter 39, How to Sing of Conquest. "What? You're not coming back? But why not? We're all willing to buy your salt." In an instant, the townsfolk who had just been beaming with joy now wore disappointed expressions. Having purchased cheap salt once, they naturally hoped there would be a second opportunity. Moreover, they had discovered that the salt previously purchased from their own lord was adulterated with a significant amount of sand. In stark contrast, the salt bought from the Stormwind Territory caravan was genuine, without even a single grain of sand mixed in. Calculated this way, the 7 copper coins they spent bought them not just 1 bag of salt, but more than one. Seeing the disappointed expressions on the townspeople's faces, Thomas smiled and abruptly changed his tone, continuing, "However, though our caravan won't be coming anymore, you can always go to Stormwind Territory to make your purchases." "Go to Stormwind Territory to buy?" Not to mention the round trip alone takes 2 days, and that place is cursed bad luck land. For mere 3 copper coins, no one would be willing to make this trip, it's simply not worth it. Hearing these words, the townsfolk still showed little excitement. Thomas had anticipated the townspeople's reaction and proceeded to drop another bombshell. "Our lord has declared that for those who purchase salt from Stormwind Territory, the price will be even lower, just 5 copper coins per bundle." "What? 5 copper coins per bag?" This time, the townspeople finally showed astonishment on their faces. It was already half the usual price. "That's right, 5 copper coins per bag, guaranteed with no sand mixed in. Plus, our Stormwind Territory imposes no limits on salt purchases," Thomas confirmed with a smile. "Furthermore, I'll give you another suggestion. If you're capable, you can form a small trade team to purchase goods directly from Stormwind Territory. Buying salt in bulk means you can sell it back here for 7 copper coins a bag." With that, Thomas wasted no more time. The convoy immediately departed, rolling straight out of the small town. The townsfolk remaining behind watched the departing convoy, their eyes gleaming with shrewdness. They had taken Thomas's advice to heart. Though the profit was merely 2 copper coins per transaction, this was undeniably good business. After all, humanity could never survive without salt. In this world, most commercial enterprises were monopolized by nobility. For commoners like them, even dreaming of entering the salt trade had been unthinkable before. 3,397, 3,398, 3,399, 4,000. "Ha, we've earned 40 silver coins from this single trip." Thomas sat in the carriage, holding a large earthen jar as he dropped gold and copper coins one by one into the wooden treasure chest. When the last coin slipped into the box, Thomas broke into a cheerful grin. In Blackrock Town, they sold over 400 bags of salt, plus more than 120 caddies of dried fish. The combined cost of the goods sold was less than 3 silver coins, yet they earned 40 silver coins in revenue. To think this was just the morning's earnings if they could stay open all day, making a gold coin wouldn't be a problem at all, especially with more and more newly arrived residents of Blackrock territory streaming in. Thomas couldn't help but feel genuine admiration for his learned and wise lord. What a lucrative business, and the lord had managed to establish it in just over half a month. Steward Thomas. At that moment, Captain Quick spoke up. Why has the lord decided to sell salt and dried fish at reduced prices? Wouldn't we earn more if we sold them at the original price? Especially the salt, we didn't even mix it with sand. Those serfs and commoners surely wouldn't complain about the price. Though Quick was happy the caravan could make money, watching such fine salt being sold so cheaply made his heart ache for the lord. Quick, this is precisely the difference between us and Lord Nayland. Thomas smiled faintly. Then, with solemn respect, he gazed toward the direction of Stormwind territory. Before we departed, I also asked the Lord this question, but he told me that in the future, we'll have endless supplies of salt and dried fish. Yet these goods only become money when sold. There are only so many nobles in the duchy. If we sell only to them, we'll never sell everything, and we'd only earn a pittance. But if we sell to commoners and serfs, that's a different story. The number of commoners and serfs is the largest, tens of thousands of times greater than the nobility. Even if each buys just one packet of salt, the copper coins piled up would likely fill the entire castle. If the price is too high, the serfs certainly can't afford it, so we have no choice but to lower it. Moreover, the lord mentioned that the most important thing is, he wants Baron Quint to kneel and sing conquered? Kneel down and sing conquest? How exactly do you sing the words conquest? Quark widened his eyes in astonishment. I don't know how to sing either, but I suppose his lordship will teach him when the time comes. Thomas shook his head and averted his gaze. As they continued their journey, Thomas and the others would stop for half a day at each noble territory they passed through, following the same sales model used in the Blackrock territory. Upon departure, they informed the townsfolk that they could purchase salt from Stormwind territory in the future, emphasizing that Stormwind placed no restrictions on merchant caravans from commoners. By the time they passed through just 5 noble territories, they had successfully sold all the goods they'd brought, over 300 caddies of sea salt and more than 2,000 caddies of dried fish. In total, they earned 4 gold coins and 20 silver coins. After selling out all their goods, the caravan's pace quickened considerably. As they approached the Barrack family's territory, Quick dispatched a guard to deliver some salt and salted fish to the Barrack domain, while the main caravan continued toward Tulip City, which was only about a day's journey away. As Thomas and his group were soon to arrive in Tulip City, Stormwind territory had also been bustling with activity recently. First, the construction of the town's toilets had commenced. Narrant instructed Vivian to recruit 100 sturdy serfs to work on them simultaneously. What do you think these toilets are for? What a fine stone house, perhaps it's meant for the future civil administrator. But there's only one civil administrator, yet they've built 3 toilets now. Could it be for selling beer? I've seen stone houses selling beer in Baron Quint's territory. The place selling beer is called a tavern. What we have here are toilets. Whatever it is, his lordship's got us working and paying 30 copper coins for it. Let's just put our backs into it. Yes, Lord Narrant is indeed the most generous. Though, the lord doesn't seem to know much about farming. He had us plant the wheat seedlings so densely. I fear many of them will end up with hollow husks. Shoo, do you want to be hanged in the square? How dare you speak of our generous lord like that? Besides, his lordship has loaned us 50 pounds of meat. That little wasted wheat is nothing in comparison. Right, let me ask you, could you afford to eat meat every day before? Chapter 40, Enraged Quint. At first, the serfs had heated discussions about the purpose of these toilets, yet when the first latrine was completed, they were astonished to discover it had actually been built for their use. The serfs could scarcely believe such a spacious, brand-new stone structure existed solely to address that vulgar necessity. Though they privately thought their lord was being extravagant, they nonetheless visited the toilets with remarkable diligence every day. This wasn't due to the recent decree prohibiting public defecation, but rather because the serfs sensed this might be their only chance in this lifetime to experience any connection with pristine stone buildings, if only while relieving themselves. After all 3 public toilets were completed, Narante specially inspected May Village and Misfortune Village. While verifying the quality of the stone structures, he also examined the road conditions. This time, the roads were indeed free of the lingering stench. It seemed that even before the toilets were fully built, the serfs had already strictly obeyed his ban on dumping waste. 5 days have passed now. The waste in those pits should be adequately fermented. With the sanitation issue achieving phased progress, it was time to proceed to the next step. Narrant learned from Pit Boots and Kenby Cowpie about the serfs' concerns that the wheat seedlings were planted too densely and might not receive enough nutrients. Therefore, he ordered Pit and Kenby to take the feces buried in pits days earlier and use it to fertilize the wheat fields. Though the 2 village heads didn't understand the reasoning, the Lord's command was divine grace. Without hesitation, they led the people of Stormwind territory to carry out the task. Triple flaming slash. In the castle's back garden, the battle aura throughout Nalante's body continuously gathered and compressed within several special meridians. This process of gathering and compression lasted approximately 4 breaths of time. First slash. Boom! Nalante sprang into action, and as he unleashed his first slash, his longsword was instantly wreathed in fiercely blazing flames. The flames were scorching hot. This was no illusion. These were real flames formed when battle energy was highly compressed and instantaneously released. Second slash. Third slash. The flames on the longsword flickered incessantly. By the time Narant unleashed the third strike of his triple sword slash, the flames on the blade had surged to their zenith, distorting the surrounding air with their intensity. With the third slash descending straight down, a rock weighing over 10 pounds was forcefully struck by the drawn sword. Bang! Instantly, the stone shattered into fragments, many of them charred black. Ha! So satisfying. Turns out everyone loves ultimate moves. If I'd had the flame triple slash that day, those hellhounds wouldn't have gotten a second chance to attack me. That's right, Narant had successfully mastered the triple flame slash, this secret technique. After consuming the intelligence fruit that day, the combat chi techniques recorded on the parchment were no longer obscure or difficult for him to understand. After several days of continuous practice, he finally mastered his first major skill. Even if Dilly is a mid-tier bronze knight, with these combat chi techniques and Vivian by my side, I should be more than capable of dealing with him now. Narant let out a sigh of relief. The biggest challenge in dealing with the Quent campsite was now within his grasp. Meanwhile, in Baron Quent's castle, within an extravagantly luxurious golden hall. Strange, why haven't those unlucky fellows brought the fish meat to sell yet? Quent sat on a sofa made of snowfox fur, holding a silver cup in his hand. He frowned thoughtfully while sipping enchanted coconut potion and muttered to himself. Though he had already amassed considerable wealth from salt, Quent still had his eye on Stormwind's fish trade. After all, his expenses were enormous, and so too must be his earnings. My lord, Captain Johnny requests an audience in the front courtyard. At that moment, a footman arrived at the hall's entrance. Let him in. Soon, Captain Johnny was led into the hall by the footman. Greetings, my lord. Johnny, shouldn't you be patrolling the town instead of running back here? Milord, I've received urgent news and came immediately to report to you. What urgent news? Quent rarely heard such alarms, making his bulky frame straighten instinctively. Milord, didn't the castle steward mention yesterday that the salt procurement caravan for month-end was reduced? Yes, that did happen. Quent nodded. Noble caravans coming to Quent's territory to purchase salt usually arrived once a month at the end of each month. But 2 days ago, a strange phenomenon occurred. The number of noble caravans from the Tulip territory had decreased by more than half. Originally, when the steward mentioned it to him, Quent didn't pay much attention. After all, his was the only territory nearby producing salt, and perhaps something had just delayed them. But now, hearing Johnny's words, his heart suddenly sank. My lord, I might know the reason. Just now in the town's tavern, I overheard a merchant supervisor from the Tulip territory talking. They said Storm territory nearby has also started selling salt. Storm territory produces salt now? Weren't they drying fish to come trade here just days ago because they lacked salt? Quent froze, barely believing it. My lord, that's what the merchant supervisor claimed. Moreover, Storm territory salt is sold even cheaper. Commoners pay just 7 copper coins per bag there. If you buy directly from Storm territory, it's only 5 copper coins per bag. Captain Johnny answered cautiously. Are you sure you heard correctly? Quentin's hand trembled slightly as he raised his silver goblet. My lord, I couldn't have mistaken it. I even treated that steward to a mug of beer to confirm. According to him, Storm's End is selling salt without mixing in sand. If the nobles weren't afraid of catching bad luck, they probably wouldn't buy from us at all anymore. Bang! That idiot, selling it to commoners at 5 copper coins a pack, without mixing sand? Has that useless second son gone completely mad? How much profit could he possibly make? After repeated confirmations, Quentin had no choice but to believe it. And indeed, half the nobles who usually came to Tulip territory for salt had stayed away this month. At this realization, Quentin hurled his silver goblet to the ground, his face contorted with rage as he let out a furious roar. Salt was the specialty of his Quint territory. If Narante were truly causing such disruption, his future profits would likely suffer significant losses. Send people to investigate immediately and find out what's really going on. And where is that salt-producing Sprite? The sale of salt in this region must remain under Quint's control. Quint had truly grown to despise Narante. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's livelihood is akin to killing their parents, especially when the target was as notoriously stingy and ill-tempered as Baron Quint. Yes, my lord. Hearing the order, Johnny shrank his head and retreated from the hall. Chapter 41 Performance Report. Tulip Castle. This magnificent structure was built mid-slope upon a towering peak. Through generations of unrelenting effort, the mountain summit had long been leveled, with Tulip Castle now spanning at least 5 miles in both length and width. The estate boasted not only comprehensive defensive installations but also numerous splendid gardens and scenic vistas. At this moment in the council hall of Tulip Castle, the count sat solemnly upon the high platform, the wrought iron throne perfectly accentuating his commanding presence. Aldine, which other second-born civil administrator has yet to arrive? Below the count stood 7 men with respectful deference. These were precisely the civil administrators serving the second-born sons in their governance trials. Yet Count Augustus distinctly remembered having infeft 8 second-born sons of his vassals last month. Reporting to the count, "My lord, it's the second son of the Barrack family, named Nayland Barrack." Orden was inwardly overjoyed. Antony was the very man he had personally assigned to deal with Nayland. This tardiness must surely be Antony's deliberate doing. Wow, miss, that second son's got nerves of steel. With the count waiting right here, his magistrate dares to arrive late? Meanwhile, at an obscure corner partially hidden behind a pillar beside the count's iron throne, 2 women were silently observing the proceedings. One of them was none other than Lady Stella, the flower of the Tulip House. Today, Miss Stella donned a white silk gown, her golden tresses cascading over her shoulders, and her azure eyes as calm as still water. Currently, her appearance carried a lazy yet alluring charm, an image the young men outside could never have imagined. If it weren't for her father's insistence, Stella had no desire to attend such a tedious hearing. However, her personal maid Lena showed great enthusiasm about the matter, immediately chattering away after it concluded. Barrack's second son? Then let us proceed. Count Augustus replied with a nod, choosing not to inquire further after hearing the answer. Andrew Barrack was the most valiant warrior among his vassals. Out of respect for him, Augustus opted to delay additional questioning for later. Yes, Lord Count. Aldine smiled subtly before addressing the 7 civil officers below. Begin your reports on the developmental progress of the second son's territories last month. My lord, I am the civil officer for Sir Billy Lane. Last month, Greenwood Territory collected 20,000 caddies of wheat as taxes from the serfs. After receiving the taxes, the knight used this grain as payment to hire commoners and serfs within the territory to vigorously reclaim wasteland. After more than 10 days of reclamation, Greenwood's arable land has increased by over 1,000 acres. My lord, I am the civil officer for Sir Dean Kirby. Last month, Highland Territory collected 19,000 caddies of wheat in taxes. The knight used these grains to purchase cattle and sheep. The territory now has 10 dairy cows and 30 sheep. As each civil officer reported the accomplishments of the second sons during the month, the count seated above nodded repeatedly. Although these appointments were all bestowed upon second sons of vassals, these younger sons had to varying degrees begun diligently developing their territories. Take Greenwood Territory, the most outstanding example from this round of reports. Being willing to allocate tax revenue as rewards for the commoners rather than coercing serfs through power shows this second son understands compassionate governance and grasps the fundamental principles of territorial development. Milady, who do you think among these second sons has developed their land most impressively? After attentively listening to the civil administrator's reports, Lena immediately turned to her mistress. Milady, I think that second son from Greenwood Town is truly remarkable, having reclaimed over 1,000 acres of farmland in just over a month. By autumn, his territory is sure to have a bountiful harvest. Lena, you seem particularly interested in these second sons' affairs? In contrast to her maid's enthusiasm, Stella appeared rather disinterested, having barely listened to the civil administrator's reports. To be honest, not only could Stella not take a liking to the younger sons of the vassals, but even many of the eldest heirs didn't appeal to her. This wasn't because she looked down on them, but rather because she had met those eldest sons at social gatherings in previous years. Most of them were arrogant and full of empty talk, with many already in their 20s yet still only bronze knights in combat aura. This revealed one undeniable truth: these vassal heirs had spent far more time indulging in pleasure than dedicating themselves to rigorous training. Though Stella was a woman, she had already reached the early silver knight rank through relentless cultivation. Oh, no, Miss Lena, just. The personal maid Lena blushed crimson when questioned by Stella. The reason she was so excited was precisely because she knew the count was actually selecting a husband for her young mistress. As a personal maid who would follow her lady for life, this matter concerned her deeply. Do any of you have other matters to report? After all the civil officials had finished their reports and submitted written records, the count asked in a deep voice. Given that the second sons had only arrived in the territory for a month, there couldn't possibly be much to report yet. Count, Sir Dean has sent this humble servant to deliver some small gifts for Lady Stella. Hearing the inquiry, the civil officials knew the meeting was drawing to a close and promptly presented the gifts prepared by the second sons. For second sons, winning the political performance contest isn't truly the only path to victory. The other truly broad avenue is winning the favor of the tulip flower. Just make Miss Stella fall in love with you, and why worry about some baronetcy anymore? By then, even a viscountcy might be easily within reach. That's why they had already prepared gifts to curry favor with Lady Stella by the first month's reporting day. Good. Tell those younger sons I'll deliver these to Stella. The Count nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. These younger sons weren't completely foolish. They understood his true intentions. With that, he instructed the footman to put away the gifts, and the Count prepared to adjourn the gathering. "My lord, there's someone outside claiming to be the castle steward of Stormwind territory requesting an audience." But at that very moment, a guard suddenly rushed through the door, shouting his report. "The Baron of Stormwind? Didn't Baron Dock already die?" The Count was baffled. The last time he appointed a lord for Stormwind was last year. After 4 consecutive lords had died, the Count had essentially given up on that cursed land. "My lord," the castle steward said, his lord's name is Nayland Barrick. The guard didn't know the circumstances either and could only report truthfully. Nayland Barrick? He was assigned to Stormwind territory? The Earl couldn't believe his ears. The civil officials below were also stunned. To prevent any unfairness in this trial, the distribution of the fiefdoms for the younger sons was only revealed after their departure. Aside from Aldine, who handled the matter, no one else could have known beforehand. "Aldine, what is the meaning of this?" The Count frowned immediately upon hearing it involved the Barrick family again, directing his gaze at Aldine. "My lord, I now recall Narrant was indeed assigned to Stormwind territory due to a clerical error by one of my servants. By the time I realized it, Narrant had already set off. For this, I have already punished the offending servant with a sentence of hanging." Aldine quickly feigned a look of panic as he offered his explanation. "After such a mistake occurred, why didn't you report it to me?" The Count glared at his younger brother. "My lord, I intended to report it to you, but at that time it happened to be the day for collecting the first half of the year's taxes. I was busy and forgot." Aldine admits his fault and begs for your punishment. Aldine knelt on the ground. "Humph." The Count frowned and snorted coldly. However, after all, Aldine was a respectable viscount and his own younger brother. He couldn't possibly do anything to him in front of so many people. In the end, Augustus suppressed his anger and ordered the guards, "Let the castle steward in." Chapter 42, Impossible? "Oh, miss, did you hear? That good-for-nothing second son was assigned to the land of misfortune. How unlucky can he be?" Lena, having heard another sensational piece of news, reported excitedly to her young mistress. However, Stella had already started practicing on her own out of boredom and only snapped out of her meditation upon hearing Lena's exclamation. "What waste of a second son! Young mistress, that good-for-nothing second son is Nayland Koo of the Burke family," Lena, her personal maid, quickly explained. "He's already 16 and still hasn't advanced to the rank of Bronze Knight. He's the most useless student in the entire Tulip City Noble Academy. Who would have thought he'd be so unlucky as to be infeft in the land of misfortune?" Assigned to the land of misfortune? Stella finally showed a hint of interest. Naturally, she'd heard of the land of misfortune's reputation, and now she perked up her ears to listen to the commotion in the hall. "I am Thomas, steward of Stormwind Keep, paying my respects to the Count." Thomas, led by the guards, arrived in the council hall. "Arise! What brings you to Tulip Castle this time? And where is your Stormwind territory civil administrator?" The Count frowned slightly as he saw only Thomas arriving alone. "Reporting to the esteemed Count, Chief Administrator Anthony has passed away," Thomas replied calmly. "What? Dead?" This answer took the Count entirely by surprise. Orden and the other civil administrators all exchanged astonished glances. Why would he die? Anthony is a noble knight. After a moment, Aldine finally reacted and immediately demanded an answer. Anthony was the one he had sent to deal with Narinth, equipped with 5 guards. How could he have died so easily? "Returning to you, Viscount, Sir Anthony was slain by dark creatures. Stormwind territory has suffered 2 attacks from these creatures recently. During the second invasion, the number of dark creatures reached 28. Among them were a hellhound, a headless knight, skeleton soldiers, TSK, 2 waves of dark creatures, one of them numbering 28, and even second-tier hellhounds and Dullahan appeared. Truly worthy of being called the land of misfortune. Sir Narrant really is unlucky." As Thomas spoke, everyone present was shocked. 28 dark creatures, that was a force capable of leveling a small town. Without at least 70 or 80 guards, there'd be no way to handle it. And most importantly, hellhounds and headless riders, those were threats only titled knights could deal with. Of course, while shocked, the crowd couldn't help but mourn for Nayland silently. The land of misfortune. Forget about Nayland winning the competition. If he could survive 3 years there, they'd concede defeat. And hellhounds and headless knights? What were the casualties in Stormwind territory? The Earl frowned slightly as he pressed for details. Reporting to the Earl, aside from Sir Anthony being killed by dark creatures, over a dozen guards perished. As for the commoners, there were no casualties. This was what Nayland had specifically instructed. After all, claiming not a single guard had died would stretch believability too far. Such minor casualties. Yet even after hearing this, the Earl remained astonished. Of course, he didn't wish for all the people of Stormwind territory to perish, but given such a large number of dark creatures, he believed Nayland's military strength simply couldn't withstand them. Impossible. With 28 dark creatures invading, how could the casualties be so light? Could it be that the 4 barons with battle aura from before were even worse than that talentless waste Nayland? Alden immediately spotted the inconsistency. 28 dark creatures, something even those previous barons couldn't handle. He refused to believe a worthless second son could solve, and coincidentally, the Anthony he sent ended up dead. He was convinced this was all a scheme. It was highly likely this dark creature invasion was fabricated to cover up Nayland's plot against Anthony. Lord Aldine does make a fair point. Every previous baron died in battle, yet this Nayland has no fighting chi. How could he possibly survive with such minimal casualties? Not only was Aldine skeptical, even the civil officials wore expressions of doubt. Faced with that number of dark creatures, none of their territories could have confidently held out against such an assault. However, Thomas remained unperturbed in the face of everyone's doubts. He spoke unhurriedly, "My Lord Count, Lord Narrant is already a titled knight. Furthermore, this invasion of dark creatures coincidentally occurred right at the castle gates. Lord Narrant led from the front, personally slaying hellhounds and dark knights, which enabled the guards to eliminate the remaining dark creatures under his command. Percent. My lord, we have brought the remains of the headless knight and the hellhound. They're in the carriage at the castle's forecourt. Shall I have the guards bring them in?" Narrant had anticipated that Aldine wouldn't easily let go of Anthony's death, so he brought the remains of 2 second-tier dark creatures to dispel any doubts. Have the remains brought in. The Count was genuinely curious about the truth of the matter. Moments later, with the Count's permission, Quake and his men brought the intact remains of the 2 dark creatures into the council chamber. It's actually true, these really are the bones of hellhounds and headless horsemen. That Lord Nayland is truly incredible. How could anyone have ever called him a good-for-nothing before? Probably just luck. Didn't you hear these dark creatures landed right at the castle gates? They're easiest to deal with the moment they touch down. When the 2 massive skeletons appeared, naturally no one could doubt it any longer. Even the Count above couldn't help but nod in approval after seeing this, clearly quite admiring of Nayland's ability to eliminate these 2 second-tier dark creatures. Though there was an element of luck involved, having the courage to face second-tier dark creatures already demonstrated remarkable bravery. Wow, miss, has that good-for-nothing second son become so powerful now? He actually killed so many dark creatures. Behind the stone pillar, Lena covered her mouth in astonishment. For someone like her, who lived in the safest part of the Earl's domain, dark creatures might as well have been beings from another world. However, those who have long lived in peace have grown increasingly fearful of dark creatures. This second son seems quite capable. From what you just said, he shouldn't have been promoted for long, Stell remarked with evident interest. During their time at the academy, quite a few noble youths had slain low-tier dark creatures like hellhounds, but those aristocratic descendants were either high-tier bronze knights or silver knights. There truly hadn't been rumors of any mere low-tier bronze knight accomplishing such a feat. Narrant has performed exceptionally well, worthy of being Andrew's descendant. To think such a young lad could eliminate 2 second-tier dark creatures. The murmurs from the crowd below gradually subsided as the Count spoke in a measured tone. "Thank you for your kind words, Lord Count. I will certainly relay them to Lord Narante upon my return." Bang! "Orden, you bastard, where are you? Today, I'm going to cut you down." Just then, the previously shut doors of the hall suddenly burst open with a kick, and a burly man strode in with blazing eyes. Hoisting a massive axe weighing dozens of pounds, his imposing aura was downright terrifying. Chapter 43 Land of Fortune? This burly man was none other than Narante's nominally adoptive father, Baron Andrew. Andrew gripped the massive battle axe his youngest son had just gifted him, his eyes sweeping fiercely across the great hall. His blazing gaze soon locked onto Aldine, who stood defiantly at the forefront of the civil officials. "Aldine, how dare you scheme against my Nayland? Today, I'll split you in half." With a thunderous roar, Andrew channeled his silver high-ranked knight's combat aura at full torrent before charging toward Aldine like a raging tempest. Bang! In just a few breaths, Andrew charged at Aldine. As merely an initial stage silver knight, Aldine took one look at the axe blade larger than his head and immediately fled for his life. Andrew's massive axe blade struck empty air and slammed into the ground, instantly shattering the ornate marble floor of the conference hall into fragments. "Aldine, you won't escape today." Missing his first strike, Andrew continued his pursuit. "Lord Count, save me. Andrew's gone mad." Realizing he couldn't outrun Andrew, Aldine immediately changed direction and dashed toward the high platform. The Earl felt quite a headache watching Andrew puffing his beard in anger. He had originally planned to appease the old fellow afterward, never expecting him to arrive so quickly. Orden, if you dare to frame my Nayland, then don't you dare hide. Andrew, calm down first, exclaimed Orden, who had already retreated beside the Earl. At this point, the Earl finally spoke up. My Lord Count, I admit my guilt, but today I must kill this bastard Aldine first. After that, you may deal with me as you see fit. Andrew did not chase onto the platform. Instead, he stood at its edge, glaring furiously at Aldine. Andre, nothing has happened in Narrant yet. Calm down for now. I'll give you an explanation later. The Count replied helplessly, then turned to a servant by the hall and ordered, set up a seat for Baron Andre at once. Oomph. Andrew glared at Olding resentfully before sheathing his giant axe and sitting on a nearby bench. When Andrew was seated, the Count pondered for a moment before speaking. The land of misfortune is far too dangerous. Although Narrant has survived this crisis, if dark creatures were to appear again in the future, his life could truly be at risk. I've decided to choose a new fief for Narrant. What do you think, Andrew? Thank you, my Lord Count. Andrew's expression finally relaxed. This time it was Thomas's turn to be stunned. Never expecting that his master's prediction would come true, the Count would indeed grant him a new fiefdom. What is it, Steward Thomas? Do you have something to say? Everyone looked at Thomas in confusion. My Lord Count, the thing is, before we set out, Lord Narrant specifically instructed us that he does not wish to change his territory. What? Doesn't want to change territories? How could Nathaniel say such a thing? Has he actually grown fond of the cursed lands? Andrew immediately grew restless, for no one knew his second son's temperament better than he did. In the past, the boy had been exceedingly timid and cowardly, though no one could explain how he'd somehow managed to slay 2 second-tier dark creatures this time. But continuing to stay in the cursed lands? Andrew felt certain this wasn't something his youngest son would ever choose willingly. Lord Andrew, these were Lord Nathaniel's exact words. My lord said that while others may see Stormglen as the cursed lands, to him it's a land of fortune, for he is a lord blessed by the god of glory. Put. As Thomas finished speaking, everyone present couldn't help but burst into laughter. Land of misfortune transformed into land of fortune? Then what does that make their territories? Some sort of divine paradise? And that final remark, no noble would dare boast like that to others. Even the usually dignified Count couldn't help suppressing his laughter. Ha ha, milady, that second son is truly amusing. He actually claimed to be blessed by the god of glory. Lena craned her neck to catch the words from the hall and immediately giggled like a blossoming flower. Even Stella's typically impassive face showed a faint smile. Though in this world, servants would flatter their masters with such phrases day in and day out, no noble would ever claim with their own mouth to be an aristocrat blessed by the god of glory. That would simply be too shameless. Andrew glanced irritably at the civil officials, who promptly suppressed their smiles. Then, Andrew took a deep breath to suppress his anger and turned to Thomas. All right then, explain how Stormwind territory became a land of fortune? Without sufficient reasons, as his father, I'll make the decision right here to approve the Count's request for a territory exchange. Naturally, Andrew didn't believe for a second that the so-called cursed land had transformed into a lucky one. At these words, everyone present stared fixedly at Thomas, equally curious to know how Stormwind territory could possibly be considered fortunate. Was it perhaps due to the frequent invasions by dark creatures? Lord Andrew, shortly after Lord Narrant arrived at the Stormwind territory, he was fortunate enough to acquire 2 small elves. Thomas replied respectfully. What? 2 young elves in a single month? At this, the crowd of onlookers, who had merely been hoping for a good show, was left stunned. They were a purple sprite and a yellow sprite. The purple sprite chose the Swordwood Forest as its habitat, while the yellow sprite made its home in the salt plains. This yellow little sprite was, of course, Alai Nalante had Thomas tell to cover up the fact that he was obtaining salt from the sea. Gasp! Swordwood Forest and a salt mine? Everyone in the room drew a sharp breath. This was incredibly lucky. Both salt and swordwood were commodities that would never lack buyers. Steward Thomas, are you serious? Narrant obtained 2 elemental spirits? And they're a swordwood spirit and a salt mine spirit? Andrew's eyes widened in disbelief. That's correct, Lord Andrew. That's why Lord Narrant said he has no intention of changing his territory, Thomas affirmed with a solemn nod. Andrew fell silent. This was truly fortunate luck. Moreover, if Narrant were forced to change territories now, those 2 little sprites of his might very well go to waste. Once a sprite has been activated, its designated output remains fixed. Whether it could still function after relocating would be an open question. Take the Swordwood sprite for instance. If you moved it to a territory without swordwood trees, it would become utterly useless from then on. The salt mine sprites are even more unpredictable. With the Swordwood Forest, at least their presence in the territory is immediately apparent. But when it comes to salt mines, no one can guarantee that the sprites will still produce salt after relocating to a new territory. Unless the sprites remain unused, only then will they randomly become effective, no matter their location. Andrew sighed softly. At this moment, he couldn't decide whether it would be better for Nathaniel to change territories or remain in Stormwind Keep. Chapter 44, Is Nanette Stingy? Andrew, if Nanette truly doesn't want to exchange territories, I can exempt Stormwind territory from all future tax obligations. The Count seated on the Iron Throne noticed Andrew's dilemma. As vassals, it was their duty to pay taxes to their liege lord. Apart from taxes, the liege lord also held the right to summon vassals for 2 months of military service each year without providing any compensation during that period. Steward Thomas, has Narrant truly made up his mind? Yes, Lord Andrew, that is what Lord Narrant instructed me. Good. Andrew nodded. Though his youngest son had always been somewhat timid, if he was now showing courage, perhaps it was time for him, as a father, to let go. After all, no glorious lord had ever grown under constant protection. Each had to forge their path through bravery and battle. Lord Earl, then let Narrant remain at Stormwind Keep. Andrew spoke respectfully to the Earl. Excellent. The matter of Stormwind territory's tax exemption shall be drafted and handed to Narrant's subordinates shortly. The Count nodded in agreement. Now that all the reports from the second sons have been completed today, this meeting is hereby adjourned. My Lord Count, this humble servant has brought a gift from Lord Narrant intended for Lady Stella. At that moment, Thomas suddenly noticed the gifts carried by several servants ahead and immediately jolted to attention. He had completely forgotten to remind his lord to prepare a gift for Lady Stella before departing this time. After all, such matters were originally private affairs of Narrant's affections. As a steward, he couldn't interfere. But now, with 7 gifts clearly displayed in the servant's hands, if his own lord failed to present one, he would undoubtedly be outshone by the other baron's second sons. Yes, just give it to the servants. The Count nodded approvingly. Thomas then retrieved a small bottle of perfume he kept on his person and handed it to the attendant. When the servant received the perfume bottle, his lips twitched slightly. As a Tulip Castle attendant, he naturally recognized it. This was the same ordinary perfume regularly sprinkled along the castle corridors. The civil officials from other territories who witnessed this scene were equally dumbfounded. The Earl noticed it too, but said nothing. After the servant accepted the perfume, the meeting was truly concluded. My lord, following Shirley's guidance, the 2 spies who just infiltrated Stormwind territory have been captured. Inside Stormwind Castle, Vivian was reporting to Narrant. How many does that make now? My lord, that's already the 6th one. Nah, just lock them up for now. Nayland nodded. For the past 2 days, Quint had been sending spies into his territory. Fortunately, Nayland anticipated this. Once the salt deal went through, Quint would inevitably send people to snoop around if he caught wind of it. So, he had surely deployed bees in advance to patrol the border between Quint's domain and Stormwind territory daily. The moment anyone approached, the bees would report back. True to his expectations, Nayland had already caught 6 spies this way. The caravan should have reached Tulip City by now. Given its speed, at the latest, it should return in 5 days. The salt deal is just the beginning. Since you're acting so brazenly, don't blame me for making you kneel and sing conquest. Nayland calculated the timing, already plotting how to resolve the camp situation. Although the convoy hadn't returned yet during this period, he had already begun preparations for destroying the buffer zone camp. Lord, I've sent out today's bees. Not long after Vivian left, Shirley came darting into Narante's study. The little lowly now spent her days happily playing with bees around the castle. Whenever guards and servants saw her frolicking among buzzing swarms of bees, they couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling with nervousness. Great job, Shirley. Tell your mother to bake 2 extra pieces of white bread tonight. You and Vivian both get to have some. Yes, thank you, our most generous and handsome lord. Shirley may have gained such an incredible ability, but at her core, she was still just a little girl after all. What are little girls known for, besides being delicate and easy to tease? Ahem, if not their love of delicious food. So, Nalante often used white bread to win her over. These days, Shirley had another important task besides preventing enemy spies from infiltrating. That was her first mission in dealing with the Quint camp. The task was simple: have Shirley send 2 groups of bees to the Quint camp every day, targeting guards stationed on the wooden walls, especially the archers in the watchtowers. The Quint camp was comparable to a small fortress, with wooden walls reaching 5 to 6 meters in height. With just 25 troops in Nayland district, a direct assault was impossible, so he had to move stealthily, quietly into the village, without raising any alarms. The only way to prevent guards from spotting them during the raid on the camp was to ensure no sentries remained on the wooden walls. This was precisely why Shirley was sent to attack the guards with bees. In recent days, the guards at the Quint camp had suffered terrible misfortune. No one knew where this swarm of bees had come from, but they visited the camp several times daily. They stung anyone in sight, especially the guards on the watchtowers. Nearly everyone had fallen victim to them, with the more unfortunate ones left swollen and bruised. Upon learning this, Sir Dilly, a mid-ranking knight, found himself equally powerless against the bees. In the end, he had no choice but to issue an order. Should the bees appear again, the guards were to take temporary cover. At the same time, Dilly had also sent guards to search for beehives in the nearby woods, but they found nothing. However, Dilly didn't suspect that these bees had been sent by someone, as such a thing was simply unheard of. No one had ever been known to command bees. In a beautiful garden of Tulip Castle, there stood an exquisite pure white cottage built entirely of marble. This was precisely what the Earl had built for his only daughter, Lady Stella, the golden stamen of the tulip. Wow, miss, what beautiful shells! These were sent by Sir Billy of Greenwood Territory. In the lavishly decorated hall, gifts from younger sons were displayed on a large table for Stella. Stella showed no interest whatsoever, flipping through a book by herself, while her maid Lena was having the time of her life unwrapping these elegant gift boxes. If you like them, keep them. Stella didn't even lift her head as she responded to her personal little maid. Oh no, my lady, I dare not accept this. If Sir Billy finds out later, he'll surely blame me. Lena immediately declined, yet her hands moved even faster to unwrap the gift box. As each gift box was opened, exquisite presents like beautiful colored crystals, fresh magical fruits, and unique handmade bracelets were laid out on the table. Ha, is this the gift? When she unwrapped the seventh box, Lena grew puzzled. She clearly remembered the servant saying there were 8 gifts in total. There's still Sir Nalante's gift left unopened. Could this be what he sent? My lady, this Sir Nalante is so stingy. Each gift box contained handwritten notes from the second sons, so Lena instantly realized the only remaining one was Nalante's. How stingy can one be? Hearing the name Narrant, Stella finally showed a faint reaction. People who regarded the cursed lands as fortunate were rare, not just in the duchy, but across the entire continent. Miss, look, this bottle of perfume was a gift from Sir Narrant. It's clearly the same kind we used to sprinkle in the corridors and halls of Tulip Keep. Lena directly shoved the perfume bottle in front of Stella, her face brimming with indignation. After seeing the gifts from other second sons, then comparing them to this completely unwrapped offering, Lena had already branded Narrant as a miser. Chapter 45, Will the wine sell without advertising? Ha, Lena, regardless, this is still Lord Nalante's kind gesture. If he finds out you're speaking of him like this, don't expect me to defend you. Stella chuckled. She hadn't intended to accept gifts from second sons at all. If not for her father's insistence, these presents wouldn't even have entered her chambers. That said, coming empty-handed would have been better than Nalante's so-called gift. He obviously doesn't care about my lady at all, and I'm not afraid of him. Lena pouted indignantly, her lips twisting in displeasure. Although Lena served as Stella's maid, she was also of noble birth. Her father was a proper baron lord. Thus, while Lena remained merely a servant before Stella, outside Tulip Castle, she was still a distinguished young noblewoman. Stella shook her head with a faint smile and said no more, lowering her gaze back to her book. Seeing her lady had fallen silent, Lena prepared to set down the perfume. Yet, being a girl, she reflexively uncorked the wooden stopper before placing it aside. Pop! As the cork popped open, Lena prepared to bring it to her nose, but before it even reached her face, an unprecedented fragrance came wafting towards her. Wow! Lena's eyes instantly widened in disbelief as she stared at the perfume bottle in her hand. At that moment, Stella, who was sitting on the sofa, also caught a whiff of this fragrance and looked up in surprise. Miss, this perfume smells so wonderful, so delightful, I've never smelled anything like it before, Lena said with surprise as she handed the perfume bottle to Stella. What kind of perfume is this? It truly smells amazing, but I've never known jasmine perfume to have this particular scent before. Stella stared in astonishment at the ceramic bottle that likely cost less than 10 copper coins to produce. As the daughter of a count, she was no stranger to high-end perfumes in the duchy, and she could swear that the scent in this bottle was every bit as good as those luxurious fragrances. Miss, it seems I've misunderstood Lord Nayland, but who would have thought he would keep such a precious perfume in this unassuming bottle? Lena's face flushed crimson, never expecting to be proven wrong so quickly. What a strange man, this second young master. Stella was now truly unable to figure out what kind of person Nayland really was. If it were any other noble's second son, such precious perfume would undoubtedly be presented in an extravagant bottle, ensuring no misunderstandings when gifted. If Lena hadn't instinctively opened it just then, Nathaniel's reputation as a miser would have been firmly cemented. In truth, Naranto had no idea these surprises were coming. He'd completely forgotten about the matter of sending Stella a gift. After all, he'd never even met Stella in person and couldn't tell whether she was ugly or beautiful. When the convoy arrived, Nalante simply instructed Thomas to send some gifts to his nominal father, which included the headless horseman's ordinary battle axe, some salted fish, and salt. This was a form of compensation for having taken over the original owner's body. Lena, go outside and check if Nalante's convoy has left yet. If they haven't, please ask if they have any more of this perfume. Stella inhaled deeply with her fair and delicate nose, the special allure of the perfume's fragrance making her rather fond of it, so she issued an order to her personal maid. Yes, milady. Down at the foot of the mountain beneath the castle, in the city of tulips, passers-by were curiously eyeing a peculiar merchant caravan. Why is it strange? Because this merchant caravan had actually set up roadside stalls right in the east square of Tulip City. This was something that had never happened in the East District before. After all, Tulip City's East District was home to dignified noble lords. Such vulgar activities as street vending were utterly unprecedented here. And this peculiar merchant caravan happened to be Thomas and his companions. Although the salted fish and salt had already sold out on the road, the perfume Norton had prepared still remained unsold. Priced at 50 silver coins per bottle, only the nobles in the East District of the city could afford such luxurious perfume. The carriage came to a halt, and the perfume was placed on a borrowed wooden table from Tulip Castle. Thomas, disregarding the dignity of a castle steward, smiled warmly at the surrounding onlookers and called out, "Noble lords, ladies, and madams, come take a look. Precious perfume from the Barrack family, now offered at a bargain. This perfume carries the fragrance of jasmine. Just one drop will freshen an entire room for a full day. If rubbed on the body, it emits an especially pleasant fragrance." Thomas pointed courteously at the perfume on the table as he began his introduction. However, though many passers-by had gathered to watch, not a single one had stepped forward for a closer look, and muffled laughter could faintly be heard from the crowd. "These people are ridiculous. Not only have they set up a roadside stall in East Square, but they're also selling such cheap perfume. Do you think they might be from some rural territory, unaware that the east side of Tulip City is home to nobility? Exactly. That perfume bottle contains nothing but the most ordinary fragrance sprayed in hallways. You can get a bottle for just 1 silver coin in the southern district. Wearing that out in public would make you the laughingstock. Pop." Yet amidst the nobles' chatter, Thomas sensed something amiss and uncorked a bottle directly. As the stopper came off, the perfume scent instantly permeated the surrounding air. The previously mocking nobles froze abruptly, their expressions stiffening. "That's the scent of jasmine. No, wait, there are other fragrances too. Why does it smell so divine?" This time, the nobles could no longer hide their amusement, all staring in astonishment at the porcelain vial in Thomas's hand. "Ladies and distinguished guests, this perfume is crafted by the Berkeley family using a secret formula, with an exceptionally delightful fragrance. If you're interested, come forward and try it." Thomas seized the moment, noticing the nobles' intrigued expressions, and promptly extended the invitation. Yet even now, not a single noble maiden had come forward. Had this perfume been displayed in an upscale boutique, they would have already rushed to purchase it. Yet before this roadside stall, under the watchful eyes of the public, the noble ladies exchanged hesitant glances. None dared to take the first step forward. "I'm afraid we won't be able to complete the task his lordship assigned." Thomas felt his heart sink as he observed everyone's reactions. He had originally suggested to his lord that selling it to a perfume shop would be most appropriate, but the lord merely said, "Good wine needs no bush, such fine perfume shouldn't let the shops take the lion's share." What mattered most was that the lord intended to create his own brand, preparing to produce and sell more perfumes in the future. But Thomas knew that his lord had underestimated just how much the nobles in the city cared about appearances. Even the slightest possibility of being mocked by others was enough to make them hesitate. "Ladies and gentlewomen, only 17 bottles of this precious and exquisite perfume remain. Do not hesitate if you wish to purchase them." Thomas remained persistent, continuing to coax with a smile. The noble ladies and madams had eager sparks in their eyes, yet stubbornly remained rooted in place. "Only 17 bottles? That's so few." Right at that moment, however, a slightly haughty female voice rang out from the back of the crowd. As this voice sounded, the gathered ladies and misses all turned to look, curious to see who dared to speak so boldly without fear of subsequent scorn. Buying perfume at a street stall. What terrible reputation this would bring if word got out. TSK. "Ah, it's Miss Stella." However, when the crowd clearly saw who it was, exclamations of surprise erupted instantly, and their previous anticipation for entertainment completely vanished. Joking aside, who would dare laugh at Miss Stella? Even if she were to buy perfume worth 1 silver coin per bottle to wear, there would still be those who'd praise such perfume to the heavens. Chapter 46, Cooking Brown Sugar. "Greetings, Miss Stella. Greetings, Miss Stella." The crowd quickly regained their composure, spontaneously clearing a path for Stella while bowing to offer their greetings. Stella carried her head slightly high, her posture straight as she gracefully walked through the crowd. Along the way, she nodded faintly to the people on either side in acknowledgement. Lena trailed behind with a proud, slightly haughty demeanor. It was she who had shouted out earlier, "Greetings, Miss Stella." Naturally, Thomas recognized the Earl's daughter and immediately stepped forward to bow deeply. Your perfume smells delightful. I wish to purchase it." Stella spoke for the first time at last. "It's an honor, Miss Stella." Thomas was overjoyed, having initially thought today's endeavor would end in failure, yet here was the Earl's daughter before him. "Miss Stella, may I inquire how many bottles of perfume you wish to purchase? I'll fetch them for you at once." "My lady intends to buy them all, Steward Thomas." "How much for each bottle?" Before Thomas could react, Lena quickly stepped forward, as negotiating such transactions naturally fell to her as the personal maid. What? All of them? Thomas was utterly stunned. Why, Steward Thomas, do you not wish to sell? Lena asked in bewilderment. This, Miss Stella, Lord Narrant instructed before departure that each person is limited to one bottle. Thomas answered cautiously, noticing Lena's widened eyes and the rising anger in them. He swiftly changed his tone, but of course, Miss Stella is an exception. Miss Stella, how about we sell 7 bottles to you first? Would that be acceptable? Thomas was somewhat anxious. If Miss Stella refused, he wasn't sure whether he would be reprimanded by the Lord upon his return. After all, the Lord had intended to use this opportunity to promote the fragrance and prepare for the next batch's sale. Thomas, this is Miss Stella we're talking about. Lena still harbored some resentment, reproaching Thomas for not recognizing favor. However, Lena's words were cut short by Stella, who smiled gracefully and nodded, uttering just 2 words, agreed. How much is this perfume bottle? Stella inquired softly herself. Reporting to Miss Stella, 50 silver coins per bottle. 50 silver coins? Is it really this cheap? Stella's sapphire blue eyes blinked twice with a hint of surprise before she uttered in an irresistible tone, such beautifully scented perfume shouldn't be priced so low. Lena, give Steward Thomas 7 gold coins. Stella wasn't foolish. Seeing the cheap bottle containing the perfume, she immediately guessed the likely reason for such a low price and directly instructed Lena without hesitation. Lena looked at her young mistress with disbelief, but under her mistress's gaze, she obediently took out 7 gold coins in the end. Handing over the coins to Thomas, Lena took the 7 bottles of perfume, after which the mistress and maid duo left the crowd. Thank you, Miss Stella. Holding the 7 gold coins, Thomas expressed his deepest gratitude to the departing Stella. Everyone. After Stella left, Thomas turned to address the crowd. However, before he could finish speaking, the crowd erupted in excitement at that very moment. I'll take 1 bottle, here's a gold coin. Me too. Here's a gold coin. Thomas was immediately swallowed by the crowd. Fortunately, Quirk and the others remained stationed by the table, ensuring the perfume was neither knocked over nor lifted by wandering hands. 17 gold coins. Lady Stella is truly a kind-hearted soul. Thomas sighed with deep emotion as he gazed at the gleaming gold pieces in his hand. Stella's single action doubled the price of the perfume and caused it to be snatched up completely within moments. Now, with Miss Stella's influence, Thomas firmly believes that the next time they return to Tulip City to sell the perfume, Stormwind Territory's Dragon brand Jasmine will become even more sensational than this time. Narrant remained unaware that his self-assured belief in good wine needs no bush had nearly caused the perfume to stagnate on the shelves, tarnishing aristocratic prestige until the intervention of Tulip City's renowned beauty, who single-handedly salvaged the situation while incidentally offering him a shortcut to 30 years of struggling. At this moment, a wagon loaded with sugarcane was slowly rolling into the castle. My lord, what should we do next? Vivian and Shirley gazed at their master, eyes brimming with anticipation. Extract the juice, use the stone roller I just had the stonemason make to crush all the sugarcane, then collect the liquid. Nathaniel answered while casually gnawing on a sugarcane stalk, disregarding appearances as he addressed the 2 lovely maidens. Oh, right before that, we need to wash the sugarcane first. It had been 6 days since the caravan set off, and some of the fast-growing sugarcane had already ripened. While the stonemasons finished building the stone latrine, Narrant further tasked them with constructing a large stone roller and a series of cooking stoves in the side courtyard of the castle. Yes, you heard right, a series of cooking stoves. The row of stoves stretched at least 12 meters long, with enough space atop it to place 8 large cauldrons. This was built by Narrant based on the indigenous method of boiling brown sugar that he had seen in his childhood from his previous life. Before summer vacation, he would go to his grandmother's house. Nearby, there was a rural brown sugar factory. To steal sugarcane treats, a group of idle youngsters always lingered around the factory, so he had become thoroughly familiar with the process of boiling brown sugar. Boiling sugar, as the name suggests, isn't particularly difficult once you have the raw materials. First, you need to extract the juice by crushing washed sugarcane with its ends removed. After extracting the juice, pour it into the first large pot to boil, stirring continuously during this process to ensure the sugarcane juice heats evenly. When it's boiled sufficiently, ladle it into the adjacent second large pot, where the boiling continues. After boiling for a while longer, ladle it into the third large pot. With this repeated boiling process, the sugarcane juice becomes increasingly viscous as it moves to each subsequent pot. By the 8th and final pot, when the sugarcane juice had thickened to a syrupy consistency, it was ready to be scooped into wooden containers and left to cool. Once the syrup completely cooled, sweet and fragrant brown sugar could be obtained. Don't question it, making brown sugar isn't actually that technically complicated. As Narrant began giving instructions, Vivian and the guards immediately sprang into action. After washing the sugarcane, it was taken for juicing. Under the crushing weight of the stone roller, the juice continuously flowed through grooves into the wooden barrel. Once the sugarcane juice was extracted, the guards were ordered to light fires and begin boiling the liquid. One guard tended to 2 large cauldrons, standing by the stove with long stirring spoons as tall as themselves, constantly stirring the juice in the pots. "Milord, the sugarcane juice is reducing so much. This really isn't cost-effective, is it?" Shirley, having already devoured 2 whole sugarcane stalks, watched in distress as the juice dwindled during the boiling process. Shelley had been very excited when her lord mentioned making a type of food called brown sugar, which was said to be as delicious as honey. But now, she felt it would be better to just chew on sugarcane directly. After all, sugarcane was already very sweet, and it wouldn't go to waste. Chapter 47, The Backbone Industry. "Shelley, you might regret it now, but once the brown sugar is done, I promise you'll change your mind. This world doesn't even have the concept of sugar yet, so Shirley naturally has no idea what sugar is. But Narrant knew very well, in his previous life, some creepy uncles specifically used lollipops to lure little girls. He didn't believe Shirley could resist the temptation of brown sugar. Moreover, once brown sugar appears in this world, the way bread is consumed would likely be revolutionized by him, a transmigrator. Narrant really missed the brown sugar steamed buns from his past life. Once they obtained brown sugar, he could have Rose, his master chef, attempt making them. And with brown sugar produced, white sugar wouldn't be far behind. Once we have white sugar, things like jam won't be far off either. Just thinking about it made even Nalante's own mouth water. "My lord, the liquid in the last big pot seems to have turned sticky now. Would you take a look to see if it's ready?" After about half an hour, Vivian, who had been supervising the soldiers boiling brown sugar, suddenly spoke. "Oh, let me take a look." Hearing this, Narante immediately rose from the recliner and swiftly walked to the 8th large pot. That's about right. Shirley, quickly bring that wooden box over." By now, the sugarcane juice in the 8th pot had thickened considerably, comparable to the cough syrup from his previous life, so Narante promptly instructed Shirley. Once Shirley, huffing and puffing, had brought over the meter-square drawer-like wooden box, Narante directed the soldiers to scoop the syrup into it. After pouring the syrup, she smoothed it evenly inside the wooden box with a small spatula, then waited for it to cool and solidify. Time passed, minute by minute, as Nalante, Vivian, and Shelley watched over the wooden box. "Milord, is it ready yet? Besides, this brown sugar seems to be turning yellow, it's not red at all." By now, any trace of Shelley's earlier regret had vanished. As she inhaled the indescribably tempting aroma wafting from the wooden box, her mouth was practically watering. Although brown sugar is called red sugar, the actual color of sugarcane-pressed brown sugar isn't a deep red, but rather a slight reddish hue tinged with yellow. It should be about ready now. Narrant pressed down to confirm the brown sugar had finally fully solidified. Then he picked up a shovel and cut the sugar in the wooden box into small blocks resembling gold bars. "Here, Vivian, Shirley, 1 piece for each of you." Fongwei scooped 2 blocks of brown sugar and placed them directly into the girl's hands. "Thank you, my lord, for your kindness." Shirley and Vivian's eyes sparkled as they held the small pieces of brown sugar in their hands, immediately expressing their gratitude. After the 2 women took their shares, Narrant quickly picked up a piece himself and, without hesitation, took a bite. "Oh ho, this is the taste. Ha, my brown sugar is a success." The brown sugar made from pure sugarcane juice was unmatched by the cut-rate industrial versions from his past life. As the brown sugar melted in his mouth, Narrant instantly recaptured the familiar sensation of his childhood, rich, fragrant, and sweet. Meanwhile, Vivian and Shirley watched as Nayland savored his enjoyment, and despite holding the brown sugar, they couldn't help but swallow hard. "Both of you, hurry and taste it too." Since the 2 women wouldn't dare to eat before he did, Narrant immediately urged them. "Yes, my lord." With his permission, the 2 women immediately followed Narrant's example and placed the brown sugar in their mouths. Wow! The moment the brown sugar touched their tongues, both Vivian and Shirley shuddered all over before freezing in place with wide eyes. "My lord, this is unbelievably delicious." Shirley's reaction was particularly exaggerated, her already large eyes bulged like river snails, while Vivian kept pursing her lips to savor the sweetness in her mouth. "Sherry, which do you prefer now, brown sugar or sugarcane?" Nathaniel wasn't surprised by this reaction and asked Sherry with a smile. "Brown sugar, my lord." Sherry loves brown sugar, Sherry answered without hesitation. "Ha, there are tastier treats to come, Sherry. Go call your mother over now." "Yes, my lord." Hearing that better treats were coming, Sherry didn't delay any longer and scampered off toward the inner keep at once. After Shirley left, Narrant turned his gaze to Vivian. "Vivian, I need you to draft an official decree for me. Inform all the villagers in Stormwind territory that during their free time, they can search for sugarcane in the groves within our lands. For every 3 sugarcane stalks they find and deliver to the castle, they will receive 1 copper coin as reward. Oh, and to prevent villagers from misidentifying sugarcane, have them reference these sample stocks for comparison. The sugarcane is nearly ripe, and the production of brown sugar has succeeded. Now it's time for the harvest and mass production. With Stormwind Territory's sparse population and limited arable land, as a transmigrator, Narant knew that growing crops could only ensure subsistence but wouldn't bring quick wealth. To truly make the territory profitable and developed, it could only rely on trading goods to earn profits from other noble territories. He firmly believed that brown sugar would become one of Tulip Territory's pillar industries. Yes, my lord. After giving Vivian her instructions, the alluring head chef Rose approached Nalante. Although Nalan could cook well enough to support himself when he lived alone in his previous life, he wasn't particularly familiar with baking Western-style bread. However, Nalante simply needed to provide the concept, and Rose quickly grasped the idea. My lord, are you saying we should brush this brown sugar and honey onto the bread while baking? Rose held a piece of brown sugar in her hand, her eyes filled with wonder as she gazed at the lord. Yes, Rose. And today, it's not just my white bread, we'll add this brown sugar to the servants' and soldiers' black bread too. Naland nodded. He had only gotten to taste honey bread these past few days, made from the honey produced by the bees Shirley had tamed. In his previous life, experts advised against eating too many sweets, as excessive consumption could lead to obesity and increase the risk of various diseases. But in this world, there's no need to worry at all. Most people can't even eat their fill, let alone gain weight. Moreover, sugar has another benefit. Consuming it can increase happiness. So, Narante planned to occasionally treat his subordinates to such delicacies in the future. Yes, my lord, I'll go and try it right away. Praise your wisdom and generosity. Rose immediately took a few pieces of brown sugar and headed into the castle. She had already tasted the brown sugar, and as a cook, she was utterly amazed that her lord could invent something sweeter than honey. She couldn't wait to try making bread with brown sugar now, because after tasting such sweetness, her mind was flooded with new inspirations for culinary creations. While the castle was filled with a cheerful atmosphere, the issuance of Narant's orders stirred excitement among all the residents of Stormwind Territory. Most of the sugarcane-spotted locals had more or less seen it before, though few had paid much attention to this thin and short little tree. At most, some villagers from Misfortune Village knew sugarcane as a tasty wild fruit. However, things had changed now. Their lord had officially named this little tree sugarcane and even offered a reward of 1 copper coin for every 3 stalks collected. Searching for sugarcane didn't require back-breaking labor like lumbering or farming, so even children could contribute effectively. For a time, all the idle people in the territory began making their way through the forest thickets and tall grass. Chapter 48, The Caravan Returns. Dinner time has arrived. As dusk gradually deepened, the guards within Stormwind Keep finally heard the long-awaited call they'd been anticipating. 2 servants, led by Vivian, carried several wooden basins into the front courtyard. Upon hearing the call, the guards, aside from the 5 on duty who remained on the city walls, promptly jogged over to the food distribution area. The guards dutifully carried their wooden trays to the long table. Each received a large chunk of black bread and a generous ladle of whale meat stew. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Siat. Although the Lord wasn't present at that moment, the rich aroma wafting from the meat soup in his tray made guard Kali Nueva offer heartfelt greetings all the same. With his greetings concluded, Kali Nueva picked up his tray and prepared to leave. Hold on, Kali. Just then, Vivian, who stood nearby supervising the guard's order, called out to stop him. Captain Vivian, do you have any orders? Kali inquired curiously. Tonight's dinner includes ordinary black bread and whale meat, and his lordship has specially granted you all a piece of brown sugar black bread. With these words, Vivian took a black bread the size of a child's fist from the wooden basin in front of her and placed it on Carl's plate. Brown sugar black bread? Carl was somewhat puzzled, but regardless, since it was an extra gift from his lordship, the proper response was simply to give thanks. Thank you for his lordship's generous gift. Carl voiced his gratitude once more. After that, Carl carried his wooden tray over to a nearby table. Next, the other guards also came one after another, carrying wooden trays to sit at the wooden table, ready to enjoy their delicious dinner. The guards didn't immediately reach for the small piece of brown sugar bread. Instead, they soaked chunks of plain black bread in the fish soup and ate it first. After all, no matter what fancy name you gave it, black bread was still black bread. What guards like Carrie Oxtail truly craved was the fish soup. As the fish soup and black bread settled in his stomach, Carrie Oxtail rubbed his belly contentedly, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Happiness is just this simple. With a kind and generous lord, every meal fills their bellies to contentment. Oh, right. There's still a small piece of that brown sugar bread left. Can't let that go to waste. Carrie Oxtail knew how precious food was. Though his stomach already felt stuffed, he still picked up the dark brown sugar bread. For him, that piece of dark brown sugar bread was gone in just one bite. Squelch! The next moment, Jerry Oxtail unhesitatingly shoved the brown sugar black bread into his mouth. With the bread still in his mouth, he naturally stood up to wash his plate. However, at this very moment, Jerry Oxtail suddenly stiffened, widening his eyes. Ah! Jerry Oxtail let out a startled cry. Carrie's sudden shriek startled several nearby guards, who looked up in annoyance. "Carrie Cowtail, did a cow step on your tail or something?" one grumbled. "What are you yelling for? You nearly scared us to death." "It's not me, it's this bread, it. Without a care for how revolting it was, Carrie Ushio immediately spat out the still recognizable piece of dark molasses bread from his mouth, then pointed at it frantically, utterly at a loss for words. "What's wrong with the bread? Did someone bite a small stone? That can't be." Ever since Lady Rose arrived at the castle, the black bread has tasted much better than before. There shouldn't be any stones in it. The other guards were completely baffled. "No, it's just too delicious." After struggling for a long moment, Callie finally managed to get the words out properly. "Delicious? So delicious it makes you scream? Callie, are you kidding us?" The other guards naturally didn't believe him. Had Callie been eating white bread, they might have been convinced. After all, they'd never tasted the noble's white bread themselves. "I'm not lying. You'll understand after one bite. This brown sugar bread is the most delicious bread I've ever tasted." As he spoke, Callie hastily stuffed the dark bread back into his mouth. This time, he didn't chew it immediately. Instead, he let it sit in his mouth, slowly savoring the rich sweetness infused within the bread. "Can it really be that good?" Seeing the genuine expression on Callie Oxtail's face, the other guards finally began to waver between doubt and belief. Eventually, they too picked up their own pieces of brown sugar bread and brought them to their mouths. "Ah! Wow! Oh!" Then, a series of exclamations erupted in the castle's front courtyard. The soldiers who hadn't believed Carrie now wore expressions even more exaggerated than his had been. For those who'd never tasted honey before, sweetness was an entirely novel sensation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. That day, Nalante completed his morning battle chi training in the back garden as usual. After freshening up, just as he was preparing to go downstairs for lunch, Vivian came rushing up to him. "My lord, the convoy has returned." Vivian's face beamed with joy. She knew how eagerly her lord had been awaiting this moment, for the convoy carried the hope for Stormwind Territory's rise. Now, it was time to see the results. "They've returned?" Nalante was momentarily stunned by the news. "Yes, my lord. The convoy is about 2 miles from the castle." Vivian nodded firmly. "Vivian, fetch Lightning to the front courtyard. Lilia, help me into my clothes." After bathing, Narrant was dressed only in an undershirt, not yet having changed into his formal silk attire. "Yes, my lord." The sisters Vivian and Lilia responded in unison. With Lilia's assistance, Narrant swiftly donned his formal attire and hurried downstairs. Arriving at the front courtyard, Nathaniel mounted his steed Lightning and rode out of the castle with his guards, heading directly toward the caravan not far away. Originally, Nathaniel could have waited inside the castle, but he was far too eager to learn about the caravan's results. It was like buying a lottery ticket and wanting to know the outcome immediately. Every extra minute felt unbearable. Seeing the castle standing tall a mile away, Thomas, Quick, and the other guards felt a surge of warmth and reassurance in their hearts. After being away from the territory for nearly 10 days, they had finally returned, and not only that, but they had successfully fulfilled their lord's orders, coming back laden with gains. The 3 carriages were laden heavily when they set out, and they returned just as full. In addition, trailing behind the convoy were 20 commoners dressed in plain linen clothing. These were none other than the families of Anthony's 5 former guards. "Milord has arrived." Just then, Thomas and the others suddenly noticed the procession filing out from the castle and immediately realized it was their lord coming to greet them. "Greetings, my lord." "Greetings, lord." As the imposing and majestic lord approached at the forefront, everyone in the caravan respectfully offered their salutations. "He's back." Narrant glanced at the caravan and nodded to Thomas and Quake, along with the other guards. "Reporting, my lord. The first guard squad has successfully accomplished the mission you assigned. The caravan suffered no losses during this journey." Quake stepped forward to brief Narrant. "You've all done splendidly." Nalante nodded with satisfaction. "My lord, I have also successfully completed all the tasks you assigned. Every last item has been sold." Following Quake, it was Thomas's turn to report. "Excellent work, Thomas." His first business venture had finally yielded results, and at this moment, Nalante could finally rest easy. "Let's go, back to the castle now." With that, Nalante waved his hand grandly and led the convoy toward the castle. Chapter 49, Nastia's Gift. So, the salt and dried fish were completely sold out after passing through just 6 territories? In the grand hall on the first floor of the castle, Narrant listened attentively as Thomas recounted the caravan's journey in detail, periodically interjecting with questions to gather supplementary information for Stormwind Territory's future commercial development. "That's correct, my lord. The salt and dried fish were entirely sold out after only 6 territories. If we hadn't stayed such a short time in each place, we likely could have emptied our wagons after just 2 or 3 stops. Thomas nodded vigorously while sipping the honey-sweetened tea Narant had specially rewarded him with. Well, the fact that we've managed to sell all the goods by passing through 6 territories already exceeds my expectations. After all, dried fish isn't exactly a necessity. Nathaniel nodded with a smile. Using Stormwind territory as a benchmark, he surmised that while other territories might be slightly better off, they wouldn't be significantly wealthier. However, he clearly overlooked one point: the population composition of other territories wasn't 100% serfs. Ordinary commoners accounted for a considerable portion. While serfs might lack purchasing power, that didn't mean commoners did, so dried fish could evidently become as popular as salt. The only regret was that the nobles were still wary of Stormwind territory's ill-famed reputation as a land of misfortune. Otherwise, with their purchasing power, the dried fish and salt would have sold much faster. Of course, there are benefits to the nobles temporarily abstaining from participating in purchases. This way, the nobles cannot interfere with his salt business, allowing him to continue selling it cheaply to commoners and conditioning them to perceive it as low-priced. Once this perception of low price becomes ingrained, commoners will naturally organize trade caravans to Stormwind territory. As long as foreign merchant caravans enter Stormwind territory, its commerce will gradually take shape. The arrival of caravans, whether to purchase goods or sell theirs, plays a crucial role in the development of Stormwind territory. Thomas, go on. Yes, my lord. The caravan moved forward as planned. After sending a guard to deliver the gift prepared for Lord Andrew as you instructed, the procession arrived at Tulip Fortress. Upon receiving orders, Thomas began recounting the next phase in meticulous detail. My father actually chased Aldine with a great axe in front of the count. Nathaniel's eyes bulged wide. He never expected his predecessor's father to be so domineering, and right before his own liege lord, no less. However, from this it can be seen that although the original owner was useless, Andrew cared for his offspring just the same. Yes, my lord. Fortunately, the count was not angry and even spoke words of comfort to Lord Andrew. Nayland nodded. His nominal father was, after all, a fierce general under the count's command, so naturally the count wouldn't punish him severely. More importantly, judging from Thomas's detailed account, Nayland realized that his nominal father did not seem to be the simple-minded, brute-strength type of person. For instance, one particular detail warrants close scrutiny. Although Andrew chased and slashed viciously at Aldine, when Aldine fled onto the elevated platform where the count stood, Andrew did not pursue him further. This platform was akin to the imperial dais in his previous life, a place where no subject could set foot without permission. Andrew adhered to this rule impeccably, demonstrating his keen understanding of the count's boundaries. After reflecting on his cheap old man, Nalante couldn't help but recall the compensation offered by the count. Thankfully, I anticipated this. My storm territory almost vanished into thin air. Though this cursed land carried its dangers, Nalante truly had no desire to exchange it. Not only was it far from the Emperor's reach, but more importantly, its vast expanse was invaluable. The other second sons received territories that were split from a single barony, some divided into 2 parts, while others were parceled into 3. Such territory may be safe, but its limited area offers too little potential for development. And if luck is a bit worse, you might not even have a castle. What kind of lord is a lord without a castle? In contrast, his Stormwind fief was barely the size of a barony, for which he merely received tax exemption as compensation. Narant believed that a few years later, the Earl would surely regret this decision to the point of his intestines turning green, for through this merchandise sale, Narant had completely proven the feasibility of commerce. Of course, once the Earl regretted it later, there would be no remedy. By then, the decree exempting Stormwind territory from taxes was already firmly in his hands. The parchment bore only a few brief words: "From this day forth, all taxes on the fief of Stormwind territory, held by vassal Narant, are hereby exempted. This decree is permanently effective. Signed, Bernard Glory Tulip," accompanied by the Earl's personal seal. This thing is as permanently valid as an imperial edict in my previous life, and can only be annulled if the Tulip family ceases to exist one day. My lord, after reporting to the count at Tulip Castle, I led the caravan to the east of Tulip City and began selling the perfumes there. Thomas started recounting the process of selling the perfumes. Such a thing actually happened? Those noble ladies and madams smelled the perfume's fragrance, yet still no one came forward to buy? Nayland couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He was suffering from the pitfalls of inertial thinking. How could he have imagined that for the nobles of this world, maintaining their dignity was often more important than anything else? He had originally thought he had left no stone unturned. For instance, he had specifically instructed Thomas not to mention that the perfume came from Stormwind territory. Otherwise, the cursed reputation of the land might have caused the nobles to shun the perfume just like they did with salt and dried seafood. Yet, while the ill-famed reputation of the cursed land was avoided, another unexpected issue arose. Fortunately, in the end, the unseen flower of tulips helped salvage the situation. Though it was merely an unintentional gesture on Stella's part, it ended up being a perfect endorsement for Narant's perfume. Just like in the past life, if you want to make an item trendy, it must be promoted and led by public figures. And in the tulip territory, Stella was truly a widely renowned presence. What's more, Stella had directly repriced his perfume from 50 silver coins to 1 gold coin per bottle. If there's a chance, I must properly repay this flower of the tulips. Narant silently engraved this debt of gratitude in his heart. After recounting the matter of the perfume, what followed was the trivial process of purchasing goods within the city. By this point, nothing particularly significant had occurred. Finally, Thomas took out a gift box from his embrace. "My lord, this is a gift entrusted to me by Lady Nasha, your younger sister, when the caravan departed Tulip City." Nasha? Narante was somewhat surprised. The name Nasha felt both familiar and unfamiliar to him now. Andrew had 3 children in total, 2 sons and a daughter. And this Nasha was his biological sister, 2 years younger than the original owner of his body. Unlike Narante, Nasha possessed extraordinary talent in combat aura, so much so that she even surpassed Narante's elder brother. She should currently be studying at the aristocratic academy in Tulip City. Taking the gift box, Narante opened it directly, revealing a fiery red crystal inside. It's actually flaming crystal. Chapter 50, Flaming Crystal. Nalant was taken aback by the gift in the box. The flame crystal, as its name suggests, is a crystal imbued with an abundance of fire-attributed battle energy. Its shape is extraordinarily unique, with sharply defined edges and multiple facets that resemble precision-cut gemstones from my past life. What's even more peculiar lies within its interior, semi-transparent, with visible crimson flames flickering and burning fiercely inside. In this world, aside from the flame crystal, there exist frost crystals, gale crystals, and earth crystals, each corresponding to the 4 elemental battle energies: fire, water, wind, and earth. These 4 types of crystals are extremely rare, being the highest grade ores that only yellow sprites can sporadically produce. Their effects are remarkably potent. They enable titled knights to rapidly absorb the battle energy contained within the crystals. Absorbing one is equivalent to gaining a full month's worth of cultivation speed, significantly accelerating a titled knight's progress. Since Narante cultivates fire attribute battle energy, the blazing crystal gifted to him by Nasha happens to be perfectly suited for his absorption. In this world, strength symbolizes everything. Generally, the wealthier the nobility, the faster their cultivation progresses precisely because of such battle energy crystals and magical beast meat. Monster meat can nourish the bodies of titled knights. Even without rigorous training, prolonged consumption will steadily strengthen their physical prowess. And the flame crystal spares titled knights from the tedious process of meditation, allowing them to level up even while lying down. The dual approach proved remarkably effective, yet it could only be sustained by piling up sufficient gold coins beneath it. As for monster beast meat, 1 gold coin per gene is the standard price for low-grade varieties, but due to their scarcity and difficulty in hunting, you often can't buy it even if you're willing to pay. Although the supply of flame crystals was stable, and several major nobles within the duchy owned such treasure mines, rarity dictated their worth. A single flame crystal was worth at least 10 gold coins, making them practically unaffordable for most minor nobles. Narant, I heard you've successfully planted the seed of combat aura and become a title knight. Congratulations, my brother. Also, father mentioned you've been assigned to Stormhaven, such a perilous place. I'm giving you this flaming crystal. May you break through your limits again soon and bring honor to the Barrack family. Make this sister of yours proud. Signed, your beloved sister, Nasha. When Nalante picked up the letter inside the gift box and read it, his emotions instantly became complicated. To be honest, Nalante felt no strong sense of belonging to the Barrack family. After all, the soul inhabiting this body was from Earth. But hearing Thomas describe how Andrew had stormed into the meeting hall to defend his second son in front of the Earl, now, coupled with his thoughtful younger sister sending him precious flame crystals, Nalante felt that perhaps embracing this affectionate, close-knit family wouldn't be such a bad thing, maybe even a comforting haven for the heart. It's well known throughout Tulip County that the Barrack family is notoriously poor. The flaming crystal is worth 10 gold coins. There's no way Nasha could afford it. The only possibility is that Nasha earned this flaming crystal as a reward from the Noble Academy for her outstanding academic achievements. Since your loyalty lies with me, consider yourselves under my protection from now on. Quietly tucking away the letter in the blazing crystal, Nalan took a deep breath. My lord, after selling all the goods from this merchant convoy, we've earned a total of 21 gold coins plus 10 silver coins. After deducting 14 gold coins and 30 silver coins for purchasing supplies, we now have 6 gold coins and 80 silver coins remaining. Shall I hand them directly to you, my lord, or store them in the treasury? As soon as Naren finished putting away the gifts, Thomas seized the moment to speak, already pulling out a small black coin pouch from his hand. Record them directly into the ledger and deposit them in the treasury. There was nowhere to spend money on his person anyway, so storing it in the treasury was the most practical option. Once Thomas finished his report, Narent summoned Quark to inquire about the purchased equipment. The caravan brought back a total of 15 sets of complete defensive equipment from Tulip City. This included leather armor, helmets, round shields, and leather boots. After confirming with Quark that the equipment was correct, Narent distributed 10 sets directly to the 2nd Guard Squadron. Time flew by, and by noon the next day after the caravan's return, Narent allowed the 1st Squadron to rest. After a full day's recovery, the 1st Guard Squadron was finally well rested and energized. Now that the convoy has returned and the first step of the plan has borne fruit, it's time to deal with matters in the buffer zone. Every extra day delaying the buffer zone issue made Nayland feel like he was losing out more, though he still didn't know exactly what was inside. He just couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing a golden opportunity. Moreover, after days of enduring bee attacks 2 or 3 times daily, the guards in Quint's camp had developed a reflexive habit. As soon as they spotted the bees, they would immediately scramble off the wooden walls to take cover. The bees would leave in under 3 minutes. After so many repetitions, though the guards briefly abandoned their posts each time, the camp had never faced any real danger. Nayland speculated that Quint's guards must have grown complacent. My lord, just as Narent made his decision, Shirley jogged into the study. Sherry, what's wrong? Sir, I just sent out the bees as usual to attack Baron Quint's camp, but upon their return, they reported that the camp now has over a dozen additional guards and a carriage. Shirley promptly reported, another 10+ guards and a carriage? Narante frowned. Why did this have to change right now? But the next moment, Nathaniel's expression suddenly changed. Oh no, my lord, what's wrong? Since they're mining resources at that encampment, and suddenly a squad of guards with wagons has arrived, they must be here to transport the extracted or back. This conclusion wasn't hard to reach, but Nathaniel hadn't expected to encounter such bad timing. Shirley, go fetch Vivian and quick. I'll be waiting for them in the 1st floor hall. Without hesitation, Nalante issued the order to Shirley as he rose to his feet. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing his words, Shirley scampered downstairs. My lord, you summoned us. Vivian and Quick soon arrived in the 1st floor hall. Shirley just reported that something unexpected has happened at the camp. It's likely Quinn is planning to transport the ore away, said Nalante with a grave expression, sharing his speculation. So, I've decided to head to the buffer zone immediately to assess the situation and resolve matters at the camp as needed. Yes, my lord, we pledge loyalty unto death. Neither Quick nor Vivian showed any hesitation upon hearing this. In fact, the burly Quick even seemed to flash a hint of eagerness. In that case, have all the guards gear up immediately, we depart in 10 minutes. Yes, my lord. Chapter 51, Pre-Battle Mobilization. Upon Narent's command, the entire castle sprang into action. This time, it was different from dealing with dark creatures. They were the ones attacking another camp, so thorough preparations were necessary. The pre-made ladders, the bees needed for tonight, along with food and water, all had to be readied. Nayland's original plan was to launch the assault at dawn, but with unexpected complications arising, they had no choice but to set out early and adapt on the spot. Soon, Nayland's 25 fully armed guards assembled in the front courtyard. Stormwind territory is my domain, Narent, and also your homeland. However, some have been ravaging our land and your homes. Not only have they plundered our wealth along the buffer zone that rightfully belongs to us, but they have also invaded Stormwind to abduct our serfs. Tell me, what should we do against such despicable bandits? Narent, now clad in full armor with an iron helmet, rested his hand on his sword hilt as he delivered his final pre-battle rally to all his guards. Kill them! Quick immediately roared in response. Kill them! Kill them! With Quick taking the lead, the guards behind him immediately roared in unison. Excellent! As the Lord of Stormwind territory, your liege, today I shall lead you to eradicate these shameless bandits and drive them forever from our lands. Kill! 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 Now, everyone mount the wagons, we march. Nathaniel was thoroughly satisfied. Seeing the supplies already loaded under Thomas's arrangements, he promptly swung himself onto his horse. Mount up! Let's move out. At the commanding shout, Vivian and Quake immediately directed the guards to board the carriages. Narante then took the lead, riding ahead as the 3 carriages rumbled out of the castle gates. Given the extreme urgency of the situation and the need to conserve the guards' stamina, the use of carriages was absolutely essential. The group pressed onward, and after little over an hour, they finally arrived at a spot 1 li away from the border. After concealing the carriages and horses, a total of 29 individuals led by Narent proceeded on foot toward the border. Sherry, what's in the camp now? After more than 10 minutes of walking, Nalante and his party finally reached the outer woods of the camp, hiding among the trees. Though Sherry herself wouldn't participate in combat, her bees played a crucial role in tonight's battle, so this operation couldn't proceed without her. Milord, the bees just told me that the people in the camp seem to be loading things onto the wagons continuously. Shirley replied. That's correct then? They're loading the ore? Nayland couldn't help but glance up at the sky. It was only dusk at this point. If the convoy finished loading the ore and left immediately, it would be extremely unfavorable for him. Ambushes are always most suitable at night. Launching an attack in broad daylight with their small numbers would surely put them at a disadvantage. If the enemy truly transported the ore during daylight hours, Nayland would have only two options. Either choose to attack a different target, such as ambushing the convoy on its return route and seizing their goods when the time comes. The other option is to let the convoy go and continue lying in wait to launch a surprise attack on the camp at midnight. This truly isn't an easy choice for Nalante. If they attack the convoy, even if successful, it would alert the enemy, making it much harder to take the camp later. But if they let the convoy transport the ore away, Nalante felt reluctant, as though he were suffering a huge loss. Damn it, we'll just have to take it one step at a time. May the Almighty Glory bless us and hopefully keep the caravan staying overnight in the camp. Nalante silently prayed to the Almighty Glory. Meanwhile, inside the Quint camp, Dilly was entertaining Johnny, who had come to oversee the transportation of ore back to the castle. Come on, Johnny, have a drink, it's still early before nightfall. Though Johnny lacked noble status, he enjoyed Quint's deep trust, so Dilly regarded him with high regard. Thank you, Sir Dilly. Johnny didn't refuse. Johnny, has the barony been peaceful lately? I've been at the camp for over 2 months and haven't heard any updates from the territory. After sitting down, Dilly drained his mug of beer in one gulp and turned to Johnny with his question. Sir Dilly, nothing major has happened in Quint's domain recently. That brother of Lord Quint has been keeping unusually quiet. Good, that's a relief. With this mineral vein now, perhaps our Lord's opportunity will come in just a year or two. Nodding, Dilly's face lit up with excitement. The Earl of Blackiron had only 2 offspring, the legitimate eldest son bearing inheritance rights, and the other being his bastard child, Quint. The 2 heirs of Count Blackiron have long been at odds, engaging in covert struggles and overt conflicts in recent years. Particularly after the Count's first wife passed away from illness 3 years ago, Quinton's mother seized the opportunity to ascend to her position. From that moment on, Quinton's status rose steadily, and his ambitions grew. He could no longer endure his identity as an illegitimate child. He aspired to one day inherit the title of Count Blackiron. Yet the eldest son remained the legitimate heir, having rightfully gained the support of many vassals under Count Blackiron's banner. As for Quint, despite having his mother whispering in his ear, in this world of hierarchical succession, his chances of winning remained slim. However, just 2 months ago, Quint received a yellow sprite from the Earl of Blackiron. It was this very yellow sprite that gave Quint hope of overcoming his eldest brother, because the mines this yellow sprite uncovered were incredibly precious. Just mining for a year or two would undoubtedly cause Quint's overall strength to skyrocket. If Quint truly succeeds in securing the heir's position, then vassals like Dilly will undoubtedly become key contributors to his rise, which explains Dilly's current excitement. Johnny couldn't help but smile at Dilly's enthusiasm before recalling something important. Speaking of which, Sir Dilly, he added, though nothing major has happened in the territory recently, there is a minor issue that has left Lord Quint quite furious. Oh, what kind of trouble? Dilly's grin faded as he asked with curiosity. You might find this hard to believe, but the trouble comes from our neighboring territory, Stormwind. Stormwind territory? How could this be? Do those unlucky bastards have the nerve to cause trouble for Lord Quinton? Dilly found it hard to believe, that very day, that lord named Nalante had slunk away after just a few threats outside their camp. At first, he remained vigilant for several days, but not the slightest incident occurred during that time. If that lord of Stormwind territory had even an ounce of backbone, he should have secretly sent someone to take a couple of potshots or something. Yet here they are, not even daring to fart, truly fitting for an unlucky lord banished to the cursed lands. Chapter 52, Bushwalker Lewin? It's not that the unlucky bastard was particularly capable, but rather that he got lucky. Seeing Dilly's expression, Johnny shook his head with a laugh and explained, that unlucky lord somehow stumbled upon great fortune and acquired a salt mine sprite. Moreover, whether out of sheer desperation or deliberate intent, he actually started selling salt at the rock-bottom price of 7 copper coins directly to the commoners and serfs within Tulip territory. Moreover, he boasted that even commoners could buy salt at his so-called ill-fated land for just 5 copper coins and without a single grain of sand mixed in. Such a thing could actually exist. Selling it straight to the common folk for 5 coppers, with no sand mixed in, is he not turning a profit at all? Yes, the Baron was quite furious about it. But oddly enough, I sent several serfs to sneak into Stormhold for information these past few days, and not a single one has returned. I'm sure that unlucky lord has taken precautions too. You must know there's not even a single pedestrian on the roads of Stormwind territory on normal days. All he needs to do is station 2 guards by the roadside, and the people you send will be spotted and captured immediately. Diley scoffed. He knew much more about the local situation than Johnny did. On ordinary days, not even a ghostly shadow could be found on Stormwind territory's roads. Moreover, with only a single pathway, spotting outsiders couldn't be simpler. That makes sense. But the Lord insists I must locate the little salt mine sprite so we can destroy it later. Looks like I'll need to figure out a way. I can certainly help with this matter once you've transported the ore back. I'll assign 2 guards to assist you, they know this area quite well. Then many thanks to Sir Didi. Ha, no need to be polite, we're all doing this for the Baron. Come, let's keep drinking. Anyway, since you have to return secretly in the dead of night to avoid the eldest son's spies, we might as well drink more now. And so, Dilly and Johnny drank merrily inside the camp, while Narrant and his men remained hidden outside, continuing their ambush. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened, and Narrant's heart finally settled slightly. The Glorious One truly watches over me. Although this patrol remaining in the camp makes my attack more difficult, if I succeed, those ores will be mine. Even though the number of adversaries might increase to over 60 by nightfall, Narrant couldn't bear to abandon that cart of ores after all. It represented at least 10 days' worth of mining efforts at Fort Ray. Quick, Vivian, pass the order. Everyone is to start eating hardtack for their final meal tonight. Before a major battle, it's unwise to let soldiers eat too much, as being overly full would instead make their strength sluggish. So until nightfall, to stay combat ready, Nalante had refrained from letting the guards eat. But now that darkness had fallen, there should be no worry about the enemy suddenly retreating. As the command was given, the guards immediately began chewing on black bread and salted cured fish. Narrant and his group waited until midnight. Just as he thought tonight's events would unfold according to his plan, Shirley suddenly spoke up beside him. My lord, the people in the camp are moving. It seems they're planning to leave. Leaving in the dead of night? Narrant, who had been dozing off, immediately jolted awake at Shirley's words. It was still too early for the groggy pre-dawn hours when people and horses would be exhausted. Why were they suddenly on the move now? Yes, my lord, they've already begun forming ranks. Shirley nodded emphatically. There's no choice then, we'll have to start now. Nathaniel gritted his teeth. Shirley, summon your bees and split them into two groups, one to follow Vivian and the other Quake. Yes, my lord. Hearing this, Shirley immediately began issuing commands to the queen bee inside the wooden box she carried. Buzz buzz. Then the queen bee began to flap her wings vigorously to make noise. Bees have poor sense of direction at night because they rely on the sun for navigation. However, aside from the sun, bees can actually use their companions' buzzing as guidance too. As the buzzing of the queen bee sounded, the large swarm of bees resting behind began to move, following Vivian and Quirk according to Shirley's arrangement. Vivian, my lord, I'm here. Once the guards on the city wall are driven off, immediately lead the archer squad to carry the ladders and approach. When Quirk and I take action, you must swiftly climb over and engage in free fire. Yes, sir. Vivian responded immediately upon hearing the instructions, then began quietly relaying Narante's orders. Lord Diley, I truly appreciate your hospitality today. As it's almost time, I shall prepare to return to the castle now. All right, Johnny, be careful on the road. Give the Lord my regards when you get back. Diley nodded. All right, then see you again in 2 months. Johnny replied with a respectful bow. Open the gates, let the caravan through. Without further explanation, Dilly commanded the several guards stationed at the entrance. Creak, creak. At the command, several guards stationed at the main gate immediately began turning the winch. It must be said that Quint spared no expense for the safety of this camp. Even the main gate was crafted by skilled artisans into a vertically closing mechanism. Such a design could far more effectively repel enemy assaults. The only way to open the great gates was through the coordinated effort of several people turning the windlass together. Ah, bees. Damn it. Why are there bees in the middle of the night? However, just as the gate was halfway open and Johnny and the others were about to leave, sudden cries of alarm echoed from the wooden wall. Lord Dilly, what's happening? Johnny and his 10 men were startled, immediately drawing their long swords. That's strange. Why are the bees active at night today? Did the sound of the door startle them? Dilly was also puzzled, but since this had been going on for over a week, he didn't give it much thought. Johnny, no need to be nervous, it's just a swarm of bees from nearby. They've been stinging people at the camp for days. Pity we can't find their hive, otherwise I could have tasted some honey here. I see. Johnny, seeing how calm Dilly and the other guards at the camp were, finally relaxed and sheathed his sword. Sir Dilly, I'll be off then. The starlight's all covered up. I wonder if it's going to rain. I'd hate to get drenched. All right. With these words exchanged, Johnny mounted the horse, a rare privilege, and led his team toward the gates. Clip clop, clip clop. Taking the lead, Johnny soon arrived at the camp entrance. Watching Johnny and the others recede into the distance, Dilly turned to his subordinates and ordered, once the bees have left, return to your posts immediately. Stay sharp, all of you. With that, Dilly yawned and headed toward his room. After staying up most of the night, he was feeling sleepy. For Demacia. Yet, just as he turned around, an inexplicable shout suddenly erupted from the camp gates. What the hell is this? Johnny rode his horse out the gate, barely adjusting to the darkness outside when a sudden gust of wind rushed from his left. Before he knew it, a burly dark figure came hurtling towards him. The glowing crimson aura shrouding the broadsword in the man's grip was impossible to miss. Charging forward, the attacker roared some inexplicable battle cry. Thud! Before Captain Johnny could even process what Demacia meant, a chilling numbness spread through his shoulder. Then, as if drained of all strength, his body toppled limply from the saddle. Demacia? Could the person who killed me be named Demacia? So hateful. I hadn't even become a noble yet. Why did I have to die? Chapter 53. Fierce battle at the camp. Quiet. The attack came so suddenly that no one was prepared, and everyone was stunned by that inexplicable shout of Demacia. After standing frozen for a long moment, everyone in the camp finally reacted, their faces drastically changing as they shouted, "Enemy attack! It's an enemy attack!" The scene, which had seemed momentarily paused, suddenly resumed as if someone had pressed play. The entire camp erupted into chaos, filled instantly with roars and screams. Ding ding dong! The warning bell at the center of the camp was urgently rung. Demacia! Seeing their lord take the lead and deliver a decisive kill, Quirk and the others finally sprang into action. Raising their long swords, they surged from the shadowy corners and crashed into the 10 soldiers behind Johnny, knocking them into complete disarray. Inspired by their lord's previously unheard battle cry and how impressively he had moved, Quirk and his men imitated him, shouting the same phrase as they joined the fierce combat. As Quirk and the others swung their long swords, several of Johnny's guards were cut down before they could even fight back. What exactly does Demacia mean? After shouting it, I feel filled with power. Having successfully slain an enemy, Quirk realized that following his lord's battle cry felt far more energizing than simply shouting kill like before. Especially when seeing the stunned expressions of their enemies, he felt unprecedentedly ferocious today. Narante watched as his subordinates imitated him, wondering if he had unintentionally led them astray. Yet there was no time to dwell on such thoughts. He immediately rushed toward the Quinton guards who were preparing to turn the winch and close the gates. Stay calm, stop them, and shut the gates again. Archers, man the walls. Everyone else, follow me. Dilly was no incompetent either. All drowsiness had vanished as he swiftly issued orders to his panicked subordinates. At the same time, he drew his own sword and strode urgently toward the camp gate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ah, damn it. There are enemies on the wooden wall too. They've got archers lying in ambush. As Deli pressed forward, the sharp twang of bowstrings suddenly rang in his ears, accompanied by the agonized cries of his subordinates. Bastards! What's going on? Where did all these archers come from? Deli gnashed his teeth in frustration, unable to fathom which faction could field longbowmen so expertly trained that nearly every arrow found its mark. This was no ordinary occurrence. Only a powerful noble house could cultivate such a sizable force of elite longbowmen. Hold your ground. Prioritize taking out those enemy archers on the wooden wall. With the appearance of longbowmen, Dilly had no choice but to readjust his forces again. As an intermediate bronze knight, he no longer feared these ordinary arrows, but those longbowmen posed a significant threat to the guards within the camp. Yes, my lord. Though caught off guard, Dilly's composure remained unshaken. His words seemed to instill a sense of calm in the guards, like a stabilizing pill settling their nerves. The camp guard captain immediately responded upon hearing the order, then led most of his men surging toward the wooden wall. Kill them! Slaughter these despicable ambushers, the guard captain roared, charging ahead as he began scaling the wooden wall's stairs. Whoosh! Just then, an arrow came whistling toward him at terrifying speed. Startled, the guard captain instinctively threw himself flat against the ground without a second thought. Thud! Though the guard captain dodged the attack, one of his men behind him was caught off guard and took the shot straight to the chest. With a dull thud, the leather-armored soldier tumbled down the stairs. Bastards! I'll kill you all. The guard captain, a battle-hardened veteran, was now thoroughly enraged. Brandishing his long sword, he finally scrambled up the wooden barricade. Charge with me. Seeing the enemy just 4 or 5 meters away, the guard captain raised his small shield to protect his chest and swiftly dashed forward. At such close range, the archer was already like a lamb to the slaughter for him. However, before he had taken more than 2 steps in his charge, he suddenly heard a dense buzzing sound right by his ear. Ah, bees, so many bees. The moment the buzzing reached him, the guard captain felt a sharp pain on his face. He had been stung by a bee. And these weren't just 2 or 3 bees like a few days ago. They were a densely swarming mass too numerous to count. In an instant, half his face was covered by bees. The guards following behind him also let out piercing howls as they frantically swatted at the bees crawling over their faces. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Captain Narrant's archers didn't miss this golden opportunity. Before the guards could shake off the bees, arrows rained down upon these Quint guards, claiming their lives one after another. Fire freely here, I'm going to the Lord's side. Seeing how the bees had rendered the enemy unable to scale the palisade, Vivian commanded before dashing toward the main gate. It's that damn Lord. You bastard, how dare you ambush our camp? Amid the cries of agony echoing around him, Dilly had no time to consider his subordinates' casualties. Striking down the only enemy wielding battle aura, Nalante, became his top priority. As he moved closer and got a clear look at Nalante's face, Dilly instantly recognized him, the very same unlucky lord he had been mocking over drinks moments ago. At this moment, Dilly's face twisted with unrestrained fury. Sir Dilly, you were the one who said that the flaming forest is dangerous, and who knows when a magical beast might appear. Narrant beheaded the 3 guards who attempted to close the gates, then turned a smiling gaze toward Dilly. "Kid, I'm gonna kill you today." Dilly spat through gritted teeth, realizing he'd severely misjudged the situation. "Now that Johnny's been killed by them, even if I wipe out this brat and his men later, I can't escape Lord Quint's punishment." "Ha, I feel the same way about you. Die." Enraged beyond measure, Dilly wasted no more words. Channeling all his battle aura, he lunged forward with explosive force, charging straight toward Nayland. When the distance between them narrowed to just 2 sword lengths, Dilly roared ferociously. His longsword immediately radiated with combat aura, cutting a chilling arc through the air as he swung directly toward Nalante. Nalante dared not be negligent either. The level difference forced him to respond with caution. He promptly channeled combat aura into his own sword and decisively met Dilly's advance head-on. Clang! With a sharp clang of metal, Nayland and Dilly's longswords suddenly clashed together, their blades locked in a face-to-face struggle as both warriors strained against each other. Indeed, worthy of being a mid-tier bronze knight. With just one strike, Nalante realized there was still a significant gap between him and Dilly, his hands stung fiercely from the impact. In the daily training within the castle, even if he struck the stones with all his might, he never experienced such a sensation before. "Ha, kid, it seems you're still a bit green. The choice you made today was a mistake, prepare to die." Dilly had also assessed Naylate's strength, although noticeably stronger than an average low-tier bronze knight. Compared to him, Naylate was still too inexperienced. Chapter 54, Slaying Dilly. With a cold sneer, only a bloodthirsty expression remained on Dilly's face as he suddenly exerted force, pushing hard against Narante with his long sword. Narante was slightly weaker in strength compared to Dilly, and under the shove, his body staggered directly backward. Before Narante could steady himself, Dilly had already raised his longsword high and pursued with a slashing strike. Seeing this, Narante had no time to ponder. He instinctively retreated sharply while swinging his own sword to block Dilly's fierce onslaught. In an instant, the sound of intense metal clashing filled the air. "Boy, let's see where you can retreat to now." Although Dilly's attacks were undeniably fierce and steadily suppressed Narante with a considerable advantage, the combat skills the original host had learned from Andrew now allowed Narante to defend himself flawlessly. No matter how ferociously Dilly assaulted, he simply couldn't inflict any substantial damage on Narante. However, Dilly was in no hurry because Narante was about to be cornered. Clang! Finally, Narante's back foot pressed against the wooden wall as he barely managed to raise his sword horizontally to block Dilly's strike. Now pinned against the corner, he would likely meet his doom. Boy, your time has come." Dilly's face twisted into a vicious sneer as he channeled his battle aura to its limits, raising his longsword to reap the life of the unlucky lord before him. "Is that so?" Nayland responded with an equally chilling smile. This reaction startled Dilly. Whoosh! Sure enough, the next moment he heard a whistling sound behind his ear. Dilly barely had time to think, he swiftly swung his sword backward to parry. Bang! With the parry, a glowing red arrow crashed against his longsword and exploded violently. "There's actually another junior bronze knight." Dilitha's expression darkened. "But do you think 2 junior bronze knights can take me down? Ridiculous. I'll kill you first and then deal with her." Dilith decided to end the fight quickly. Taking advantage of Vivian knocking another arrow, he swung his sword straight at Nathaniel to finish him off. 2 junior titled knights might not be enough, but what if we add a secret technique? Just then, Nathaniel's icy words reached Dilitha's ears. The secret technique, though powerful, required substantial charging time just like in the games of his past life. Nayland's plan tonight wasn't to rely on Vivian's surprise attack to kill Dilly, but rather to use her to buy enough time for his technique to charge. Secret technique? Dilly froze momentarily before his expression twisted in alarm. Damn it! Abandoning his assault on Nayland, Dilly swiftly retreated backward. Triple flaming slash. First strike. But how would Narante give him that chance? With a furious roar, a long sword wreathed in raging flames came sweeping toward his waist. Seeing it was too late to retreat, Dilly immediately slashed diagonally with his blade to parry. Clang! With the clang of metal, Dilly narrowly blocked the first strike. The second strike. But before he could catch his breath, Narante's longsword swiftly reversed its course, launching an even more ferocious second attack. Damn it! It's a combo secret technique. Dilly cursed under his breath as he raised his sword to parry once more. Clang! Dilly blocked the second strike as well, but this time his face turned deathly pale. The force behind this second slash had more than doubled compared to the previous one. Third strike. No, please, I surrender. Clang! Thud! When the third slash struck, Dilly's arrogance and confidence were finally shattered. Feeling the terrifying pressure brought by the stacked secret techniques, he knew he couldn't block this strike. He wanted to beg for mercy, but how could Nalante possibly stop? As the blazing longsword descended from above, it cleaved straight through Dilly's blocking sword and, with undiminished force, split his forehead. Thud! Moments later, Dilly's body collapsed heavily to the ground, blood flowing across the earth. Phew! Finally dead. Seeing the biggest threat of the night eliminated by his own hand, Nalan's tightly wound nerves finally eased a fraction. Oh, and in the next moment, Naren couldn't help retching aloud yet again. Truth be told, this assault on the camp marked the first time he had ever taken a human life across both his lifetimes. This was utterly different from slaying dark creatures last time. The headless knight had instantly turned into bleached bones upon death, devoid of any such gory spectacle. "My lord, are you alright?" Seeing Nalan's state, Vivian immediately rushed over in alarm. "I'm fine, Vivian. Go help Quick and the others deal with the remaining enemies." Nalan waved his hand. Fortunately, not many witnessed this scene, or his dignity as the lord would have been compromised. Due to the sudden ambush and the assistance of so many skilled longbow archers alongside swarms of bees, even though Nalan's side was outnumbered by more than half, they still held a subtle upper hand. With Vivian and Nalan rejoining the fray, the enemy soldiers in the camp were swiftly overwhelmed. After a few more minutes of fighting, all adversaries in the camp were completely wiped out. "My lord, all enemies have been eliminated." As the last Quint guardsman fell, Quick immediately came to report to Nalante. "What are the casualties?" Naren's combat aura was nearly depleted by now. Sitting wearily on a wooden barrel in full armor, he inquired anxiously upon hearing Quick's report. "Reporting, my lord, thanks to the bee's assistance, tonight's casualties aren't severe. 5 guards suffered minor injuries, while 2 are critically wounded. We're uncertain if they'll pull through," Quick responded softly. "Where are they?" Although he had anticipated this and considered it a great victory that there were no direct fatalities, hearing the news still left Nathaniel with mixed emotions. "They're over in the wooden hut." Quick immediately led Nathaniel to the outside of a small wooden hut. "The enemies took shelter inside to avoid our arrows. When these 2 charged in to fight, they unexpectedly found themselves surrounded by 5 enemies." Approaching the 2 guards lying on wooden planks, Quick recounted the circumstances of their injuries. My lord." One of the guards retained a shred of consciousness and managed with difficulty to greet Narent when he saw him. "Stay still, lie down properly. You've done well." Nathaniel turned to the guards and immediately reassured them, "All of you, quickly use cloth strips to press down on their wounds." The 2 severely wounded guards were covered in slash wounds from swords, with the most severe injuries located on their abdomens and backs. Their boarhide leather armor had been split open with gaping cuts, their true mortal wounds, from which streams of blood continued to gush out. "My lord, don't bother. Wounds like these are hopeless. Please, give me a quick end. And, please tell my family that I fought bravely." Hearing Nalan's words, the soldier lying on the wooden plank actually shook his head and began to speak. "Don't give up. You must live to tell your family yourself about your loyalty and bravery." Narent felt a tumult of emotions, yet he refused to abandon the attempt to save them. Soon, the soldiers found cloth strips and, following Narent's instructions, pressed them firmly against the wounds of the 2 severely injured soldiers. "Milord, with wounds this large, even cauterizing them with red-hot metal might not stop the bleeding. Perhaps it would be kinder to grant them a quick release." As a seasoned veteran, Quick understood better than anyone how hopeless such injuries were. Watching his comrades suffer, he suppressed his grief and quietly urged Narent with these words. Chapter 55 Never Give Up. Ding! System mission: eliminate or drive all enemies from camp buffer zone completed. Rewards issued: basic battle chi technique and information about 2 sprites. Ding! 2 brave guards were wounded fighting for you. As their lord, you must take action. System side mission: treat 2 severely injured soldiers and restore them to health. Mission reward: 1 early warning for a potential crisis in your territory. At that moment, the system's voice also rang out in Nalan's mind. 1 early warning for a potential crisis? That's a great reward. Yet another free mission. Nalan was thrilled. Saving the wounded was a given. Though he couldn't guarantee 100% success in rescuing both subordinates, he wasn't about to give up easily. So Narante looked solemnly at Quake and said, "No, Quake, I won't easily give up on any one of you. I still want to try." In this world, the methods for treating blade wounds were extremely limited, especially for ordinary civilians. Aside from using cloth strips and medicinal herbs to bind wounds, there was only one primitive method for large-scale injuries: cauterizing them directly with a hot iron. This method was also widely practiced in medieval Europe. Of course, when the wound reaches a certain size, this method becomes ineffective, and under such circumstances, the injured person is practically doomed. However, for Narent, a transmigrator, there were actually more effective and less harmful ways to stop the bleeding. Quick, go find some needles and thread right away, and while you're at it, get several pots of water boiling. Boil the needles and thread together immediately. "Yes, my lord." Seeing his lord stand firm in his decision, Quick no longer tried to dissuade him. Instead, he was moved by his lord's concern for the guards and immediately led them away to carry out Nalan's orders. Not long after, Quick returned once more. "Milord, the water is already boiling, and the thin thread has been found, but there are no needles in the camp." As a camp, water and iron pots were naturally available, and thread could be pulled from clothing, but despite Quirk and the guards searching for a long time, no needles could be found. Damn it! Narent couldn't help but curse under his breath. At this critical moment, the two severely wounded guards couldn't wait until they returned to the castle. "Milord, I have a fine needle here." Just then, Vivian's voice came through. Hearing the conversation outside the camp, Vivian rushed over. She had been sent by Narant to fetch Shirley after the battle concluded. "You have it? That's perfect," Narant exclaimed with joy upon hearing Vivian's words. Vivian then approached him, reaching into the delicate hollow of her pale neck to retrieve a small pendant. It was a slender, inexpensive ceramic piece typically used to hold perfume, strung around her neck with a rough hemp cord and worn as a pendant. Pop! Seeing the porcelain bottle removed from her neck, Vivian unplugged the wooden stopper and retrieved an iron needle from inside. After producing the needle and noticing a look of surprise on Narante's face, Vivian bashfully explained, "My lord, this is the fine needle my mother used to teach me sewing when I was young. I've kept it safe ever since coming to Stormwind territory." "Thank you, Vivian." Narante solemnly accepted the delicate needle. With the needles and thread in hand, Narante immediately handed them to Quick to Boil, then instructed the other guards to carry the two severely injured men into the house. Though the guards didn't understand what their lord intended to do, they swiftly began moving according to his orders. Soon, the two guards were placed on a table indoors along with the wooden planks. Due to excessive blood loss, even the guard who had previously shown some awareness had now fallen into a coma. "Quick, is it ready yet?" Though he knew haste wouldn't help, boiling water required patience, Nayland couldn't help but urge. "My lord, it'll be ready in just a moment." Quick had already piled more wood into several fires and ordered his men to vigorously fan the flames, making the bonfires burn even more fiercely. Fortunately, after a little over a minute, the first pot of water finally boiled. "Quick, undo their clothes as well." "Yes, my lord." Several guards didn't dare delay and immediately tore open the injured men's shirts, revealing a wound over 10 centimeters long on their abdomens. Without the cloth strip to staunch it, blood began flowing freely once more. Suppressing his discomfort, Narant swiftly began cleaning the soldier's wound with a boiled towel. "My lord, shall I assist you?" Quark, standing nearby, watched with an unusual expression in his eyes. Nobility always prided themselves on their exalted status. To personally tend to a wounded soldier, or even to show concern like Narant had just done, was an exceedingly rare sight among their ranks. After all, the lives of commoners and guards are cheap, and they can always be recruited again if lost. "No need, you can't help." Nathaniel focused on cleaning the guard's wound, paying no heed to the blood already staining his hands. Only after using 2 basins of hot water did he finally set down the cloth strip. "Vivian, needle, and thread. Milord, here you go." Vivian handed the threaded needle to Nalante. The other guards were utterly dumbfounded at this sight. What was the lord planning to do? Surely not. At this moment, the guards had already begun to guess what was coming, especially with such obvious items as needle and thread now in their lord's hands. The next moment, as expected, Nayland lifted his hand and placed the needle directly beside the wound. Put. Then, in the silent wooden house, the guards witnessed the most insane thing they'd ever seen in their lives. Their lord was actually stitching up a wound on a human body as if sewing clothes. The guards had never imagined that a human body could be stitched together like this. Even though they had just survived a life-and-death battle, they couldn't suppress a shiver running down their spines. To them, this was more terrifying than fighting enemies to the death. The guards held their breaths, silently watching as their lord wielded needle and thread over the wounds with swift movements, while Vivian stood frozen, utterly bewildered. She was skilled at sewing clothes, but never had she imagined that needles and thread could be used on a person's body. Narant, however, had no time to concern himself with his subordinates' thoughts. Another gravely injured guard still awaited treatment, so his hands moved swiftly, stitching the wound by passing the needle through the flesh on both sides to pull it closed. Narant wasn't a doctor in his past life, and at this moment, aesthetics were the least of his concerns. His sole aim was to stop the bleeding. As a result, the stitches were crooked and hideously uneven. After just over a minute of stitching, the soldier's abdominal wound was finally sutured. "All right, strip open the other one's clothes too." After tying off the finely stitched thread, Narante immediately began treating the next patient. Yes, my lord." Hearing Narante's voice, the guards snapped out of their daze. "Vivian, wash the needle and thread another sterilized fine string." "Yes, my lord." Soon enough, Narant began treating the second seriously injured guard. This guard's wound was located on his side. Though the injury wasn't as deep as the previous guard's, the gash was significantly longer, stretching all the way from his waist to his back. After cleaning the area around the guard's wound, Nayland once again began stitching. Several minutes later, the wound was finally sutured. Though the stitching remained crooked, the bleeding had stopped. "Milord is mighty." As the final knot was tied, the surrounding guards couldn't help but cheer enthusiastically. for they felt they had witnessed a miracle. Such deep wounds would never stop bleeding through ordinary means, yet their lord had miraculously achieved this using nothing more than a tailor's needle and thread. This is no time for celebration, keep handing me the sutures. I need to stitch up the other larger wounds as well. Though the most life-threatening injuries had been stabilized, to maximize the chances of survival for both men, Narrant decided to proceed with stitching the remaining wounds. After more than 10 minutes, 7 or 8 wounds on the 2 guards had finally been meticulously sutured, and beads of sweat had begun to form on Narrant's forehead. Chapter 56, The Treasure Chest. Phew, finally done. My lord, please clean yourself. Vivian brought a clean towel. Good. Nostrand nodded, taking the towel to wash the blood from his hands. As he cleaned, he instructed several guards, watch them closely for now. We'll move them to the carriages when we leave later. Nostrand had done all he could, now it was up to fate. Stopping the bleeding was only the first hurdle for the wounded. The second, much like in his past life, was avoiding infection. This world naturally had no penicillin, so whether the 2 guards survived now depended on their resilience alone. Yes, my lord. The guards responded with reverence, their eyes already filled with admiration as they looked at Nalante. With his instructions given, Nalante stepped out of the wooden hut, breathed in the fresh air outside, and turned his gaze toward the carriage stationed at the camp's entrance. It's time to see what kind of mine this really is. Narrant was extremely curious about what kind of ore could be so important that even transporting it back to the territory required such secrecy in the dead of night. With this thought in mind, Narante approached the carriage. At this moment, the carriage was tightly wrapped in cowhide canvas. Vivian, open it up, commanded Nalante. Yes, my lord. Vivian immediately stepped forward with 2 guards to untie the fastened ropes. Crash! The ropes came undone, and the canvas cover was promptly flung open. How can these just be ordinary rocks? As the hide cloth was pulled away, all that met Nathaniel's eyes were plain, unremarkable stones, making him arch his eyebrows in surprise. No, these rocks must be hiding something. In an instant, Nayland grew even more excited. Move these rocks away. Yes, my lord. The guards boarded the carriages one after another and began unloading the rocks. In just a few minutes, most of the stones on the carriages had been removed, and sure enough, a crucial discovery was made. One of the guards on the carriage suddenly cried out, "My lord, there's a chest beneath this rock." The box? Dig it out quickly. Nathaniel's face lit up with joy as he immediately urged them on. Soon, with the guards' efforts, the box was pulled out from the pile of rocks and placed on the ground. The box wasn't particularly large, measuring only about 20 to 30 centimeters in length and width. However, what surprised Nathaniel was that the box was actually made of iron and even had a lock on it. Could it be a gold mine? Logically speaking, ores usually come in large quantities. Having just a single crate suggested that this deposit was exceptionally precious. To avoid damaging the contents of the treasure chest, Narrant chose not to smash it open directly. Instead, he ordered his guards to search the body of the captain who had been struck down by his sword moments earlier. My lord, we found these 2 items on that guard's captain. Soon enough, the guards had retrieved a booklet and a key from Johnny's corpse. Basic battle aura technique? This must be one of the rewards from the system. Though it's the lowest grade aura technique, it can still be used to cultivate extraordinary subordinates. Glancing at the booklet, he found this reward particularly satisfactory. Then Nathaniel tucked the basic combat chi manual into his robe. Right now, the treasure chest took priority. He used the key to unlock the iron shackle on the treasure chest. As the iron lid of the chest slowly creaked open, Nathaniel's eyes widened in the next instant. Holy crap! No way! Flaming spirit stones? Narrant's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Inside the iron chest was a blazing crimson sight, layer upon layer of fire crystals, numbering at least several dozen. No wonder Quint valued this place so much, turning the camp into a fortress. This single mine alone is worth more than his 3 salt mines combined. And for cultivating battle aura, it's an incomparably massive boon. Now, every shred of doubt in Narrant's mind was finally dispelled. Quint had been willing to risk conflict with the Tulip territory. If he, Narrant, were in that position, he probably wouldn't have resisted the temptation either. But since you've run into me, tough luck. Heh, is this what those web novels called protagonist's luck? Specializing in hijacking the villain's opportunities? Though Narrant found Quint's outrageous fortune hard to believe, this was within his buffer zone. There was no way he'd let the man continue mining here. He closed the treasure chest again, leaving Vivian to guard it, and headed back toward the camp. Now that the battle was over, the final cleanup needed to be dealt with quickly. My lord, you've arrived. Soon, Narrant reached the deepest part of the camp, where the entrance to the mine was located. Kunt's little yellow pixie was also waiting there. Nayland nodded in agreement. My lord, what should we do with these miners? Quick pointed toward the wooden huts and inquired. There were 2 small wooden huts here. To prevent the camp's secrets from leaking, over 30 miners were currently locked inside. The huts were not only filthy and overcrowded but also emitted a foul stench. Clearly, these miners lived in wretched conditions. Tie them up with ropes and take them back for now. After pondering for a moment, Nalante issued the command. Originally, following the practices of other lords, the safest solution would have been to leave none alive, especially since over 60 of Quint's soldiers had died here, along with a noble knight. However, Nalante simply couldn't bring himself to commit such a ruthless act. These unarmed miners were merely oppressed serfs and tools under Kunte's tyranny, fundamentally different from enemies like Dilly and his soldiers. Yes, my lord. At the command, Quirk didn't hesitate and immediately ordered several guards to fetch ropes to begin stringing the miners together one by one. Afterwards, Narent's gaze shifted toward the mine entrance, where a small yellow spirit was emitting a soft golden glow. Should I release it, or exterminate it? Narent frowned slightly, feeling torn by indecision. When he first set out, Narent's plan had been clear. No matter what mineral deposits lay within the camp, after capturing it, the spirit would have to be destroyed. After all, once a sprite bonds with its master, it will never betray unless the master personally releases the contract. Even if Nalante were to capture it, it would be useless and only expose his identity. But now, this turned out to be a blazing flame crystal sprite, and Nalante found himself hesitating. Sprites capable of nurturing battle chi crystals are extremely rare, practically divine blessings. If he were to destroy this sprite, it would be nothing short of sacrilege. Forget it. I'll just put it back for now. Having completely destroyed the camp this time, I'm sure Kunt won't be able to resume mining anytime soon. After wrestling with the decision for a long time, Nalante ultimately chose not to harm the sprite. After all, perhaps this little fellow might one day become his. Quick, tie up these miners and take them out of the camp, then toss this little sprite outside too. After that, burn the entire camp to the ground as planned. Yes, my lord. After giving his orders, Nalan turned and headed back outside the gate. He had no intention of entering the mine shaft to investigate, for anger crystal mines differed from ordinary ore deposits. The anger crystal deposits were extremely sparse and scattered underground, requiring relentless digging to uncover even small fragments. Narante estimated that the 50-plus crystal stones he obtained were likely the result of at least 2 months' labor from the camp. Even if he entered to inspect now, it would be no different from stepping into an ordinary cave. Next, the guards escorted the ferries and miners out of the camp, collected all the enemy's weapons and equipment, then began the burning operation. This time, the guards didn't even spare the mineshaft. They dismantled numerous wooden structures and tossed them into the tunnel to set ablaze. As the flames continued to rise, watching the camp being completely engulfed by fire, Naland finally waved his hand grandly, leading the group back with full spoils. Chapter 57, Quint's Bad News. The journey back proceeded without incident, though the pace was slowed by the 30 captured miners they brought along. The delay wouldn't normally matter, but as dark clouds gathered overhead and lightning began streaking across the distant horizon, Nalan couldn't help feeling uneasy. In this backward world, getting caught in the rain carried significant risks. A simple cold could easily turn fatal if luck wasn't on your side. What's more concerning was that the group included injured members. Exposure to the rain would likely worsen their conditions. During the subsequent journey, Narent continuously urged the group to quicken their pace. Fortunately, luck seemed to favor them. When they arrived at the castle gates, the torrential rain had yet to begin. The Lord has returned. Open the castle gates quickly. Thomas stood on the castle ramparts. Since the Lord had taken all the guards from the castle, its safety tonight once again fell to him and 3 manservants. As the group finally reached the base of the city walls and saw the grand, imposing, and handsome Lord leading the charge, Thomas finally relaxed. Unable to contain his excitement, he shouted down at the servants below. After shouting, he immediately headed down the stairs to fetch hot water and a towel from the castle. My lord, you're back. Thomas hurried to Narent's horse and presented him with a warm towel. Ah, we're back. Nathaniel dismounted and vigorously wiped his face with the towel handed to him, feeling considerably more awake. Congratulations, my lord, on your great victory. By now, the carriages and over 30 serfs at the rear had also entered the castle. Thomas didn't need to think hard to guess his lord's achievements tonight. All right, Thomas, enough flattery. There are 2 severely wounded guards here, and many others with injuries. Quickly fetch some medicinal herbs to treat them. Nathaniel chuckled, cutting off Thomas's praise as he issued his orders. Also, inform Rose and have her prepare several pots of meat broth for the guards to eat later. Yes, my lord. Thomas didn't dare delay upon hearing this and immediately ran toward the inner keep with the servants. Quirk, arrange these prisoners and weapons properly. After everyone has had some meat broth, let all but the guards on duty rest early. After Thomas left, Narent began issuing orders to Vivian and Quirk. It was already past midnight, so all matters regarding post-battle rewards and settlements would be left until tomorrow. Yes, my lord. Crash. By the time Narante had finished washing up and returned to his room, the rain that had been brewing alongside the lightning was pouring down in sheets. Thank you for your care, Glory. Listening to the sound of raindrops, Narent's lips curled slightly upward. This rain was falling precisely as he desired. Though he understood perfectly well that no matter how meticulously he covered his tracks, Quint would always cast suspicion upon him. Yet suspicion was one thing, this torrential downpour would obliterate even the last possible traces of evidence, like wagon ruts or similar marks, thereby minimizing his risk of overt exposure. Inside the castle of Baron Kent, the usually pampered Baron was pacing restlessly in the great hall, his face unmistakably etched with anxiety. Crack! Amidst the thunder and lightning outside the window, Kent felt an even greater sense of unease. Why haven't they returned yet? Today's caravan departure was arranged with utmost secrecy, there should have been no mishaps by all accounts. Quint's concern naturally fell upon the convoy he had dispatched to the buffer zone to collect flame crystals. Ever since the yellow sprites had birthed the flame crystal or several months ago, he had devoted all his energy to this endeavor. Not only had he sent workers to build a wooden outpost there comparable to a small fortress, but he had also stationed one of his vassals and half his military forces to guard it. After such prolonged preparation, today had finally arrived for the first harvest. The convoy that was originally scheduled to return by midnight had now been delayed for over 2 hours. Stirring unease within him, this was the culmination of nearly 2 months of mining. Fortunately, the mental connection with the flame crystal sprite still remained in his thoughts. Though he couldn't sense the sprite's precise condition due to the distance, it at least indicated that the camp likely hadn't encountered any major issues. He had already dispatched several guards on horseback to investigate, and he believed they would return with news shortly. Thud, thud, thud. Just then, the door to the hall was knocked upon. Enter. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed in a silk robe entered, none other than his castle steward. Roach, has there been any news? Seeing his steward, Quint couldn't help but blurt out impatiently. Yet the moment he finished speaking, the steward's deathly pale face gave Quint a sinking feeling. My lord. The steward's voice trembled as he spoke. Speak, what exactly happened? Has my convoy returned? Quint's face darkened as he took 2 steps forward, grabbing the butler by the collar and demanding an answer. Milord, the convoy met with an accident. The castle steward finally mustered his courage and spoke the truth. What in blazes happened? Milord, the dispatched guards galloped toward the buffer zone, but they never encountered the convoy along the way. Finally, when they reached the buffer zone, they discovered that the camp had been burned to ruins, and Captain Johnny lay dead at the camp's entrance. What? The camp was burned down too? How is this possible? Quinn couldn't believe his ears. He had thought only the caravan had been ambushed, never imagined even their fortified base would be destroyed. And what about Dillick? That fool Dillick? And where are my 50+ guards? Milord, Sir Dilly has fallen in battle, and all the guards in the camp have perished, the steward reported truthfully. Hearing this, Quint couldn't help but take several steps back. My lord, you must take care of your health. The guards have brought back your sprite, they found it just outside the camp. The steward, fearing Quint might collapse from distress, immediately presented the yellow sprite. Though Quint saw the sprite, his fury remained unabated. After all, that camp had cost him tremendous manpower and resources to build. And those well-trained guards were all requisitioned from the Count. Who was it? Who exactly did this? Send people to investigate. I must find this person and tear them limb from limb. Quint couldn't comprehend it. Even a baron shouldn't have been able to breach his camp, yet now it had been completely destroyed. At noon the next day, Nalante woke up pleasantly from his soft bed. Exhausted from the fierce battle, he had slept until now. Opening his eyes, he looked toward the head of the bed where an iron treasure chest rested. He immediately got up and opened the chest again, finding more than 50 red flame crystals quietly nestled inside. The dense battle aura flickering with raging flames within the crystals filled Nayland with delight. This box is worth at least 550 gold coins. He had counted them the night before. The wooden chest held exactly 55 flame crystals. Just 2 days ago he had received a single flame crystal gifted by his younger sister. Never had he imagined that in the blink of an eye, he would now possess an entire box of them. With these, my path of cultivation will surely soar. Ha ha ha, Nayland let out a joyous laugh. As a transmigrator, he understood better than anyone that in such a supernatural world, only with sufficient strength could one truly live in safety. Chapter 58, Celebration and Rewards. When Narrant got up and arrived at the front courtyard, Quirk and the others were sorting through last night's spoils, weapons and equipment seized from Count's guards. Combining Count's camp with the ore-transporting convoy, his forces had numbered 61 men in total. However, during the battle, most of their weapons and equipment were rendered useless, especially protective gear like leather armor, which suffered the most severe damage. The final tally yielded weapons and equipment that could still be used after minor repairs: 10 leather armors, 5 longbows, and over 20 longswords. These weapons and equipment are quite valuable loot, especially the standard-issue leather armor, which costs 30 silver coins per set in Tulip City. 10 sets would amount to 3 gold coins. The caravan returned from Tulip City with most of their funds spent on these purchases. As for standard longswords, they weren't particularly expensive. The cheaper ones cost 7 or 8 silver coins each, while the finest quality would top out at 15 silver coins. Aside from weapons and equipment, there were those 30 miners who had all been confined to the castle dungeons by now. Although Narrant had no intention of harming the miners, they would have to remain imprisoned for the time being until better arrangements could be made for their release. After gaining a basic understanding of the situation, Nalante headed to the rear garden to begin his cultivation. Arriving at the backyard garden, merely with a thought, the surging battle chi from the blazing crystal in his hand instantly poured into his body. If absorbing fighting energy during meditation is like a faucet dripping, then cultivating with flaming blaze crystals would be like flooding your whole house using a fire hydrant. At noon, Narant was roused from his cultivation. The victory banquet he had ordered was ready. When he arrived at the front courtyard again, 4 or 5 wooden tables had been neatly arranged, and the guards sat quietly at the long tables waiting. Originally, the victory celebration would have required gathering all the villagers to watch as each guard was individually commended, letting them bask in the people's admiration to bolster their sense of honor. Unfortunately, this attack couldn't be made public, so the celebration had to be confined within the castle walls. "Greetings, my lord." When Nalan arrived, the guards all gazed intently at their lord. Nalan stepped forward with a smile. "Last night's battle was intense, but it also allowed me to witness your bravery, and today, I shall reward you all for your valor." With that, Thomas approached Narant and handed him a slip of paper. The note recorded the kill counts of each guardsman from last night's battle, a tally made by Quirk and Vivian before leaving the camp. Surely, rather than summoning the guards first, Narant called out the small yet crucial unsung heroine of this operation. "My lord, I'm here." Shirley hadn't expected to be the first called by her lord. Though usually lively and spirited, she found herself uncharacteristically bashful under everyone's gaze. Sherry's bees played the most crucial role in this operation. Therefore, I reward Sherry with 10 silver coins, 2 loaves of brown sugar white bread, and additionally, 2 bottles of jasmine perfume. Wow, 2 bottles of perfume. Thank you, my lord. Sherry pledges to serve you with her life. Hearing this, Sherry immediately jumped for joy. Now everyone understood the value of perfume. It was worth 2 gold coins. No wonder Sherry was overjoyed. If it weren't forbidden, she might have even been tempted to plant a grateful kiss. Next is Vivian. Vivian was also exceptionally brave in last night's battle. Her reward is 10 silver coins, a loaf of brown sugar white bread, and a bottle of jasmine perfume. Thank you, my lord. I pledge my life to your service. Vivian's face also lit up with excitement, though her personality was much more reserved than Lilia's. Without jumping around, she respectfully stepped forward to bow before Nalante, then happily returned to her spot with the gifts. And next is Quake, reporting, "My lord, your bravery in last night's battle was remarkable. As a reward, I grant you 10 silver coins and a foundational combat aura cultivation manual." Wow, aura cultivation manual. This time, the guards below were even more astonished than when they had heard Sherry's reward. This is a battle aura cultivation technique. Only by possessing combat aura could one truly shed the status of a commoner or serf. This was the lifelong pursuit of every guard. And to maintain their firm rule, the nobility naturally placed great importance on combat aura cultivation techniques. Under ordinary circumstances, guards would have no chance to obtain such manuals without performing exceptionally meritorious deeds. This, my lord, this subordinate hasn't earned sufficient merit. Though Keek's dream since becoming a guard had always been to someday obtain a combat aura cultivation manual through military exploits, he knew that the mere achievement of slaying 7 enemies last night wasn't enough to warrant such a reward. No, Quick, beyond sufficient merit, your loyalty to me is equally paramount. During this period, I've witnessed your devotion and your valor. Therefore, I am awarding you this basic combat chi manual in advance, hoping that with enhanced capabilities, you can make even greater contributions. Narant interrupted Quick's words. His decision to impart the chi cultivation manual had been carefully considered. First, he sorely lacked martial strength in his service. Other barons had 1 or 2 titled knights as vassals, whereas he possessed none. But his Stormwind territory is more dangerous than other domains, and when his valuable goods begin earning substantial gold in the future, the peril will multiply exponentially. By then, it won't just be dark creatures, even covetous lords will set their sights on Stormwind territory. That's why he needs to cultivate sufficient high-tier combat strength as early as possible. A titled knight isn't forged overnight. Imparting the basic combat aura technique to Quirk now is simply preparation for the future. After all, Quirk's loyalty is beyond question. Additionally, he intends to stage a performance of buying bones with 1,000 gold, a move somewhat shameless, yet indispensable for a ruler. Today he was able to present the combat technique to Quirk, which also gave the guards a glimpse of hope, unlike other nobles who only offered empty promises. "Yes, my lord, Quirk swears to serve you unto death." Hearing Narant's words, Quirk hesitated no longer. With reverence, he approached Narant, knelt solemnly on one knee, and accepted his reward with boundless excitement. "Good, and all of you. Though only Quirk has earned the combat cultivation method this time, let me assure you he will not be the last to receive such a technique. Every one of you has the same opportunity." Once Quirk returned to his seat, Narant addressed the guards below. "Yes, my lord, we swear to serve you unto death." Hope, true hope, shone in the eyes of every guard. Very well, next is Lucky Mud. In this battle, you killed 3 enemies and fought with exceptional bravery. Hereby, you are rewarded with 9 silver coins and 3 blocks of dark brown sugar bread. Yes, thank you for the reward, my lord. I pledge my life to serve you. Honeystone, in this battle, you killed 2 enemies and fought with great valor. Hereby, you are rewarded with 6 silver coins and 2 blocks of brown sugar black bread. The rewards for ordinary guards were calculated by Narrant at a rate of 3 silver coins and 1 brown sugar loaf per severed head. Don't think Narrant was stingy. Other noble lords typically paid no more than 20-odd silver coins as death compensation for fallen guards, often valuing them less than a set of leather armor. After all, commoners were the world's most abundant resource, and nobles had long grown accustomed to penny pinching. As for the 2 severely wounded guards who hadn't regained consciousness, Narrant temporarily withheld their rewards, deciding to wait for their recovery progress before determining appropriate compensation. If they were lucky enough to survive, Narrant would give them a few extra silver coins as compensation for their injuries. If both were killed in battle, Narrant would also provide a pension to compensate their families. Alright, now that the rewards are done, it's time to start the victory celebration. Today, there's still unlimited meat stew, and I've even prepared beer for you all. The rewards were distributed, and Nalante waved at Thomas. Servants immediately began bringing out the prepared dishes. Additionally, Thomas carefully rolled in a barrel of beer. This beer had been confiscated during Anthony's estate seizure, but Nalante wasn't fond of this world's beer due to its crude brewing techniques, which often left it with a bitter taste. Thus, Nalante would rather drink floral tea or honey water than touch this beer. It's actually beer. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. We thank the Lord for his generosity. However, just because Nayland didn't like it didn't mean the guards felt the same. When they heard there was actually beer, they all cheered enthusiastically. With wave after wave of cheers, the castle completely descended into a joyous revelry. Chapter 59. What breakfast is this delicious? 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye since the buffer zone battle, and the castle had returned to its usual state of tranquility. The guards had resumed their rigorous training. Nalante's supervision was no longer needed, as Vivian and Quake had already mastered the training methods under his guidance. Meanwhile, Narrant himself devoted more time to cultivating his battle aura, for through his duel with Dilly, he had profoundly realized how significantly levels affected combat prowess. With the absorption of the blazing crystal, his training progressed at an unprecedented speed. At dawn, along the northern border of Stormwind territory where it adjoined Tulip territory, a group of 30 to 40 people was advancing deeper into Stormwind lands. There was neither a carriage nor weapons among this group, just civilians and serfs carrying baskets of various sizes on their backs. They were, in fact, subjects of Blackrock territory. Ever since purchasing low-priced salt and dried fish last time, the people of Blackrock territory had been unable to forget about it. Many had also taken Thomas's advice to heart and had spent these past days making thorough preparations. Though the land of misfortune is indeed perilous, the immense rewards are enough to tempt people into taking the risk. As they ventured deeper into the land of misfortune, their vigilance grew sharper, as if dark creatures might burst from the woods lining the path at any moment. Not that they were cowardly, it was simply that the land of misfortune's fearsome reputation was too deeply ingrained in people's minds. Fortunately, the journey passed without incident, and after over an hour's trek, the group finally spotted a castle towering upon a distant cliff. We've finally arrived. I've heard that if you keep going for about 10 more minutes after seeing the castle, you'll reach the largest village in the land of misfortune. At the front of the group, a young man of about 17 or 18 exclaimed excitedly, "Shoo, keep your voice down, cur. This place now has a lord, and he certainly wouldn't appreciate us calling it the land of misfortune. It's stormed territory now." Just then, a middle-aged man walked up behind the youth named Kerr and scolded him sternly. "If the Lord hears about this, even if he doesn't punish you directly, refusing to sell us salt would make this whole trip a wasted effort." "Oh, Uncle Laurie, I understand." Hearing the reprimand, Kerr immediately hunched his shoulders. "Pick up the pace, everyone. Once we reach that village and buy the salt, we'll leave immediately." Only then did the middle-aged man seem satisfied, before calling out to the group behind him. Soon, the group quickened their steps, traversing the earthen road outside the castle until they reached the entrance of May Village. Yet upon arriving at the village entrance, the entire party froze in astonishment. "Uncle Laurie, these streets are incredibly clean." Standing outside May Village, the group found it hard to believe their eyes. They had never seen streets this spotless before. There was no animal waste, no litter, and not even the usual foul, pungent odors they had grown accustomed to. "We're just here to buy salt, why worry so much? Let's go take a look." Although it was still early morning, there were already many early risers walking along the road ahead. Laurie led the group forward when suddenly they encountered an even more astonishing scene. A large crowd of May Village villagers were lined up in front of a stone hut, as if there was something inside waiting to be distributed. "Uncle Laurie, is that a place selling breakfast? I didn't eat anything after waking up today. Why don't we go take a look? They had brought rations with them, but after entering Stormwind territory that morning, they hadn't dared to stop for long to light a fire and prepare food, so they hadn't eaten breakfast yet. Seeing so many people queuing up here, he thought there must be some delicious food around. Fine, go take a look then, and while you're at it, ask where we can buy salt. Lori didn't object since it was their first time here and they didn't know who to approach for salt purchases. Hearing this, Kerr was overjoyed. He fished out a few copper coins and quickly ran towards the stone house. Arriving at the stone house, Kerr didn't dare cause trouble and obediently joined the queue. Since there were still quite a few people ahead, Kerr decided to use this time to inquire about the salt issue. He reached out and lightly tapped the shoulder of the middle-aged man in front of him, who turned around with a puzzled look on his face. Kerr knew he needed to break the ice before asking questions, so he flashed a warm smile and said, "Hey there, uncle. Here for breakfast? Is it really that good? Look at this long line." The uncle didn't answer. His face went through a series of expressions before he finally rolled his eyes at Kerr and walked away from the queue. Faced with such a reaction from the uncle, Kerr felt that the people here weren't particularly friendly, or at least, that's how he saw it. He felt his tone was friendly enough, yet the man in front not only ignored him but even shot him a disdainful glance. People in this wretched land are so unfriendly. Kerr couldn't help scratching his head, but Uncle Laurie's task had to be completed, so he turned his attention to the person ahead, who appeared to be a young man. Kerr tapped the young man's shoulder again. When he turned around, Kerr flashed another smile. "Big bro, what kind of breakfast is served inside? With such a long line, my stomach's growling already." The young man gave Kerr a peculiar look, sizing him up from head to toe before silently walking away. But before leaving, he cast him a pitying glance and muttered under his breath, "How pathetic." Kerr blinked innocently, thinking to himself, "How am I pitiful? I just said I'm hungry, Still unwilling to give up, Kerr turned his gaze to the old man ahead. "Elderly people should have better tempers, he'll definitely answer my question." Kerr raised his hand and patted the old man's shoulder. "Grandfather, I wanted to ask." "Young man, are you in a hurry? Then you go first. I can wait a little longer." But before Kerr could even ask, the old man immediately gave up his spot. Touched by these words, Kerr was about to explain that he wasn't in a hurry, but the old man continued, "All right lad, someone's just come out up ahead, go on in. There are others waiting behind too." With that, he gave Kerr a gentle nudge. Seeing no way out, Kerr thanked him and finally walked toward the stone hut. He figured he could just ask the breakfast shop owner inside about the salt later. "That Kerr kid's really something, cutting to the front of the line so fast," someone in the distant queue remarked in admiration as they watched him enter the breakfast shop so quickly. "That lad better not overdo it. Those two villagers just now seem to leave outright. If he accidentally angers them, this is their territory after all." Lori couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, relieved to see the two villagers hadn't taken offense. Kier's coming out. He looks a bit off." Just as Lori finished speaking, the group suddenly spotted Kier emerging from the stone house, his expression gloomier than if he'd lost 10 copper coins. Could he have forgotten his money? "No way, I just saw him take it out earlier." The group immediately began speculating with curiosity. Soon enough, Kier had returned to the front of the party. "Kerr, what's going on? Didn't you go to buy breakfast?" Lori immediately asked with concern, thinking something had happened. "Well, you see." Kerr's face alternated between pale and ashen in an instant, at a complete loss for how to explain. He had entered the stone house cheerfully just moments ago, fully intending to buy breakfast. But the instant he stepped inside, he knew something was wrong, because the smell was off. What happened next goes without saying. Kerr barely managed to avoid passing out on the spot from sheer shock. Turning around abruptly, he bolted out as if fleeing for his life. At this moment, he finally understood why that middle-aged man and young man had been looking at him with such strange expressions earlier. "Uncle Laurie, that's a toilet." After hesitating for a long while and seeing everyone's curious looks, Kerr had no choice but to confess. "A toilet? What's a toilet? Never heard of it." Everyone looked utterly confused. "It's where you do XXX," Kerr blurted out. Everyone had sweat drops hanging over their heads. "Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha." Speechless, he then burst into uproarious laughter, mocking Kerr until he wished the ground would swallow him whole. "Kerr, are you serious? Such a brand new stone house actually serves this purpose?" Lori still couldn't believe it. Seeing how almost every other dwelling in the village was a simple wooden shack with a thatched roof, this large stone building stood out unmistakably. Not only was it the sole one of its kind, but it was also freshly built. How could it possibly be used for such disgraceful matters? "Honestly, Uncle Laurie," Kyle nearly wept with frustration, realizing he'd just been made a fool of himself by asking strangers what delicacy was being cooked inside their homes. "No wonder the streets here are so immaculate. so this is why, Lori exclaimed in amazement. Though over 40 years old and having traveled through numerous noble territories, he'd never witnessed anything so unbelievable. Chapter 60, The First Merchant Caravan's Trade Deal. Which territory do you hail from? Just as their conversation concluded, an inquiring voice suddenly sounded behind them. The crowd turned to look behind them and saw a noble young man dressed in opulent attire gazing at them from atop a white warhorse, with guards and a carriage following closely behind him. "Greetings, my lord! Greetings, my lord!" Lori and the others were startled, swiftly offering respectful bows and greetings. "Rise, I hear you've come to Stormwind territory to purchase salt?" The speaker was naturally Narrant. Such a large procession passing by the castle would have been reported to him immediately by the guards. Without much thought, Narrant concluded they must be the salt-buying delegation coming to Stormwind territory. He promptly instructed Thomas to load the goods onto carts and rush to Maisleaf village. "Yes, my lord, we hail from Blackrock territory and have come to Stormwind to buy salt." Larry didn't dare delay, answering promptly. "Well, since this is a business transaction, there's no need for nervousness. My Stormwind territory warmly welcomes all merchants." Narrant's smile grew even more amiable as he reassured the group. In any case, these were the first people to come to Stormwind territory, and Nalante needed to make them feel secure about doing business here. To retain merchant caravans, besides sufficient profits, a stable trading environment was also crucial. "Yes, noble lord." Lori stole a glance at this amiable lord. He had never before seen any noble lord who was so approachable. "Thomas, this is their first visit to Stormwind territory. Make sure they're properly received." After this, Nalante decided not to interfere further, knowing that if he stayed, these commoners would likely remain uneasy. With everything settled, Narante decisively headed to a shaded spot nearby to observe Thomas negotiating with the merchant caravan. "Ah, it's that lord from last time." The moment Thomas appeared, Lori and the other villagers from Blackrock territory instantly felt reassured. Having engaged in trade with Thomas before, they instinctively trusted him. "Everyone, it's a pleasure to see you again. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Thomas, the castle steward of Stormwind territory." "It's wonderful to see you again, Lord Thomas." Listening to Thomas's courteous introduction, Bernie and the others promptly responded with reverence. "I'm curious, did you not bring any other goods to sell in Stormwind territory when you came to purchase salt this time?" Thomas asked with a smile. "Ah, Lord Thomas, apologies, we came in haste and didn't know what Stormwind territory lacks, so we didn't bring any goods." Lori and the others immediately wore expressions of embarrassment. Truth be told, it wasn't that they didn't know what Stormwind territory needed. Rather, they worried the territory's residents were too poor to afford much. If their goods couldn't be sold and they had to haul them back, it would be troublesome. Thomas pretended not to notice their reasoning and smiled. "Well, that makes sense. But after the salt trade is done, you could visit Wheatleaf village and ask the villagers what they might need. Next time you come, you could try bringing some along." Although Stormwind territory has only a little over 1,000 inhabitants, under the leadership of our Lord Nayland, they are far from poor. In fact, lately they've been eating meat every single day. "What? Meat every day?" Exclamations immediately erupted among Lori's group upon hearing Thomas's words. Even ordinary townsfolk like themselves couldn't afford to eat meat daily. It was hard to believe how serfs in Stormwind territory managed it. Yet, seeing Thomas's earnest expression, no one doubted his claim. After all, once the trade was completed, they could simply walk around Wheatleaf village to verify the truth for themselves. Last time, Narante gave the serfs enough fish to last them 3 or 4 months. During this period, the serfs not only received generous payment for various tasks assigned by Narante, but also earned nearly 2,000 copper coins in recent days by searching for sugarcane in the woods and grasslands. It could be said that the people of Stormwind territory are unprecedentedly wealthy now. However, they currently lack avenues to spend their wealth, as Narante has prohibited travel to Baronquent's territory for their safety. Alright, everyone, if you wish to bring goods to sell in Stormwind territory, you can inquire about it later in the town. For now, let's begin trading the salt you require. Just as I said last time, since you've come to Storm territory, the price remains 5 copper coins per packet of salt and 10 copper coins per caddy of dried fish. How much do you need, Lord Thomas? This time we need 800 packets of salt and 100 caddies of dried fish. Lori and his group of 7 or 8 partners had come to Storm territory with great determination, having staked most of their wealth on this venture, a true gamble. Very well. The 800 packets of salt and 100 caddies of dried fish can be handed over immediately. The goods are loaded on the wagons, you may inspect them. If everything is in order, we can exchange payment and goods right away. Thomas nodded approvingly. Thank you, Lord Thomas. Lori and the others immediately showed gratitude. Before arriving, they had been anxious whether the quality of this batch would match their last purchase. But now that we can inspect the goods, there's absolutely no need to worry. What's more, this practice of inspecting goods has never been done with other nobles. If you dare ask a few more questions, You might even be met with the guards' fierce glares. Lori and the others immediately walked to the wagon and peered into the baskets inside. The open paper parcels revealed the same high-quality salt as before, without a single grain of sand. Lord Thomas, both the salt and dried fish are excellent. This is exactly what we want to buy. Lori exclaimed excitedly. Very well, I'll arrange for someone to weigh it for you. What followed was much simpler. Thomas and Lori supervised the weighing of the salt together before loading it into the serfs' baskets that Bernie had brought. While Lori and Thomas were busy, Kerr kept circling the carriage, his nose twitching incessantly as he sniffed at something. What are you doing? Just then, Vivian, standing by the carriage, couldn't bear to watch any longer and asked with a barely suppressed smile. Kyle was startled. Hearing a woman's voice initially hadn't made him nervous, but when he saw Vivian clad in leather armor with a longbow strapped to her back, instantly recognizing these as a guard's attire, he couldn't help but reply in a timid whisper, "Guard sir, ma'am, I wasn't doing anything, just smelled something fragrant, so I was sniffing around." Fragrant? You mean this brown sugar black bread? Vivian stepped forward without hesitation, lifting the lids off two wooden barrels behind her. As the lids came off, an intense aroma of brown sugar wafted out, instantly freezing Kyle in place as if under a paralysis spell. Chapter 61, Selling Brown Sugar Black Bread. So fragrant. After a dumbfounded pause, Cor couldn't help but swallow hard as the aroma wafting from the wooden bucket assaulted his senses. He'd swear on his life he'd never smelled black bread this intoxicating before. Want some? You can buy it for 10 copper coins each. Vivian wasn't surprised by his reaction and directly pulled out a fist-sized piece of black bread from the wooden barrel. My lord, this is far too expensive. Kerr's mouth certainly watered at the sight, but upon hearing 10 copper coins for a single piece, he couldn't help exclaiming in astonishment. You should know that for ordinary black bread, 10 coins can already buy a large piece, weighing at least half a pound or more. But the bread in the guardsman's hand right now is only the size of a fist. Don't complain about the price, you smelled its fragrance, didn't you? This is even more delicious than white bread. Are you sure you don't want to give it a try? Vivian spared no effort in promoting her lord's bread. Seeing Dallo hesitate, she quickly coaxed him. Kier was swayed by Vivian's words. The unique aroma earlier had indeed been tempting, and since he hadn't eaten breakfast, he could hardly resist now. With that thought, Kier stole a glance at Lori to confirm he wasn't paying attention, then quickly pulled out all 10 coins he had on him. Then, I'll buy one piece. Vivian smiled as she took the money and handed the brown sugar bread directly to Kier. And seeing this scene from afar, Nayland couldn't help but smile. The reason he loaded the carriage with brown sugar bread was precisely to sell it to this group of people. Nayland firmly believed that no one in this world could resist the temptation of brown sugar. After tasting brown sugar bread once, they would undoubtedly crave it a second time. As for why Nayland didn't simply sell the brown sugar directly but went through the trouble of making brown sugar black bread instead, simply selling brown sugar would be too expensive. At such high prices, only nobles could afford it. But nobles are particularly wary of the reputation of the cursed land, making this a deadlock. So, Nayland decided to make brown sugar black bread instead, earning profits while also introducing brown sugar to a wider market. Black bread can be stored for a very long time, making it perfectly suitable for long-distance sales like other goods. Once brown sugar bread gains popularity, merchant caravans will have yet another reason to visit Stormwind territory. Ah! Just as Nalante's thoughts were wandering, a startled cry rang out nearby. The exclamation naturally came from Kerr, who had just taken a bite of the brown sugar black bread and immediately had the same reaction as the guard, Carrie Nueva. Kerr, what are you doing? Lori was focused on counting the goods with Thomas when Kerr's sudden exclamation startled them both. Uncle Lori, I didn't mean to, this brown sugar bread is just too delicious. Kerr clutched the dark brown sugar bread, blushing and hanging his head in shame. Brown sugar dark bread? Lori questioned aloud. They ate dark bread daily, how could it possibly be tasty enough to make Kerr exclaim in surprise? Lori, I nearly forgot to mention our Storm territory produces a unique brown sugar dark bread unlike any other in the entire duchy. Incredibly delicious, you could even say it rivals white bread in flavor. Would you be interested in purchasing some to sell back home? Thomas watched Kerr's dazed expression and chuckled silently to himself. The one and only in the entire duchy? Better than white bread? Lori didn't know how to respond to Thomas. Could black bread really taste better than white bread? He didn't believe it, he was a commoner who'd tasted white bread before. Besides, what's so unique about it? Even if the Grand Duke himself came, black bread would still be black bread. That must be your nephew. Go ahead and ask him how it really tastes. Thomas, knowing exactly what Bernie was thinking, quickly added. He had originally planned to offer Lori a couple of pieces of brown sugar rye bread for free to taste before discussing business, but since the young man had already sampled it, those 2 pieces could now be saved. Kerr, let me see that brown sugar rye bread of yours. After all, Thomas was the castle steward. Though Lori didn't believe the bread was anything special, basic respect was necessary. At the very least, he had to taste it first before finding an excuse to decline. Oh, Kerr didn't dare argue with his uncle and reluctantly handed over the half-eaten loaf of rye bread, his eyes lingering on it longingly. Laurie took the bread, flashed Thomas a smile, and then brought it to his mouth. But the next moment, all pretenses vanished as Laurie froze in astonishment. What flavor is this? How could rye bread taste so delicious? Laurie's reaction was entirely within Thomas's expectations. Watching Laurie's demeanor, which wasn't much better than Kerr's, Thomas smiled faintly and said, "Well then, isn't our Storm Territory's brown sugar black bread even more delicious than white bread?" Steward Thomas, my sincere apologies, I'd been rather impolite. At this moment, Laurie finally understood that every word Thomas had spoken earlier was utterly truthful. In fact, the deliciousness of the brown sugar black bread surpassed even what the steward had described. "Steward Thomas, may I ask how many copper coins one loaf of this brown sugar black bread costs?" As the proprietor of a general store, Laurie prided himself on having some discernment. Bringing back this brown sugar black bread would undoubtedly earn him a tidy profit. However, the only variable now was the price. If it was too expensive, few would be able to afford it. "Uncle Laurie, this brown sugar rye bread costs 10 copper coins each." Kerr chimed in first from the side. 10 copper coins? As expected, such delicious rye bread commanded quite a steep price. Laurie's eyes dimmed considerably. Compared to ordinary rye bread, this price was at least 10 times higher. That wouldn't be easy to sell at all, especially since he still needed to make a profit and would have to add his own markup on top. 10 coppers is just the retail price. If you want a purchase, we require a minimum order of 100 brown sugar black bread loaves, with each loaf priced at just 7 coppers. Thomas intervened at the perfect moment. He had learned from his lord that the production cost of brown sugar black bread wasn't high. A single caddy of brown sugar could yield over 1,000 fist-sized loaves. "Steward Thomas, really? Just 7 coppers per loaf?" Instantly, Laurie's eyes sparkled with hope. "That's right, 7 copper coins each. When you resell them at 10 coppers per loaf, plenty of folks will still buy them, I'm certain." "Thank you, Steward Thomas. We'll purchase 200 loaves of brown sugar black bread." Laurie didn't hesitate. Though most serfs might not afford it, there were plenty of commoners in Blackrock territory who would surely be delighted to buy this brown sugar black bread sweeter than honey. Chapter 62, The Wheelbarrow. Only 200 loaves purchased? The amount of salt and dried fish bought was neither too much nor too little, but hearing that Laurie had purchased only 200 loaves of brown sugar black bread, Thomas was somewhat surprised. This time, the carriage had brought 500 loaves of black bread, and they were exceptionally delicious at that. Seeing Thomas's surprise, Laurie, fearing dissatisfaction from the castle steward, quickly explained, "Steward Thomas, I actually wanted to buy more, but we have limited hands for transporting goods this time. If we buy too much, we won't be able to carry it all back. With this trip, more serfs will surely be willing to accept our employment and come to Stormwind territory next time. Then we can purchase more goods. So that's how it is." Thomas looked at the heavily laden group and realized Laurie wasn't lying. Afterwards, the two parties settled the payment, with Laurie handing over a total of 64 silver coins to Thomas. Once the transaction was completed, Thomas took Laurie and his men around Wheatleaf village to ask the locals what goods they currently lacked, hoping to establish a good foundation for his territory. The serfs now had some copper coins to their names and weren't worried about food for the moment, so they immediately listed the things they needed: linen fabric, straw sandals, clay pots, and such. After seeing this, Laurie realized Stormhaven wasn't as poor as everyone thought and resolved to bring goods for sale on his next visit. After making the rounds, Laurie finally led his heavily laden caravan back the way they'd come. "My lord, this is the payment from the Blackrock merchant caravan, 64 silver coins in total. They bought 800 bags of salt, 100 caddies of dried fish, and 200 loaves of brown sugar black bread." After Laurie left, Thomas came to report before Narrant. Though it's a bit small, it's still a good start." Narrant nodded, not disdainful of the mere 64 silver coins. Goods sold to peasant serfs were always meant for small profits but quick turnover. He believed that as their reputation spread, more merchant caravans would come to Stormwind territory. "My lord, that Laurie mentioned he originally wanted to purchase more, but unfortunately, the hired hands he brought weren't enough, so he could only take this much cargo." Thomas recalled Laurie's earlier words and specifically explained, "Short on manpower?" Hearing the explanation, Nalante fell into thought. In this world, horses are extremely precious. Only nobles can afford to raise them. This is also the biggest obstacle preventing commoners from forming trade caravans, as goods that fit in a single horse-drawn wagon would require at least 10 to 20 people to carry. "Perhaps I can find a way to overcome this limitation." Not only could it generate profits, but it could also greatly benefit trade in Stormwind territory. In the next moment, Nalante's eyes shone with realization this constraint could also be Stormwind territory's opportunity. "Thomas, go to the village later and fetch 2 carpenters for me. I have work to assign them." "Yes, my lord." Shortly after returning to the castle, Thomas summoned the two most skilled carpenters from Wheatleaf village. "Your humble servants, Laugh, Larry, at your service, my lord." The two carpenters were brought to the hall just as Lord Nayland had finished drawing the blueprints. "All right, I have a blueprint here. Take a look and see if you can make it." With that, Narante handed the drawing to the two men. His drawing skills were naturally far from professional, but he only needed to sketch the basic shape. The details and measurements would naturally be figured out by the carpenters themselves. "My lord, this cart should be possible to build, but..." The carpenter sounded hesitant. "Speak freely, I won't blame you for it." Narante waved his hand dismissively. "Yes, my lord, but this cart has only one wheel and might tip over. Should I make it with two wheels instead?" the carpenter cautiously suggested. As for a one-wheeled wooden cart, though they didn't know what the lord intended to use it for, they were certain such a vehicle would surely be unusable. It was fortunate the cart hadn't been built yet. If the actual product were completed and became a laughingstock, of course it wouldn't be the noble lord's fault. The ones who'd suffer would likely be these two craftsmen. "Ah, so that's the concern." Naren suddenly understood and explained with a smile. "This isn't meant to be hitched to horses. Do you see these two handles and these support legs? It's designed to be pushed by people. With these legs attached, it won't tip over even when stationary." Narrant was sketching the single-wheeled handcart from his previous life, a device with a long history in China. Not only was it lightweight and maneuverable enough for narrow mountain paths, but it could also be operated by just one person, making it perfectly suited for this world. However, with its single-wheel design, the two carpenters had undoubtedly never seen anything like it before and couldn't fathom its purpose. To ensure they could craft a functional handcart, Narant proceeded to explain every detail to them with meticulous precision. "Now, do you understand?" "I understand, my lord." After Narant's detailed explanation, the two carpenters finally grasped the idea clearly. Though they hadn't yet used it, they could already envision the clever little wooden cart moving smoothly across the fields. Their gazes toward the Lord were filled with admiration. Though they were of humble status, it couldn't suppress their craftsman's ingenuity. If this cart could be successfully built, they believed it would surely thrill all the serfs. "Excellent. You may return and begin crafting immediately. Should your work meet my satisfaction, there will be generous rewards." "Yes, my lord." That night, atop the castle walls, Narant leisurely sipped honey tea while watching the meteor shower streak across the sky. If not for those dark creatures, a weekly meteor shower like this would truly be a rare and spectacular sight. "The meteor shower won't end for a while yet, might as well try my luck with a draw first." Tonight is another meteor shower night, and the system reward for resolving the buffer zone camp will appear this very night. Though it's absolutely astounding that two sprites would emerge during the same meteor shower, yet this wasn't something Narante would concern himself with. In fact, he'd be even happier if 8 or 10 appeared all at once. "System, I want to draw a prize." At his call, the lottery panel instantly materialized before Narante. Today's lottery looks just like the first time. The prizes that appeared on the panel this time were Strength Fruit, Agility Fruit, and Intelligence Fruit. "I hope I can draw an Agility Fruit this time," Nathaniel prayed silently in his heart. During the 10+ days when Thomas and the others went to Tulip City, he had actually drawn another Strength Fruit. However, when he consumed the second Strength Fruit, he discovered that its effect had significantly diminished. Of course, the word reduction might not be entirely accurate. It would be more appropriate to say that as his physique improved, the enhancement fruit's effects weren't as potent as before. When he first consumed the enhancement fruit, his physique strengthened from being inferior to an average person to surpassing one. And now, taking the second enhancement fruit, he had already become an extraordinary being capable of fighting 10 opponents alone. As a result, the second fruit only strengthened his body by about 10%. To double his current physical prowess, he would need at least 10 more enhancement fruits. Moreover, Nayland speculated that as his aura level increased, the number of enhancement fruits he would need to consume in the future would grow exponentially. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining agility. Just as Nayland was lost in thought, the system's notification echoed in his mind. "Wow, what luck! It actually happened just as I said." In delight, Narant immediately cast aside his distracting thoughts, retrieved the agility fruit from the system panel, and without hesitation, popped it into his mouth. As the sweet, warm current slid down into his stomach, Narant instantly sensed the changes in his body. "My body feels lighter. Is this the sensation of boosted agility?" Narant couldn't help but marvel. Then he stood up and began performing martial arts on the city wall with vigorous energy. After finishing the routine, he hopped about conducting various tests. In all martial arts under heaven, only speed is invincible. The current agility boost is at least double my original capacity. If I can draw a few more of these in the future, forget about fighting, I'll even be able to eat several mouthfuls faster than others. Having evaluated his agility enhancement, Narante couldn't help but grin smugly. The surrounding guards watched as their lord first leaped around vigorously, then stared blankly into space with an odd, foolish grin, leaving them utterly bewildered. Chapter 63, Two Little Spirits. My lord, the meteor shower has ended. Finally, seeing her lord in such a state, Vivian couldn't help but feel uneasy and carefully stepped forward to remind him. Oh, only then did Nayland snap out of it, quickly regaining his dignified lordly demeanor. Ahem, Vivian, go to the stable and fetch 2 horses for me now. My lord, are you planning to go out? Vivian couldn't hide her curiosity at his request. Another meteor shower tonight. I just saw a few meteors land in the territory, might as well go look for them, Narante said with mock seriousness. Yes, my lord. Vivian didn't hesitate upon hearing this and immediately trotted down the city wall. Only then did Narante rub his hands together excitedly. My little sprites, here I come. I wonder what color you'll be. Having said that, Narante directly activated the search function, and not just once, but twice in rapid succession. As the last 3 energy points were reduced by 2, 2 small green dots quickly appeared on the search radar. Having pinpointed the locations of the 2 little ones, Naren couldn't wait any longer and hurried to the base of the city walls. As Vivian led the horse over, Nalante directly mounted it in one swift motion. Vivian, let's go. Annoyed by how slowly traveling with guards would be, Naren once again set off alone with Vivian. And now Vivian has learned to ride, making her the most suitable companion. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing the order, Vivian immediately mounted Little Flower's saddle, then followed Narant as they rode out into the pitch-black night beyond the castle gates. The first ferry's location wasn't far, just about a mile past Wheatleaf village. As they approached the meteorite crater, Narant intentionally lingered nearby, stopping and starting while pretending to survey the surroundings. Vivian, I just saw one of the meteors fall in this direction. Keep an eye out and search for the crater. Yes, my lord. Vivian immediately focused her gaze upon hearing the command. With an archer's keen perception, it didn't take long before Vivian's eyes suddenly brightened. Ah, my lord, I think I found the meteor's crater. Oh, where? A look of delight appeared on Nalante's face. Milord, over there. Vivian sat on her horseback, her slender little finger pointing to a clearing about 10 meters away. Let's go take a look. Playing along perfectly, Nalante immediately dismounted and hurried over with Vivian. My acting skills are probably unmatched, just slightly inferior to that marginally less handsome Andy Lau. As he walked, Nalante gave himself a mental pat on the back. Soon, the two arrived before the meteor crater. My lord, there really are sprites. Upon reaching the edge of the crater, Vivian widened her eyes in disbelief and covered her small mouth. Ha ha, Vivian, it seems you bring me good fortune. Last time I ventured out with you, we obtained a sprite, and now unexpectedly, we've gained a second one. Nathaniel teased. This is merely your luck, my lord, blessed by the god of glory. Though secretly pleased by her lord's playful words, Vivian couldn't help feeling a little bashful, her fair cheeks flushing as she retorted. Come, let's see what color the sprite is. As he spoke, Narant drew his long sword and gently tapped it against the meteorite's surface. Crack! With a brittle shattering sound, the meteorite immediately split apart. It's actually a green sprite. Not bad either. Looking at the little creature in the pit, Narant wasn't too disappointed. After all, a green sprite was still a sprite. In recent days, the serfs had been tirelessly harvesting sugarcane, gathering over 2,000 stalks daily, though this pace was beginning to slow. Narant realized the wild sugarcane was nearly depleted, which meant it was time to start cultivating it artificially. However, the next season's sugarcane planting wouldn't begin for another month or so. But with the little green fairy, things were different. Within its range of influence, any plant could grow unaffected by seasons, and its growth cycle could even be shortened. So, this little green fairy was practically tailor-made for his sugarcane venture. Though 1 acre of sugarcane wasn't much, it would at least ensure uninterrupted production of brown sugar. As long as they endured this season, there would be no shortage of sugarcane in the future. Without further delay, Narante immediately began the process of bonding with the little green fairy. After completing the recognition, Narante didn't linger and continued toward the blazing fire forest with Vivian. The second little sprite had landed rather far, at the edge of the blazing fire forest, not too distant from Misfortune Village. After riding for over half an hour, the two finally arrived at the sprite's location. Once again, Narante employed the same trick, swiftly accidentally discovering the meteor crater. As they reached the crater's edge and the meteor's shell peeled away, a blue little sprite was revealed. My lord, it's actually another blue sprite. Vivian couldn't contain her astonishment. I hope this one proves even more helpful than the last. Narant was equally surprised to encounter another blue sprite. The previous blue sprite had unexpectedly brought him ambergris and sperm whales. He wondered what delightful surprise this one might deliver. Given their perilous location near the edge of the dangerous blazing forest, Narant decisively produced tulip powder to complete the familiar bonding ritual with the little creature once more. Just as he was cheerfully preparing to head back, the horse tied to a nearby tree stump suddenly grew restless. Hoomph, hoomph. The two horses kept twisting their heads, trying to break free from the reins, their hooves stamping restlessly on the ground. Not good. Vivian, get on the horse quickly, we need to leave. Though he didn't know why Lightning and Little Flower were behaving so abnormally, Narrant understood one thing: this was no place to linger. Swiftly mounting their steeds, Narrant and Vivian hurriedly rode away from the edge of the blazing forest. Roar! Not long after they left, a dark figure darted out from the dense woods to the edge of the meteor crater where they had just been standing. It raised its head and let out a furious roar in the direction they had gone. It's a magic beast. Hearing the roar from behind them, a chill ran down Naelin's spine. It was extremely dangerous to encounter such a creature in the dead of night. It seems necessary to have the serfs clear these woods during the daytime, pushing the forest boundary further back. The southwestern border of Stormwind territory abutted the blazing flame forest. Due to the territory's sparse population, the forest had grown increasingly dense over the years, steadily encroaching upon its land. Moreover, the forests in this world are far from safe like those in his previous life, thus, the existence of the blazing fire forest poses a serious hidden threat to Stormwind territory. My lord, as the affairs of the castle grow increasingly numerous, the 3 servants we have can no longer adequately attend to you or maintain the castle. I wish to recruit a few more servants from within the territory. On the second morning, in the castle dining hall, Thomas made his request quietly to Narrant. From the moment he became the castle steward, Thomas had been troubled by the insufficient manpower within the castle. It wasn't because he felt that he or the few servants were too tired, but rather because he was ashamed of being unable to provide their lord with more comprehensive and noble standard service. In other baronial castles, the usual number of servants ranged from 15 to 30, but currently, even counting Vivian's younger sister Lilia, there were only 3 servants in the castle. Moreover, nobles typically had valets to attend to them personally. For instance, tasks like waking up, washing, dressing, and going out were all taken care of by valets for nobles. But his lordship didn't have one. Though Thomas had wanted to arrange a male servant to attend to his lordship's washing and dressing a few days ago, the request had been refused. Thomas believed this must be because his lordship was considerate of the servant's heavy workload, and thus had temporarily declined the offer. Now that the territory was gradually starting to generate gold coins, Thomas, as the steward, felt it his duty to resolve this matter promptly, to properly bestow upon his lordship the lifestyle befitting true nobility. Chapter 64, Three-Colored Chicken, Part 1. Alright, that works, Thomas, you handle it. Naelin didn't oppose the suggestion. Indeed, there were too few servants in the castle now. Not only did they have to manage the castle and attend to him, but they also had to help deliver meals to the guards. With just 3 or 4 people, they must be run off their feet. Of course, Thomas's assumption that it was out of concern for the servants, sparing them the trouble of dressing and washing him, was entirely the butler's own fabrication. The real reason was simply that Naelin wasn't used to such formalities, especially being waited on by a grown man to wash his face, brush his teeth, and get dressed. What kind of nonsense was that? Now, if it were a delicate young maid offering such services, just see if Naelin would refuse then. By the way, Thomas, inform the townsfolk that the territory still needs to recruit 5 more guards. Once you've notified them, set a selection time and have Quick accompany you. Yes, my lord. These past days, though Nalante appeared indifferent to the second invasion of dark creatures, he merely kept his anxieties hidden within. If more than 30 dark creatures could breach this dilapidated castle, 170 could likely scour it twice over. It's a pity there is currently only one Vivian, and she can only lead 10 guards. Otherwise, Nalante would have unhesitatingly recruited temporary guards and mobilized every able-bodied citizen. Unfortunately, without the miraculous blessing of the lucky girl, recruiting usable soldiers had to be done the honest way. Moreover, he encountered another difficulty in expanding his forces. There simply weren't enough young men of combat age available. Stormwind territory had barely over 1,000 residents, and Fortune Village had always had more women than men. Finding sturdy young lads fit to be guards proved exceptionally challenging. Narrant refused to pad his ranks with unqualified recruits, so settling for just 5 new guardsmen already stretched the territory's population ratio to its limits. To recruit additional guards, another approach must be considered. The territory is vast, but the sparse population remains an issue. Hopefully, Stormwind's reputation will spread, attracting desperate commoners to seek refuge here. After pondering for a while, Narrant finished his breakfast and ceased needless fretting. There is, in fact, one solution to all these problems: money. With money, population isn't a problem. Money can buy people. With money, dark creatures aren't a problem either. You can forge elite soldiers, and even if that truly isn't enough, you can always spend money to hire outside help. After finishing breakfast, Narrant arrived at the front courtyard, where Vivian and her squad of archers were already waiting. Move out. Having obtained 2 little sprites last night, naturally, he wanted to put them to use at the earliest opportunity. First came the green Sprite. Though the green Sprite could only increase crop yields, a seemingly mundane ability compared to sprites of other colors, it had one advantage: it wasn't random. Narant could choose precisely where to place it and which crops to cultivate. So without hesitation, Narant positioned the green Sprite on the wasteland less than 500 meters from his castle. These barren lands outside the castle were once the most fertile fields in the territory, dedicated to supplying the castle with all kinds of melons, fruits, and vegetables. Typically, the nobility would assign these farmlands to the families of guards or castle servants. Aside from providing a fixed quota of produce for the castle, they were exempt from heavy taxes. This was also a tactic used by the nobles to win over their subordinates and ensure their loyalty. Go on, little one. Work hard. If you ever evolve into a great sprite, I'll give you a beautiful name. Nathaniel scooped the tiny green Sprite from his embrace and gently placed it on the ground. Mew mew. Whether or not the little one understood the word name, it immediately circled around Nalante happily twice. In this world, little spirits could indeed be named, though most nobles preferred to give them names only after the creatures had undergone their transformation, because the nobles believed that only this way would the little ones strive to transform themselves. Narant originally had one big thought in mind. Are you insane? Are the transformations of these little fairies really that cheap? Would they work so hard just for a name? But upon reflection, this is precisely what we call the ubiquitous class hierarchy. Noblefolk have grown so accustomed to classifying everything into rigid grades that even fairies are no exception. As for him, naming things had never been his strong suit, so he ultimately chose to follow local customs. When the green fairies occupied approximately 1 acre of surrounding farmland, faint green mist-like specks of light began visibly emerging from the soil. These luminous particles were precisely why crops became pest-resistant, resilient to extreme heat and cold, and capable of yielding abundant harvests. After confirming that the little green Sprite had no further issues, Narante finally led his team to continue onward. They then passed through May Village, traveling along the dirt road for over an hour. While Bad Luck Village was already within sight, the second blue Sprite in his arms still showed no reaction. Little one, don't you go following in your big brother's footsteps and run off to the sea. Sure, that brother of yours in the ocean brought me some unexpected gains, but I swear if we have a few more ups and downs like that, my poor heart won't be able to take it. Horseback, Nathaniel muttered these words to the little creature nestled in his arms. Honestly, he'd developed a genuine fear of these little beings. Last time, if it hadn't been for that sperm whale appearing, hundreds of gold coins worth of fairies would have vanished into thin air. So Nathaniel had no choice but to continue his journey with the blue fairy in tow. Eventually, over a mile past Misfortune Village, the little creature finally showed signs of reacting. Wait, isn't this near the exact spot where I picked it up last night? To Nathaniel's surprise, after all that wandering, destiny had circled him right back to the starting point. The roar of the magical beast from last night remained vividly fresh in his memory. However, since it was the little one who chose this spot, Nathaniel couldn't alter the decision. Go on now, little fellow. Placed gently on the ground, the blue Sprite continued forward for several hundred meters before finally stopping beside a sizable lake. Fortunately, though it's somewhat remote, we just need to clear the nearby woods in the coming days, then there'll be no worry about dangerous magical beasts lurking about. As Naylan watched in amazement, the little blue Sprite began radiating concentric rings of azure light from its body. Immediately, large swaths of nearby grass and vegetation visibly turned a more vibrant emerald green. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The moment the Sprite finished transforming the vegetation, sharp cries suddenly rang out across the sky. Tricolor pheasants. My lord, those are tricolor pheasants. The guards in Vivian stood dumbfounded, watching as flocks of birds came swarming from the blazing forest, miraculously summoned by the Sprite's command. As they drew closer, everyone immediately recognized the bird, for its appearance was distinctive enough to be unmistakable. The tricolor pheasant, as its name suggests, is a wild fowl with feathers adorned in 3 distinct colors. The chicken or eggs commonly consumed by nobles are typically from ordinary domestic poultry, similar to those bred in modern times, with taste neither exceptionally good nor remarkably bad. However, the tricolor pheasant is different. It stands as the supreme delicacy among all poultry, a true gourmet treasure. 3-colored chickens not only have delicious and tender meat, but the eggs they lay are also exceptionally large, each one packed with nutrition and flavor. In the past, if nobles wanted to taste 3-colored chicken, they had to go through the arduous task of hunting in the forest. Often, a single 3-colored chicken could fetch up to 50 silver coins. Chapter 65, The 3-Colored Fowl, Part 2. It really is a 3-colored pheasant. What a treat! Narant hadn't expected the little blue spirit to be so reliable this time, with no mistakes made. Come to think of it, according to the original host's memories about 3-colored pheasants, there must always be a magical beast leader among their flocks. The reason why tricolored chickens have such delicious meat and rich nutrients lies in the special fact that their population includes magical beasts. Most of the time, magical beasts are unwilling to live alongside ordinary animals, as they possess some degree of intelligence, much like how human nobles refuse to reside among commoners or serfs. However, there are exceptions among a few social animal species, and the tricolored chicken is one such case. Within a flock of tricolored chickens, there will always be one or several magical roosters present. These magical roosters serve as the leaders of the flock, and magical beast roosters are easily distinguishable. The stronger their power, the more colorful their feathers become. For instance, a first-tier magical beast rooster will have feathers in 4 colors, hence called a 4-color chicken. A second-tier magical beast rooster's feathers will shift to 5 colors, becoming a 5-color chicken. At this moment, the large flock of 3-color chickens, dozens in number, had already flown over the lake, circled once, and then landed right beside the little Sprite. Narent's gaze began darting rapidly. Found it! With 4 feather colors, that's a first-tier magical beast, a 4-colored rooster. Soon enough, Narent spotted something extraordinary among the flock, standing out from the ordinary black-yellow-red tricolored chickens with an additional streak of green. But his joy hadn't even settled when he immediately noticed something else in the flock. There are actually 2 more magical roosters, and one of them is even a second-tier 5-colored rooster. Narent's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Finding 3 magical fighting roosters among a flock of tricolored ones was exceptionally rare. Now we won't have to worry about eating eggs. Though the tricolored chicken's meat is delicious, its eggs are also nutritious. Yet the creator has always been fair, for these tricolored chickens actually lay very few eggs and reproduce rather slowly. A flock of 50 or 60 tricolored chickens produces only about 10 to 20 eggs per week at most. Compared to ordinary domesticated hens, this output can't even match what 3 or 4 regular hens produce. However, a nobleman who once had the fortunate opportunity to possess a flock of 3-colored chickens studied them and discovered that the egg production of these chickens was actually related to the magical beast rooster within the flock. For every additional magic rooster in the flock, the egg production doubles, and the rank of the magic roosters also influences the number of 3-colored chicken eggs laid. In other words, with the same number of chickens, Nalen's speckled hens could lay 4 times as many eggs as others. Vivian, count with me together, let's tally exactly how many of these 3-colored chickens there are. After the pleasant surprise, Nalante wanted to confirm the exact number of chickens in the flock. Each 3-colored chicken is worth 50 silver coins, that's a substantial fortune. Yes, my lord. Soon afterward, Narent and the guards began meticulously counting them. Though the 3-colored chickens were densely packed and difficult to tally, many hands made light work. After consolidating all the counts, they finally confirmed that the flock totaled 58, 3 of which were magical roosters. Once the number of 3-colored chickens was verified, Narent promptly summoned Kenbi Cowdung and instructed him to recruit 2 serfs to keep watch over the chickens to prevent any mishaps. Another thing is to specifically collect the eggs of 3-colored chickens from now on. If the eggs laid by 3-colored chickens are not collected, once they reach a certain number, the hens will stop laying eggs altogether unless the current batch hatches into chicks. Of course, at first, we can't openly go and take the eggs. After all, 4-colored and 5-colored chickens are magical beasts, and the more aggressive members of the flock, 2 serfs, could easily lose their lives if they're not careful. Normally, retrieving 3-colored chicken eggs must be done at night because, like most birds, 3-colored chickens have almost no night vision, with only a very few exceptions among avian creatures. Even after evolving into magical beasts, 4-colored and 5-colored chickens haven't gained significant improvements to their night vision. After instructing the slaves carefully selected to tend to the multicolored chickens, Nathaniel had an even more pressing matter to address: the felling of nearby trees. Last night, monsters were spotted in this vicinity. Whether it's for the safety of the territory or the newly acquired tricolored chickens, he had to take precautions in advance. The salt-making process required substantial amounts of firewood, so they were redirected to fell trees here instead, gradually pushing back the boundaries of blaze forest. However, venturing into the blazing forest is dangerous even during the day, so Nalante planned to have Vivian and Shirley stationed outside as a precaution. Shirley was used for early warning, while Vivian was meant to deal with ordinary beasts. If magical beasts were to appear, only his lordship himself would have to take the stage. On the way back, Narent was already fantasizing about the good days ahead, when he would add several more delicacies to his menu. To be honest, after eating the monotonous bread of this world day after day, Nalen couldn't help but recall the creamy, delectable cakes from his past life. The eggs are about to appear, and he has been preparing to refine white sugar these days. The day of cream cake shouldn't be too far away. As the team retraced their steps, they passed by May Village again. However, just as they passed May Village, Nalante saw a long queue in front of the restroom. Strange, it's not morning anymore. In fact, it's almost noon, so why are there still so many people here? With this thought in mind, Narrant gave Vivian an order. Soon after, the dispatched guards returned with their report after inquiring about the situation. It turned out that more than 10 days had passed since Narrant last ordered all the serfs to try fertilizing the crops. The serfs, who had initially feared the seedlings might wither due to lack of nutrients, were astonished to find them not only free from yellowing but growing even more robustly, thriving better than when they had been sparse. Thus, the serfs began to vaguely understand the benefits of fertilization, and with this realization came a new problem. Grain had always been the most precious thing in the hearts of the serfs. Now that there was something capable of making crops grow even better, what was once considered mere waste to be casually discarded suddenly became invaluable in their eyes. What's even more amusing is that the serfs, fearing others might take away these natural fertilizers, would visit the stone house every morning and return with buckets to collect them when the time was right. After collecting them, they would then bury the contents in pits to ferment. As for the term fermentation, it was naturally explained to Peter Boot by Narrant. Though the serfs didn't understand what it meant, their ability to mimic was decent enough, as they diligently followed the previous method of burying them in pits for several days to ferment. After hearing this, Nayland found it both amusing and exasperating. He asked the guards why the serfs didn't just relieve themselves at home instead of going through the trouble of doing it in the stone hut and then wasting time queuing up to collect it. The guard explained that the serfs couldn't bear to miss the chance to get up close and personal with the brand new stone hut, so no matter what, they'd come every morning just to experience it once. In the end, Nayland could only shake his head and return to the castle. Chapter 66, Thinking Too Small. Greetings, my lord. When Nalante and his party returned to the castle, Quirk was drilling 10 guards in formation training. After days of training, the guards' appearance and demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. Before training, although the guards possessed leather armor and long swords, but their clothes hung askew and their movements were utterly chaotic, giving them the look of country bandits. But after training, now everyone wears their leather armor and helmets neatly, standing tall and steady as rocks. Narrant felt that this at least had 1/5 the semblance of his previous life's Huagua army. Well, of course, this was Narrant's personal opinion. Whether it contained any self-boasting elements was hard to say. However, to be honest, the guards' training progress was truly rapid, mainly because these soldiers absolutely obeyed Narrant's commands. His words were as effective as imperial edicts. So, as long as the guards could perform their duties to perfection, laziness would be naturally eliminated, resulting in such outstanding training outcomes. Excellent work. Keep it up. In a few days, when the merchant convoy heads to Tulip City again, I'll have them specially purchase surcoats for you emblazoned with our stormed territory's own crest. A surcoat, like those worn by medieval crusaders in my past life, is the outermost layer draped over armor. Typically sleeveless, it extends down to the lower body. The base colors are mostly red, white, or blue, adorned with various emblems or crests on the fabric. For instance, the famous Knights of the Red Cross were known for their white surcoats emblazoned with a large red cross. This style of surcoat remains popular in this fantasy world, though it is often exclusive to high nobility. After all, minor nobles struggle even to maintain a few ordinary guards, many of whom wear tattered and outdated leather armor, hardly in a position to afford such extravagant things. But the great nobles are different. To flaunt their wealth and power, they commission these surcoats for all their guards, both for aesthetics and to clearly mark their soldiers' allegiance across their domains. Quirk and the others had cloaks when they first followed Narante, but unfortunately, after being assigned to Narante, they were no longer considered the Earl's men, so their cloaks were promptly taken back. As a transmigrator, Nalante naturally wouldn't be as stingy and aimless as those minor nobles who just scrape by. He planned to go all out with the highest standards. Even if the numbers were small, quality couldn't be compromised. Besides boosting morale, it also satisfied a small obsession of his transmigrated soul. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. The guard's eyes immediately lit up, especially Quirk and the others. The difference between having tabards and not having them was equivalent to the distinction between wearing proper military uniforms and going without. In every world, the love for beauty is universal. Ha ha, we're finally back. I thought this trip to Stormreach would be dangerous, but it turns out the rumors were exaggerated. Outside Blackrock Town, Laurie led his team back from their arduous journey, finally returning fully loaded. Breathing a sigh of relief with evident excitement on his face, having transported the goods back meant guaranteed profits. Laurie's general store, have you returned from the land of misfortune? At that moment, patrolling guards from the town spotted their group. Laurie left Blackrock territory with dozens of serfs, a matter that had been reported in advance to the civil affairs officer and had also spread throughout Blackrock territory. Yes, Captain IBY. We just returned from stormed territory, Laurie replied respectfully at once. So, did you encounter any dangers in the land of misfortune? The guard captain leading the team today was none other than Captain IBY, who had previously witnessed Thomas selling salt. Even IBY felt fear toward the land of misfortune. Seeing Laurie and the others return so quickly and in such good spirits, he was quite surprised. Reporting to Captain IBY, we didn't encounter any dangers. Perhaps that place only becomes hazardous during meteor showers. Lori shared his genuine impression. Captain IBY, we've brought some dried fish from Stormwind territory for you and your men to try. With that, Lori quickly took 11 salted fish strips from a serf's back, one for each guard. After a moment's thought, Lori swiftly pulled out 2 pieces of brown sugar black bread from Kerr's basket. Captain IBY, this is Stormwind territory's newest specialty, brown sugar black bread. It costs 7 coins per small piece and tastes absolutely delicious. These 2 pieces are our humble gift for you. Oh, then I'll take it. Lori's grocery store. Tomorrow when I'm on patrol, I'll spread the news about your salt to every village. Ebi was very pleased with Lori's thoughtfulness and happily accepted the items. Then thank you, Captain Ebi. Lori expressed his gratitude before leading his team into the town. After Lori left, Ebi looked at the offerings in his arms. He had seen dried salted fish before, but what caught his interest now was the small black bread, no bigger than a fist. How strange this storm territory is. Salt is so cheap, yet this black bread is so expensive. How could that shrewd merchant Lori even buy it? But it does smell rather good. With this thought, Ebi simply picked up the brown sugar black bread and brought it to his lips. Crack! Ah! Ebi froze, letting out a startled cry. This certainly wasn't Ebi screaming because his teeth got chipped by the hardtack bread. Rather, after biting off a corner of the black bread, he was shocked to taste the sweetness of brown sugar. Captain, what's wrong? The guards behind Ebi were startled and quickly stepped forward to check on him. This black bread with brown sugar, never mind, there's no point explaining to you all. We're heading back to the castle immediately. Ebi realized it was useless to elaborate to his subordinates, since none of them had ever tasted the sweetness of honey before. With a sweeping gesture, he promptly led the group rushing back toward the castle. Soon enough, Ebi hurriedly returned to Blackrock Castle. Ebi, what's the rush? Has something happened in the territory? Boris had just started his lunch when a servant announced Ebi's urgent request for an audience, leaving him puzzled. My lord, it's not about the territory, it's about this. Ebi immediately presented the intact loaf of black bread with brown sugar. Black bread? What's so special about it? Boris was taken aback. My lord, this is called molasses black bread. It was brought back from Stormwind territory by Lori's grocery. It tastes even sweeter than honey. IB dared not keep his lord in suspense and revealed the reason outright. Last year after the campaign, he had been fortunate enough to receive a jar of honey as reward. When he first tasted it, he thought nothing in the world could be sweeter. Only today did he realize how limited his perspective had been. Chapter 67. We depart tomorrow. Sweeter than honey, Ebi, you're sure? Boris fixed his gaze intently on his captain of the guard. If not for his absolute trust in Ebi, he'd have thought the man was mocking his liege lord. Except for a few special fruits, honey could be considered the sweetest thing in existence. Yet now, IBI was solemnly holding a piece of black bread, claiming it was sweeter than honey. Either I'm still half asleep, or it's time to replace my guard captain. My lord, I dare not lie, I tasted it myself before coming to report to you. IBI immediately produced another piece of black bread bearing his own bite mark. Really? This actually made Boris begin to waver between disbelief and curiosity. If IBI hasn't lied to me, isn't Storm territory about to strike it rich this time? Boris's mind instantly raced through countless calculations. The previous salt and dried fish already made Storm territory seem unbelievable to him, and now suddenly there's this black bread sweeter than honey. Thinking about the depleted blackstone deposits on his own territory, Boris felt his land was truly the cursed one. My lord, according to Lori the grocer, this brown sugar black bread costs only 7 coppers apiece. At that moment, IBI delivered another crushing blow. His motive for reporting about the brown sugar black bread was quite simple. As subordinates, it was their duty to inform their lord of any valuable information they discovered. Whether it would be useful or not wasn't for him to consider. Carl, bring a bowl of hot water. Under this critical blow, Boris gritted his teeth and made a bold move. Yes, my lord. At the command, a manservant nearby immediately brought over a bowl of hot water. Then Boris placed the dark bread directly into the hot water. After soaking it for about 10 seconds, he finally took out the brown sugar dark bread. Choo-choo. Under the stunned gazes of his subordinates and servants, Baron Boris tasted the dark bread for the first time. Moreover, it was dark bread from the cursed lands. The next moment, Boris's eyes widened slightly. It's truly sweeter than honey. Though already soaked in hot water, the sweetness of the black bread still rivaled that of honey. Stormland, Nayland Belek. The next moment, Boris blurted out, his eyes gleaming with rising intensity. IBI, my lord. What are your orders? Dispatch a messenger at once. Deliver a formal visit notice to Stormland, stating that Boris, will visit Sir Nayland in Stormland the day after tomorrow. Boris commanded. Ha, my lord, are you planning to go to that unlucky land the day after tomorrow? Ibi was startled by his lord's words. That was the land of misfortune, after all. Not the day after tomorrow, we'll set off right after breakfast tomorrow and arrive at Stormwind territory the day after. Boris corrected Ibi. Yes, my lord. Once confirmed again, Ibi dared raise no further objections and immediately went to fetch the official visiting card from the steward. Oh, and tell the messenger to mind his manners, Boris added just as Ibi was leaving the dining hall. Yes, my lord. Little did Narent know that his brown sugar black bread had unintentionally caught the attention of his Tulip Territory's first neighboring lord. He was currently busy working in the laboratory on the castle's 4th floor. On the table before him lay 52 bottles of perfume. 50 of them were ordinary jasmine-scented perfumes. The remaining 2 bottles contained lavender and rose fragrances respectively. Priced at around 50 silver coins each, these 2 varieties cost 4 times more than the jasmine perfume. From this price point upward, they became standard selections among the nobility. The success of jasmine perfume encouraged Nalante to venture further down this path of fragrance development. He prepared to experiment with other perfumes, curious whether ambergris could similarly elevate their quality. As Nalante added ambergris to the 2 new perfume bottles, he began gently shaking both containers. My lord, is it ready yet? Sherry and Vivian craned their necks eagerly as they waited nearby. Both young women had taken to wearing perfume daily, having grown quite fond of these delightful fragrances. As for the new perfumes, they were even more excited. After all, they'd be the very first to try them. It should be ready now. Come with me to the hallway. Narante was equally eager to see the effect of these premium perfumes blended with ambergris. He immediately grabbed one of the lavender-scented bottles and headed out the door. Pop! Outside, under the expectant gazes of Shweli and Vivian, Narante uncorked the bottle. Wow, it smells amazing, even better than the jasmine one. The moment she caught the fragrance, Shweli bounced up and down with glee. This 50 silver perfume was already more intense and pleasant than jasmine perfume to begin with. Now with the addition of ambergris, the richness of the fragrance has been elevated by several notches, instantly exhilarating anyone who smells it. This scent alone is enough to spark one's imagination. Naren couldn't help but close his eyes and take deep breaths, savoring the aroma. Being the soul of a time traveler, the mere mention of perfume immediately conjured images of stunning beauties in Naren's mind. This lavender perfume is distinctly characterized by its captivating fragrance, making him feel as if surrounded by a sea of flowers the moment he closes his eyes. Surely, Vivian, try applying it on yourselves and see how it feels. The next moment, Naren directly handed the perfume to the 2 girls. Unable to wait any longer, the girls took the perfume and immediately applied it to their skin. Wow, I absolutely adore this fragrance. Shirley and Vivian were instantly delighted as the perfume settled on their skin. The lavender scent was truly more refined and pleasant than the jasmine perfume. Shirley, since you love these perfumes so much, work hard. When you can communicate with a little bird, I'll reward you with a bottle just like this. The lavender perfume was a success, filling Narante with joy. Without hesitation, he made a promise to Shirley. Really, my lord? I'll definitely give it my all. Shelley, have I ever lied to you all? Vivian, the same goes for you. Once you master the double-linked shot, I'll reward you with a bottle of this perfume too. Narante then turned his gaze toward Vivian. Yes, thank you, my lord. The 2 women immediately beamed with smiles too wide to contain. All right, off you go. Today we'll apply the lavender-scented one. You'll have to wait until tomorrow to try the rose perfume. Seeing how easily they were appeased, Narante grew even more pleased and promptly shooed the 2 downstairs. At last, he understood why the shut-in from his past life loved playing Raising Sims. Because it's so rewarding. Watching 2 beautiful young girls grow under his guidance, what could be more interesting than this? Chapter 68, 3-Colored Chicken Eggs. My lord, the village chief of Misfortune Village, Kenbi Cowdung, requests an audience with you outside the castle. Early the next morning, as Nayland was cultivating his battle aura and practicing the triple flaming slash in the rear garden, Thomas came in with a report. It seems the 3-colored chickens have laid eggs. I saw Kenbi Cowdung holding several eggs in his hands. Eggs from the 3-colored chickens? Already? Nayland was taken aback and paused his training. He had assumed it would take a few more days for the newly settled 3-colored chickens to start laying eggs. Moreover, even if eggs are laid, since the tricolor pheasants have just migrated here, the quadcolor and pentacolor pheasants are bound to be highly vigilant. At the very least, we'll have to wait a few days before figuring out a way to obtain their eggs. Bring him in. Narent was secretly hopeful about the tricolor pheasant eggs and immediately gave the order, heading toward the front of the castle. Kenbi Cowdung, at your service, my lord. Soon, Kenbi was escorted into the castle hall, carefully carrying a basket containing 6 tricolor pheasant eggs. The eggs of the tricolored chicken are also easy to identify. Although the shells are yellowish-white, due to the magical influence of the 4-colored rooster and the 5-colored rooster, both magical breed chickens, a faint, shimmering hue subtly ripples across the eggshells. It really is. Confirmed, Naren couldn't help but feel delighted. Looked like he'd be having sunny-side-up eggs today. Kenbi Cowdung, how on earth did you get these tricolored chicken eggs? This was something Narant was quite curious about. My lord, this morning, as per your orders, I selected 2 girls to watch over the tricolored chickens. When we arrived by the small lake, we discovered several freshly laid tricolored chicken eggs at the water's edge. So, I secretly slipped into the water and swam slowly to the nest by the shore to retrieve the eggs, replied Kenbi Cowdung with complete sycophancy. Kenbi Cowdung, you really are quite the character. Narante couldn't help but laugh at Kenbi Cowdung's wild imagination. Though 4-colored and 5-colored chickens were magical beasts, they were still low-tier creatures that retained most of the habits of ordinary chickens. Since 3-colored chickens couldn't swim or frolic in water, Kenbi Cowdung didn't need to worry about being spotted by the flock while sneaking through the water. My lord, I thought those eggs might get stolen by other wild beasts if left unattended. That's why I came up with diving over to fetch them for you. Seeing his lord in good spirits, Kenbi Cowdung immediately added with a grin, you did quite well, Kenny Cowdung. Nathaniel gave a hearty slap to the horse-tender Kenny as he offered his praise, then turned to Thomas. Thomas, reward Kenny Cowdung with 2 loaves of brown sugar black bread. Though Kenny Cowdung's enthusiastic loyalty might be suspected of simply currying favor, who could blame him when the object of his flattery was none other than himself? So, in his pleased mood, a reward was certainly in order. Thank you, my lord, for the reward. Though unsure what brown sugar black bread was, Kenny Cowdung was already content just to have earned his lord's delight. By the way, Kenny Cowdung, has the logging in the blazing forest begun yet? Yesterday, Nayland had issued orders that from now on, firewood for salt boiling would be sourced from the outskirts of Blaze Forest, and today marked the official start of implementation. To ensure the serf's safety, Nayland also sent Vivian and Schwelly to oversee the operation. My lord, the logging has already begun. 30 villagers from May Village are chopping down trees. Good, that's perfect. You may return now. Keep an eye on the salt works and the fishing girls. Nayland nodded. Yes, Lord Nayland. Kenbi Cowdung bowed respectfully and withdrew from the hall, then received 2 loaves of brown sugar black bread from Thomas. Village Chief Kenbi, this brown sugar black bread costs 7 copper coins per piece, don't lose it. Since brown sugar black bread hadn't yet been sold within the territory, Thomas made sure to remind Kenbi Cowdung, fearing he might not recognize its value. What? Such a small piece of black bread cost 7 copper coins? Kenbi Cowdung was shocked. Though the bread's aroma was delightful, such a tiny portion for 7 copper coins truly demonstrated how poverty had limited his imagination. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Kenbi Cowdung promptly added with sincere gratitude. Truth be told, the reward itself was secondary. What Kenbi Cowdung truly wanted was to keep himself visible before the lord, lest his lordship forget about him entirely. Thomas, take the tricolor eggs to the kitchen and have Rose prepare me 2 poached eggs for lunch. Oh, and don't touch the other tricolor eggs for now, I have other plans for them. Yes, my lord. By the way, my lord, I've already announced the recruitment notice for castle servants yesterday. The selection is scheduled for this afternoon. Would you like to personally oversee the process? Though servant selection was typically the steward's responsibility, as the most dutiful butler, Thomas felt compelled to confirm his lord's preference once again. Because occasionally, some noble lords would personally select servants, choosing male or female attendants that matched their own aesthetic preferences. As for why these noble lords didn't mind the trouble, well, that's an unspeakable reason. That won't be necessary. You can make the selections. Nathaniel had no idea about Thomas's cautious considerations and immediately rejected the suggestion, having full confidence in the steward's professional judgment. Yes, my lord. Thomas acknowledged and promptly withdrew from the hall. These eggs arrived just in time. With them, I can finally make a creamy cake to enjoy something fresh. Most importantly, tomorrow is Vivian's birthday. As my lucky girl, she absolutely must experience what a real birthday celebration feels like. After Thomas left, Nayland couldn't help but muse to himself. Nayland cared deeply for his chosen lucky girl. From the population registry, he'd discovered Vivian's birthday fell precisely on the morrow. He'd originally been pondering what small gift might bring his fortunate girl joy, but now, with eggs at hand, the solution became delightfully simple. Buttercream cake, a must-have birthday delicacy in his past life, was something Nayland was determined to recreate in this otherworldly realm, adding yet another layer of luxury to his aristocratic lifestyle. In his previous life, in his pursuit of a female co-worker, he learned she had a sweet tooth and personally studied how to make cream cakes online, hoping sincerity would win true love. Though he eventually learned the lesson that sincerity is worthless, the craft of making cream cakes remained etched in his mind. Actions speak louder than words. Today, we'll produce white sugar. With the sugar ready, I'll send someone to buy milk tomorrow, then we can make cream. With this thought, Nalante walked directly towards the hall's exit. Although the appearance of brown sugar meant this world finally had a solid form of sugar, Nalante intended to position it as a low-end product, making it accessible to everyone, including serfs and commoners. White sugar, on the other hand, was truly meant for the nobility. Chapter 69, White Sugar. White sugar actually originates from brown sugar. In ancient times, the earliest white sugar was obtained from the white frost that condensed on the surface of brown sugar, which is why it was also called sugar frost. Later, with the development of sugar-making techniques, more methods emerged to refine brown sugar into white sugar. This process essentially involves decolorization, removing the pigments from brown sugar to produce pure, translucent white sugar. Thanks to the brown sugar factory near his grandmother's home, Nayland also learned a rustic decolorization method, using charcoal for purification. The process was somewhat similar to refining crude salt. First, Narrant instructed Thomas to fetch a large basin, fill it with hot water, and then add the brown sugar. After thoroughly stirring until the brown sugar dissolves completely, the charcoal makes its entrance. Pour the charcoal into the brown sugar water as well, then stir continuously. Once the mixture is sufficiently stirred, pour the brown sugar water into a simple filter to separate the charcoal from the sugar solution. It's still slightly red. Looking at the filtered sugar water, Narrant realized his first attempt had failed. However, he wasn't worried. The reason for the failure was simple. Too little charcoal had been used. Adding charcoal to brown sugar water primarily utilizes charcoal's adsorption properties to remove pigments from the solution. Well, charcoal also has the ability to adsorb formaldehyde. In the previous life, due to advanced technology, people often used activated charcoal with much stronger adsorption capabilities, its adsorption power being 5 times greater than regular charcoal. But Narrant didn't have that activated charcoal, nor did he know how to make it, so he had to resort to the crude method of simply adding more regular charcoal. Thus, he continued adding charcoal to the filtered brown sugar water while stirring the mixture. This time, when it felt about right, he poured the brown sugar water into the filter again. Next, Narante fixed his gaze intently on the filter's outlet hole. When those nearly transparent droplets began flowing out from the bottom, Narante finally broke into a smile. "It's done! My cream cakes, my fruit jam, my gleaming gold coins are waving at me." Narrant's beaming expression left Thomas, who was helping nearby, completely baffled. He couldn't fathom what was happening. All he saw was his lord pouring several pounds of brown sugar into the water, then adding several pounds of charcoal as well. In the end, that originally delightful-looking brown sugar water turned into plain ordinary water. Thomas thought that upon witnessing this scene, his lord ought to be furious instead. After all, a pound of brown sugar represents dozens of silver coins. Has all been wasted now? My lord, why is the brown sugar gone just like that? Thomas felt it necessary to clarify this matter and commit it firmly to memory. This way, he could properly teach the servants how to store brown sugar later. Otherwise, if the brown sugar disappeared, he, as the castle steward, would have failed the lord. It's not gone, but transformed into something far more delicious and miraculous. Concerned about maintaining the secrecy of his white sugar, Narrant summoned only Thomas himself to assist. Seeing his pained expression, Nalante smiled and spoke. "More magical, more delicious existence?" Thomas remained puzzled. "Exactly. Although the brown sugar water's color has changed, it's still sweet." "Thomas, don't you think white sugar looks even more appealing than brown sugar?" Well, Thomas couldn't quite judge, as he'd grown accustomed to seeing brown sugar, especially now that he understood precisely how much it was worth. "Alright Thomas, take this sugar water to Rose and have her boil it until the moisture evaporates. You'll understand then." Narante immediately grasped what was going through Thomas's mind, unsurprised by the man's thoughts. After all, brown and white sugar had never existed in their world before this. Just as Narante had once again invented another unique delicacy, a mysterious messenger arrived at Baron Quant's castle that very day. Why is he described as mysterious? Because his entire figure was concealed beneath an expansive cloak. Normally, only priests of the church would appear in such attire, yet this person's cloak was black and bore no church insignia, thus he certainly wasn't a clergyman. "I am Demas, sent by Viscount Aldine to pay my respects to Baron Kent." The cloaked man was ushered into the castle hall. Only after all the servants had been dismissed did he lower his hood, revealing his face, while displaying an exquisite noble crest in his hand. "Aldine, the younger brother of the Tulip Earl? What business could he have with me?" Kent glanced at the intricate crest, somewhat puzzled. He and Aldine had never crossed paths before. Moreover, he knew his usual conduct had earned him the quiet mockery of many nobles, making voluntary visits like this exceedingly rare. "Baron Kent, here is a personal letter from Viscount Aldine. All will become clear once you've read it." Demas promptly handed over the letter. Quentin expressionlessly took the letter, its wax seal intact. Without hesitation, he tore open the envelope and pulled out the letter inside. As he read, Quentin's expression gradually twisted into something peculiar. "Your Viscount Aldine wants to deal with a mere baron's second son, a knight, and still needs to go through all this trouble?" The letter's contents were straightforward. Viscount Aldine hoped Quentin would help him quietly eliminate the unfortunate lord of that accursed neighboring territory. Moreover, Aldine promised many benefits, such as at least 10 merchant caravans from Tulip City coming to the Kent territory to purchase salt within the next year, along with a hefty reward of 30 gold coins in cash. Baron, although the Lord of Stormwind territory holds only a knighthood and is easy to deal with, his father happens to be the most trusted vassal under the Count's command. That's why our Viscount cannot act personally and seeks your assistance, Demas explained. But do you really think I would agree to attack a noble lord based solely on such empty promises? Kin narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on Demas. Though the letter was indeed penned by Aldine himself, it bore neither a signature nor an official seal. Kid wasn't foolish enough to act without guarantees. What if the other party denied everything afterward? Baron, for caution's sake, such matters cannot be written into a contract. However, to show sincerity, Viscount Aldine has sent me with 10 gold coins. Consider these 10 coins as your deposit. Once the deed is done, the remaining gold and the salt procurement caravan will set forth in due course. As he spoke, Demas placed 10 glittering gold coins before Quint. At last, a faint smile appeared on Quint's face. 30 gold coins is no small sum. It would take selling tens of thousands of pounds of salt to earn that much. On top of that, Aldine had promised a merchant convoy. Even if such a noble-led caravan only made a single purchase, he could easily pocket 1 or 2 gold coins from the deal. All told, completing this transaction would net him at least 50 gold coins. Of course, none of this was the real prize. The true reward was that Quint had already been planning to teach that unlucky lord of Stormwind territory a lesson. Chapter 70, Discovery of Magical Beasts. Although the mastermind behind the buffer zone camp incident remains unidentified to this day, that unlucky lord stands among the top 3 suspects. Currently, the prime suspect is his elder brother, who holds the right to inherit the earldom, though no concrete evidence has yet surfaced to prove the eldest son orchestrated the entire affair. The second suspect is the Tulip family, as his encroachment into the buffer zone directly undermined their interests. The Tulip family also had the complete capability to silently raze their camp to the ground, although no evidence had been found yet to prove it. As for the third suspect, it was the unfortunate lord of Stormwind territory. Since it was he who had directly clashed with their camp, last time Dilly had already sent someone back to report that the camp's existence had been uncovered by this unlucky lord. However, this unlucky lord's strength was too weak, making him the least suspicious among the 3 targets, but that didn't stop him from seeking revenge on him first. After all, Quint currently needed an outlet for his pent-up anger, and the unfortunate neighboring lord would serve as the perfect target to vent his frustrations. Truth be told, he had already been preparing for this these past few days. Even if Olden hadn't sent the gold coins today, he would have proceeded with his plans regardless. In that case, go back and tell your Viscount Olden to await good news. Joyful tidings shall arrive within half a month. Quint accepted the 10 gold coins as he responded to Demas. Then we thank you, Baron Quint. After settling the matter with the white sugar, Narante returned to the backyard to continue cultivating his battle aura. Having consumed the swiftness fruit the day before yesterday, his strength had significantly improved. By noon, Narante arrived at the dining room in high spirits, where 2 exquisitely prepared poached eggs were already placed on the table, truly worthy of the 3-colored chicken's eggs. No sooner had Narante taken his seat than a rich aroma immediately greeted him. The next moment, Naren picked up the knife and fork without hesitation and began eating. The egg white was bouncy and tender, while the yolk was soft, glutinous, and bursting with flavor, instantly whetting Naren's appetite. My lord, does the fried egg I made meet your satisfaction? Rose stood to the side, observing Naren's enjoyment, and couldn't help but bow slightly as she inquired. Hearing this, Naren slowly turned his head and gazed at his talented and even more curvaceous chef. Very big. Very delicious. I'm extremely satisfied, head chef Rose. When he saw that slightly lowered neckline, he almost blurted out something inappropriate, but thankfully caught himself in time. My lord's satisfaction is Rose's greatest wish. Completely unaware of the effect she was having, Rose's radiantly fair face broke into a contented smile upon hearing his response. Amichu Ofo, the rabbit doesn't nibble grass by its own burrow. I must be an upright and virtuous lord. Besides, I'm still too young for such things. It must be said that after these days of luxurious living in the castle, Rose had regained her former radiance. Combined with the advantage of her age, even her ordinary smile was like a tantalizing hook to Narrant, whose body was still in the throes of adolescence. Narrant immediately averted his gaze from the gorgeous head chef, fearing he might lose control and disrupt the pure professional relationship he shared with Shirley. With that, Narrant devoted himself wholeheartedly to devouring the delicious feast. My lord, something has happened in the Flaming Forest. Just as Narrant was finishing his lunch, Vivian hurried in, led by Thomas, with urgent news. What's going on? Hearing this, Nayland's expression immediately turned grave. Vivian and Shirley were supposed to be on guard duty in the Inferno Forest today. If they've rushed back, it must mean they've encountered a danger beyond their ability to handle. Me lord, it's a monster. Sherry says her bees discovered a monster in the blazing fire forest, less than 10 minutes from the forest edge. Vivian answered immediately, then added after a pause, for safety, we've temporarily stopped the serfs from lumbering. It's really a magical beast. I hope it's not a medium or high-rank one. Nathaniel wasn't exactly surprised. That night when he and Vivian encountered one, it was likely that another might be lurking nearby. It was still impossible to determine the beast's rank. Nathaniel dearly hoped it wasn't a high-rank magical beast. If it were, there'd be no way he could handle it. Thomas, go tell Quirk to gather 10 guards and be ready to ride out with me. In an instant, Naren swiftly ordered Thomas. While Thomas went to inform Quick, Nalante took Vivian to his armory. With Vivian's help, he swiftly donned his armor and helmet before arriving fully armed at the front courtyard. My lord! As they arrived at the front courtyard, Quirk was already waiting there with 10 fully armored guards. Magic beasts have appeared at the edge of the blazing fire forest, announced Narante with a grave expression to his gathered guards. Ah, a magical beast. The guard's expression subtly changed upon hearing this. The appearance of this magical beast may threaten Stormhaven's safety. I need to lead you all to investigate. Tell me, what should we do if we encounter the beast? Kill it! Quake was the first to shout. Kill! The guards immediately followed the command. Louder! I can't hear you. Nalante still wasn't satisfied. Kill it! Slay this magical beast! Quick took a deep breath and led the shout. Kill it! Slay this magical beast! The guards finally roared in unison. Good! Now follow me and await my command for action. Only then did Narant nod in satisfaction. Although the guards had experienced 2 battles before, especially the fierce fight at the buffer zone camp, the ferocious reputation of this magical beast was no less terrifying than that of the Headless Knight or Hellhound to ordinary guards, perhaps even more so. This was because magical beasts could unleash all sorts of strange spells. Countless examples had shown that ordinary humans stood no chance against such supernatural creatures. With 10 guards in tow, he left the castle and headed straight for Blazing Fire Forest. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the edge of the forest. My lord, you finally arrived, Shirley exclaimed upon seeing Nayland, bounding over without a trace of fear on her face. Has that magic beast left yet? My lord, it hasn't gone, and I think I've spotted a second one. Shirley revealed her tiny white front teeth, uttering words that nearly made Nayland fall off his horse. What? There's a second one? Shirley, are you certain? Milord, bees are very afraid of magical beasts, so they probably didn't mistake it. But the 2 beasts don't seem to be of the same kind, Shirley affirmed with a nod. Chapter 71, Magical Beast Battle. Have I bloody stumbled into a magical beast nest or something? Nathaniel couldn't help but curse aloud. He realized that ever since he heard that magical beasts roared 2 nights ago, he'd encountered 3 different types of beasts in such a short time. Of course, he was quite pleased with the appearance of the 4-colored and 5-colored pheasants. These birds were herbivorous and insect-eating, and generally wouldn't attack humans on their own. But those 2 in the forest were likely different, especially the one that roared fiercely at him and Vivian that night. It was definitely some kind of ferocious magical beast. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Narand was fretting, a small swarm of bees flew out from the woods and soon hovered around Shirley, buzzing incessantly. Sherry communicated with several bees for a moment, then showed a surprised expression. Milord, the bees say the 2 magical beasts inside are fighting. Ha, fighting? Nayland was taken aback. Yes, milord, the bees say they're fighting really fiercely. Sherry nodded emphatically. Is this really happening? Could Blory be watching over me? Let's hope they fight fiercely so I don't have to intervene. Overjoyed, Narrant immediately turned to Shelley and commanded, Shelley, have the bees guide our way. We're heading into the blazing forest to check this out. Originally, upon hearing about the 2 magic beasts, Narrant had no intention of venturing deeper with his guards. It was far too dangerous. But now that the creatures were battling each other, he simply had to go witness it firsthand. If there happened to be an opportunity to play the fisherman reaping rewards from the clam's quarrel, he certainly wouldn't mind claiming some effortless spoils. This is the best opportunity to resolve the monster crisis. Narante then handed the horses over to the serfs, venturing deeper into the forest with only 20 guards. With bees leading the way, they moved swiftly and encountered no danger along the journey. Roar! Roar! When they had penetrated 2 or 3 kilometers into the blazing fire forest, the party suddenly heard faint roars of magical beasts echoing from deep within the woods. Hold! Nalante promptly halted the team. Surely, how much farther until we reach the beast's location? My lord, the beasts say it's not far now, just half the distance we've already traveled. About 1 more kilometer to go, Nalante estimated, turning to Vivian and Quake. You 2 wait here with the guards. I'll go on ahead alone to scout. My lord, this is too dangerous. My lord, perhaps I should accompany you. Vivian and Quake immediately voiced their protests upon hearing this, for there were few nobles in this world willing to personally take such risks. The standard noble practice in such situations would be to first send 1 or 2 guards to scout out the situation. No, magical beasts are unlike ordinary wild animals. Bringing too many people will alarm them immediately. Nathaniel shook his head. Seeing that the 2 were about to urge him further, he cut them off sternly. That's an order. Yes, my lord. Thus did Vivian and Quinn finally agree. Shelley, use the bees to scout ahead. Remember to avoid or retreat immediately if you sense danger. Understood, my lord. With his orders given, Narant wasted no more time. Grasping his long sword, he followed several bees toward the source of the magical beast's roars. Soon, the beast's growls grew louder ahead of Narant, accompanied by tremors shaking the ground beneath his feet. Crouching low, Narant quietly maneuvered behind a large tree. Then, parting the leaves, he peered toward the battlefield ahead. Bang! At that moment, he saw a burst of flames erupt in the clearing ahead. Damn, magical beast fights really are fantastical. That thing actually spit fireballs. But at least there aren't any high-tier beasts here. In the center of the clearing, two creatures were locked in fierce combat. A fire-red giant lizard and a grayish-white massive wolf. The enormous crimson lizard measured at least 6 to 7 meters in length, matching the first-tier magical beast known as the flame-spitting lizard from the original owner's memories. The ashen-white giant wolf, roughly the size of a water buffalo, could unleash crescent-shaped wind blades from its maw, clearly the first-tier wind-blade wolf. By now, the battle between the two beasts had reached its fiercest climax. With a thunderous roar, the flame-spitting lizard conjured a fireball the size of a rice bowl in its mouth before launching it with a whoosh straight at the wind-blade wolf. The wind-blade wolf immediately leapt sideways to evade the fireball's attack, simultaneously opening its maw to release a razor-sharp wind blade. Clang! The wolf's wind blade struck solidly against the giant lizard's back, but the creature's thick scaly armor proved formidable. With a metallic clang, the wind blade merely shattered a single scale upon impact. Roar! Seeing its attack prove ineffective, a fierce glint flashed in the wind-blade wolf's eyes. Abandoning magical assaults, it switched tactics and lunged directly at the lizard, slashing with its razor-sharp claws. The giant lizard didn't evade the wind-blade wolf's pounce, merely standing its ground while swiftly turning to prepare its defense. However, due to its massive size, the lizard couldn't match the agile white wolf's speed. Before it could fully turn around, the wind-blade wolf had already pounced on its flank. Swish! Swish! Two cold flashes gleamed as fiery spray lizard's neck instantly bore 2 bloody claw marks. Having struck successfully, the wind-blade wolf immediately leaped away. Roar! Seared by pain, the fire-spitting lizard angrily spat another fireball toward the wind-blade wolf. Bang! However, this fireball met the same fate as its predecessor. The agile wind-blade wolf effortlessly dodged it, leaving the fireball to explode harmlessly on the open ground. How strange! This giant lizard is so massive, yet it stays rooted to the spot, letting itself be surrounded by wind-blade wolves. Even if it can't win, why not just run away? Watching the two magical beasts fighting in the clearing, Nayland felt puzzled. The giant lizard was 6 to 7 meters long and stood 1.5 meters tall on its hind legs, yet it simply spun in place, passively getting trampled by the wind-blade wolf. The wind-blade wolf was only the size of an ordinary cow. Had the flame-breathing lizard actually moved, a single charge would likely have shattered the wolf's body. Wolf-type magical beasts are pack hunters. Only when hunting in groups can they take down large creatures like flame-breathing lizards. This particular wind-blade wolf showed obvious signs of age and was alone, probably driven out by its pack, which explained why it was wandering the fringes of the blazing forest. In a one-on-one situation like this, the fire-breathing lizard should have had enough strength to chase the wind-blade wolf all over the place. But confusion aside, Nalante hoped for both magical beasts to end up wounded, so he continued waiting patiently. The wind-blade wolf was also extremely clever. Calculating that the fire-breathing lizard wouldn't dare move, it kept circling around its opponent. Whenever the lizard showed the slightest distraction, the wolf would pounce fiercely, leaving several claw marks on the lizard's vulnerable spots. As time passed, the fire-breathing lizard was already drenched in blood, yet it stubbornly refused to move, doggedly engaging the wind-blade wolf in this desperate battle of attrition. Just as Narante was preparing to wait for the fire-spitting lizard to die so he could jump out unnoticed by the wind-blade wolf and play the role of the oriole stalking the mantis, an unexpected change occurred. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At that moment, several feeble roars suddenly echoed from the battlefield. When Narante focused his gaze, he saw a half-meter-long baby fire-spitting lizard emerge from beneath its parent. Perhaps the fire-breathing lizard sensed its mother's perilous situation, as it charged towards the wind-blade wolf with its maw wide open. Roar! Seeing the little lizard rushing at it, the wind-blade wolf didn't hesitate. It clamped its jaws around the tiny creature and flung it away with a shake of its head. The little fire lizard was hurled directly towards Narante's direction. He witnessed clearly how the small reptile tumbled several times upon impact, still twitching and hissing but utterly incapable of rising again. So that's it. It's all to protect its young. Nathaniel furrowed his brows slightly, finally realizing why the fire-breathing lizard foolishly remained passive and took hits, because beneath its belly lay an entire nest of baby fire lizards. Chapter 72, Slaying the Wind-Blade Wolf. When it saw its offspring being flung away by the wind-blade wolf's bite, the fire lizard finally panicked. Roar! It roared in rage, shooting 2 fireballs consecutively towards the wind-blade wolf, but unfortunately, the wolf effortlessly dodged the attacks with just a few leaps. Then, with another leap, the Windblade wolf returned to where it had flung the little lizard moments ago, now helplessly floundering on the ground. This old wolf is downright vicious. Naren couldn't help but feel a chill at the Windblade wolf's cunning and cruelty upon witnessing this scene. Clearly, it intended to use the little lizard to unsettle the mother flamespitter lizard, creating an opening to deliver the final blow. Roar! However, it must be said that while the Windblade wolf's tactic was sneaky, it was indeed highly effective. Seeing the Windblade wolf targeting its offspring again, the mother fire-spitting lizard could no longer hesitate. Disregarding caution, it immediately charged forward. The moment it left its position, 4 more hatchlings hidden beneath its belly were revealed. A sharp glint flashed through the Windblade wolf's eyes. Roar! Just as the mother fire-spitting lizard was about to crash into it, the Windblade wolf suddenly spat out a windblade, directing it straight at the 4 baby lizards. Roar! The mother fire-spitting lizard, torn between conflicting priorities, revealed panic in its eyes at this sight. It forcefully halted its momentum that was about to crash into the Windblade wolf, then swiftly twisted its body to block that windblade with its head. Thud! Since it blocked with the part of its neck not covered by hard scales, the windblade carved a deep gash across its throat, sending blood splashing instantly. But that wasn't all. Just as the windblade struck the mother lizard's neck, the Windblade wolf's figure had already closed in right before the fire spitter. It raised its sharp claws without hesitation and slashed at the female fire-breathing lizard's neck. Swish, swish, swish. Several flashes of cold light streaked across the scene. Roar! With a mournful howl, several new gashes appeared on the female fire-breathing lizard's neck. The Windblade wolf was growing increasingly exhilarated by the battle. Seeing the mother flame-spitting lizard on the verge of collapse, its attacks grew even more frenzied. Given the situation, the grievously wounded mother flame-spitting lizard could only cast sorrowful glances toward her several offspring. Damn it! I can't stand this! At the same time, hidden behind a large tree and watching the battle play out like a tiger fighting a mountain, Nathaniel cursed under his breath. He simply couldn't bear to watch the mother flame-spitting lizard die like this. If not for the few baby lizards, he might have gladly witnessed this scene. But seeing the mother fire-breathing lizard's gaze and the way it chose to endure the windwolf's torment to protect its young, Nayland knew it was time for him to intervene. Clang! The next moment, Narrant abruptly rose to his feet, accompanied by the crisp ringing of a drawn sword. Die! With combat aura surging, Narrant swung his blade without hesitation toward the Windblade wolf's back. Thud! The Windblade wolf was fully focused on battling the mother fire-spitting lizard, at what should have been its moment of imminent victory. It never anticipated Narrant's sudden ambush nor his astonishingly swift movements. Caught completely off guard, his back took the full brunt of the slash, and with a sickening thud, a burst of blood sprayed out instantly. Roar! However, being a magical beast, the Windblade wolf proved far more resilient than ordinary animals. Had this same strike landed on a regular beast, it would surely have been cleaved in two, but now it merely left a deep gash on the creature. After the ambush, the Windblade wolf leaped nimbly back more than 2 meters before turning to glare at Narrant, baring its fangs with eyes brimming with venomous hatred. Indeed, magical beasts are tough to handle. Even with my full-powered strike, I only managed to leave a big wound. Looking at the venomous glare of the Windblade wolf, Nolan's expression grew slightly grave. I can't let it escape today, otherwise, there'll be trouble later. With that in mind, Narrant stood ready to charge again, determined to prevent the Windblade wolf from escaping. Fortunately, the Windblade wolf was reluctant to abandon such a favorable situation and flee. After all, the female flame-spitting lizard was already lying helpless on the ground. Once it dealt with this human, it could feast on the lizard's flesh and blood. Like all magical beasts, the flesh of a flame lizard is highly nourishing to it. The female flame lizard represents its final chance to advance into a second-tier magical beast. Roar! The next moment, the Windblade wolf took the initiative to attack, conjuring a wind blade in its maw while its cow-sized body pounced toward Nalante. Come at me! Nalante's fear turned to exhilaration at the sight, raising his shield with one hand and gripping his sword with the other, standing ready. Bang! The first to arrive was the wind blade, which struck Nalante's small wrist shield with pinpoint accuracy. Crash! In an instant, the small shield shattered completely, and Naland let out a muffled groan as he took a step back. However, he immediately steadied himself, halting his backward momentum. You think you can match my speed? Are you underestimating my agility, fruit? With a faint smirk, Naland swiftly sidestepped to the right, narrowly evading the Windblade wolf's pounce. Missing its target, the Windblade wolf's eyes flashed with disbelief the moment it landed. Though aged, it had never imagined a human could dodge its close-range assault. Before the Windblade wolf could think any further, it suddenly heard the human's furious shout in its ears, "Die!" followed by the whistling sound of a longsword cutting through the air. Die! Nathaniel raised his longsword high and thrust it toward the wolf's head without hesitation. Roar! Sensing danger, the Windblade Wolf swiftly twisted its body and swung its claw sideways at Nathaniel. Yet its speed still proved slightly slower than the human's. The glowing red blade of the human's sword had already begun its descent. Put! The long sword thrust straight down from behind the Windblade Wolf's head, piercing through its neck in one clean strike. Roar! The Windblade Wolf, with its claws still raised mid-air, suddenly stiffened before collapsing limply as though all strength had been drained from its body. The Windblade Wolf lying in a pool of blood hadn't died instantly, but merely glared at Nalante with venomous resentment while baring its fangs at him. Still snarling, are we? Rest in peace already. Nalante kicked the wolf's head before pulling out his longsword. As the longsword was drawn out, more blood gushed from the Windblade Wolf, its eyes gradually dimming until all signs of life faded away. Phew, done. The swiftness fruit was definitely worth it. Nayland let out a long exhale as he watched the Windblade Wolf perish. Without bothering to collect his spoils from this hunt, Nayland then turned his gaze toward the female fire-spitting lizard nearby. The already heavily wounded mother fire-breathing lizard could no longer hold on after suffering those final swiping attacks, now collapsed on the ground clinging to life, while several baby lizards gathered around it, staring at Nalante with terrified eyes. Chapter 73, To Kill or to Spare. My lord! My lord! At that moment, the voices of Quirk, Vivian, and others could be heard in the distance. The group must have received reports from the bees and learned about his encounter with magical beasts, prompting their swift arrival. Over here! Nathaniel called out to the crowd, and soon the guards gathered around him. Wow, is this really a magical beast? So big and terrifying. Shirley pushed through the crowd, exclaiming in shock at the sight of the Windblade Wolf and the giant lizard. The guards collectively gasped in shock before swiftly drawing their swords and raising their bows toward the still-living fire-breathing lizard. "Milord, are you alright?" Vivian immediately asked with concern, seeing Nalante covered in blood. "I'm fine. Spread out, this is a fire lizard that can spit fireballs." Nalante nodded to Vivian before gesturing for his subordinates to disperse. Though the fire lizard's attacks had been repeatedly dodged by the Windblade Wolf, there was no guarantee his men could avoid them. A single misstep could easily cost them their lives. Roar! Perhaps sensing the hostility from the guards, the mother fire-spitting lizard let out a deep growl, its eyes gleaming with menace. However, by this point, it was also at the end of its strength. Aside from snarling threats, it lacked any other means of resistance. "My lord, it's furious, it wants us to back off." At that moment, Shirley stepped beside Naren to serve as an interpreter. Though Shirley's abilities couldn't yet tame animals larger than bees, she was capable of communicating with magical beasts. Upon hearing this, Naren nodded, his sharp gaze fixed on the massive size of the fire-spitting lizard as he weighed his decision. The fire-spitting lizard was already like meat on a chopping block, yet he couldn't quite bring himself to slaughter it for food, especially with the 5 small fire-spitters crying mournfully by its side. "Surely, ask it whether it's willing to submit to me." In the end, Naren decided to try a different approach. A fire-breathing lizard of this size would be a tremendous asset if he could tame it to serve as his mount. Compared to simply killing it, this approach was more in line with Nalante's intentions and immediate interests. "My lord, isn't this too risky?" Hearing this, Quick, who stood nearby, immediately stepped closer to Nalante to caution him. While it wasn't unheard of for nobles to domesticate magical beasts as mounts, such endeavors required formidable personal strength as a foundation. Otherwise, if the magical beasts with intelligence were to turn against him, it could be extremely dangerous. Especially for fully grown magical beasts like these, the unpredictability is boundless. "Quirk, first observe how Shirley communicates with it." Nayland gestured for Quirk not to worry. What truly mattered to him were the 5 little fire-breathing lizards. After all, they had just hatched recently, and if he could raise them like pets in his previous life, he thought it was entirely feasible. While Nayland was conversing with Quick, Shirley had already begun communicating with the mother fire-spitting lizard. When the mother fire-spitting lizard heard Shirley's words, astonishment instantly flashed in its eyes. Clearly, it was startled that a human could actually understand it. Roar! Roar! Immediately, the mother fire-spitting lizard began growling in response, initiating communication with Shirley. After speaking with the mother fire-breathing lizard for a while, Shirley's eyes grew slightly red. "My lord, the mother fire-breathing lizard says she might not survive, but she's willing to entrust her little ones to you. She only begs that you won't harm her children." The mother lizard was fully aware of her own condition. Being able to communicate through Shirley and witnessing Nart's earlier act of chivalry, she knew that entrusting her 5 offspring to Nart was the most sensible choice under the circumstances. "Shirley, tell her I will never harm her children. As for her injuries, we might even be able to heal her, but she must pledge her allegiance to me." Nart's spirits lifted. Clearly, communication made all the difference. If there's no way to communicate, this mother fire-breathing lizard probably won't realize what will happen to her young. Before death, she'd certainly refuse any treatment from me. Ha ha ha. Sherry began communicating with the fire-breathing lizard again. "My lord, the fire lizard says she doesn't matter as long as you can guarantee the safety of her children." "Then tell her I agree to her request, but I'll still attempt to heal her, tell her not to attack us. Sherry, upon hearing this, turned back to the fire-spitting lizard and relayed several more sentences in a rapid, indistinct manner. My lord, it has agreed. Soon enough, Sherry concluded negotiations with the mother fire-spitter. Good. Nayland nodded. He had to give it a try. Whether the mother fire-breathing lizard could survive would be up to fate. Vivian, hand me one of your arrows. And Quirk, give me that bundle of rope you're carrying. Nayland quickly issued his orders. He had witnessed most of the battle between the fire-breathing lizard and the windblade wolf, so he knew the lizard's most severe injuries were due to excessive blood loss from multiple wounds. Under normal circumstances, the fire-breathing lizard would surely perish, as it had no way to stop the bleeding on its own. But with Nalante present, stopping the bleeding wasn't a problem. Soon, an arrow and hemp rope were in Nalante's hands. He went straight to the mother fire-breathing lizard's neck, then pressed the arrow against the deepest wound and began his work. Thud! With one firm push from Nalante, the arrow pierced through the fire-breathing lizard's hide. It must be said that magical beasts are indeed magical beasts. Even though Narrant was pressing down with all his strength, he still felt resistance. He was certain that if ordinary guards like Quick were to slash at the fire-breathing lizard's weak spots with long swords, they would at most leave a small wound. After poking a small hole, Narrant didn't care whether the fire-breathing lizard would feel pain or not. He simply stuffed the hemp rope inside with his fingers. To make things easier on himself, Narrant decided to channel his battle energy, speeding up the process of drilling holes into the fire-breathing lizard. It took Nathaniel nearly 7 or 8 minutes to finally finish stitching up all the large and small wounds around the fire-breathing lizard's neck. Phew, that was exhausting. Nathaniel let out a long breath. Sewing up this fire-spitting lizard barely counts as suturing, it's more like stitching up a leather sack. Without battle aura, he'd probably need a good hour just to finish the job. Quick, you few, carry this windblade wolf out to the forest's edge and then bring the wagon in. Although Nalante had already stopped the female fire lizard's bleeding, it had lost so much blood that it was still unable to move. It was uncertain whether it would survive, so if they wanted to take it away, they would need to use the wagon. As for the windblade wolf, though it was the size of a cow, having over 10 guards carry it together should be manageable. Yes, my lord. Quick immediately began directing the guards to follow the orders. My lord, do you think the mother fire-spitting lizard can recover? At this moment, the mother lizard was already growing drowsy, and the hatchlings, sensing their mother's weakness, began whimpering pitifully. Seeing this scene, Shirley approached Narrant with eyes slightly reddened. If one couldn't understand these magical beasts' language, they might still be seen as emotionless wild creatures. But Shirley had already communicated with them and understood their speech. Now she couldn't help but feel compassion for the fire-spitting lizards. Shirley, don't worry. With your lord's healing, I'm sure the great fire-breathing lizard will be just fine. Though inwardly uncertain, Narrant tried his best to comfort the little girl, hoping to ease her sorrow. Yes, my lord, you truly are a kind and noble aristocrat. Sherry admires you most of all. Little Cheryl's mood instantly brightened upon hearing this, her tears giving way to a radiant smile. Chapter 74, The Differences Between People. Next, Narrant and his companions began to wait. Since this was already deep within the forest where no proper roads existed, it took Quirk and the others half an hour just to maneuver the carriage back. Once the carriage finally halted, Nalante and his companions worked together to load the female fire-breathing lizard onto it before retracing their path out of Blaze Forest. By the time they emerged from the forest, the serfs had already resumed their lumbering duties. To facilitate better communication with the fire-breathing lizard, Nalante brought Sherry back with him, leaving Vivian behind to guard against ordinary wild beasts. As for the warning system, Shirley also left a small swarm of bees behind. If danger arose, they would fly directly to Vivian's presence. Though Vivian couldn't communicate with the bees, their pre-arranged signal would make the warning's meaning clear when the time came. On the return journey, Narrant rode his tall steed at the front, while 2 wagons hauled the terrifyingly large magical beasts behind him. Ah, what is that? Such an enormous lizard. As the procession approached the outskirts of May Village, serfs and villagers gradually began appearing on both sides of the road. When the serfs caught sight of the terrifying giant beast on the carriage, their faces turned pale with fear as they scrambled to flee into the distance. It was only after they noticed the motionless magical beast on the carriage, guarded by the lord and his soldiers, that they gradually calmed down. What kind of lizard is that? With that massive size, it must be a magical beast. And oh, behind the lizard beast there's another one, a wolf-like monster as big as a cow. Oh my god, 2 magical beasts. To slay them both, our lord is truly extraordinary. After the initial panic, the serfs inevitably gathered at a distance to gawk at the spectacle. Though everyone has heard tales of the beast's fearsome reputation and dreads them, few have actually laid eyes on one, because the vast majority of those who have seen magical beasts are already inside those beasts' stomachs. Did you just realize how amazing our lord is? Last month when those dark creatures invaded, Didn't our Lord personally slay the headless knight and hellhound? I believe even if 4 or 5 more such magical beasts came, our Lord could handle them just as easily. Listening to the hushed discussions among the serfs, Nalante's face broke into a faint smile. It seemed his recent heroic deeds hadn't gone unnoticed by the common folk, filling him with quiet satisfaction. Long live our mighty Lord. Our Lord is so handsome. I heard the steward will be recruiting new castle servants this afternoon. I want to become a maid just to see our Lord every day. You want to see our Lord every day? More like you're after a maid's generous wages. I love the Lord, and I love the generous salary too. Stop dreaming. The steward already said they're only hiring unmarried young women. You're 40 years old. What if the Lord happens to fancy someone like me? At that moment, 2 female voices reached Nayland's ears again. Turning to look in their direction, Nayland nearly fell off Lightning's back. How dare you slander me like that, madam? Watch out or I'll have the guards hang you up. The woman who claimed to want to become a maid looked about 40 to 50 years old, easily old enough to be his mother. To avoid hearing any more shocking remarks, Nayland immediately urged his horse to speed up, leading his party swiftly through Wheatleaf village. Since the fire-breathing lizard was alive, naturally Nayland couldn't bring it into the castle. Not to mention there wasn't enough space inside the castle to accommodate its massive size, but the safety concerns also needed careful consideration. After all, that was his stronghold. Having interacted with the fire-breathing lizard for less than half a day, even if it was willing to submit, he still didn't fully trust it yet. Outside the castle stood an abandoned horse ranch, formerly used by nobles for breeding horses. Due to the cursed lands, the ranch had fallen into disuse, though the stable building still remained intact. Arriving outside the stable, he temporarily settled the fire-breathing lizard there, instructing Shirley to communicate with it and ensure it wouldn't wander off. After giving his instructions, Narante led the team straight back to the castle. As for the fire-breathing lizard, with the bees keeping an eye on it, there shouldn't be much of a problem. My lord, you're back. Ah, is that a magical beast? How mighty of you, my lord. As the caravan returned to the castle, the station guards and servants erupted in excitement. Thomas, hearing the commotion, rushed to the front courtyard and was immediately awestruck by the massive corpse of the Windblade wolf on the carriage. Butler Thomas, the lord even tamed a fire-breathing lizard. It's now resting in the paddock. Sherry jumped in eagerly, boasting about her lord's magnificent achievements. Milord is mighty. Milord, such heroic achievements must be announced throughout the territory. Thomas immediately proposed. Never mind, everyone probably saw it on our way back. With only 2 villages and a little over 1,000 people in his domain, Nalante couldn't be bothered with such pomp. Other territories with 8 or 10 villages would truly need proper publicity for such matters. As you wish, milord. Seeing Nalante's lack of interest, Thomas dropped the subject. After a pause, he continued, Milord, shall I go to Wheatleaf village now to select servants? The servants' selection originally scheduled for the afternoon had been delayed until now because of the sudden monster attack that drew Nalante away from the castle. Go ahead, take Quirk with you. Nalante waved his hand. Yes, my lord. Having received his orders, Thomas immediately prepared to set off. At this moment, Nalante suddenly remembered the earlier conversation between those 2 women and couldn't help but add, Thomas, choose younger maids, preferably young maidens. Narante didn't want to invite a wolf into the house and let the old bull set its sights on his tender grass. Thomas froze for a moment, but quickly responded respectfully, yes, my lord. After Thomas left, Narante directly summoned Veros. As the castle's head chef, she would be the most skilled at handling this Windblade wolf. Wow, my lord, how heroic. You actually killed such a huge magical beast wolf. Rose covered her heart with both hands and exclaimed in amazement upon seeing the Windblade wolf the size of a dairy cow. It must be said, like mother like daughter. Though Rose usually maintained proper etiquette and showed him utmost respect, there were moments when her tone and manner of speaking were exactly like Shirley's. However, the movements made by the mature and beautiful Rose weren't cute. Instead, they carried a hint of seduction. Hee, head chef Rose, do you have any experience handling magical beasts? If you do, I'll leave this to you. It must be said that the way people offer praise truly differs. Earlier, hearing the praise from those 2 ants had sent Nayland fleeing in embarrassment, but now, listening to Rose's praise, he was elated and immensely satisfied. Milord, I know how to handle magical beasts, but I'll need a few guards to assist. Rose replied without hesitation. This one will do. With that settled, Naren handed over the task of processing the beast meat to Rose, instructing her to direct several guards in the butchering. After entrusting the magical beast to Rose, Naren had the servants prepare hot water for a luxurious bath. When he returned to the front courtyard refreshed and invigorated, ready to check on how the Windblade Wolf was being handled, he suddenly heard exclamations of surprise from that direction. What's this? It looks like a gem. A guard suddenly noticed a crystal resembling green amber inside the Windblade Wolf's head while carving it open. Quick, show me. Rose immediately urged the guard upon hearing this. The guard didn't dare delay and handed the crystal to Rose. This isn't a gem, it's a magic beast crystal. His lordship is truly incredible. I've heard only beasts slain by powerful warriors yield such crystals. Rose took the crystal stone and wiped away the bloodstains on it, immediately exclaiming in surprise, "Monster Core?" Chapter 75, Monster Core. My lord. Hearing the voice, Rose noticed Narent's arrival and hurried over while carefully holding the Monster Core. Congratulations, my lord. The God of Glory has blessed you. We've just obtained a magic beast crystal from the Windblade Wolf. Rose rushed up to Nalante and carefully handed him the pigeon egg-sized crystal. How fortunate. This is a wind attribute magical beast crystal. Nalante accepted the translucent green crystal, which resembled an emerald. He never expected to gain such a treasure from slaying his very first magical beast. Magic beast crystals, as the name suggests, are essentially energy storage cores within magical creatures. Their ability to wield spells stems precisely from these crystals. However, most of the time, people don't acquire magic beast crystals after slaying these creatures. After all, defeating a magical beast invariably requires intense combat first. As the battle consumes energy, if the magical beast crystal's power is completely drained, the crystal will disappear within the creature's body upon its death. This is why Rose said that only beasts slain by the strong yield magical beast crystals, because powerful warriors can dispatch magical beasts in just a few strikes, leaving no time for the creature to exhaust its internal energy reserves. Of course, the fact that this Windblade Wolf retained its magical beast crystal certainly wasn't due to Narent being too powerful. The Windblade Wolf had expended considerable stamina during its battle with the fire-spitting lizard, but it had used its wind blades sparingly, conserving most of its energy. Nalent's ambush allowed him to swiftly finish off the Windblade Wolf, securing this unexpected windfall. This monster hunting expedition was definitely worth it. This Windblade Wolf must weigh at least 300 pounds. Add this monster core to the haul, and we've made an extra 10 gold coins. The energy stored within monster cores can also be utilized by humans. As long as the attributes align, titled knights are capable of absorbing it. Moreover, because the energy within monster beast crystals is exceptionally pure, titled knights can absorb it at a speed 10 times faster than when absorbing combat aura crystals. In many cases, people who obtain monster beast crystals don't use them for cultivation but rather treat them as precious mana-restoring treasures. Take Narent as an example. Without using secret techniques, his combat endurance lasts about half an hour. After 30 minutes, once his internal combat aura is depleted, he would need to meditate to replenish it. The recovery speed from meditation is incredibly slow. It's like fighting for half an hour only to spend most of the day recharging. Even with the use of flame crystals, it still takes 1 or 2 hours to recover. In life or death battles, no enemy would give you hours to recover. Every single second could mean the difference between survival and death. Monster crystals, however, are different. Their pure energy essentially acts as a fast charge for titled knights, achieving the famed 1 minute of charging, half an hour of battle from phone commercials in his past life. Thus, these monster crystals became a lifeline for titled knights. The larger the crystal, the more valuable it is since it signifies a greater reserve of energy. Ding! The system has detected an energy crystal that can be exchanged for 1 energy point. Host, would you like to proceed with the exchange? What? Energy points can actually be exchanged? Just as Narlan's excitement hadn't yet subsided, the system's voice echoed once more in his mind. He had always assumed that the system's energy points could only be obtained by completing main quests. Just the night before, he'd been worrying. After finding 2 little spirits, his energy points had dwindled to just 1. What would he do if the system rewarded him with news of more spirits during this period? I never expected this issue to be resolved so suddenly. System, let's make the exchange. Considering that a beast crystal of this size would sell for about 10 gold coins, while a single sprite costs over 100 gold coins, Nathaniel certainly knew which option to choose. Moreover, although this thing could save lives, it was wind attributed. Nathaniel practiced fire attributed combat aura, so it couldn't protect him at all. Ding! Exchange successful. Energy points +1. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your first energy point exchange. The functions of using energy points for a lucky draw or directly exchanging for basic 3 attribute fruits have been unlocked. System, can it really work like this? Narent's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The next moment, he immediately opened the system's lottery function. Although it would still be several days until the next free draw, the lottery button now showed that another draw was possible. Below the button, small text noted that each draw consumes 1 energy point. Additionally, at the very bottom of the system panel were specified enhancement fruits, agility fruits, and intelligence fruits available for exchange. However, not only was there a restriction allowing only 1 exchange every half month, but the price of an intelligence fruit was as high as 5 energy points per fruit. Hiss, that's too expensive. Right now, I can only afford the enhancement and agility fruits since they cost just 1 energy point each, while the wisdom fruit requires 5 points equivalent to 50 gold coins. This exchange was definitely still a win for Narante, as the effects of the miraculous fruits were truly potent. Although achieving significant breakthroughs required continuously stacking the fruits as his physique improved, it at least provided him with a shortcut to becoming stronger. With these thoughts, Narante closed the system panel. At that moment, Rose stood before him. He discreetly clenched his palm to conceal the disappearance of the monster core, ensuring Rose wouldn't notice. Next, Narent watched the soldiers processing the Windblade wolf corpses in the front courtyard. As dusk approached, Narante took Shelly to the stable to check on the fire-breathing lizard. It still lay on the ground, unable to stand, though it hadn't perished yet. Personally delivering the whale meat to feed several fire-spitting lizards, Narante then returned to the castle. Upon his return, Thomas and Quick had already completed the recruitment of servants and guards. After receiving oaths of allegiance from 5 new guards, Lord Nayland personally distributed their armor and weapons. As for the castle servants, Thomas has recruited 12 new attendants this time, 6 male servants and 6 female servants. Thus, with the original 3 servants, the castle now has a total of 15 attendants. These servants were stepping inside the castle for the very first time and appeared quite timid within its walls. Still, after receiving Thomas's training for a few days, they should become capable of fulfilling their roles as castle servants. After receiving the greetings and pledges of loyalty from his new servants and guards, Narante eagerly made his way to the dining hall. Because tonight, there would be fresh magical beast meat to enjoy. This delicacy costs 1 gold coin per pound and is often in such short supply that it's nearly impossible to buy. Many minor nobles can rarely bring themselves to indulge in it. The Windblade wolves he had slain this time yielded 200 pounds of fresh magical beast meat, plus several dozen pounds of organs. After cleaning, all the meat and offal were sliced into strips and preserved with salt. It's worth noting that the organs of magical beasts are also extremely valuable. Since they possess the same body-enhancing effects as the meat, the cleaned organs are never discarded. When Nalante arrived at the dining room, Rosie had already cooked a full 2 pounds of magical beast meat, with half of it prepared as barbecue and the other half simmered into soup. Nalante barely restrained his drool as he sat at the long table, immediately picking up his knife and fork to begin devouring the feast. Ever since he last tasted the magical beast meat seized from Anthony, he truly couldn't get this peculiar delicacy out of his mind. With each hearty bite, he not only experienced the magically rich tenderness bursting with flavor, but also felt streams of warm energy beginning to circulate through his body. The sensation could be perfectly described in 2 words: absolutely exhilarating. After half an hour, 2 pounds of magical beast meat were completely devoured by Nayland. Without a doubt, the appetite of a titled knight was truly formidable. I'll have to ration this from now on. Until my strength grows, these magical beasts won't be available every day. Perfectly satisfied, Nayland let out a satisfied burp. A single meal costing 2 gold coins was equivalent to 20,000 bucks in his previous life. My lord, there's a mounted guard outside the castle. He claims to be from Blackrock territory, a messenger sent by Baron Boris. Just as Nayland's thoughts began to wander, Quirk arrived at the dining hall with a servant to deliver this news. Chapter 76: Boris's Messenger. A messenger from Baron Boris of Blackrock territory? Nayland was puzzled. He didn't recall being particularly acquainted with this baron. Still, since the messenger had been sent, it was only proper to grant him an audience. Bring him to the Great Hall, Nayland commanded. Yes, my lord. Quick quickly exited the dining hall, and Nayland also rose to head toward the Great Hall. Your humble servant greets Lord Nayland. I have been sent by Baron Boris to deliver an invitation to his lordship. Soon, Quick returned with Boris's messenger to the Great Hall. The messenger had been disarmed, and upon seeing Nalante, he bowed with utmost reverence before presenting an exquisite invitation that reminded Nalante of a greeting card from his previous life. An invitation card? Nalante was taken aback. He understood its meaning. It was a formal notice sent between nobles before a visit to ensure both parties wouldn't breach etiquette due to an unexpected arrival. But why would Baron Boris suddenly decide to pay him a visit? Just as Narent was bewildered, Thomas had already taken the visiting card and handed it to him. Narent decided not to overthink it and first checked what the message said. Opening the letter, he skimmed through it quickly. The wording was vague and formal, essentially stating that Narent had become the new lord of Stormwind territory, while Boris, as the lord of Blackrock territory, was not only his neighbor but also a vassal of the Tulip family. Thus, Boris had specially come to visit Narant, the new neighbor, in order to strengthen their relationship and promote mutual prosperity for both territories in the future. Moreover, the letter clearly stated that Boris would arrive the very next day. Narant finished reading the post but found no useful information in it. He didn't believe a single word written in that letter. Deepening mutual affection, if Boris had genuinely meant that, he would have visited long ago, as nearly a month and a half had passed. Moreover, this was the land of misfortune. Nobles were scrambling to stay away, so which aristocrat would dare visit him in such a short time? The strangest thing was that Boris's messenger only arrived tonight, yet Boris himself would be here tomorrow morning. In this case, whether the formal visit notice was sent or not made no difference. I've read the ceremonious note. Does your Baron Boris have any other messages for you to relay? Narant turned to the messenger. Honorable Sir Narant, my lord has no further instructions. The messenger replied respectfully at once. Very well, then go back and tell Baron Boris that it is my honor, Nalant, to have him as a guest in Stormwind territory. I warmly welcome his arrival and will certainly await him tomorrow. Yes, Sir Nalant, I shall faithfully relay your message to my lord upon my return. Good. Nalant nodded and turned to Thomas. Thomas, take him down to have some food and rest for a while. Soon after, Thomas escorted the messenger out of the hall. However, since Boris would arrive the next day, the messenger did not stay overnight. After a quick meal, he immediately set off back the way he came. Milord, Baron Boris's sudden visit must have an underlying reason. After the messenger left, Thomas returned to the hall once more to discuss the matter with Narant. This visit of his is indeed rather abrupt. Nevertheless, since it's an official visit and we're both vassals under the Count, we must receive him properly. Narant already had some vague speculations, though he remained uncertain for now. The commoner named Lorry from the grocery had just returned with his merchant convoy not long ago when Baron Boris suddenly paid this unexpected visit. Narant felt this was almost certainly related to the brown sugar black bread affair. Yes, my lord. I'll give the instructions right away and start making preparations. Thomas immediately responded. Go ahead. Nalant nodded. If Boris had really come for the brown sugar, it would actually suit his intentions perfectly. After all, his white sugar had just been produced, and he had been pondering how to get the nobles to accept Stormwind territory's white sugar. Perhaps this Boris would be the perfect entry point. After that, all the servants and guards in the castle bustled about with their tasks. A visit from a noble guest would directly affect Nalante's reputation if preparations were inadequate or etiquette was breached. In this aristocratic world, social interactions among nobles were often based on prestige and appearances, which made Thomas exceptionally cautious. Fortunately, they had just expanded their servant staff today, so manpower was barely sufficient. Meanwhile, under Kirk and Vivian's supervision, the guards began scrubbing their dirt-stained leather armor and longswords soiled during training. The next morning, when Baron Naland woke up and came downstairs to the castle, the entire fortress inside and out had already transformed beyond recognition. A long red carpet stretched from the castle corridor all the way to the main gate. Colorful flags fluttered both inside and outside the castle, all purchased during the last caravan's trip to Tulip City. My lord, good morning. Narant walked down the corridor, where the servants too looked freshly groomed today, all dressed in brand new linen uniforms. Have you seen Shirley? Since Boris was scheduled to visit today, the tree-felling and blazing fire forest was temporarily halted, so Vivian and Shirley stayed within the castle as well. My lord, Shirley is playing with bees on the side of the castle. All right, you can go about your business now. Naland nodded and headed straight toward the side of the castle. On the open ground beside the castle, there were also a few fruit trees, and the beehives had been placed here. When Naland arrived, he indeed saw Shirley interacting with the bees. My lord, you're here. Shirley spotted Naland and immediately beamed, trotting over to him. Shirley, I have a task for you. Naland smiled as the little girl bounced over to him. My lord, what's the mission? I need you and Vivian to go to Quint territory to buy some milk. Speaking of which, it was a rather pitiful situation. Though Naland possessed the world's only supply of white sugar, he couldn't even get milk, simply because Storm territory had no dairy cows. Great, my lord. Upon hearing she could visit the Quint territory, Shirley immediately grinned from ear to ear. Good, then go find Vivian and set off together. Oh, and use your bees to scout the path along the way. Make sure not to alert Quint territory's guards. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing this, Shirley bid farewell to Narante and scampered off in a hurry to find Vivian. Chapter 77, Shirley's Little Grey. After Shirley and Vivian set off, Narante first went to check on the two severely injured guards. By now, the two guards could be considered out of the danger zone. Although they still had low fevers, they had regained consciousness and could manage to eat with the help of the servants. After encouraging the two still weak guards, Nalante prepared to return to the inner keep. Just then, however, he happened to run into Thomas. "My lord, I just prepared dried whale meat for the fire-breathing lizards in the stable, but I heard you sent Shelley to Quint territory to buy milk. Should we wait until she returns before feeding them?" "No need to wait for her return. I'll take them myself." Nalante had indeed forgotten this detail. Magical beasts were not like ordinary livestock, though they appeared docile and harmless around him and Shelley. Anyone else who approached would learn the hard way, as even a half-meter-long juvenile fire-breathing lizard could give them quite a scare. He happened to also want to check on the mother fire-breathing lizard's injuries, so he personally escorted the cart of dried meat to the stable. Roar! When he entered the stable, the fire-breathing lizard immediately let out a low groan. However, Naren could tell there was no hostility in the sound, it was more like a greeting. "Looks like you've pulled through." The mother lizard had been barely clinging to life yesterday, yet now, though still unable to stand, it had the strength to groan, proof it was recovering well. One had to admit, magical beasts truly had astonishing vitality. Despite suffering equally severe injuries, his two guards didn't possess such remarkable recuperative abilities. "Come on, time to eat." Narante approached the mother fire-breathing lizard and gently stroked it. The 5 little fire-breathing lizards still hid behind their mother, peeking at him with half their small heads exposed, their eyes filled with faint traces of fear. Yesterday, Naren slayed the Windblade wolf, leaving a profound impression on the little ones. Naren smiled, took out some dried whale meat from the carriage, and began feeding the fire-breathing lizards. Since the mother fire-spitting lizard could only open its mouth while the rest of its body remained immobile, it was Nayland who personally fed her. As for the little fire-breathing lizards, there was no need for Naren to manage them, just toss them on the ground and they'd fight amongst themselves for the food. In total, 1 large and 5 small fire-breathing lizards consumed over 50 catties of whale meat in one meal, and this was barely enough to satisfy the appetite of the big fire-breathing lizard. If left unrestrained, the large lizard alone could easily devour hundreds of catties in one go. Of course, even at 50 catties of meat per day, this would still become a significant burden for Narant. I must completely tame this giant fire-spitting lizard soon. Once she can hunt for food in the flaming forest by herself, it'll greatly lighten my burden. With this in mind, Narante spoke to the giant fire-spitting lizard while gesturing. "I'll take them out for a stroll and bring them back later." Narante did his best to convey his intentions through gestures, hoping the giant fire-spitting lizard would understand. Roar! As Narant's words fell, the fire-breathing lizard let out a low growl, though it was unclear whether it truly understood him. Narant simply waved at the 5 young fire-breathing lizards, preparing to lead them out of the stable. Predictably, the little lizards hesitated to follow him until their mother growled once more, spurring them to cautiously trail behind him. Narant's strategy was straightforward, though the adult lizard had already surrendered. Securing loyalty meant bonding with its offspring. By taming the young ones, he could ensure the mother's lasting obedience. Bringing a few little fire-spitting lizards to the grassy area outside the stables, Nayland plopped down onto the ground, then picked up each timid little lizard one by one and stroked them gently. Much like newborn puppies in his previous life, the little fire-spitters weren't particularly fond of it, but they had no choice but to roll their eyes and endure Nayland's playful teasing. Of course, don't mistake these little creatures for being all that docile, their patience was reserved solely for Nayland. As Nayland amused himself with the little ones, Callie Oxtail, utterly captivated, tried to move closer for a better look at these magical beast cubs. But the next moment, the half-meter-long fire-spitters unhesitatingly bared their jagged fangs at him, hissing threateningly. Startled, Callie Oxtail staggered backward and fell to the ground, only calming down after Nayland stopped the little fire-spitting lizard. After spending a solid half-hour interacting with the small fire-spitting lizards on the lawn, Nayland finally led them back to the stable. Upon returning to the castle, unsure when Boris would arrive, Nayland decided to pass the time by practicing his cultivation. After over 2 hours of cultivation, a clear, crisp voice called out and roused him. "My lord, I'm back." Shirley came bouncing into the back garden. Did you bring back the milk?" Nayland slowly opened his eyes upon hearing her. "Yes, my lord. We've purchased 2 barrels of milk as you instructed, and no one from Quint territory noticed." Shirley smiled cheerfully, though her hands remained firmly behind her back all the while. "Shirley, are you keeping something from your lord?" Nayland deliberately looked sideways as he questioned her. "Oh, my lord, you've noticed. Truly, you are a wise lord." Shirley immediately beamed with joy, then clasped her hands together at her chest. "My lord, look, it's a little bird I found when I went to Quint's territory. A peasant had caught it and wanted to cook it for food, but I bought it for 5 copper coins when I saw it on the road. To my surprise, it actually listens to me now." In Shirley's palms rested a small, dusty gray sparrow, which didn't even flee at the sight of the unfamiliar Lord Roland. So, you've gained another little pet, huh? Roland couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl hardly seemed like a future beastmaster, getting this smug over a tiny sparrow bowing to her. Yes, my lord, it's so clever. I've already named it on the way here, Little Gray. Her face beaming with joy, Shirley was completely unconcerned that her current appearance was unbecoming of her title as the lucky girl. Little Gray, this is my lord, Baron Nayland. Quickly, greet him. As she spoke, Shirley lightly poked the little sparrow's head with her finger. Chirp, chirp, chirp. To Naren's surprise, the drab little sparrow was indeed far superior to insects like bees. Upon hearing Shirley's command, it immediately emitted a few chirps in Naren's direction. If this were in my past life, I could set up a fortune-telling stall under a bridge, couldn't I? Naren chuckled wryly. My lord, Shirley can now communicate with birds. You promised Shirley last time. Perfume, right? When your lord makes a promise, he keeps it. Don't worry, yours is coming. Naren said grumpily. Now come along. We've got something important to finish first. You'll get your perfume when the next caravan returns. Let's go then, said Naren as he led Shirley toward the inner keep.